Chapter 1, Takeaway Boy, Rear Ends Rolls-Royce. On Jinling Avenue in Magic City, traffic rolled by, with all kinds of luxury cars coming and going. This is one of the most prosperous places in the country. It can be said that the rich and powerful are everywhere, but accordingly, there are also a lot of people at the bottom. After all, if there is no them to carry out the basic labor, how can they support the prosperity of the Magic City? He wore the overalls of a Manhwa rider and a rabbit ear helmet, then rode his own little electric donkey as he sped through the traffic. Born from a small mountain village in the southwest, that place is not easy to get around. When I was a child studying, I had to leave at 5 o'clock in the morning, hiking for 3 hours, to go to school in the town below the mountain. Now that I've graduated, I didn't choose to sit inside a company, but chose to take up the job of a delivery man. After all, nowadays, when you enter the company, although it is said that the work is free and there is air conditioning blowing, but there's an internship right off the bat and the pay is super low. And even after the internship, they are still the most common staff with that kind of salary. Instead, it would be better to be a takeout rider who can work hard and run from 7 or 8 in the morning until 12 at night. It was still possible to earn over $10,000 a month, and he decided that after he saved up $100,000 for his parents at home, he would change industries and pursue his future. Finished, it's almost time. It's all because of that store just now. Actually, there are not enough food, I'll still have to take orders and go buy food temporarily. As he sped along, he looked down at the cell phone resting on the front of the car, showing that the order was about to time out. However, road driving safety code must be followed. Look down at your cell phone and something will happen one day. No, just in the moment of looking down at the time, a car suddenly turned out at an intersection ahead. The car is slender, dignified, and luxurious at first glance. After that car just turned over, Hiyu's little electric donkey killed it straight over. No good. The moment Hiyu looked up, he instantly turned pale, but it was already too late. Bang! With a loud bang, Hiyu's little electric donkey, just like that, ruthlessly crashed into the rear of that car. Bang! Hiyu directly fell to the ground. Because of wearing short sleeves, the position of the elbow has been rubbed through the skin, bleeding. But at this time, Hiyu did not have any reaction, but stared stonily at the car in front of him that had been rear-ended by himself. Wide rear end and that big R. It's a Rolls-Royce. It's over, it's all over. Various news did not see less. This is a super luxury Rolls-Royce. A little understanding of the car Hiyu, at this time, immediately recognized. This car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Even if it wasn't a customized version, the price was definitely not low. At least all of them are 10 million starting price. A multi-million-dollar luxury car was rear-ended by himself. At this time Hiyu's face was pale. Crunch! The car door was opened and a large white leg stuck out from it. And then only a beautiful woman dressed as an urbanite was seen walking down from the car. The crowds around them were milling about. Oh no, this delivery boy is gone. It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and looking at the paint, and some of the carbon fiber kit modifications, it's expensive. It's a pretty bad crash, a paint job on the back and a taillight replacement. I'm guessing it's a couple $100,000 to start with, right? Even more. The surrounding people were talking, all of them were pitying Hiyu. After all, as an ordinary person, if he crashed into this kind of car, it would be a real sky crash. If it's a regular car, forget about it. After all, maybe there's insurance to cover it and take the pressure off. But the only thing that Hiyu is riding is a small donkey, which is not covered by insurance. When Ying stepped out of the car, and then frowned at the rear part of his car, the impact is quite serious. She then turned her head and looked at Hiyu. But the moment she saw Hiyu, when Ying directly froze. Her body was trembling and her eyes were covered in crystal tears for a moment. It fell on the eyes of those around them, but it was like this. Wow! Looks like the beautiful car owner is freaking out. That's right, look at people crying in fear. In reality, when Ying wasn't the one who was scared and cried, but she cried because she saw Hiyu. Memories that had been dusty in her mind began to surface. She didn't know Hiyu's name, she only remembered Hiyu's appearance. Over the years, a couple times a year she'd visit Annan County, in the southwest land. Only, every time she went to Annan County, she tried everything she could to find the one in her heart. But I didn't expect to meet him today in this magic city. Hello. I hit the car, I was looking down at my phone not paying attention. Don't worry, I'll pay for it, but please give me a little time, maybe let me pay for it in installments. I can't get that much money right now, please. Although Hiyu's face was pale, his good family education let him know that people can't be poor and short-sighted. So it's his own responsibility, he'll admit it. He's not going to make excuses or play hard to get. This young man is still quite responsible. It's just that this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth millions, if not tens of millions. Alas, I guess this young man, his life is over. The crowd of onlookers sighed. And at this moment, when Ying heard Hiyu's words before she reacted. It's the same voice that's been echoing in my head for several years now. When Ying was in an excited mood, but she still needed to determine more carefully if it was the one she had in mind. Hello, may I ask where you're from? When Ying forcibly suppressed the anticipation as well as excitement in her heart before looking at Hiyu and asking. He froze, thinking that the person was trying to verify his information and was worried about running away. At that moment, he also took out his ID card directly from his bag. He, a native of Annan County in the Southwest land? When Wan saw the few words on the ID card, she was so elated that she even wept with joy. The crowd was looking at Wan strangely. Why was this female car owner crying again? I don't want you to pay for it. Wan finally controlled her emotions before looking at Hiyu in front of her and said seriously. She was already certain that Hiyu was the same teenager from back then, the one who had saved her during the darkest period of her life. After years of searching and holding on to him, now that he had found Hiyu, how could he let him go? Ha? No compensation? Hiyu froze. Had he met a good person? But next, when Ying's words made Hiyu, as well as the onlookers, all freeze. Look what's on the back of my car. Hiyu froze, then raised his eyes and saw a sticker on the rear of the car. Older women, chasing their tails, must marry. Seeing these words herself, when Ying all blushed, this sticker was certainly not made by her, but by her grandmother. She is dependent on her grandmother and her parents died in an accident a few years ago. Grandma's greatest wish is to be able to see her start a family, so she posted such a one, and although she is very shy and embarrassed, she still doesn't dare to disobey her grandmother. Chapter 2, Finally Finding You, Rich Woman Forces Marriage. That, young lady, what does that mean? Hiyu was a bit unresponsive to what the sticker meant. Only when Ying continued. My name is Wan Ying. Literally, since you hit my car, you have to do what the sticker says. Silence, listening to Wan Ying's words, the entire room was silent. The crowd was staring blankly at Wan Ying in front of them. That kind of sticker. Many female drivers have had stickers, but in the end, it was just a sticker for fun. Who really chases their tail and must marry? But what have they heard now? Wan Ying actually really wants to realize the words on the sticker, tail chasing must be married. The whole room roared. The delivery boy who rear-ended the owner of a Rolls-Royce wasn't just not compensated, he was even forced to get married. Some people have even pulled out their cell phones and started making short videos. He looked at the coquettishly smiling Wan Ying in front of him with a dull gaze, looking at her absolutely beautiful face, tall figure, and fair skin, and did not react for a moment. That, Ms. when you're not kidding, right? He still didn't believe it. Where in the world could such a good thing happen? You rear-ended someone's multi-million-dollar limousine, and not only did you not get paid, but you may have even hitched a ride with a super rich woman? After all, anyone who can drive a multi-million-dollar luxury car has an absolutely uncomplicated family background. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Is there an account book? Hiyu's heart was now so messed up that he lost the ability to think for a moment and could only nod his head. At home. He does have his family's account book with him, because he's out of school alone and doesn't know what to bring. That's why mom and dad even sent themselves the account book in case they needed it. Okay, let's go then. It just so happens that my account book is in the car. Let's go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wan Ying was full of smiles, looked happy to the extreme, actually squatted directly in front of Hiyu. A hand pulled Hiyu's hand to drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register the marriage. Finally, Hiyu reacted. He directly bounced up from the ground, then looked at Wan Ying in front of him in astonishment. That, Ms. Wan, don't joke around. How can we get married when we've only met on one side? Your car, how much do you need to fix it? Just tell me, even if I work part-time for the rest of my life, I'll pay for it all. Hiyu said seriously. It is true that he may have to work for compensation for the rest of his life, but Hiyu will not run away. This is the truth that his father taught him. Wan Ying looked at Hiyu with a complicated gaze. The dork, sure enough, doesn't remember me. But it's normal, the difference between me back then and now is huge. Wan Ying secretly said in her heart. However, looking at Hiyu, who would rather die than marry himself, Wan Ying instantly lost her little temper. Directly pouting his lips, he said to Hiyu. This Rolls-Royce Phantom of mine, it's an exclusive customized version. When my dad bought it, it cost over $30 million. This taillight, all crashed, and sheet metal, paint, all down, not a few $100,000. It's $1 million. Hearing these words, Hiyu's face paled for a moment. He was fine with it, but he was just afraid of dragging his family down with him. Wan Ying burst out laughing. But as long as you marry me and become my husband, this car, everything I have is yours now, so naturally you don't have to compensate. He, what do you think? The corners of Hiyu's mouth twitched, the implication being that if he didn't agree, he would have to compensate? But it was millions. Hiyu wasn't that big, $1 million was enough to crush most families. Well, it's decided. Wan Ying, as if she was afraid that Hiyu would escape, directly grabbed Hiyu's hand and shoved him into the passenger side. And then it went straight away. As for the small electric donkey in place, as well as the scene of the car accident, Wan Ying called the insurance company's phone number, and a moment later there will be a special person to solve the problem. In the middle of a dimly lit basement in the middle of a city village. Do you, live here? Wan Ying looked at the damp and dim surroundings, her eyes filled with heartache and she almost cried out. It can't be helped, everything is expensive in Magic City, so if you want to save money, you have to live in a place like this. Otherwise, the only option would be to go to the outskirts of the city, but it would take a lot more time to come downtown every day to run orders. He said so, and then took out his family's account book from inside the school bag on the bedside. That, Ms. Won, are you joking or not? He still looked at Wan Ying uncertainly and asked, after all, this is a lifelong event. Who would make such a hasty decision? Even in Hiyu's hometown, the two people who met for the first time had to go through the talks between both parents and place an offer before they could get married. And Wan Ying, she's a super rich woman. Driving tens of millions of luxury cars, at first glance is the top rich sequence, this kind of white rich beauty, actually so easily decided their wedding banquet event? Who told you I was kidding? Wan Ying smiled and grabbed Hiyu's account book. And then said to Hiyu, I'll keep this for safekeeping, in case you back out? With that, she directly pulled Hiyu and left the basement. This place doesn't need to come back in the future. After the marriage, everything she owns, including herself, is Hiyu's. How could she, Wan Ying, let her husband live in such a place? Sprinting along, Hiyu was pale in the passenger side. This woman is crazy, isn't she? Seems like she's in a hurry. She even ran several red lights along the way. Just to grab to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hiyu was puzzled. Does it mean that the rich women are sad to marry? How else can you explain that you just chased your tail and put your marriage for life on the line? Standing at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Hiyu began to flinch. It was only logical that no one would refuse to meet such a beautiful and rich wife. But it was because the surprise came so suddenly that it resulted in a bit of unreality, making Hiyu not quite dare to believe it. Don't be a wimp. Wan Ying looked at Hiyu and directly hugged his arm, looking at Hiyu pitifully. It's all here, if you dare to run, I'll never let you go for the rest of your life. When Hiyu took a look, he nodded bitterly. Having said this to this extent, could he still wimp out? And then the two went into the civil office, accompanied by a sentence from the staff. May you be happy and grow old together. Then after the big red seal was stamped, the two were officially registered as married. Became legally married. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and looking at the big red book in his hand, Hiyu still has a bit of an unreal feeling. You actually got married yourself? Even a super flash marriage, where you just met an hour ago and now you're registered as married? Chapter 3, Getting Married with a License, Official Announcement by a Circle of Friends. Hubby. We're married. Wan Ying was happy, the kind of happiness as well as joy that was hanging on her face. Hiyu couldn't understand why Wan Ying was so happy. Although he himself was not bad looking, but like Wan Ying, a super beauty, or a rich woman, handsome men are not uncommon, right? There were even a lot of those rich dudes, so how come he was the only one who looked at himself? Is it really the reason why older women, chasing their tails, must marry? Come on, take a friend shot for the official announcement. Wan Ying pulled out her cell phone at once. Ha? Official announcement? He froze at once, looking at Wan Ying a little moody and complicated. If it is said that after the flash marriage, she just walks away, you may still feel normal. But after getting married, the first thing she had to do was actually make an official announcement, informing all her friends and family that she was married. This shows that Wan Ying is serious about this marriage, she really wants to marry herself off. Hiyu, what a virtue! Hiyu said in his heart. He. Wan Ying took Hiyu's arm, then leaned her head on Hiyu's shoulder. Take a beautiful selfie and then just hit edit. I'm married. Oh. This is my husband, how is it, handsome, right? And then just hit send without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, the circle of friends exploded. Wan Ying is the boss of a $10 billion group. Having inherited her parents' legacy, she was, arguably, one of the youngest $10 billion female billionaires in the country. But because of the low profile, it is not known to the public. That's why her circle of friends, all of them, are rich, or business partners. Hiss. Mr. Wan actually got married? My god. Who, exactly, has taken our Magic City Pearl? The young man is not bad looking and low key, he doesn't seem simple. Some people commented like this because Hiyu had changed his clothes at this time. After all, he had come to register his marriage and had to dress a little more formally. But it was also just plain white short sleeves, a cheap item from a roadside stand for a couple dozen bucks. Who knows, in the eyes of these rich people, it's all about understatement. After all, they didn't think that Wan Ying, a $10 billion super rich woman, would choose an ordinary man as her husband. At least they are of comparable family lineage, or they have power and influence in their family, otherwise, how could they be worthy of Wan Ying? By the way hubby, I haven't gotten a tweet from you yet. Wan Ying changed her mouth quite quickly, and directly shouted her husband. Ha? Okay, let's add one. At that moment, Hiyu added a friend directly with Wan Ying. Looking at her expectant little eyes, Hiyu knew, of course, what she was thinking. At that moment, with a slight smile, he directly clicked on the circle of friends and found Wan Ying's circle of friends. Then saved the image and likewise edited a friend post. I'm married, that's her. Followed by an @ Although it was very brief, and there wasn't even any excessive excitement, but Wan Ying, the silly girl, was so happy that the smile kept hanging on her face and never stopped. Similarly, Hiyu's Weishin exploded. I'll go. Hiyu, how did you get married so quietly? It's screwed up. Even you're married and I don't even have a girlfriend. My day. Hiyu, this wife of yours is too beautiful, isn't she? Despicable. To have such a good-looking girlfriend and never tell us, not even until you're married. Ooh, Hiyu, I've been chasing you for so long and you won't even say yes. Why didn't you tell me that you have a girlfriend? These dynamics were what Wen Yingying had watched with Hiyu. When she saw the last entry, Wen Yingying's gaze began to become somewhat dangerous. She looked at Hiyu slyly, her eyes filled with resentment. Honey, who is that guy? Hiyu couldn't help but get nervous. Could this be the husband's own attribute? A co-worker at the workstation, just a co-worker really, we don't have anything. Wen Yingying snorted. I'm just kidding. But a delivery-man is too hard, so don't take that job, hubby, I'll support you at home. The corner of Hiyu's mouth twitched, he really still cared, didn't he? Just letting himself eat soft food at home, Hiyu still said he couldn't do it. Ding, ding, ding. Hiyu's cell phone rang at once. On the other hand, Wen Yingying's phone also suddenly rang. Both of them looked at each other, and both of them tacitly walked to one side each. Hey, Mom. That's right, the one who called Hiyu was clearly Hiyu's mom. Hey, Grandma. On the other side, the one who called Wen Yingying was clearly her grandmother. Xiao Yu Ah. Is your circle of friends real or not? Are you really married? Su Yan asked anxiously. After all, her own son suddenly got married and she hadn't received any news at all. Could this make her not anxious? Yes, Mom, I'm married. Her name is Wen Yingying, she's from Mordor, and we just registered our marriage today. There was a brief silence on the other side, which should have been on speakerphone. Sayu, are you serious? Suddenly, Father's Hiyuan's voice rang out. Hiyu looked at the side, Wen Yingying, who was full of happiness as she reported to her grandmother, and smiled faintly. Well, I'm serious. Hiyuan on the other end of the phone nodded. Good, since they are all married, they can't let down the little girl, and her parents are still so good looking and have a good temperament. It's almost New Year's Eve, so find a good time and remember to bring it home. His father, Hiyuan, said so, and Hiyu naturally answered with his mouth full. And just then, his sister's voice rang out. Whoa! Brother! You actually got married. Ooh, when did you fall in love and you didn't even tell me? I don't care, you have to bring me good food when you get back. When his sister Hui's voice rang out, Hiyu instantly smiled slightly, then after briefly chatting with his family, Hiyu hung up the phone. On the other side, Wen Yingying was about the same. Okay la grandma, you're so nosy, I know. I'll bring him home to you in a little while. After dealing with her grandmother, Wen Yingying looked at Hiyu, and the two of them glanced at each other and both snorted. How exciting. Wen Yingying said so, just met for an hour, actually directly flash married, really exciting. Fortunately, family members on both sides of the family don't follow up and are supportive of them. Grandma says she wants to see you tonight. Wen Yingying looked at Hiyu expectantly, her grandmother was her only relative left, she naturally hoped that Hiyu and her grandmother could get along. Hiyu smiled slightly. Okay, so do I need to bring anything? After all, Grandma is the eldest. The two exchanged words as they walked toward the parking lot. Chapter 4, Going Home to See Grandma, Fracture Spike System. Wen Yingying concluded by saying that her grandmother lacked nothing but a granddaughter-in-law. So let Hiyu directly and simply buy a bit of fruit so that he can go to the door to meet his grandmother. Hiyu's heart was slightly warmed, of course he knew that Wen Yingying was looking for a step down for herself. After all, rich families like theirs gave out gifts that were expensive as hell. She's worried about being feisty or something to say that, isn't she? Clothes are also too lazy to change, Wen Yingying said. Grandmother is not the kind of person who cares about the appearance of gorgeous, wearing simple can be. Along the way, Hiyu was a bit nervous. After all, he had never been in love before, and who would have thought that he would actually make a leap straight to the third degree, get married instantly, and meet his parents right away. Finally, along with the nervous and apprehensive mood all the way, Hiyu and Wen Yingying came to a villa neighborhood on the outskirts of Magic City. This is where Grandma lives, of course. Wen Yingying also lives here now, although driving to work every day is a bit time-consuming, but in order to be able to accompany Grandma for a while longer. So Wen Yingying would rather be tired than live here. Coming? Wen Yingying's family's villa is still very large, it is better to say that it is a villa than a manor, right? But this side of the city is a suburban area, and building an estate house here is expensive, but not impossible. Old lady, see, Mrs. Back. The maid on the side saw the Rolls-Royce that was being driven into the villa and said excitedly to the old lady. Good. Good. Yes. The old lady was very happy. The double death of her son as well as her daughter-in-law made her feel like the sky had fallen. The only hope was her granddaughter, and her greatest wish was that she could see her granddaughter have a family. Now I didn't expect that my granddaughter would give herself such a big surprise and get married quietly. Although she said she was a bit surprised, the old lady was more than happy. The vehicle parked in the garden, then Hiyu and Wen Yingying pushed down the door. Grandma! Wen Yingying directly jumped into her grandmother's arms, gently hugging her grandmother, at this time where it looks like a 10 billion female president. How old are you and still acting like a child? The old madam dotingly touched Wan Ying's head and then looked at Hiyu in front of her, looking up and down, her eyes full of satisfaction. Hello grandma, my name is Hiyu. It's Ying's husband. Hiyu smiled and said, of course this speech, all of which had been warmed up in advance in the car, just so as not to behave too badly in front of his grandmother. Good boy. Come, I'll have the chef make dinner, we'll eat together as a family. Grandma was full of smiles and even had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes as she stood directly in the center, pulling Hiyu and Wan Ying's hands on the left and right sides before walking towards the restaurant. Wan Ying looked at her tearful grandmother and panicked a little. She hadn't expected her grandmother's reaction to be so great. It's okay, grandma is happy. After all, grandma's getting old, and she might, at some point, suddenly go away like your parents did. In that case, grandma is not worried about you. It's different now with Xiaohe, he can take care of you in the future, so grandma is relieved. The old man has read countless people. When he followed Wan Ying's grandfather and created the group, he was a strong woman. Having read countless people, he could naturally tell that Hiyu was a reliable person. Inside the restaurant, the family had a cozy dinner. Grandma was at the dinner table, constantly chatting with Hiyu and pinching food. After hearing about Hiyu's family situation, the old man wasn't abnormal at all. Instead, he was all smiles and said that he wanted to visit Hiyu's hometown. It is said that the place has beautiful scenery in 4 seasons of spring, so if you can, why don't you go there to retire in the future? It could be said that the old madam gave Hiyu a comfortable feeling and did not look down on his own origin. After dinner, the couple sat on the couch and watched TV shows with the old man. There was a lot of talking and laughing, like family that had been together for a long time. As the hour grew late, the old man began to get sleepy. It's pretty late, so you two should hurry up and get some rest. Xiao Hong Ah. Go and pack up the biggest one on the second floor, the master bedroom. From now on it will be Miss and Auntie's room. The old lady smiled faintly, and then walked towards her room on the first floor on her own. Only Hiyu and Wan Ying were left sitting on the sofa awkwardly staring at each other. However, it could be seen that in Wan Ying's eyes, there was actually a hidden expectation as well as an urge. Inside the room, looking at the 2-meter-wide super-large bed, Hiyu was a little embarrassed. So, how about I take the couch? The master bedroom is huge, even as big as someone's average 3-bedroom home, and naturally it has a couch as well as a separate living room. Who knows, Wan Ying actually cried and looked at Hiyu pitifully and said. Hiyu was stunned. No, you're so beautiful, how could I ever dislike you? It's just that we've only just met and getting married right away, I'm afraid it'll scare you and you won't want it. Hiyu said so and blushed a little. He was a fledgling. Never been in love before. Wan Ying blushed, lowered her head, and patted her feet. That, I do. Having said this, Hiyu would not be a real man if he was still indifferent. A splash of red falls and the two are officially husband and wife. Looking between his arms, at the sleeping Wan Ying, Hiyu still had a bit of an unreal feeling. Suddenly a poor boy got married, the wife is still 10 billion female president, this novel do not dare to write, right? Hiyu, what a virtue. Hiyu sighed. Ding dong. System opening in progress. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hiyu was stunned. Why are there so many strange things today? First, tailgating and being forced to marry, then hallucinations? The fracture spike system is open. Today's fracture spike item is out, please check and choose to buy it, master. Again that voice rang out, and this time Hiyu was sure he wasn't hallucinating. Could it be true? Hiyu pondered in his heart, and sure enough, in front of himself, a virtual light screen appeared, on which was clearly the so-called fracture spike merchandise. Goldfinger. Hiyu was shocked. He naturally read novels, so he also knew that the so-called system was not the golden finger. Today can't be my lucky day, right? First I met such a beautiful rich wife who fell for me, and then I opened the system? At that moment, Hiyu looked at the so-called fracture spike merchandise. For the next 7 days, full information on the global financial crisis. Subject to change. Fracture price, $7. This is today's fracture price commodity, actually is the next 7 days, the global financial crisis of all the information. But is there a financial crisis? Or is it global? Hiyu expressed skepticism, but at $7, it wasn't much, so he just clicked and bought it, just in case it was real. Chapter 5, The Global Financial Crisis, Information for the Next 7 Days. Congratulations to the owner for the successful purchase. The item has been released and $7 have been deducted from the owner's mastery balance. The system's voice rang out, accompanied by a soft ring on the cell phone, and it was true that $7 had been deducted, and as for the deducting party, it was actually a unit called the Hope for the Future Fund. It's obviously the handiwork of the system, I just don't know why it's being done. At the same time, Hiyu realized that there was suddenly more information within his mind. That's the future stock market information. There are 7 days of future stock market information, only it will keep changing. Obviously, the future is not set in stone, and if one meddles in it, the future will change. But the 7-day global financial crisis information that one gets is able to keep changing according to the altered future. That is, even if one has no financial knowledge at all, one can win the battle. Tomorrow morning, there will be a global economic upheaval with some world-shattering hype from the president of one of the superpowers. And then the financial crisis that swept the globe erupted due to multiple factors. This is the message in the mind: whether everything is true or not, we will know in the morning when we get up. There were no words in the night, and Hiyu slept soundly with his own wife in his arms. But early in the morning, when Engying went to work, because she was the female president who controlled the $10 billion group, and usually worked although she had a lot of help from her subordinates. But ultimately, it's important to ask questions yourself, especially if it's an important decision, and you'll need to be completely on your own. This money is from grandma, don't refuse it or I'll cry. Looking at the bank card in his hand, as well as thinking of when Engying's words before she left, the corners of Hiyu's mouth twitched. Feeling like you've really been bagged? But if that information is true, then this can be used as startup capital, and we should be able to make a lot of money by then, right? I don't want to be the adopted gigolo. As a husband, how can I be worse than my own wife? Hiyu smiled slightly. Stao Yu. Come and have breakfast. Below, the sound of grandma's voice rang out. Coming, grandma. Hiyu answered, and then went out of the room. Grandma was waiting at the door. Grandma, why do you need to come here in person? Hiyu stepped forward to help his grandmother, then headed downstairs. Grandma spoke to Hiyu, then while using her hand behind her back, she gestured at the maid. The maid understood in a second, and quietly entered the room as the two men descended the stairs. Then he saw a flash of red on the sheet and smiled slightly at the moment. Downstairs, Hiyu was drinking kanji with his grandmother while watching the TV news. And the maid nodded slightly at grandma as she came down. Grandma was so happy that she drank the porridge much faster and even asked for a second bowl. As for Hiyu, his eyes were attracted to the news at this moment. Even he forgot his porridge. Looking at the news, that eloquent, and where to use what means of a major country's president, Hiyu shocked. Sure enough. The system honestly doesn't deceive me. It's actually true. In that case, with the end of the press conference, the global financial crisis is about to begin. Opportunity. It's an opportunity. Hiyu was very excited, and when he finished eating, he told his grandmother that he had to go back to his work unit and take care of some things, and then he went out. By the way, can you drive? Grandma looked at Hiyu and asked. Hiyu nodded. When he was in college at the time, he did a part-time job, met a nice boss, because he needed to travel a lot, let him learn to drive. Then you let Uncle Fu prepare a car for you. It's a long way to the city, and it's not easy to get a taxi. Grandma said so. Hiyu nodded, that was no problem. And then he followed Fu Bo to the underground parking lot. After seeing the cars inside the garage, Hiyu was shocked. Clearly looking past the BMW and Mercedes are the lowest of the low. A bunch of sports cars, and Rolls-Royce, Bentley, all kinds of luxury cars. Now that's a rich man's garage. As for the Rolls-Royce from yesterday, it was towed away by the insurance company this morning for repairs. Auntie, which one do you think you want to drive? I'll go get the keys for you. Butler Fu Bo looked at Hiyu and asked with a smile. Hiyu pondered for a moment, thinking that he was going to the securities company in a while, and it was completely necessary to drive a good car there if he wanted people not to belittle him. Which is the best car to drive if you're talking business, Uncle Fu? Hiyu asked to Fu Bo. Uncle Fu froze, but in the spirit of the butler's work ethic, he answered seriously. These are good ones. Hiyu looked over, and then picked a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a car worth $10 million. If he drove over there, it should be enough to make people pay attention, right? This is the one. Driving his car, Hiyu went out of the villa estate and then headed towards the inner city of Magic City. Finally, I found a nationally recognized cafe securities where I was going to open an account and then enter the stock market. One knows when to dump and when to buy, but the only thing one does not know how to do is operate, and these still have to be seen by a professional. Sure enough, driving a luxury car is different. As soon as we entered the parking lot, we were greeted by a staff member who opened the door and then asked all sorts of friendly questions. Entering the lobby, a manager came up at once, solicitously inquiring about business. After all, those who came in a multi-million-dollar luxury car were bound to be worth a lot of money. Sir, may I ask what kind of business you are looking for? Although Hiyu was dressed simply, he couldn't help that he came in a luxury car. I want to open an account. Listening to Hiyu's words, the manager nodded his head and immediately invited Hiyu to the VIP room with a smile on his face. May I ask how much money the gentleman would like to inject into the account? The manager looked at Hiyu and asked. Hiyu took out the card. There should be some money in it. Just the money in this card, use it all to open an account. The manager nodded, and at that moment took the bank card and had someone go to open an account to inject funds. But not much later, a voice came from within the headset that made his eyes freeze. Sir, are you sure you really want to open all the accounts? The manager was very shocked because there was so much money in that card. He looked at him strangely, but finally nodded his head. He felt that the pocket money his wife gave him topped out at $1 million or $800,000, right? Even if his wife is so rich, but pocket money to give $1 million or $800,000, but also tops. However, when He arrived at the VIP room, his entire body froze. Account balance: $100 million. He was dumbfounded. The wife actually gave $100 million directly to the bank card. Shouldn't all such cards in the legend be black? He shook his head, but his heart was full of warmth. Directly gave $100 million to the bank card. What kind of trust is this? It was estimated that she couldn't even get a few $100 million out of her hand, right? After all, being worth $10 billion doesn't mean you can really take out $10 billion. It would be nice to come up with $1 billion at the top, and that's for companies with better cash flow. Listen to me next, and do whatever I tell you to buy and sell. He got serious. Since his wife gave such a sufficient base fund, he naturally would not live up to it. When the time came to think about it, if you also took out a card and dumped 10 billion, or even tens of billions inside, wouldn't Wen Ying be shocked? Chapter 6: Wealth skyrockets 100-fold as global financial predators lay siege. Though, with the president of that superpower making some world-shaking statements, this has led to global economic turmoil. After all, that was a superpower capable of influencing the world, and with his words coupled with the recent actions of that country, it was completely normal that such a situation would arise. And then the global financial crisis broke out so suddenly that the global people as well as the countries did not expect the financial crisis to come so inexplicably. All of a sudden, disaster swept the world, countless companies were in turmoil, and countless stockholders lost their money. But this definitely did not include He. With all the information gained about the stock market in the 7 days ahead, He was simply like he was hanging on. He knows all about when each stock goes up and when it starts to go down. And then there's no need to worry about changes in the future as a result of your own involvement in starting to muddy the waters. Because this information about the next 7 days is changing every moment. So even if He turned the future upside down, or even if someone wanted to snipe himself specifically, He could know all the changes in the future in advance. So he's straight up invincible. At this point it's all about relying on these 7 days to amass wealth in every way possible, as fast as possible. Time passes slowly, just a day's time passes. He hands of the principle of 100 million yuan, a moment directly 10 times. That's no exaggeration. The highest rising stocks and the fastest falling stocks in the world, he knows them all. Whether it is to buy up, or buy down, or bottoming out or whatever, he can take advantage of the opportunity. Others earn a degree, he earns is the limit. He could always strike at the most critical moment and never made a penny less. For several days in a row, He will come to Cathay Securities to operate. And after Wen Ying came home on the first day, she said that something had happened in the company, and that she was going to deal with the company for a few days, and that she wouldn't be coming home for a while. He recently understood the stock market and could probably guess that something had happened to the group. After all, the global financial crisis will affect at least 90% of all listed companies. No company is immune, except for some companies that have the backing of state capital. However, at this time, He's biggest goal was still to earn as much money as he could within this 7-day financial crisis time. That way, it would be possible to help Wen Ying in turn afterward. After all, her group, with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, if she didn't have a little bit of financial power, how would she go about helping her save the day? With He's big kill in the global stock market, it instantly attracted the attention of international financial predators. Among them was the famous stock god Warren Buffett, who was also the first to pay attention to this big shark from the Hualong country. He used capital of $100 million, in just a few days, traveled around the world's major stock markets, directly skyrocketed to billions of dollars. And that number is still doubling, because He's principal is never reserved, and every time he makes a move, he pours it out. If things go well, the capital is double, or even more, directly after each closing. Therefore, the billions of dollars now will even become tens of billions if He continues. This much money is obviously enough to attract the attention of international financial predators. Although they were always hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions of dollars this time out, He's was quite a lot. If he converted it, the funds that He was holding in his hands at this time were also equivalent to more than $300 million. Snipe this guy. He's practically a stirrer, and he's sticking his nose in every stock that goes down and up. If we let him go on like this, the market is bound to be all confused, and no one will be able to catch the fish within the murky pond. Warren Buffett said so, and all the major international financial giants think the same way. After all, He was like a madman, buying a little here and there, and before anyone could start setting up the operation, he suddenly sold it again. And then a lot of money that went to the bottom of another stock. Lead to the situation directly by He all stirred up, they cannot see a little bit of law, and even let them start to lose money. The scary thing is that outside of a few lucky stockholders, it seems like He is the only one making money and seeing through the market at the moment. They, the financial predators, are the guys who eat people without spitting out bones. He let them have no earning, then they will eat He first. That way, they can run this financial crisis properly and make their wealth skyrocket. It's not good, Mr. Ho, someone started sniping at us. A lot. All of their accounts, all of them, are the most well-capitalized accounts in the midst of this financial crisis. If I'm not wrong, it should be the major financial predators around the world, as well as investment groups and so on. Inside Cathay Securities, there are a dozen or so employees at this time, helping Hiyu to operate. Because Hiyu was conducting a multi-line operation, sitting there with his eyes closed, he would give an order not a minute apart. A few manipulators just weren't enough, so in the end, Cathay set him up with a dozen manipulators, which was barely enough. Everyone is looking at Hiyu. This is to cause public anger, surrounded by global financial predators. In these few days, Hiyu had become a god-like existence in the hearts of this group of financial workers. Hundreds of strikes, never a failure. Arguably a more terrifying existence than Warren Buffett. The key was that after every time Hiyu ordered a strike, that one stock would inevitably plummet. Mr. He, why don't we pull out? Sell all the stocks in your hand, and your initial principal of $100 million will skyrocket to tens of billions, realizing a hundredfold profit. Withdrawing at this point would make you the nation's newest 10 billionaire. Maybe even the youngest 10 billionaire. A trader said to Hiyu, that's all the financial giants in the world, and even many internationalized super investment groups. As well as some of the world's top 500, the investment department of large groups, all of them are following the activities of Warren Buffett. At this time Warren Buffett and others on Hiyu shot, they will certainly also follow the wind. Hiyu mused for a moment before closing his eyes. A smile broke out as he looked at the newly changed future. If we go through the motions of cannibalizing the world's financial markets, my $100 million will double to about $30 billion at most. But at this point, Warren Buffett and a dozen other international financial predators, plus hundreds of investment groups behind the followers, as well as capital. Perhaps this time, the proceeds will be far beyond my imagination, and since I'm going to be giving away money, I'm going to do it. He can clearly see the future of the stock market all changes. Buffett and others of any means, any operation, in his eyes, have nothing to hide. So no matter how much money they smashed, you could give them all of it. Chapter 7, One man battles the world with a wealth of $30 billion. The crossfire starts straight away. On one side was Hiyu, holding 10 billion RMB in his hands, which when converted into US dollars was more than 1.4 billion. $14 billion seems like a lot at first glance. But the enemy that Hiyu will face is the largest group of capital predators in the world. Warren Buffett led the way, with more than $3 billion in capital invested in the market this time around. Secondly, the other capital giants, all of whom have over $1 billion of capital in the market. The rest of the back to follow the wind is countless. In short, Hiyu will be more than $30 billion of capital blockade. It couldn't be helped. Who made Hiyu go around drawing war and offending everyone? If people want to keep making money and don't want to lose money, they can only take out Hiyu, the stirrer. After all, they didn't have foresight, unlike Hiyu, who could clearly know all the changes in the future. With a $30 billion siege, it was no surprise that as long as Hiyu didn't withdraw, he would lose his blood. At this point it would still be possible to recover some of it if we were to evacuate. But Hiyu finally chose to harden, did not choose to leave the financial market, but continued his operation. Global financiers, major wealth groups, and even some countries, all have their eyes on this big battle. Everyone was very shocked that Hiyu had chosen to engage in a head-on confrontation. This person is so bold. In the face of the global financial predators joining forces to surround him, he actually chooses to tough it out? People have arrogant capital, and in just a few days' time, they have $1.4 billion in hand. This man, is he not a new generation of stock god? I just don't know, what is the identity of this person? Could it be a famous senior in the stock world? Not to care about the world's controversy, at this time Hiyu is concentrating on fighting with the world's financial predators such as the god of stocks, Warren Buffett. The battlefield has swept the world's major financial markets, with both sides chasing each other. Everywhere you go, you can stir up the market. However, as time passes, it is gradually realized that the world's financial groups, such as the god of stock, Warren Buffett, have actually failed to achieve benefits. Every time Hiyu made a strike, he appeared to be surrounded by them, but he was able to make an unexpected strike at the most crucial time. A few market encounters, the stock god Warren Buffett and others, have accounted for more than $1 billion. On the other hand, Hiyu's side, from which hundreds of millions of dollars rolled away, or their own unharmed, and even earned a pot full of money. This is a moment that has kind of completely set the world on fire. All the major financial boards, they're reporting on this. And attracting global attention, this defeat has angered the likes of the stock god Warren Buffett to no end. Everyone is a big shot, and with this sudden outbreak of financial crisis, they all feel that it won't last long. That's why they didn't inject too much capital into the operation. After all, it's not like those financial crises in the beginning, moving lasted more than a month. That's what can really make a lot of money. That one time, Buffett made $7 or $8 billion. But at this moment, they were all enraged by Hiyu. Buffett directly threw tens of billions of dollars into the market, is bound to bet on the dignity of the stock god. Siege Hiyu, let him blood money. Other financial predators, too, have tempers. Some of them, although they are hidden tycoons, are not a secret within the circle of tycoons. This defeat was a strange shame for them who valued face the most. That's why they are all slamming in tons of money and starting to join the financial markets. Because of their butterfly effect, it led to other speculators, in order to keep pace, having to increase their capital as well. Otherwise, the soup wouldn't even be available, unless one could foretell the future, just like Hiyu. The end result was that entire hundreds of billions of dollars of capital had their eyes on Hiyu. For a moment, in the eyes of the global financiers, Hiyu was like a hero who challenged the whole world on his own. In the eyes of the stockholders, the stock god Warren Buffett and others, who are like gods as well as demons, actually can't curry the slightest favor. It's amazing how one person can face the world and still be comfortable. Hundreds of billions of dollars slammed down and actually didn't even put down Hiyu. That translates into RMB, that's over $700 billion. And the result? Every single day, they were led around like dogs by Hiyu and teased to their heart's content. And Hiyu's money starts to skyrocket because of their Huckleberry Saving Grandpa act. The real money that can be made in the financial stock market is rather small. It's what they're giving away that's really a lot, and every time they make a move to surround themselves, it's tantamount to giving away money. Most of the money, though, will be whittled away by the market as a whole. After all, the global stockholders are the real big head of the stock market, otherwise every financial crisis, moving hundreds of billions of dollars of losses is where it comes from. But Hiyu also made a lot from it. Finally, with another press conference by the president of one of the superpowers, as well as the voices of some of the international community, and some of the superpowers speaking out on sanctions, it finally ended the comical global financial crisis that lasted a mere 7 days. Global losses, estimated at around $300 billion. One of the superpowers this time, in turn, lost $200 billion of it because of its own president. After all, their country, not much else, is that these capital is the most, do not care if the country is good or not, they make money on it. So this financial crisis, while there were losses globally, they were not as horrific as those previous ones. However, there are still some companies that have been greatly affected, resulting in near bankruptcy, which can't be helped. After all, in business, where do you not lose money? We lost. Stars and Stripes, Warren Buffett, the god of stocks, sits stagnantly in his office chair. This time he, or rather they, have lost. Nearly all of the world's top financial predators, the group that regularly invades the world's stock markets, have actually planted their collective feet at this time. It was planted on a man whose identity was unknown. He came up with $10 billion, which, with the others, exceeded $100 billion. But in the end, what they recovered actually added up to less than $10 billion. That means that there is a whole $90 billion that has been lost in the financial markets. It could even be said that they, the Stars and Stripes, would lose $200 billion this time around, $9 billion of which they contributed. And that $90 billion, most of it, was whisked away by the market after all. Some lucky shareholders were in the minority. But there was also a part that was eaten by Hiyu. At the least count, more than $20 billion were eaten by Hiyu. Together with the money that Hiyu had stolen from the global market during this process, at this point in time, Hiyu's hands were at least holding more than $30 billion. Global sensation. As the financial crisis came to an end, more details of this unprecedented battle were revealed. The globe was shaken. For the old gods have fallen and the new gods have ascended to the throne. Warren Buffett, the god of stocks, leading the world's top financial giants and manipulating hundreds of billions of dollars, actually lost to an existence that started with less than $20 million, or even to put it finer, only $14 million. $14 million. At the end of the day, the major financial institutions had calculated Hiyu's earnings to be around $30 billion. It might actually be more, because there are some hidden operations by Hiyu that they have no way of knowing about. But what was certain was that Hiyu had realized a 2,000-fold surge in his wealth this time. It is the biggest myth in the history of global finance. The new generation of the stock god is him. But because he doesn't have a name, and then because of this financial crisis, which lasted for 7 days. That's why his code name, called 7 by global financiers. Chapter 8, The New World Stock God, 7, leaping to become the richest man in the country. Stock God. God-like existence in the stock market. Defeated the international speculators led by Warren Buffett, one man alone, even battled the world without pressure. Horrible, horrible. The whole network is abuzz, this financial crisis, although only a short period of 7 days, but at least it is a financial crisis, resulting in the impact of many industries. What's more, there are some companies that are even on the verge of bankruptcy as a result of the fallout. Naturally, this financial crisis world war has led to a lot of attention. Stock God 7, simply a godlike existence, did what many people only dared to do in their dreams. Even Warren Buffett, in an interview, openly said that he still has a long way to go on this road of finance. Because he felt like a baby when he faced the Stock God 7, if he could, he wished he could meet the Stock God 7 once. The world is looking for 7, for this terrifying predator with over $30 billion in his hands. After all, this is all cash flow. There aren't many people in the world that can come up with such a horrible amount of cash. Even Warren Buffett, the god of stocks, has many consortiums standing behind him, and most of the money he operates with is also owned by those consortiums, just that the world doesn't know about it. Unlike Hiyu, all the money earned this time belonged to him personally. And of course, no one knows this. There is also speculation that Hiyu is some up-and-coming investment group, the Stock God 7, which is actually a team, not an individual. Inside Cathay Securities, all the trader were looking at Hiyu with the same gaze as if they were looking at a god. 7 days. During the entire 7 days, they had participated in Hiyu's movements throughout. He even quietly followed Hiyu's lead and invested in some stocks. Although they ended up completely trusting Hiyu after the first few days, they caught up with the big head, and all of them made a lot of money. So at this moment, their gazes were filled with reverence as they looked at Hiyu. Congratulations, Mr. Ho, you've become the newly crowned world stock god. The general manager of Cathay Securities in Magic City, a tall urban beauty, walked up to Hiyu and said with an exclamation. Hiyu smiled faintly. In fact, his heart was trembling and excited, he just suppressed it very well. Some time ago, one was laboring hard for thousands and thousands of dollars in wages. Even more despair in his heart when he chased his wife, whinnying after his wife. After all, millions of dollars in repairs were unaffordable for myself at that point. Unexpectedly, just a few days passed, after awakening the system, he actually jumped to become a 10 billionaire. Still a $10 billion millionaire. His exact income is $35 billion or so. The odd tens of millions of dollars don't count. When converted into soft sister currency, that's a whole $250+ billion. What kind of concept is that? Let's put it this way, the current Huru 100 richest list recorded the top 100 billionaires in the Hualong country. The first of these is the $270 billion Alima. The second is the $250 billion Subas. Third, then, is the $240 billion Penguin Horse. In other words, at this time, Hiyu's wealth in hand could already be ranked in the top 3 in the country. Specifically, I don't know how my wealth compares to Mr. Su's. But it's safe to say that it definitely surpassed the third Penguin Horse. And, it's a cash flow in your own hand. That's what makes the stock market so exciting. It's a step up if you get rich once. It can be said that at this time, Hiyu, enough to pry the financial market, so much money to smash down words. Of course, if not draw the stock market future prediction again, Hiyu will never touch the stock market, because he is the layman. The legendary stockbroker is actually a layman, so I'm sure many people will be devastated. In addition to the $35 billion in cash flow, Hiyu actually has invisible assets. That's when he quietly acquired shares in companies while the financial crisis was shaking the world. Of course, none of the occupants are very many. After all, with all these mega conglomerates, there aren't a lot of loose shares they're willing to scatter on the stock market. Most are mastering 0%, a little more than a few percent. But it's those shares that add up to maybe a couple $1 billion worth, and that's because of the financial crisis and the stock market crash. When restored, it might be worth tens of billions of dollars. So just counting the apparent wealth, perhaps Hiyu is already the richest man in the country. Of course, all these people on the rich list have a lot of unexposed wealth, and no one is going to wave all their money around and flaunt it. But what is certain is that Hiyu is already a top tycoon in the country, the top 10 kind. Mr. He, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Cathay's general manager, smiling like a flower, looked at Hiyu and invited. Hiyu is a diamond in the rough who's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. She's naturally interested. I'm sorry, my wife will get mad if I'm late getting back. Hiyu said so. At once, this general manager was full of loss, so he had a wife. Walking towards the door, Hiyu suddenly turned his head. By the way, when I operated earlier, I acquired 12% of your Cathay by the way. It's currently the third largest shareholder besides Hualongboi, and your chairman. Although there is a non-disclosure agreement, I still want to say it as the third shareholder, don't expose my information. Oh. Hiyu smiled slightly. Sweeping across the globe, so much money has been swept away from countless shareholders in those financial markets. He's the public enemy of a lot of punt stockholders, so it's better to stay out of sight for a short while, especially now that everyone is licking their wounds. It's absolutely impossible to hide it for long, but the later the better. Ha! Cathay's general manager was shocked that Hiyu had actually acquired 12% of Cathay's shares silently. It seems like it's just a way to get your information and get even better protection. Yes, Mr. Ho, I know. She hastily assured that the third largest shareholder, even if she was the general manager of the Magic City branch, could be removed at will. Looking at Hiyu's departing back, she sighed. It's a shame, so young, how can you be married already? I also wonder what kind of woman is worthy of Mr. He. In the parking lot, Hiyu pushed his way in. Sitting in the driver's seat, a few seconds later. Ha 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 ha. Hiyu laughed up to the sky. Fortunately the windows were all closed and the soundproofing exploded. At this moment, Hiyu finally didn't need to tense up. $35 billion. If you count the market capitalization of some companies, that's over $40 billion. Converted into soft currency, that's more than 280 billion soft currency. A leap to become the richest man in the country. Once upon a time, he was just a small takeaway boy, wind and rain every month, but a few thousand or $10,000. And now, he himself has jumped to become a 100 billionaire and a world financial powerhouse. The system, it's really good. He uses, unfortunately, although one fractured commodity per day. But not every item is awesome and explosive, and most of them, well, they're just gadgets. Let's say a watch that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, a suit that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and so on. The previous EU was still shocked at these things and felt so expensive. However, at this moment, with $35 billion in hand, he suddenly felt that these were ordinary to the extreme gadgets. Chapter 9, When's group disaster, He comes to his aid. Back home, Wen Yingying actually came back today. But looking at her haggard face, He instantly understood. While focusing on the stock market, He also paid attention to Wen Yingying's Wen's fashion group. The stock market has been hit hard this time around, resulting in Wen being on all sides of the fence today. The company's market capitalization has plummeted, and it's safe to say that all liquidity has been slammed out the door in order to preserve the market. Honey, you're back. Seeing He return, Wen Yingying instantly revealed a smile, hiding her vulnerability. She didn't want to bring her work upsets into her family. Actually, to be honest, He didn't have deep feelings for Wen Yingying yet. After all, the two had known each other for just over a week, except that there was a natural affinity for beautiful women, or super beautiful women. Not to mention a wife who already has skin in the game. Well, I'm going to go make you dinner. He didn't bother to ask knowingly because at this time, Wen Yingying was obviously in a bad mood and could even be said to be a bit sad. If he still inquired about the group, he would undoubtedly be rubbing salt into the wound. Instead of that, the thing he would rather do was still to directly step in and help his wife put this matter to rest. Ha? Isn't there an ant? Wen Yingying froze. He smiled slightly. I wanted to make it for you today. Listening to Yu's words, Wen Yingying instantly revealed a smile on her face, a smile full of happiness. That's good, my life will be much easier without the group. If you pack up the group and sell it, you'll be rich and simple for the rest of your life, so you'll be a good husband and mother to him in the future. Wen Yingying secretly said in her heart that she had lost hope. After all, the company is billions of dollars in debt because of this stock market crash. Or the kind of debt that must be paid back within the deadline, although the company's market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, but the cash flow cannot take so much off. The only way is to sell one's shares, which is similar to selling a company. Originally, this was the heart and soul of her parents' creation, and she really didn't want to abandon it, but in order to stop the loss in time it could only be so. If you make a timely offer now, you can still exchange yourself for a few $billion, and with this amount of money, even if you live in luxury, it's enough to live for the rest of your life. The dinner was very cozy, and Wen Yingying faced her grandmother with a smile on her face, not showing the slightest abnormality. But in reality, the old man is a human being, having founded the company with his grandfather in the first place. So she knows everything, she just doesn't ask questions, her children and grandchildren are blessed. And to be honest, the old man was content in his heart. The granddaughter is married and the family has some assets, enough to spend, one should know how to be content. After eating, back in the room, Wen Yingying went to take a bath. He, on the other hand, went to the balcony, took out his phone, and then dialed the number of the manager of Cafe Magic. Hello, Mr. Ho. The Mordor Cafe manager on the other end, respectfully said to He. He was addressed as Mr. He before, but at this time, He was the third largest shareholder of Cafe, the big boss. Help me ship it out, targeting Wen's fashion group, recovering the retail investors on its stock market, as well as the shares of all shareholders except Chairman Wen Yingying. He directly ordered, although Wen Yingying is the chairman of the board of directors, but as a listed group, Wen's, in which there are many shareholders. They can all shake up, as well as hinder, Wen Yingying's operation of the company. So since He was going to do it, he simply did it in one step. Acquire all the retail investors on the stock market, acquire all the shares of other shareholders, and ultimately realize complete control of one. He's not looking for his own wife to make much money, he just wants to make it easy for her. Ha! But Wen's recent state isn't very good, and Wen's market capitalization is currently around $30 billion. Of which Wen's chairman Wen Yingying occupies 1/3, which means that if we acquire it at a premium, perhaps a share with a market value of $20 billion would need $30 billion to be fully acquired. So says Cathay's managing director, who, as an investment manager, is looking out for her clients. All of He's funds were deposited in Cathay Bank, a small bank belonging to the Cathay Securities Group. It's small, but it's more comfortable to have your own bank and operate in it. It's okay, just do as I say. What I want is to acquire the rest of Wen's shares except for the ones held by Wen Yingying. Notify me when the acquisition is complete and I will have a follow-up order. He directly hammer $30 billion? How much is that? Less than a fraction of his own assets, and if it wasn't for the $100 million in pocket money given by Wen Yingying, He wouldn't have had the startup capital and wouldn't have been able to make so much money. It's godlike to rely on your own tens of thousands of dollars alone, to smash it in and make tens of millions by the time you're done. So it can make so much money, entirely because of Wen Yingying's investment, not to mention, people are their wives. One day as a couple. The key is still several days. When Cathay Securities makes a move, you know it's there. You know, Cathay Securities is a state-run enterprise, in which the Hualong country occupies 60% of the shares. It's an absolute holding, but there's an agreement that it can't interfere with the operation of the business or install employees. The next is the chairman of Cathay Securities, who occupies 20% of the shares and is said to have an official background. The last 20% of shares, 12% of which were pocketed by Yu. The remaining 8%, on the other hand, is floating around in the market and is held by the general public. 12% of Cathay's shares were already worth more than $3 billion, the most valuable of the shares held by Yu this time. The rest are tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. Such a behemoth with a market capitalization of more than $30 billion and an official background, this strike is unstoppable. The bottom line is that background power is used along with money and the process goes surprisingly well. In just 3 days' time, Cathay Securities had helped Yu, successfully using $24 billion to acquire 70% of Wen's shares. This is all the shares held in the hands of the rest of the people as well as the shareholders, except for the chairman, Wen Yingying. Even shares worth a few $1,000s, Yu did not let go, using the power of Cathay to acquire all of them. Eventually, the composition of Wen's shares became Yu 70%, Wen Yingying 30%. Wen was directly forced to delist and successfully went from a listed group to an unlisted group. At the same time, after Wen's forced delisting, Wen Yingying, who was fretting in the office, actually received the news only just now. It is really Cathay's action is too fast, all the way to sparks with lightning, $24 billion smashed down, countless departments greenlight to open the way, which is only 3 days to complete the acquisition. Done. Who on earth actually took an interest in one? 70% control, so I guess the next step is to depose me or buy out all the shares I'm holding? Wen Yingying slumped in her chair, looking bitterly at the documents in front of her. Chapter 10, $10 billion to buy Wen, being told the truth by his grandmother. Forget it, Wen should have been targeted by a big shot, and I don't know who it is. Where did we get the flash from Wen that it's actually worth such a high premium to buy it? Wen Yingying was puzzled. Although Wen's market capitalization was high, worth $30 billion. But overall, the market is just Magic City as well as Jiangnan and other places. Or because it was the first group of companies in the country to do cosmetics in the first place and accumulated popularity. It can be argued that without a core competitive product, you're just getting by. A group of companies like this shouldn't be able to buy them at a premium, should they? Mr. Wen, there are people outside, saying they're from Guotai Securities. They are here to conduct a meeting on behalf of the new first shareholder. A small secretary walked in from outside while looking worried. Wen Yingying sighed and came after all. Come on, invite them to the conference room. Not long after, the conference room was filled with people. The executives of Wen's group, as well as the representatives of Cathay Securities staff. The leader of them was clearly the general manager of Cathay's Magic City branch. Manager Shaw? Wen Yingying looked at the general manager of Cathay's Magic City branch in front of her and was instantly a bit surprised. But then it dawned on him that the person who could casually take out $24 billion to acquire Wen's was bound to be no simple customer, and it was normal for Manager Shaw to come in person. Hello, Mr. Wen. I'm sure you know what I'm here for. Manager Shaw looked at Wen Yingying and said with a smile, a bit complicated actually in his gaze. She had helped Yu acquire Wen in the past few days, so naturally she had gotten to know Wen a bit more. There was one news item that came to her attention, and it was clearly the incident of the delivery boy who rear-ended a Rolls-Royce some time ago. It was rumored at the time that the woman driver was actually going to drag the delivery boy to her wedding because it said on the back of the car that tailgating would lead to marriage. The incident is still being talked about by many to this day. It was dramatic after all. And after Manager Shaw understood, he instantly realized that the delivery boy was actually Yu. In that case, plus, there aren't many young women who can drive a Rolls-Royce in Mordor. The second thing was that, all of a sudden, Yu wanted to help Wen, and all of a sudden, it could be concluded that Wen Yingying was Yu's wife. Mr. Wen, we were commissioned by our employer to come and say a few things. It's simple, finish and we'll go. That is, Wen withdrew from the stock market and has since become an unlisted group. The second thing is that the billions of dollars you owe for the goods, your employer has already paid for you. At the same time, it also injected $10 billion of cash flow into Wen's corporate account, and he will not meddle in any of Wen's decisions. From now on, you alone will be in charge of Wen. Manager Shaw said so, his eyes full of envy. Where can we find such a super nice man? Just for the sake of his wife, he can actually drop $24 billion to acquire the group. Secondly, it is to take out more than $3 billion to pay off the debt, and finally it is to give $10 billion of liquidity. It could be said that the amount of money Yu paid this time was close to $40 billion. That's worth a lot more than a win. And all this just to help his wife with one hand. Ha! Manager Shaw, did I hear you right? Wen Yingying was shocked. Was there such a good thing in the world? There was no demand at all, and even paid off the debt, not to mention directly injecting tens of billions of dollars. The most crucial thing is that this injection of tens of billions of dollars is actually not going to dilute their own shares. In other words, the money injected by that new major shareholder is given entirely to the development of the company. This kind of heavenly good deed had never been heard of before, so it was inevitable that Wen Yingying would not believe it. I've brought the contract with me, it's signed by the employer. You can have the group's legal department come and take a look at it, and if there are no problems, you can just sign it. Manager Shaw was obviously prepared and had the contract ready. Sure enough, a series of unequal treaties above, all aimed at that super major shareholder. And what Wen Yingying, as well as the entire Wen clan, received were various benefits. Wen Yingying looked at the contract in a stupefied manner, and although she had 100 doubts in her mind, she finally signed the contract. Because there was nothing wrong with the contract, only when she saw the signature, Wen Yingying froze. You, the name of your employer, the new major shareholder, is he you? Wen Yingying was shocked. Wasn't this the same name as her own husband? No, I know best about my husband's status family. Born in Annan County, southwest China, is a rural child, graduated from college to fight in the Magic City, has done the most lucrative industry is delivery. That's $40 billion, it definitely can't be him, it looks like it's the same name. Wen Yingying muttered to herself and was obviously hurt a little by Manager Xiao. Manager Xiao sighed in his heart. The one who silently supports you behind the scenes is your husband. How is it that such a good man is someone else's? How nice would it have been if it was me that Mr. He rear-ended in the first place? Xiao Manager heart inevitably to Wen Yingying some envy as well as jealousy, in exchange for any woman, probably will be so. After all, he is not a high-profile come to show off in front of his wife, but chooses to quietly help her behind the scenes to get everything sorted out. The final contract was signed and Wen was revitalized. With tens of billions of dollars of liquidity in hand, it is entirely possible to make large-scale investments and acquisitions to develop a variety of competitive new products. Wen's future is bound to be even better. In that case, my mission is complete, then Mr. Wen, we'll take our leave. Manager Xiao directly led the people from cafe to leave, while Wen Yingying led the company executives and personally saw them off. After waiting for Manager Xiao and his party to leave, Wen Yingying still had not reacted and still could not figure out, in this world, was there really such a good thing? No, this is good news, I have to tell my husband. Wen Yingying was very happy, the stones that were weighing on her heart as well as the depression were all gone. She was in an infinitely better mood, and when she was in a good mood, she wanted to share it with her own husband. At that moment, she just gave a few words of explanation, while then she drove and rushed back to see the house. Hubby, the group is back from the dead. As soon as she got out of the car, Wen Yingying rushed to the garden and shouted at He, who was trimming the flowers and plants with his grandmother. Looking at her chattering, happy to the core, He just smiled faintly and quietly listened, catering to her from time to time, letting out a loud exclamation. That new major shareholder, he actually has the same name as you. In this world, there are actually such little cuties. That throws in so much money and gives up so much profit? The corners of Hiyu's mouth twitched, actually scolding his own husband, I want you to look good at night. After being happy for a while, Wen Yingying went to change her clothes, ready to join Hiyu and Grandma, trimming the flowers and plants together. After Wen Yingying went to change her clothes, Grandma, who was holding the shower, suddenly smiled and said to Hiyu, Thank you Xiaoyu, this company is the heart and soul of our Wen family and the only thought Yingying's parents left her. Without you, the group would be finished. Hiyu froze, inexplicably a little startled when faced with the old man's eyes that saw through everything. Milk, Grandma, I can't understand what you're saying. Who knew that the old lady actually smiled faintly and whispered while scattering flowers. I happened to be walking in the downstairs garden when you were on the phone on the balcony the other day. He froze, and immediately shook his head bitterly, not expecting that 100 secrets were not properly taken care of, and that he was actually exposed in this way. Chapter 11, Genetic Evolution Potion, want me to take over Wen's group? You child, if you want to help her just say so. Why even hide it? Surely she'll be touched in that case? Grandma said so, and when she heard it, she knew it was coming. He touched his head, he hadn't thought about it that much. I'm just simply afraid of scaring her, or I don't know how to explain it, I guess. After all, I'm getting fantastic money for this. He said so. After all, if he went out and said that he had become the newly crowned richest man in the Hualong country with the money he had made on the stock market in 7 days, who would believe him? Grandma nodded, then left it alone. Never mind, you young people are just fancy, so I won't ask too many questions. But you can pay such a big price for this girl, I really didn't misjudge you. Grandma said with a smile, while He smiled slightly. At this time, his heart was much more comfortable, although it was said that Grandma, as well as Wen Yingying, had never underestimated himself. But in the midst of such a family, He always felt that he was always a bit of a soft eater. And now it was fine, having a strong enough capital, Hiyu's entire body was confident. Today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed. Gene Evolution Potion, fracture price, $100. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Hiyu daily waited for the refreshing of the fracture merchandise, only that the fracture merchandise that appeared today made Hiyu a bit unreadable.
What is this?
Hiyu was puzzled.
The system gives an explanation. Genetic evolution potion, a genetic product from the year 3200.
It can improve and evolve human genes, and as time passes, will continue to improve one's physical fitness, as well as brain development, etc.
Improvement to the extreme would increase physical fitness 100-fold and brain development over 50%.
Hiyu froze. It is said that the highest human brain area like Einstein's kind of level, but also only developed to 5%. If it could really be developed to 50%, wouldn't it become a god-like me existence? However, according to the system, this gene evolution potion, in order to avoid the collapse of the gene program, the evolution process was gradual.
It's like the evolution of biological instincts that take an extremely long time to bring them all out.
If you just develop it, your physical fitness will increase tenfold, and your brain development reaches 10%.
Great stuff!
Hiyu was overjoyed and directly chose to purchase, and then a small green tube appeared in his hand, in which was the gene evolution potion. Hiyu believed in the system, so without hesitation, he directly drank it. There was no pain as expected. Neither is there the effect of the fictional Li Jinghua, all there is just warmth all over the body. Inside the toilet, Hiyu had thought that there would be a big commotion, but to his surprise, he just felt warm all over. And then his body was filled with inexhaustible power, and his head seemed to have become much clearer. Perhaps this developed brain area only manifests itself when it is used for learning. Other than that, this improved physical quality alone is absolutely great. Hiyu nodded with satisfaction. After brushing for so many days, this was finally a bit of good stuff. At that moment Hiyu was full of joy and went back to sleep with his wife in his arms. Now that there is no shortage of money and a beautiful wife, this future life has been perfected in advance for Hiyu. Early the next morning, after breakfast, when Ying suddenly said something that made Hiyu freeze.
What? Let me work at the office?
Hiyu froze, something he hadn't expected at all. Only when Ying faintly smiled. You are my husband, the new man of the house. And when, now that he has risen from the dead and will be back on the rise, should have you at the helm. You come to the company, I will step down as president and become your assistant, then assist you in running the company. Once you're all familiar with the group's business, I'd opt to go home. Speaking of this, when Ying suddenly blushed. To the side, Grandma smiled slightly.
Since you two are married, it's a sure thing that you want children.
And if you have a child, Ying definitely can't continue to go to work, so it's best to leave this group's affairs to you. In that case, this girl will be able to teach her children at home in peace.
Grandma said the same thing.
Hiyu suddenly came to a realization. His feelings said that this should all be discussed between the two of them.
But Hiyu all of a sudden hesitated. He just graduated from college not long ago.
Though, having grown up with a lot of social experience. But that was a group worth tens of billions of dollars. It wasn't that easy to get yourself started on managing it directly. However, looking at the two men's unobjectionable appearance, Hiyu instantly stopped talking. Because this was also a good intention of Ying and her grandmother. After all, it was a tens of billions of dollars of the group, directly handed over to their own helm. It can be seen how newly appointed. Okay, so I'll try? Hiyu hesitantly nodded his head, and decided in his heart that if it didn't work, he would just withdraw, otherwise it would not be good for the good group to be messed up by himself. Hearing Hiyu's words, Grandma and Ying were both smiling. Grandma's heart was even happier. After all, she did know that the person who saved when this time was Hiyu. She didn't think that someone who could come up with that much cash flow would be unable to manage a small win. Therefore, she was very relieved when Wen was handed over to Hiyu. And she was serious about her wish, letting Wen Ying take a break from the group, and then feel at ease at home to exercise and prepare for her pregnancy. She is looking forward to the great-grandchildren looking forward to not, so no matter what, Wen Ying will have to go home to raise her body and prepare for the birth of a baby.
Chapter 12. Wen Ying stepped down as president and the whole room opposed it.
After breakfast, Hiyu sat in Wen Ying's co-pilot and headed to the Wen Group. The headquarters of the Wen Group was located on the 21st floor of the Bund Financial Building. The entire 21st floor is Wen's office zone, and it can be said that in this financial building where every inch of land is gold, having an entire office floor is such a luxurious thing. In fact, prior to the financial crisis, Winnipeg's earnings had been very good. Wen's main business is mainly on the fashion side. There are cosmetics, clothing, and gold and silver jewelry to name a few. Among them, cosmetics and clothing are the major ones, while gold and silver jewelry are usually given as gifts for some expensive custom-made products. And the best thing Wen does is lipstick as well as lingerie.
That's right, lipstick and underwear.
Among them, underwear can bring more than $1 billion of profit to Wen every year, so it can be said that most of this native Mordor people are accustomed to using Wen's underwear. The main business is all this, so you can imagine how many girls Wen is.
No, just stepped into the company, a glance, all big white legs, wrap-around skirt.
Inside the entire Wen's, except for the security guards and a few employees, 80% of them are female employees.
Hello, President.
Along the way, the employees were greeting Wen Yingying, who had previously addressed her as the chairman of the board.
It's just that with the reorganization and delisting of Win, the entire Win is now two major shareholders.
One is the mysterious majority shareholder who accounts for 70% of the shares.
One then, is Wen Yingying.
Therefore, the current Wen Yingying is not the most shares, naturally not the chairman of the board. Of course, if he you appointed it, he could be the chairman of the board. It was only that he you hadn't thought of this before, and at this time, it seemed like it wasn't necessary. Because Wen Yingying really didn't want to be in charge of the company's affairs, she was more willing to hand the company over to Hiyu than to be in charge of the company's affairs. Then you go home and work out yourself, then try to prepare for pregnancy and why have a baby is the way to go. Such a householding and gentle woman, with money at the key, is simply cherished. Call the heads of the major departments to come to the conference room for a meeting. As soon as she arrived at the company, Wen Yingying's aura was different. When she was in front of Hiyu, she was gentle and playful. But in front of her employees, she was a high-flying queen with an ice-cold temperament and full aura. Even one look over, the employees were all trembling in fear, no one dared to talk more nonsense. As for Hiyu's words, he followed behind Wen Yingying like a small secretary. It wasn't long before the conference room was filled with people. They're all heads of major departments, and they're all top-level Winchesters too. They were all old employees of Wen's, and the shares in their hands, all of which had previously been acquired by the cafe ordered by Hiyu because of the financial crisis. Now that they want to get their shares back, it's not much of a possibility, at least on Hiyu's side they don't dare to think about it. After all, Hiyu can take out tens of billions of dollars to invest in Wen, the status and position is definitely not simple, no one dares to mess with it. Therefore, many executives are focusing on Wen Yingying. They now regret that WEN has received an injection of capital from a super major shareholder, and its future cannot be limited. They naturally wanted to repurchase some of their shares, and apart from that mysterious supermajority shareholder, the only one who had shares in her hands was Wen Yingying. Hello, President. The crowd all greeted Wen Yingying, and although they had different thoughts in their minds, these so-called upper-class people would never show it. Well, since everyone is here, I'll just start making announcements. Because of my health, I will choose to step down as president and stop meddling in the company's affairs. The whole room was shocked at this statement. But then everyone looked at Hiyu behind her and instantly understood. People are getting married, they're going to teach their children. After all, they all had Wen Yingying's Weishin, so naturally they had read the circle of friends and recognized Hiyu. Some people were secretly surprised in their hearts if they said that, wouldn't they have a chance to get their hands on the position of president? To be in charge of this multi-billion-dollar conglomerate? But who knows, Wen Yingying's sudden words turned the whole atmosphere cold. I have decided that I will transfer the position of president to my husband, Mr. Ho Yu-ho. From now on, he is the new president of Wen, and I hope that you all will give him more assistance so that he can familiarize himself with Wen's business as soon as possible. Silence in the room. He looked at the crowd's reaction and at that moment, he secretly said in his heart, I'm afraid that this change of dynasty won't be that easy. Without a word, he used his cell phone to send a micro-message to Cathay's manager Xiao. Perhaps it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to clean up Wen. After all, he could tell what was in these people's minds just by their expressions and their physical reactions. They all seemed to be displeased with Wen Yingying, and even had an anti-bone boy mentality. He also didn't notice at this time that his analytical ability, his insight, had increased by more than several times. This is the power of the genetic evolution potion. The previous Hiyu was just an ordinary person, but at this time Hiyu is no longer awe. He just hadn't reacted at this point. Mr. Wan, this is not good, is it? Everyone has been working in the group all their lives, and we all deserve credit for the group growing to this extent. If you step down, the position of president should be chosen from among us. And your husband, Mr. Ho, seems to have never worked at Wen. How can he serve as Wen's president without enough merit? As expected, the fight is about to begin. But he didn't care at this point. His wife held 30% of the shares. And hold 70% of the shares yourself. This one is his own house. He would like to see what these jumping clowns want to say. Chapter 13, the entire field of executives forced their way into the palace, and the identity of Hiyu's shareholders was exposed. Wen Yingying's face was gloomy. It didn't matter if other people talked about her, but they just couldn't talk about their own husbands. I hold 30% of the group's shares and am its second largest shareholder. At the same time, the first major shareholder and I have a signed agreement that I can manage the things of the group as I please and he will not interfere. Now, I'm going to appoint a president. Do I still need your approval? Wen Yingying is at least the helmsman of Wen's, and this bit of momentum is still there. But a middle-aged man suddenly stood up. Mr. Wen is the second largest shareholder, so naturally he has the right to appoint the group's top management. But this one is always no longer your Wen, Mr. Wen. I believe that the first major shareholder, in handing over the group to you for management, is also only interested in your ability. But he will never tolerate that you are so nepotistic that you would actually hand over the group to your own husband, a husband who may not even be familiar with the business in question. The person who spoke was the vice president of Wen's group. He was an old employee of the group, it was just that the president of this group had always been the Wen family themselves. Now it was hard to see the opportunity. How could he allow the position of president to fly away from his hands again? After all, this Wen clan is no longer Wen Yingying's family's one word. Wen's biggest agitation was the mysterious and extremely mysterious being who had smashed tens of billions of dollars to save Wen's mysterious big brother. If you insist on nepotism, we'll have to ask that one to come out and do justice, and I'm sure they won't let you be nepotistic, will they? The vice president said so. Wen Yingying's face was ugly. Because she had to admit that she was indeed just being nepotistic. He didn't have any experience in managing a group of companies, which was worth tens of billions of dollars. Despite having yourself and your grandmother behind the scenes to guide you, it's still a bit capricious in the end. Therefore, if that major shareholder is really involved, according to normal people's thinking, people will definitely oppose it. After all, people are willing to let themselves manage, perhaps because of their management skills. And if it had been anyone else, he probably wouldn't have stayed the man behind the curtain. That I'm really sorry, this one, it does seem to be the Wen family's one word. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Who's trespassing in the conference room? The vice president grunted coldly, but as he turned his head, his eyes froze. Because the person who came was clearly the cafe's manager Xiao, and it should be known that manager Xiao was the mysterious Mr. He's spokesman. It is rumored that the mysterious Mr. He is the major shareholder of Cathay, so all his business is handled with the help of Cathay. It's manager Xiao. You came just in time. Wen Yingying wants to use her power to interfere with the group's normal appointments. If a high-ranking official of the Fortune 500 is brought in as president, we are convinced and will have no problem with it. But his husband, who is less than 25 years old and beautifully heard names in the industry, may not even have been exposed to our business. One is a group worth tens of billions of dollars. If it's handed over to him to manage, I'm sure it will also have an impact on that person's interests, right? The vice president said so, and he believed that manager Xiao was smart. After all, Wen Yingying really couldn't say anything about this appointment. In fact, the group will be handed over to Hiyu or grandmother proposed. Wen Yingying also think that the possibility is not great, but still listen to the grandmother to try. Grandma can be different, she is aware of Hiyu's true identity so there is no worry at all about the handover of the group. Manager Xiao looked at the group of high-ranking Wen officials present, his face was expressionless, he just stepped on his own hateful heights and came in front of Hiyu. Looking at Hiyu in front of her, her ice-cold face suddenly revealed a gorgeous smile. Hello Mr. Ho. 3 simple words, but they made the whole room freeze. Could it be that Xiao Yanran or, rather, that big brother behind her agreed to Wen Yingying's appointment? As Xiao Yanran entered the conference room, one of the shareholders hurriedly stood up and gave up his position. But only Xiao Yanran actually walked behind that seat and personally pulled the chair out and respectfully said to Hiyu, Mr. He still has a seat. The whole room was shocked. Hiyu instead nodded calmly while sitting up. After Hiyu sat down, Xiao Yanyan looked at the people in the room and said with indifference to the extreme. The shareholding structure of the Wen Group is 70% for Mr. He and 30% for Mr. Wen. Even if it's about nepotism, what does that have to do with you? Xiao Yanran's words made the entire room a bit puzzled. 70% of Mr. He? Mr. He, Hiyu, does that mean? The crowd was jolted awake. That mysterious Mr. He is not the same name as Hiyu. Xiao Yanran smiled slightly. That's right, Mr. He is that big client of mine. 70% of the shares of Wen's group is what he commissioned me to acquire. As well as your Wen's liabilities and liquidity, all of which were also entrusted to me by Mr. He. Mr. He's wife is Mr. Wen, and this entire Wen's group, 100% of the shares are under the couple's holdings. So may I ask, even if we are going to be nepotistic, what does that have to do with you? Silence in the room. Everyone was staring blankly at Hiyu. Countless people had previously thought that Wen Yingying had found a gigolo, but never thought that it was actually a hidden giant. Acquisition of $24 billion. $3 billion in debt. Invest $10 billion. Close to $40 billion straight out of the gate, just to save his wife's company. How rich must it be? Could it be the hidden super rich? Chapter 14, My Husband, Actually the World's Stock God, 7. When Yingying looked at Hiyu in stupefaction, this matter was completely unknown to her. Perhaps Grandma knew, no wonder she had offered, allowing herself to hand over the company to Hiyu without the slightest worry about the follow-up. Sentiment says that Hiyu is the super major shareholder behind the scenes, the one who saved the day and saved Wen's group. But that's impossible. Your own husband, he's just a delivery boy. She should know that she was very clear about Hiyu's family situation. First of all, Hiyu has just graduated from university, and secondly, Hiyu's parents are authentic rural people. Where did Hiyu of this kind of origin come up with tens of billions of cash? One should know that such a large amount of cash flow might not be available even to those top-ranked top tycoons. Looking at everyone present, Hiyu said indifferently, Starting today, I will officially take over the position of president of the group as chairman.
As for your words, all of you collect your paychecks for this month and leave from when. Hiyu's words were not merciless at all. These people had actually dared to join forces just now to force Wan Yingying's hand. Although they seemed to have a good reason, the company really couldn't be given to an outsider. But so what? If they dared to treat their wives with such disrespect, Hiyu would definitely not keep them. Mr. He, we're wrong, Mr. He, don't fire us. Some people are starting to panic. They've been doing this for so many years to climb up to where they are now, with salaries starting at $1 million a year, not even counting bonuses. And that's if they were to leave from the Winchesters. They might not be able to find such a good job anymore. But Hiyu's gaze is very bland. In front of the silk without mercy, directly the people present, all dismissed. Manager Shao, for the positions that are vacant, I'll trouble you to go to all the headhunters in all of Mordor to place an order. It doesn't matter if it's a Fortune 500 company or some super leading company, as long as it can be poached, it can be poached. As long as they have the ability, give them double, or even several times the treatment, as long as they are willing to come and work at Wen's, everything is fine. Hiyu to Shao manager commanded, this amount of money to Hiyu is nothing, his own more than 200 billion assets cannot afford to support that? One's assets, after all, are all cash. And being in possession of the fracture merchandise system, Hiyu would inevitably not be short of money, as well as short of means to make money. In this case, some capable subordinates are the most important. After all, you can help yourself run the company and help yourself maximize the benefits of what you get from the system. It was only at this time that Hiyu noticed that his thinking reaction, as well as his analyzing ability, was several times more powerful than before. Just for a split second everything can be considered perfectly. This is the function of genetic evolution. And this is just the beginning. With the passage of time, development gradually stronger, Hiyu will be more and more superhuman. Okay Mr. He, you're so good, I almost can't help but want to come and work at Wen's. Manager Shao said with a smile like a flower, and Wan Yingying was suddenly a little uneasy and couldn't help but move a little closer to Hiyu. Hiyu smiled slightly. Then I'll make the call and give Manager Shao a raise. Hearing Hiyu's words, Manager Shao was instantly delighted. Thanks, Mr. He, then I'll go and get busy first. Hiyu is the third largest shareholder of Cathay, behind Hualongguai as well as the chairman of Cathay. He would have no problem at all giving himself a raise if he made the call. Being the third largest shareholder fully qualifies as such. After Manager Shao left, only Hiyu and Wan Yingying remained in the entire conference room. Wan Yingying looked at Hiyu with a grudging gaze. How did you get so rich all of a sudden? And grandma seems to know about it, just not me. As she spoke, her eyes were covered with tears. Right away Hiyu got nervous. Don't, I didn't mean to keep this from you, it's just that this is so shocking to talk about that I'm afraid you won't believe me. Hiyu said with a bitter smile. Well, you tell me then. Wan Yingying said petulantly. Hiyu nodded his head repeatedly before hugging Wan Yingying and began to tell the story of his financial crisis that had spanned the global stock market. What? World Stock God, 7, it's actually you? Wan Yingying shocked. As long as exposure to stocks, or slightly assets of the rich and powerful people, no one does not know the World Stock God 7. A man who crisscrossed the global financial markets, fighting alone against the world's major financial giants led by Warren Buffett. They have been able to come out of any situation where they jointly put out hundreds of billions of dollars and conduct a siege, and they have even won the battle, leaving Buffett and others with nothing to show for their efforts. It can be said that in just 7 days, the stock god has done countless legendary versions of his deeds. His record is still regarded as a myth by countless financial people around the world. And this stock market, near godly being is actually his own husband? Wan Yingying's small mouth was slightly open, obviously in disbelief. Because according to the Circle of News, the stock god 7 these 7 days with 100 million principal swept the wealth, enough to enter the country's richest list of the top 3. What kind of myth is this? Accomplishing in 7 days what people have been doing their whole lives, decades of hard work. Chapter 15, Body Sculpting Clothes, another black technology from the future. It wasn't until Wan Yingying saw the balance of Hiyu's account at Cathay Bank that she believed it. That's a cash flow of over $200 billion. Who can take out such a horrible cash flow, except the court of Hualong country? When did you learn to speculate in stocks? And it's still so powerful, the stock god. The former stock god Warren Buffett even said that in front of you, it's fragile like a baby. Wan Yingying excitedly looked at Hiyu and asked, her eyes full of adoring little stars, her own husband was actually so powerful. Just like when they first met, the Hiyu of that time was this tall and magnificent in her mind. At this time, Hiyu was still the same, extraordinary as well as great. Slightly. Hiyu laughed, it was actually those 7 days. After those 7 days, Hiyu really knows nothing about the stock market, of course, this if Hiyu does not say, naturally, no one will know. I don't care, my husband is actually so rich, but he has to support me in the future. Wan Yingying said playfully. Hiyu laughed and said as he stroked her head. Okay, my husband will support you from now on, so feel free to buy whatever you like. Hiyu waved his hand in a big way, rather like pointing out the mountains. The money he held in his hands at this time, even if he spent it anymore, he would never be able to spend it all. It's better to spend time with your family and do something meaningful than that. With that, the Winchester Group underwent a management change. It's a big change, so to speak. From the president, to the vice presidents, to the executives of all the major departments, they actually replaced them all. Normally, such a large-scale personnel turnover would certainly cause turbulence in the group. But after the employees learned that the new president had assumed office and would be giving the entire company a 50% wage increase, the so-called turmoil all but disappeared. Everyone was beaming and their sense of belonging to the company went up a notch. In this magic city, where every inch of land is gold, don't you come here to fight for money? Now that he had raised their wages by 50%, which was a super pay rise, everyone was naturally happy. It was such a simple trick that got Hiyu the support of the whole company. And, naturally, the matter about Hiyu being the company's first major shareholder could not be concealed. The word spread around the company for a while. Wow! Before, I thought that Mr. One was the one who raised the little white boy, but it turns out that I didn't realize that Mr. One was the one who was raised. Hiss! The group suffered a crisis and directly took out $40 billion to save the group and help his wife. Good man. Right. The key thing is still money. $40 billion. The entire One clan is sold. It doesn't even have that much money. Mr. Win's husband, could he be the son of a top tycoon in the country? Or maybe out of some big family? There was a lot of talk in the company, but what was certain was that everyone recognized Hiyu's capital. This so-called big groups, big companies, in fact, all are capital competition with each other. The chairman of the board of directors has such a strong capital, then the future of Winnipeg is bound to be bright. After all, it is true that when you have money, you can do whatever you want. Today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed, body shaper technology. A future shapewear product from the year 2845, no matter how fat a woman is, or how disproportionate her body is. Any body shapewear that you wear can be gradually transformed into a slimmer, S-shaped curve over the course of 3 months. Hiyu was stunned that it was actually another future product. The previous genetic evolution potion was from the year 3200, and this body shaper was from the year 2845. Perhaps this is as if it were ordinary underwear for people 800 years from now. But for people in this day and age, it's just super black. You are able to lose weight and get in shape just by wearing it. It's just super black. If one launched this black technology product, it would certainly sweep the globe and become the world's top underwear group. It's just that, with such advanced technology, can scientists of this era understand it? Hiyu was a bit hesitant, and then chose to spend a few $dozen and buy the technology. Looking at the technology in his hand, Hiyu was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Whether others could read it or not, he didn't know, but Hiyu read it himself. This is the power of 10% brain field development, isn't it? It's only when you get to this aspect that you can really show it off. Not bad. If you eat through this technology, you can create a production line. It's enough money to make a living, but that's something no one would mind having, right? And the most crucial thing is, when is Wen Yingying's thoughts about her parents, if she will be Wen, carry forward, become the world's top 500, or even the world's top 100 supergroup. She's going to be so happy, isn't she? When Hiyu thought of this, at that moment, he was looking at the sleeping Wen Yingying within his arms and smiled faintly. Chapter 16, approaching the Spring Festival, preparing to bring his wife home for the new year. Although one has its own research and development department, but Wen's products, that all tends to be on the design side. After all, a dress can't be made to look like a flower in any way. Therefore, this shaping underwear is the need to specialize in recruiting some scientific research talents to develop. Otherwise, it's definitely impossible to get it out. One of the core technology, Hiyu is ready to come by himself, or specialize in getting a program, and then use only the production line to operate. But whatever you get, you need to have some scientific talent. Hiyu is the third largest shareholder of Cathay, which, in turn, is a semi-state-owned enterprise with an official background. Therefore, Hiyu directly approached manager Xiao and asked her to go and help him find relevant scientific research talents. It was only a matter of a few days, and the scientific research talents that Hiyu needed were gradually put in place. Wen's group opened a separate laboratory. The previous laboratory is used to research cosmetics. This time the development of the laboratory, the equipment will be more comprehensive. In the future, perhaps Wen can find opportunities to transform more or expansion. In the case of the shaping underwear, Hiyu directly handed it over to the researchers for development. The core technology is of course in their own hands, just some of the equipment needed, production instruments, materials, etc., can be handed over. Otherwise, wouldn't Hiyu be busy if he relied on him alone? Time passed slowly, and calm began to return to Hiyu's days. Every day, besides signing in, I go to the office to take care of company business. At first, Hiyu was a bit unfamiliar. But in just a few days, Hiyu was able to swim with ease. This made Wen Yingying keep marveling that Hiyu was worthy of being a stock god. This learning ability is really horrible, but it is just a few days actually can control the whole 10 billion group.
And with the passage of time, it was finally about to arrive at a festival that people in the Hualong country cared a lot about. That would be the Chinese New Year, which means that in less than half a month or so, it will be New Year's Eve. The group has already started its vacation, leaving only some overtime employees for basic operations, and the rest of the employees have started to go home one by one to celebrate the new year. Of course, overtime employees you will not be stingy, directly gave them several times the salary, and even the year-end award is a little more.
Grandma, are you sure you don't want to come back with us?
Wan Ying said as she looked at the old madam, her eyes filled with loss.
The old lady laughed. You'll accompany Xiaoyu this time, won't Xiaoyu's family be coming to get engaged in the coming year? We'll be able to meet then, so there's no rush.
You girls must remember to pay more attention to your manners, you can't upset your in-laws.
Grandma taught by example.
He, on the other hand, said from the sidelines.
It's okay, Grandma, there aren't that many rules in my house.
And Ying is so pretty, my parents would love it if they saw her.
He was all smiles, that was true.
After all, according to his family situation, the biggest possibility is to find a random girl from the same village in the future to get married and forget about it. But what I didn't expect was to get lucky and get a rich wife because of a car accident. It is even more closely followed by the opening of their own system, and then on the peak of life, really marrying a rich white woman. It could be said that Yu's life was just hanging in general, or even the kind of hanging that he didn't even dare to think about.
After arranging things on the side of Magic City, Yu and Wan Ying were ready to leave for home.
Yu's hometown was in the southwestern land of Yelong, and that place was called Annan County.
Poverty and backwardness, that's what I'm talking about.
And Yu's family is living in the middle of the mountains. From Annan County to their home, it will be a few hours away. Of course, that was when Yu was a student, and over the years as the country developed, a treacherous, winding cart road was finally built.
When what was a 3-hour trip became less than a half-hour drive.
The road was bad and dangerous, to say the least, but it was good enough. We'll fly directly as your city and then drive straight home from there.
It's about a 3-hour drive or so if you go the whole way.
Yu said so, and the two were discussing how to go back.
Wan Ying nodded, driving was best as she could bring more gifts back to the village. After all, this time it was to meet Yu's parents as well as his relatives. How could it be good if he didn't prepare enough gifts? Let's consign one of the cars there, then.
Wan Ying said to Yu, since it is obvious that renting a car is not very convenient if you want to drive, why don't you just consign a car directly to the past? Anyway, there is no shortage of money. No, I have friends over there and will have a car by then. Yu said with a smile. When he signed in early this morning, he had gained a good thing. Wan Ying looked at Yu strangely, but finally nodded her head, since it didn't matter if Yu had friends. With that, the two of them briefly discussed the gifts, and they would buy them when they arrived in your city. Then I purchased my plane ticket and will leave straight away tomorrow morning.
Chapter 17, 3% of Disney's shares, arrival in your city. Today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed. 3% of Disney's shares, fracture price, $7. Looking at today's refreshed fracture commodities, Yu faintly stared. These 2 days are a bit lucky. Just yesterday I got a large stake in a company that uses no public companies, and today, to my surprise, I got a stake in Disney. You know, this Disney is a famous entertainment conglomerate in stars and stripes. One of the big names, Mickey Mouse and other anime, Disneyland and so on, are known worldwide. Disney's market capitalization today would be $230 billion. At 3%, that's close to $7 billion worth. Normally, a large group like Disney, with a huge volume, in which even the founders can never hold too many shares. At 3%, it's probably already in the top 3 shareholders within Disney. After all, the Disney family owns just a little over 10%, I believe. Okay, $7 for $7 billion, not bad. Yu slightly smiled. Although they were shares, if Yu was willing, he could always just sell them for money. But cutie. Only then will they sell, because Yu is not short of money at this time. These shares, they are golden eggs. If you pinch it in your hand, then you can always provide yourself with dividends, so why sell it? By purchasing a percent of Disney's shares in passing, Yu became one of Disney's major shareholders directly. The wealth had once again skyrocketed by $7 billion, and with the shares of the company that he had bought yesterday, Yu's wealth at this time should be the richest man in the country. Of course, there are a lot of hidden billionaires in the country. Honey, let's go. Outside the door, the voice of his wife, Wan Ying, rang out. Yu helplessly shook his head. This girl got up too early, very excited as well as nervous. It was like 4 or 5, and I think I got up and cleaned up and did my makeup and tried on clothes. Looking at the bed, the mountain of clothes, it was obvious how long she had been trying them on. In the end, it was Yu who sealed the deal by directly selecting a few sets of clothes for her and stuffing them into her suitcase. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to clean up by the time the plane took off. Coming. Yu responded before walking out of the room.
After the two said goodbye to their grandmother, they drove to the Magic City airport. And then parked the car in the airport parking lot. This amount of money certainly will not be on the mind. And finally all the way VIP channel, successfully picked up the ticket and then sat inside the VIP lounge to rest.
Looking at Wan Yingying, who fell asleep against his shoulder, He favored him with a smile. She hadn't slept well all night last night, and He knew she was nervous, not even just asking herself dozens of times if mom and dad would not like her. No amount of consoling by He was of any use. Looking at her sleeping face, He actually still had some puzzlement in his heart. That is, after contact and understanding, he could be sure that Wan Yingying had no emotional experience. A goddess with a high character in her own right, there's no way she'd choose to marry herself just because of her grandmother's tail-chasing must-marry sticker, is there? There must be a hidden message in it, but He did not ask about it, because if Wan Yingying wanted to tell herself at that time, she would say it. The so-called conspiracy theory absolutely does not exist. After all, a clean and dry person, a yellow flower girl, the whole person was eaten dry by He. But what does the poor dog He have to covet? They came in early, an hour later, and that was the notice to start boarding. He shouted to wake up Wan Yingying, and then under the flight attendant's leadership, he went all the way down the first-class VIP channel, managed to ride in a special car, and boarded the airplane. After more than 3 hours of sailing, the plane finally landed at the airport in your city. Exhausted. Wan Yingying stretched hard and snorted as she walked out of the airport. The corners of Hiyu's mouth twitched. You are comfortable, but I'm dying of shoulder soreness. Come on, there should be someone waiting outside. Hiyu smiled and said to Wan Yingying. Wan Yingying nodded her head before taking Hiyu's arm and following him out of the airport. Welcome Mr. He, Mr. Wan to your city. As soon as he reached the exit, he immediately saw a prominent sign in the distance, and the one holding it was a young man. Over there. Hiyu pulled Wan Yingying over to him. The young man had obviously seen the photos of the two, and immediately bowed in respect. Mr. He, Mr. Wan, welcome to your city. The chairman asked me to pick you up and take you to the hotel. She's prepared a banquet over there just to entertain Mr. He and Mr. Wan. Wan Yingying looked at Hiyu curiously. This friend didn't seem simple. Because the car parked behind the young man was a Rolls-Royce. Of course, it was nothing if it was just a Rolls-Royce. Because Wan Yingying's own family has several units, when Wan Yingying's father, the biggest hobby is the car. So inside the garage at home, there are a lot of cars, and now it's all cheaper for Hiyu and Wan Yingying. Only the Rolls-Royce in front of him seemed a bit different, and Wan Yingying knew this car. The license plate of this car is 5/8. The only Rolls-Royce in this precious province that has this license plate number is Lao Gan Ma's Rolls-Royce. So who that friend of Hiyu's was calling out? Wan Yingying was a bit surprised, not expecting Hiyu to actually know old godmother. It is important to know that Lao Gan Ma, a company that is not listed, has an annual profit that is the envy of countless listed groups. By conservative estimates, Lao Gan Ma's market capitalization would exceed $100 billion if she were to go public. Chapter 18, Lao Gan Ma's second shareholder, finally arriving in Annan County. One of the largest 5-star hotels in your city, the Norman Hotel, which is located in the center of your city. Lao Gan Ma's Rolls-Royce drove directly here. The hotel's little brother rushed forward to open the door. The entire city of Gue, there is no one who does not recognize this car. Get out of the car, enter the hotel, and follow the driver all the way to the VIP box on the 7th floor of the hotel. As soon as he pushed the door, he immediately saw the person sitting in it. At the head of the group was Auntie Tao, followed by her 2 sons, and some of the senior members of the Lao Gan Ma group. It could be said that the entire Lao Gan Ma group's top management had gathered here. Mr. He, Mr. Wan, welcome to your city. I apologize for the poor hospitality. So said Lao Gan Ma, in standard Guepu. Ha, I'm also from your province. Auntie Tao doesn't have to speak Mandarin on purpose. He said with a smile. Auntie Tao suddenly smiled faintly, and then the people took their seats. Looking at Hiyu, Auntie Tao said seriously. This time Lao Gan Ma Group has encountered some difficulties in its capital chain because of the financial crisis. I also have to thank Mr. He for investing in staying out of the group's affairs. Lao Gan Ma said so, and yes, the fracture merchandise that Hiyu had obtained earlier was the shares of the Lao Gan Ma Group. Hell knows how this group, which is not listed and still has extremely horrible profits, is experiencing financial chain problems. How did the system do it? Hiyu didn't know. Anyway, he only knew that he was at this time the only shareholder of the whole Lao Gan Ma, except for Auntie Tao and her family. With 30% of the shares, it is arguably the second largest shareholder. But it was the same old rule that Hiyu would not meddle in the affairs of the group, which made old godmother very grateful. A meal that made Wan Yingying dizzy, although her own Wen's group was a group worth tens of billions of dollars. But it's still a lot worse than the deeply popular Sriracha. Lao Gan Ma's market, however, includes overseas and has even captured the hearts of many foreigners. This kind of group that insists on not being listed, Hiyu is actually the major shareholder. How on earth did it happen? In addition to eating, Auntie Tao actually came to find out what Hiyu had to say, and after receiving Hiyu's affirmative reply that he would definitely not meddle in the management of the group, Auntie Tao was instantly happy. After all, the Lao Gan Ma group, which has always been personally in charge, has also had major problems after trying to hand it over to his son. If Hiyu forcefully interfered, it would not be a good thing for Lao Gan Ma. After a few days in your city, Lao Gan Ma gave Hiyu his other 5/7 Rolls-Royce.
Let's just say that it allows Hiyu to have a substitute car when he returns to your province in the future. In these few days' time, Hiyu went to a trip to Lao Ganma Group, which was also considered to let some of the group's employees to get to know the major shareholders. The next time was spent shopping around with Weningying. Cosmetics, watches, all kinds of electronics, clothes, etc. Suffice it to say, everything that could be hauled away in one car was purchased, even stuffing the back, as well as the trunk, to the brim. An ultra-luxurious 5/7 plate Rolls-Royce that's hardwired to look like it's pulling a van. Finally, it's time to go home. As he departed from the hotel, Hiyu sighed as he fastened his seatbelt. He's only been back once since graduation. Because I've been working outside, I just want to make a little more money and then fix up the old house for my family. Now Hiyu family still live in the kind of one-story small bungalow, which is still right years ago, when his father went to the city to do soil mixing, put together. Now that he has money, Hiyu is going home this New Year's Eve to stay longer and fix up his family's house. Time is absolutely sufficient, as long as the money, directly invited to the city's large infrastructure company to repair, a few months' time can be directly moved in. Weningying looked at the homesick Hiyu and instantly pulled his hand. Hiyu smiled slightly. Depart. Then the two of them set off and went straight onto the highway towards Annan County. From here to Annan County, it's about a 3-hour drive, I think, and then from Annan County, it's about half an hour at the most if you go up the hill to your own house. That's a 3.5-hour drive, not too long and not too short. When he was in the car, Hiyu was driving seriously. As for the co-pilot, Weningying, she was constantly putting on makeup, then removing it, then continuing to put on makeup, as if she was never satisfied. Looking at her nervousness, Hiyu laughed. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws eventually, so there's no need for makeup, Hiyu said with a smile. Weningying rolled her eyes, but still listened to Hiyu and didn't put on any makeup. She was already beautiful in her plain face, and overly heavy makeup would be a waste of this magnificent face. Just a touch of lipstick is perfectly adequate. The drive was really strenuous for a long drive. Hiyu was fine, but on the contrary, the co-pilot, Weningying, had already fallen asleep with her head tilted. Finally 2 hours later we got off the highway and the next thing we knew we were entering the rugged mountains. Fortunately, over the years, the road has been repaired well, but it's just this big bend in the road. Weningying, even if she knows how to drive, has a bit of a pale face, not just from fright, but also a bit of motion sickness. It was a grueling hour on the mountain, and we finally made it to Annandale County. Looking around at the people coming and going, a trace of remembrance flashed in Weningying's eyes. Hiyu did not notice, in fact, Weningying came here many years ago, when it was followed by a group of donkeys to climb the mountain. It was still the time when her parents died, and that's when she met Hiyu and something happened. But Hiyu, the big pig's hoof, doesn't remember. Chapter 19, the clothesline is today, getting a wife like this. This entered Annan County. Hiyu and his party were highly concerned. After all, this remote small county, where to see this kind of luxury car. The older generation didn't recognize the car, but the young people nowadays do. I go, Rolls-Royce ah. A luxury car worth $10 million, is this a big shot from our Annan County? Look at the person driving the car is quite young, is he a rich second generation? There was a lot of talk, but Hiyu did not stop the car, but was eager to return home. Honey, is it coming? Looking at the gradually sparsely populated mountain road, Weningying began to get nervous. Well, turn up that hill ahead and you'll be at the entrance to the village, Hiyu said with a smile. At this time he was also a bit excited as well as nervous. Don't you work hard for many years to earn more money, to be filial to your parents, and to give them a good face? And now, Hiyu is also considered to have returned home with his clothes on his back. Granted, he didn't tell his parents how much money he made, mainly because he wanted to surprise them. Finally, after turning that dangerous hill, the village nestled deep in the mountains was visible in the distance. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, birds and flowers in the mountains, this place is really beautiful, just that the transportation is really inconvenient. Of course, it's gotten much better over the years, so at least vehicles can drive in. When I was a student, there were only small mountain roads, and I had to get up and leave at 4 or 5 o'clock every day to walk to town to study. Once you enter the village, the conditions for everyone in the village are much better now than they were years ago. As long as conditions weren't too tough, basically everyone drove a small car. Although they are all some Wuling Hongguang, Baojun and other cheap cars, but after all, it is a car that can protect the wind and rain, is not it? Huh, who's this? Hiss, this car is a Rolls-Royce, right? It seems to be very expensive. Since they can drive the car, how can the people inside the village have no knowledge of the car? More or less, I still know what kind of car it is. Even if you don't know the brand, but looking at this luxurious and honorable model, you can be sure that it is definitely not cheap. Hiyu rolled down the window and looked at the villagers in front of him, greeting them with a smile on his face. Uncle Sam, you didn't go out for a run today? The middle-aged man looked at Hiyu and froze. Because Hiyu's dress and image were more or less a bit different from when he was a student, he almost didn't recognize him. You are, Yuko? Uncle San immediately shouted in surprise. Their village, called Hajia Village. Basically, they are all surnamed Ho, dabbling in the same family name, and counting up 2 or 3 times, everyone is from the same family. So many uncles inside the whole village. Ah, it's me, Uncle San. Haven't seen you for almost half a year, right? Hiyu said with a smile. Uncle San tilted his head to talk to Hiyu, and suddenly saw Wan Yingying sitting in the passenger side. The moment was a flash of surprise. Who is this pretty girl doll? Wan Yingying hurriedly greeted third uncle with a smile. Hello, Uncle Sam. Although she was shy and nervous, she was at least a female president who had been in charge of tens of billions of dollars of conglomerates, so she wasn't really stage fright. Ah, you, hello. Is this, by any chance, your wife? I heard your parents say that you got married in Magic City. We were saying, you kid, how come you didn't even come home for the banquet when you got married? The third uncle rambled that the countryside, in fact, the marriage certificate is not as important as the banquet. This couple's marriage wouldn't be considered a marriage if they didn't have a reception. Therefore, the third uncle's words mean to tell you kid, hurry up and hold a banquet. We all want to eat your wedding wine. Ah, Uncle Sam, I know. This time I came back to fix up the house a bit and have a reception. Third uncle nodded, and then Wan Yingying and Hiyu hurriedly got out of the car and gave the prepared gift, a huazi, directly to third uncle. Also going in from door to door, delivering gifts, and inviting them in advance to their weddings. When Hiyu continued to drive away, Uncle San and the others looked at Hiyu's departing back and said with sighs. This little UZ has made a fortune. That car doesn't look cheap, at least $1 million, right? And that kid's temperament, as well as his dress, is different from before, and that wife of his, she looks even more like she's from a rich family. Everyone nodded, but they were still happy for Hoyu. This family village, all of them are relatives who are related to each other, and in the past, when they were closed, they all helped each other. Therefore, the emotional aspect of the words, in fact, is still very good. A family in trouble, many support. As a child, Hiyu's father was going to a construction site in Shuweipan City to churn concrete, and was hospitalized because of an accident. Or the village people put together money to save it, so Hiyu to the village people are grateful. That's how people come together to help when other people's families are in trouble. After all, one person may not have much money, but if we all more or less chip in together, we can still solve our urgent needs. Along the way, Hiyu walked and stopped and kept giving the gifts out. After emptying the car quite a bit, it was finally time to arrive at the house. While looking at the shabby one-story small bungalow in front of him, Hiyu's face was full of smiles. It's hard to come back with me. Hiyu looked at the tired Wan Yingying and said apologetically, after all, people are pampered from childhood. Inside this deep mountain, there are a lot of mosquitoes and the living is still poor. What are you talking about, husband? After I marry you, I'm yours. Don't say that, but one day you'll want me to plow the hills with you, and I'll do it. Wan Yingying said with a smile, not in the least bit resentful or anything, but on the contrary, she began to nervously look forward to meeting Hiyu's parents. Hiyu held her hand tightly. Having a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Chapter 20, A Family Reunion, picking up dad from work in a Rolls-Royce. Vivian, go outside and take a look. It seems like a car is parked in front of our house. Inside the house, his mother's voice rang out. Got it. And then a youthful teenage girl's voice rang out, only to see the door of the room sliding open, and a young girl wearing a blue and white school uniform walked out from it. Is this your sister, Vivian? Wan Yingying nervously asked Hiyu. It's fine, she talks a lot, don't worry. Hiyu walked out of the room, looking at this strange car that appeared in front of her, her eyes full of strangeness. She had a yard right in front of her house, so it was completely normal for a car to stop by. Just saying, this kind of car looks very expensive. There is no one inside their village to drive this kind of car. Only, as she walked in, she saw the man in the car. Ah! Brother! Hiyu exclaimed in shock, because the person sitting in the car was clearly Hiyu, her own brother. Vivian, you've grown taller. Hiyu said with a smile. His sister is a junior high school student and will soon be promoted to high school. These years, if you will, are the time period for development, and it's only been half a year since I've seen her, so my sister has indeed grown a lot taller. Their family had good genes, and Hiyu was in the early 5 feet 8 inches range. As for the younger sister, it was estimated that she could grow to 1.7 meters or so. Wow! It's really you, brother? Hiyu was instantly excited. Although the two siblings had been inevitably bickering since childhood, Hiyu was ultimately much older than his sister. So he still takes care of his sister quite a bit, which leads to a very good relationship between the two. Hiyu opened the car door and looked at his sister in front of him with a smile on his face. And it was at this moment that Wan Yingying came down from the passenger side, which Hiyu then saw. You're the sister-in-law? Hiyu sized up Wan Yingying and suddenly remembered that she had seen her sister-in-law's picture. At that moment, she was filled with surprise and shouted directly at the room. Mom! My brother is back with his sister-in-law. This girl's voice was really loud and startled Wan Yingying. Crunch! The gate pushed the door, and the mother quickly stepped out from it, and when she saw Wan Yingying standing by the car, she was instantly filled with smiles. You are Yingying, right? You've been married for months now, and you haven't thought to come home for a visit. We've all wanted to see you.
Although Wan Yingying would also appear when Hiyu had a video with his family, this was after all different from meeting in person. Wan Yingying was a little embarrassed for a moment in the face of her enthusiastic mother. "Hello auntie, I'm Wan Yingying." The mother, Su Yan, directly pretended to be unhappy and said, "You kids, you're married and you still call me auntie?" Wan Yingying shouted in a hurry. "Mom!" Then the whole thing blushed and looked shy. Mother Su Yan was suddenly full of smiles, looking at the tall and elegant Wan Yingying in front of her. Her heart was simply 100% satisfied. She had never dreamed that her own son actually found such a good wife. It's just that what makes her unhappy is that Hiyu actually got a direct license without discussing it with them. But it seems to be okay, the girl is beautiful and has a good temperament. It's just that this family situation seems to be very good, and I don't know if it's going to creep up on our family. This is what the mother had in mind at this time. After all, Wan Yingying's dress, as well as this Zhuo Ran's temperament, at a glance is the child of a rich family. The mother enthusiastically pulled Wan Yingying and then headed towards the house. "Hey, Mom, what about me?" Hiyu looked at his mom as well as his wife who were walking towards the house and shouted anxiously. It was not easy for him to go home for half a year. Why did he feel like he was abandoned? "This is your own home, do you need me to greet you? Do what you need to do. By the way, your dad will be off to work soon, so you can go pick up your dad and come back," the mother said to Hiyu as she walked towards the inside. Hiyu suddenly smiled bitterly. In the past when he was in college, every time he came back, wasn't his mother heartbroken? How is it that this time, it seems as if he has lost favor? But of course, Hiyu knew that his mother had gone to talk to Wan Yingying about something between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and it was not appropriate for him to listen. "Tell your sister right then and there. Here, carry out all the gifts that were brought to you, and then I'll pick up dad from work." As soon as my sister heard about the gift, she was instantly happy. And then began to attentively help Hiyu carry things. "Wow! Brother, this car is too luxurious, isn't it? My friend his father is driving a BMW, how do you feel this car, then is luxury much it? By the way, is this car yours or your sister-in-law's?" Hiyu asked to Hiyu in surprise. "Mine," Hiyu said simply. Hiyu immediately expressed her disbelief. Her own brother she still didn't know? Just a delivery guy, where can I buy such a nice car? Hiyu didn't bother to explain what a child needed to know. After the stuff was all moved out, Hiyu drove towards the place where his father worked. "My father is no longer in the city as a laborer and has made connections to find a job inside a power plant in Annan County. It's a lot less pay than a job on a construction site, but it's a lot easier. After all, because of that accident in the beginning, resulting in the father's body no longer suitable for the kind of overloaded labor on the construction site." Driving all the way, greeting the pointing fingers of the passers-by, Hiyu arrived at the main entrance of the Annan power plant. Parking the car directly there, Hiyu got out of the car and prepared to get some air. After all, after a long day of driving, a little more time in there feels like torture. It wasn't long before it was 5:30 and the power plant was off duty. A group of workers, covered in filth out of the door, coal power plant inside the workers, in addition to some managers, think will not be very clean. In the crowd, Hiyu's keen eyes instantly locked onto his father. "Dad!" Hiyu beckoned and shouted. Eyes full of laughter. Chapter 21, The Family's Joyful, Shocked Father. Hiyuan, who had just walked out of the power plant's gate, suddenly heard someone calling him. When he raised his eyes, he instantly saw Hiyu standing beside the car. Hiyuan, whose temples were a bit graying, suddenly revealed a smile as if he were a child. "Stao Yu!" he shouted, seemingly pretending to be calm, but in fact, he was walking towards Hiyu at a fast pace. "Why are you here, kid? Didn't even tell us in advance, we'll go pick you up." Hiyuan said reproachfully. After all, it would still be troublesome to take a bus back from your city. If Hiyu told them, just ask the village uncles to make a trip to pick them up. "It's okay dad, I drove myself home," Hiyu said with a smile. It was then that Hiyuan snapped his attention to the Rolls-Royce beside Hiyu. He was just a farm boy, but he had worked in the city, and he even liked cars himself. Was looking at saving some more money in the last couple years to get a few tens of thousands of dollars in a Bajaj to drive. Or maybe go for a Wuling Honda van instead. So Dad Hiyuan still recognizes the car in front of him. Just now he actually just would have thought it was the car of the big boss of the power plant. After all, the coal power station works with a lot of coal mine owners, all of them. Those bosses are always driving Big Ben, big Land Rover and other luxury cars. This is a Rolls-Royce, isn't it? Where did you kid get that? If this is borrowed, it's better to hurry to give it back to others. This kind of car, to our countryside, easy to give people cut off. Daddy you on this kind of education, after all, this level of luxury cars, a little cut and rub, that paint repair costs, are extremely expensive. Ha, Dad, the car is mine. But I'll give you the details when we get back. Get in the car first, we're going home. Hiyu said with a smile. Dad was a little hesitant, but was forced into the passenger side by Hiyu. Granted, he was dirty, but as the saying goes, a son is not as bad as his mother. Not to mention that he was driving a $10 million Rolls-Royce. Even if he was driving a $100 million supercar, he was willing to let his dad sit. After all, wasn't it dad who did this kind of dirty work to raise himself so well that he could raise himself so well? Speaking of which, this time when he came back, he was also prepared to find a little work for his parents. At least it doesn't make them work this hard anymore, and mother goes inside the town bank to cook for people. In my father's case, he worked in a coal power plant, all very laborious work and hard work. It wasn't long before he returned home with his dad. Just as I arrived at the house, I saw my sister building a fire. Yo, building a fire? Are we having wood-fired chicken today? He smiled slightly. His mother's wood-fired chicken was a masterpiece, and he still loved it. At the same time, her mother walked out of the room with Wan Yingying. Wan Yingying was still carrying dishes in her hands. Obviously she was helping her mother pick vegetables just now. Looking at her face full of smiles, she was obviously getting along well with her mother. Back? Mother Su Yan looked at Father He Yuan and said, while frowning, "Go take a shower, it's like nothing to be so dirty, dinner will be ready soon." The father froze, and then looked at Wan Yingying, in front of his son's wife. This image of himself was indeed not very good. "Okay, I'm on my way." At that moment Dad rushed into the room while going to take a shower. The backyard of He Yu's house, Dad's special hands to build a bathroom, although simple, but at least it is better than the perfect facilities. It was something my father went ahead and built as my sister got older. Otherwise, the previous He Yu and his father, He Yuan, were all taken care of by jumping directly inside the creek and stream. Dinner was a lively family affair. Although Wan Yingying was from Mordor, she could actually eat spicy food. Because Wan Yingying's family ancestry is from Jiangxi, only from the grandfather's generation began to move the household to the Magic City. Essentially, Wan Yingying's taste was still on the spicy side. Therefore this wood-fired chicken, she is also allowed to eat. After dinner, Wan Yingying followed her sister as well as her mother to clean up and wash the dishes, while He Yu, on the other hand, was sitting inside the courtyard, chatting with her dad. "Tell me what's going on here?" Dad asked. He thought that He Yu was a soft rice. After all, Wan Yingying at a glance is the child of a rich family. He was worried that He Yu did the door son-in-law. Of course, Wan Yingying, this girl is very good. Really do the door son-in-law, they have no way. Only if He Yu did this without consulting them, it would have to be a bit excessive. Actually, here's the thing, I've had a little bit of savings over the years. Didn't the global financial crisis break out some time ago? I just relied on the financial crisis to make a little money in the stock market. He Yu said with a smile, really just 1 billion points of money. How much? He Yuan asked as he smoked a cigarette. Well, tens of millions. He Yu hesitated for a moment, but still said a number that was, in his mind, super conservative. What? Who knows? Dad was still taken aback. Tens of millions? Really? He Yu nodded seriously. Fortunately he didn't say too much, or else his father might have been scared by himself. Chapter 22, a dozen-acre estate, signing up for 3 great godly vehicles. Life back at home is just a lot clearer. What He Yu did every day was to take Wan Yingying on a trip to the mountains. At the same time, He Yu's marriage to Wan Yingying was finalized. After a video phone discussion between Grandma Wan Yingying and He Yu's parents, it was finally decided that He Yu's wedding would be held in his hometown. Although it's said to be a difficult place to get around, all of He Yu's relatives are here. If it was held in the Magic Cities, it would be troublesome for them to make the trip, and although He Yu could reimburse the traveling expenses, it was inevitable that there were still many people who were unable to attend due to multiple reasons. So in the end, the two decided that it would be held in their hometown. Since he has decided to get married, He Yu has to start preparing. First we'll fix up the old house and then we can have the wedding. Buzz off. On this day, many trucks were driving into the He village. What are all these cars for? It seems like He Lao Air's family is going to repair their house. Xiao Yu got rich in Magic City. It's said that the car that drove here is worth at least millions. He Lao Air's family has been working hard all their lives, and finally they've come to the end of their suffering. He Yu is not ready to repair a new house there at the foundation of his old house, but to find a relative and buy all of his family's 10 acres of land. Then get ready to build a big manor house, a Chinese courtyard, I guess. Parents have worked hard all their lives, and He Yu naturally doesn't want them to continue to work hard. The jobs at the power plant as well as the bank, He Yu had asked both of them to resign. It didn't matter if they didn't do anything in the future, because He Yu's money was enough for them to spend for the rest of their lives, and they would never be able to spend it all. The construction company, hired by the largest construction group in your city, just to build themselves a Chinese-style courtyard covering more than 10 acres of land, for them, a small thing. The requirement is to complete the renovation and move in within 3 months, and they don't care what materials they use and how many people they use, He Yu pays for it. What is needed is speed and quality. Nearly every day is a change. This construction speed stunned everyone in the village. Of course, the He family repaired this courtyard, but also was widely rumored, and even the entire Annan County are little heard of. There are still people who specialize in coming to see what kind of house is being rumored. When it was known that it was a courtyard covering more than 10 acres of land, everyone was shocked. What kind of fortune has this whole family made to be so rich? The daily fracture commodity has been refreshed, please check it, master. In the wee hours of the morning, he listened to the voice within his head, and at that moment, he was smiling faintly. He was used to it now, and looked at the refreshed fracture merchandise in the early hours of every morning. Granted, there are still some luxury items that come out now, but he doesn't see them anymore. For example, yesterday a top-of-the-line version of the BMW X7 came out, still specially customized, with all sorts of carbon fiber additions, and bulletproof glass, and so on. But even this car is worth less than $3 million total. The top-of-the-line BMW X7, after all, is almost just shy of a $2 million price tag. This level of fracture merchandise did not have the slightest mood swing for Hiyu at all. After all, inside the warehouse of Wan Yingying's house, there were not a few cars of this price range. But there were still signing up for the good stuff, and the most expensive one in Wan Yingying's house was just a customized Rolls-Royce, which cost less than $20 million. In the first 2 days, Hiyu signed up for 3 cars. That's right, it's a one-time signing of 3 cars, which are heck, the big 3. McLaren P1, Porsche 918, and Ferrari's Lafa. These 3 cars, known as the 3 gods of the sports car world, they may not be the most expensive sports car. After all, sports cars can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, and even hundreds of millions of dollars abound. But these 3 cars are the eternal gods in the hearts of many sports car enthusiasts. Own one and that's enough satisfaction for a lifetime. But the 3 great cars are not only expensive, but also extremely cherished. Many of the super rich, the second generation of the rich, only own one of them. Or the easier red oil Porsche 918s and the like the hardest to get, the Lafa, where you need to own 3 Ferraris to qualify to buy it. Therefore, to have 3 great divine vehicles at the same time, at least in which, set aside hundreds of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars. The 3 divine cars, Hiyu let the system get to the magic city when Yingying home. As for the BMW X7, Hiyu directly let the system send to the home, and later left the dad as a replacement car, right? After all, the hills in this home suck, and as the largest SUV top of the BMW family, the off-road performance is still good. Therefore, if you leave it for your dad to use, it will be much easier to go anywhere in general. After all, my own dad, he's always wanted to buy a car before. But his biggest wish is just a Wuling Honda. Now Hiyu will satisfy him and get him a customized 3 million plus BMW X7 directly. Stao Yu. Check it out, there's a tow truck coming to your door, says it's for your car. At this time, Hiyu was supervising the construction of the new house, and then an uncle ran over and said to Hiyu, "Oh, please Uncle 5, I'll be right there." Chapter 23, Giving Dad a BMW X7, when he lost his memory. Sure enough, when he arrived in front of the house, Hiyu saw the dark car on the trailer. It sure is big. I have to say, as the largest SUV in the BMW family, that size aspect alone is nasty. Keep in mind that the BMW X7 is a large SUV. Even the Toyota Baja, which many of its hardened big brothers love, is only a mid-size SUV and slightly smaller. Enough to see how big the BMW X7 is. What's going on with the car, Xiaoyu? The father, Hiyu, looked at Hiyu and asked, but his eyes kept stealing glances at the car, obviously liking it. Ha ha ha, it was given to me by a friend. I was looking for a way to not use it, so I simply gave it to you, Dad, so you can use it as a substitute car from now on. Hiyu said so. Ha! Dad was aghast, and even more so the friends and family around him. Other luxury cars, they've never seen and don't recognize. But the car in front of them, many big bosses are driving this kind of car, they naturally recognize it. This is a BMW. Hundreds of thousands of millions of cars, this car in front of me, looking so domineering, definitely not cheap. Maybe it's $1 million car? Actually, the average X7 does cost over $1 million, but this one is the top-of-the-line customized version, worth over $3 million. Is this really good? And it's too expensive, isn't it? Your friend actually gave you a car like this. Hiyu said in shock. Wan Yingying poured out a slight smile. Dad, it's fine, we drove in that car earlier, it's worth tens of millions of dollars, and it was also a gift from my husband's friend. In fact, a gift of this value is really nothing to them at this level. After all, even Wan Yingying was worth tens of billions of dollars. If he gives gifts to his friends, they are also hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. Hiss. The crowd once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The car Hiyu drove earlier was really not cheap, it was actually worth $10 million. It was even a gift from someone else, which was very shocking to everyone. You know, to be able to let someone send out such a precious gift, first of all, you yourself have to have an honorable status, in order to let others, willing to send out such a precious gift, just to maintain a good relationship with you. So, Hiyu was really getting rich. I don't know what kind of business he was doing in Magic City, but now he was so rich. Well, in that case, stay. The father looked at the car, but eventually he couldn't resist saying so. Hiyu slightly smiled, stay just fine, after all, Dad loves cars Hiyu still know. Whoever's family got a new car, he ran to check it out. If you come across a good car, you're even more excited about it. It's just that in the past, every time he went to see it, he wanted to touch it and didn't dare to touch it, just because he was worried that he would break it for someone else. For nothing, he has a driver's license but has never had a car to drive, and he looks at other people and just envies them. This time Hiyu is considered to have accomplished his dad's dream, and it's still over the limit. This matter has come to an end, since the car Hiyu's dad, he disappears early in the morning every day, and then comes back only when it's dark. Mom kept muttering something about blind fooling around or something like that. But in fact, Hiyu can completely understand the mood of the dad. Remember when I was a child, after learning to ride a bicycle for the first time, I could not wait to ride every day, and then in front of others to fool around. And men, if they buy a new car, they do the same thing, they can't help but drive it around every day, and then flaunt the deception. The kid finally knew to call me. While eating, Hiyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Who? When Ying asked curiously, because looking at Hiyu's expression, it seemed like he was very happy. Oh, one of my hairdressers. This kid grew up in the same pants as me, but it seems like he's working in Shui Pan City now. I was going to visit him in a couple days, but I didn't think he'd call. While explaining to Ying, Hiyu stood up while connecting. Looking at Hiyu, who went out to talk on the phone, his mother smiled slightly and said to Ying, "That kid is called Hishao, the child of Hiyu's second uncle's family, who didn't study after failing high school. It seems like he's doing car sales in Shui Pan City now. I think he's still a bit good at it, and he's the one who fixed up that little 3-story house of his." The mother, Su Yan, said so, as if she recognized Hishao. After all, comparing the whole village's commander child, although he did not go to university, he was really outstanding. But yeah, they got married the year before, and now their kid is a year old. You two, work hard. Ying instantly blushed, but still nodded seriously. She had been working very hard on it. They were all elevated afterward, but they just never got pregnant and she was anxious. By the way, speaking of that Hishao kid, he even saved Xiaoyu's life. Su Yan seemed to have thought of something, and for a moment, her mood was a bit complicated. When Ying was startled as Su Yan continued. Actually, that kid doesn't know himself. A few years ago, I think, that's when his kid just finished his high school exams. He's deep inside the mountains, covered in wounds, his head is broken in several big holes, and the snow is stained red. The words behind it are that Hishao, the boy, braved the snow and froze to the point of bruising, and that's how he found Xiaoyu in the mountains. It's just that even though Xiaoyu was resuscitated, he lost his memories of that time because of the severe head trauma as well as frostbite. Our guess is that the kid met a wild boar or a tiger in the mountains. Su Yan didn't notice that when she said this, when Ying's body began to tremble, and even tears were flashing. I see, no wonder he doesn't remember what happened back then. I told you, even though I changed my appearance a bit from what I am now, how could I not remember something that big and thrilling? When Ying muttered to herself. Chapter 24, Hair Weaving Punches the Tiger, Class Party. When Ying had been wondering before, although she had been wearing black-rimmed glasses in the beginning, the image was not like now, a little gap. But how could Hiyu forget that kind of life and death crisis situation and not remember himself at all? It turned out that the truth was like this: Hiyu was seriously injured and lost his memory in the first place, which was able to explain why he didn't remember himself. After all, what happened back then was still fresh in Ying's mind. Later, after she escaped, she also brought the police back up the mountain to search for Hiyu. But because of that year, just happened to be the entire province of snow year, the snow closed the mountain, a footstep down, the snowflakes cannot into the knee of the. So the slightest trace could not be found at all, and for several days in a row, Hiyu could not be found. Even after returning to the Magic City, when Ying had still been using her family's connections to look for Hiyu. All the way back when she was rear-ended by Hiyu, she was actually still looking for it. It just didn't occur to him that Hiyu had sent himself to the door, and then was still safe and sound, and hadn't been killed by the gang of traffickers. Meeting the person who had been in his heart for years, the person who had given his life for a ray of hope when he was at his most desperate. These past experiences of heroic rescue are actually why Ying insisted on holding Hiyu responsible and marrying him after being rear-ended. It was just that Hiyu had been in the dark at this point, and really couldn't figure out what kind of flashpoint he had to be looked at by Ying. Ying then began to ask in detail about the aftermath, while at this time outside the door. You guys, you finally knew to call me, didn't you? Hiyu, full of smiles to the phone on the other end of the Hishao, said, the two grew up together, even if a few years' time not see, as long as they meet, there are endless words, is the absolute iron brother. Even when he was attacked by a fierce tiger in the mountains and almost died, it was this kid who saved him. That's right, Hiyu had lost his memory, but had been convinced that he had been attacked by a tiger at the time. Because when Hishao found himself, he saw the footprints of a tiger walking around. Then back in the village the words were publicized through that boy Hishao's mouth, it just became a different version. When Hiyu goes up the mountain, he encounters a tiger and then fights it to the death. He eventually fought off the manticore and then died of his own serious injuries. This is the version that Hishao's kid spits out from the inside out, and since they were little the two of them just like to brag about each other like that. So it also led to the fact that the awakened Hiyu was also so convinced. It's even complacent, and whenever I have a good conversation with someone, I like to bring it up and talk about it. Some of the scars on his body are even more moving to light up for others to see, which is still quite interesting to say the least. Haha, I thought I heard from my dad that you were back. How about a get-together? Most of the class is back for New Year's, and the class president said to get everyone together, so it's been a while. Hiyu and Hijiao's high school was in Shuipan City because their high school in Annan County was still too bad. The two were residential students and went straight to high school in the city. Only Hiyu was slightly more well-behaved, while Xiao, for her part, often skipped classes over the wall when she was in school. There's a great social flavor, and people will play and talk. Maybe that's why he can do so well in car sales at this point. Hiyu pondered for a while. He actually mainly wanted to get together with Xiao, but since it was the class president's invitation, and his classmates would be there, it would be a good idea to make the trip. Okay, you let me know what time, and I'll come straight over to you then. Hiyu said so. Then let's meet at Cheetah Plaza at noon the day after tomorrow, haha. He then briefly chatted with Xiao for a few moments, while also inviting him boy to be sure to come back for his own wedding, before hanging up the phone. Back home, Hiyu suddenly froze. Because he saw that his mother, as well as Wan Yingying, both of them were bleary-eyed. What's wrong? Hiyu was startled. Did the two watch Korean dramas as a group? Why are they crying like this? Nothing, just talking about your encounter with the tiger at the time. Mother Su Yan wiped the corners of her eyes and said. The corners of Hiyu's mouth twitched, so it was like that. Honey. Wan Yingying hugged Hiyu tightly, unwilling to let go. The mother smiled weakly and walked out in a huff. Hiyu was a bit embarrassed for a moment, but only looking at Wan Yingying, whose eyes were red, he still touched her head heartily. It's fine, it was years ago. Look, the military badge on my husband is awesome, isn't it? The tiger can't even beat me. Hiyu said so, and that dejected look made Wan Yingying snort with laughter. Buried in Hiyu's arms, Wan Yingying secretly said in her heart. This time, I won't run away first, I'll be with you forever, no matter what comes my way. Wan Yingying was determined in her heart and hugged Hiyu tightly. Hiyu is also very strange, the original thing no matter how after the fear, but also not like this, right? But still, he hugged his wife tightly and whispered reassurances. Chapter 25, Traveling to the Reunion and the Shock of Classmates. Honey, how about this one? Wan Yingying changed into a long white dress and turned around in front of Hiyu. No. Hiyu said extremely seriously. Wan Yingying instantly deflated her mouth. It was just revealing a calf, how come it didn't work? Ultimately forced by someone's lewdness, she could only change into a tight jeans, short-sleeved, a casual dress, but is filled with a youthful and beautiful atmosphere. No one would have thought that she was already a wife. After changing their clothes, Hiyu and the others were ready to leave. Today they were going to a classmate reunion. Hiyu naturally had to take Wan Yingying with him. Because Hiyu asked around, everyone who had a girlfriend, or got married, brought their family members with them. On their side, they generally marry earlier. Many of my classmates were just like Xiao and dropped out of high school straight away. People may have started families when everyone was still in college. So this is a gathering of people who will be bringing their families with them. So of course Hiyu had to bring his wife along. After all, if he didn't bring her along, it was expected that she would have a fit. Dad, I'll take your car today. The hills out there are a bit complicated, and you're a much easier driver. Hiyu said to his father, Hiyuan. If you're using a car, just take that one Rolls-Royce. Hiyu said with a smile. Hiyuan was instantly delighted. He had wanted to try that car for a long time. No problem, drive safe. Driving his dad's X7, Hiyu carried Wan Yingying, left Hajia village, and headed towards Annan County. Prepare to get on the highway from there and head straight to Water Plate City. The entire journey, if you will take less than 2 hours of traveling time, and in the past, when Hiyu and the others were studying over there. It's all about going for a week and then coming back on Friday night by bus or black car. It's so weekly, so it's still harder for the kids over here to read. After all, if you want a good education, you have to go to the city, and transportation is not easy. It would be a lot easier if there was a highway or something. It's just a pity that the highway thing, even in Shuipan City, a prefecture-level city, was only opened at the end of last year. This is if you want to popularize it to the townships. I guess you can't do it without a decade or so, decades of development time. Sure enough, it's a lot more comfortable driving these two big X7s, the kind of potholes and bad roads that just kill you, no worries at all. Sprinting directly all the way, after getting on the highway, it didn't take half an hour to get off the highway, and then entered the city of Shuipan. Looking at the familiar Shuipan city, Hiyu's eyes were filled with memories. Honey, look, there's a mutton noodle shop over there, it's thieves. When I was a sophomore in high school, Xiao and I accounted for all the money we saved each week for living expenses. Hiyu pointed at a mutton noodle pipe and said to Wan Yingying. All the while, Wan Yingying nodded her head with a smile on her face, catering to Hiyu. Look, over there is one of the liveliest red light streets over here. It's all bar, and snacks, and KTV. That Xiao kid, he used to come here all the time in high school. Hiyu said with a smile. What about you? Ever been there? Hiyu instantly felt bad. No, no.
He Xiao has a lot of friends, someone treats me. At that time, where do I have this kind of free money? Indeed it was, after all, he was still a student boy at that time, because of his family's poor condition, his weekly living expenses, just $100 or so.
That's not enough money to come here and have a drink.
After all, that time is a residential school, meals can be inside the school, this more than 100, but also are mom and dad heartbroken you want to give him to stay, they want to eat what to buy a little bit of what to use. Driving all the way, we finally made it to Cheetah Plaza.
This Cheetah Plaza, in every major city in the country, is basically there.
The big boss of Cheetah Plaza, Lao Wang, was the richest man in the country before, only to say that he had recently encountered some things that had caused his assets to shrink a lot.
But Cheetah Plaza, then, is still a landmark building in major cities, the surrounding housing prices, that are high. A group of people stood at the entrance to the open parking lot.
You saw He Xiao from a distance. This kid is wearing short sleeves and big pants, but it's the same as before. Speaking of which, Yu's dress today is almost the same as his, both are casual style. It's just a reunion of old classmates, and this would still look awkward for everyone if they came over in a suit.
Do.
After entering the parking lot, Yu honked his horn a few times, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Rolling down the window, Yu shouted at He Xiao.
Dawn.
That's what Yu calls him exclusively, I guess, beautifully, Dad calling out to his son.
But in reality, every time he fought with someone in a group fight when he was a kid, it was He Xiao who protected Yu.
Because He Xiao grew up as a mixed-up kid, while Yu, in his case, was someone else's kid, or else he wouldn't have gotten into a university.
Huh, Yuko? When He Xiao saw Yu, she looked at his car in utter amazement. My chow.
My dad didn't lie to me, you kid sure got rich.
I heard you gave your dad a BMW, it wouldn't be this X7, would it?
He Xiao was surprised, he was a car salesman, so he could naturally tell that this was the top-of-the-line X7. Even with this added carbon fiber components, this car is definitely beyond expensive.
Ha, I'll go ahead and park, they're all honking behind me, talk to you later.
He said with a smile while pulling in and looking for a parking space. The students, on the other hand, looked at Yu's back as he drove away inside.
This kid Yu is awesome.
It looks like you've really gotten rich, the BMW X7 is on, this car is over $1 million.
And it looks like it's not even a low-end one.
Didn't you hear He Xiao say that it was given to his dad to show that he drives a better car? The students are shocked to sigh. It is true that since childhood the top grades inside the class is different, it seems that in the future their own children, or to read they don't know that before, Yu was in Mordor, but he was running a takeaway.
Chapter 26, Classmate Lu Yao without the show-off reunion. After parking the car, Yu walked over with Wan Yingying.
The crowd was stunned when they saw Wan Yingying. Although they all heard that Yu got married, but there are not many people who have Yu's micro-message, so they have not seen Wan Yingying.
This is the sister-in-law, isn't it? Hello sister-in-law, my name is He Xiao.
He Xiao looked at Wan Yingying and touched her head in greeting. He was married before Yu, but that was because he went out into society early and did not go to college. His age, if he was any indication, was still a few months younger than Yu.
Come on, it's just you guys, let's go in first.
At once, the group entered the Cheetah Plaza. Even though it was a class reunion, most of the people, in fact, were now out of Suidan City. So the number of students who will come to the program is actually less than a dozen or so, I think. Therefore, the place where everyone ate was chosen to be in Cheetah Plaza, a pickled fish restaurant, into which the group entered. Inside the box, push open the door, in which by now some female students were already sitting. At the same time there were everyone's family members and whatnot, all here, in a large box. The two large round tables were full, it looked like the atmosphere was quite lively.
Wow, it's Yu. Long time no see, this is sister-in-law, right? It's so beautiful looking.
I heard that He Xiao could say that you got rich in Magic City, and it's true.
Although, many class reunions are, well, just show-offs.
But unlike these students of theirs, it wasn't that they were so tall, but there was nothing to show off. Everyone was a child of an ordinary family, even most of them came from the countryside. There are literally few of them like He Xiao, who dropped out of high school. Everyone's development, no matter how good it is really just that. Most of them work for people as employees, and the few that are better off just run a small business. Let's say you open a bistro, or you open a store to sell something, or something like that. Therefore, everyone's conditions are similar, so naturally, no one is showing off their wealth. To say that the most qualified person in the room to show off his wealth, it was actually Yu. He could tell that his classmates were a little bit rushed, and perhaps knew that he had come in an X7 and was worried that he wouldn't look down on them. But after a simple exchange of a few words, everyone was instantly relieved. Yu was still the same as he was back then, and didn't look down on them because he was superior because of his wealth.
It was a harmonious reunion. By the way, have you guys heard? Lu Yao's family went bankrupt. It's said to be in debt for several $1 million. Lu Yao is now not only working as a teacher, but she even goes to work as a part-time tutor when she's out of school, and then pays off her family's debts. One of the classmates, perhaps drunk, suddenly burst out. The crowd froze. It can't be? Isn't Lu Yao's family rich? How come they're suddenly in debt? When Yu heard the word Lu Yao, his ears suddenly twitched. Of course, it wasn't that he had any past history with Lu Yao, but because he had received a favor from Lu Yao once. Only the two hadn't been in touch since high school. For Penguin, with the coming out of Weixin, people rarely log in anymore, and now they use Weixin all the time. This time originally thought to come back, but also to visit Lu Yao's home. After all, at the beginning, she really helped Yu family a big favor. What happened to Lu Yao's house? Yu opened his mouth and asked, when Ying looked at Yu, but did not say much. He knew that Yu must have his own reasons since he asked. Although the other party was a girl, when Ying trusted Yu. It's something I know. Xiao Yu and a lot of everyone else are back from the provinces because of the new year. Doesn't Lu Yao's family run an amusement park? It's the amusement park his dad followed the trend to open after Disney was on fire, even though it's very small. But in our city of Suipan, it's still a big name. Except that with the opening of a Disney in your city a couple years ago, and with the high-speed rail, it's only a half hour from here to your city. That's why people choose to go to Disney in your city if they go to play. Plus all sorts of miscellaneous things. Lu Yao's family's amusement park is finished, not only money, house, car all lost. It's even a couple million in debt, so to speak. He Xiao said so. This kid is like this from the time of study, proper information. There's nothing you want to know that he can't inquire about. Yu suddenly realized that this was the case. At that moment he asked the crowd, do you guys have Lu Yao's contact information? His Penguin number hasn't been logged in for a few years, and I've been unable to find any new contact information. Sure enough, He Xiao jumped out again. I did. Her Penguin number was stolen and she never got it back, then now she uses Microsoft. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched. You even know this, you really are well informed. After asking for Lu Yao's cell phone number, Yu and the others continued to eat. After eating, saying goodbye to his classmates, under the envious expressions of everyone, Yu drove Wenying, followed by He Xiao's car, and headed towards his home. Originally, Yu was going to stay in a hotel, but He Xiao was dead set against it, so he said that when he came to Shuipan City, his territory, how could he go to a hotel? So Yu had no choice but to take Wenying to He Xiao's house. This kid is really good at what he does, and now not only has his family built a small house, but he's even bought a house in the city. It's a stressful monthly car payment, mortgage payment, but it's kind of acceptable. Chapter 27, Dripping Grace, 20% of Cheetah Group's shares. Who is Lu Yao's classmate? When Ying asked hesitantly, and didn't dare to ask out loud for fear that Yu would be unhappy. Yu smiled faintly and reached out his right hand to rub her head fiercely. What's on your mind, nerd? That's just my high school classmate, and didn't I tell you that my father used to work on a construction site mixing dirt? Seriously injured due to a job gone wrong, then rescued though. But the doctor said no heavy work for at least a year, and at that point then, my family's finances came from my father. My sister and I have to go to school, and if my father can't work, our family is doomed. Yu said with memories in his eyes. When Ying squeezed Yu's hand, her eyes filled with heartache. But that's when that classmate of mine, Lu Yao, found out about it, and her family, at that time, was a big-name rich family in our waterplate city. The amusement park that opened, it was profitable at the time, and he was a famous rich kid in our school. She told her father about it, and her father, being a good man, found my father right away. Got my father a clean job as a janitor at the fairgrounds, with a good salary if you will. After a year, my father recovered, and then words ended up choosing to quit out of embarrassment. So the words of this matter, I have always remembered, just that in the past, people are rich, nothing is lacking, I do not know how to repay. Now if Lu Yao's family is in danger, how can I not help? When Ying suddenly came to a realization that there was such a thing. If that's the case, then it is indeed time to step in and help. It didn't take long to drive up to Pearl Buena Vista, which was the name of the neighborhood. Over here, it's only a 10-minute walk from Cheetah Plaza. By car it's not much closer because of the one-way streets and the slight detour. Only, the lot has been really nice. At first, He Xiao, the kid's luck, bought a house over here when Cheetah Plaza hadn't even landed yet. Now, if you do, it's up a lot, so it's considered a profit. All the way into the parking lot on the lower -3 floors, after bracing the car, He Xiao led the two into the elevator. Speaking of which, this is the first time you boys have been to my house, isn't it? He Xiao said with a smile. Yeah. When I came back last year, your place hadn't been renovated yet. He said with a smile. This house have arrived a few years, but just the money for renovation is not, so it has been delayed until the beginning of this year when the renovation began. I was supposed to take my wife today, but I found out the baby had a little cold, so I didn't take her. He Xiao said with a smile while leading the two out of the elevator. Arriving at the door of the room, He Xiao sniffed himself, and only after making sure that he didn't have too much alcohol on him, did he start knocking on the door. He smelled a little fresh, and had obviously sprayed the inside of his car with perfume. He sighed a little, the punk, mixed-up kid at the beginning, but now after becoming a father, he was actually this gentle. When Ying, on the other hand, squeezed Yu's hand and secretly said in her heart, he'd be the same way if I gave him a child afterward, wouldn't he?
Buckle up. After knocking on the door, a voice rang out from inside the house. Coming, coming. Not long after, only to see a slightly shorter woman of each son, with a middle to upper appearance come out from it. This is He Zhao's wife, Lu Mei. Naturally, He Yu had seen her many times before, when he was still just in a relationship with He Xiao. When they got married, He Yu was still the best man. Brother Yu is here. This is sister-in-law, right? Come in quickly. Lu Mei is honest country girl, very young. It's even 2 years younger than He Xiao and He Yu, and it's said that when they got married, they couldn't even get a marriage license. Dad. At the same time, a milky voice rang through the house. He Xiao was instantly filled with smiles and hurriedly walked into the house while half kneeling on the ground. Looking at his son, who was running over with difficulty in his steps, he hastened to take him in his arms. Son, did you miss your dad? Wen Yingying looked at this scene with great envy in her eyes. Honey, I want to give you a baby too. She quietly whispered in He Yu's ear. He Yu smiled slightly. We will be. When the time comes, our child will definitely be cuter than this kid's. Who knew that He Xiao actually heard it and turned his head directly. Then I curse you boys for having a daughter. He Yu was instantly delighted. Ah, I just love daughters then. Little cotton patties, how nice. Who knew that He Xiao would actually make a direct counterattack? Just in time to marry my son as a daughter-in-law later. He Yu was instantly furious, and directly went up and began to threaten as he pressed down on He Xiao's head. His son was dumbfounded. The boy obviously remembered He Yu, as He Yu would always bring him good food whenever he came. I just don't know why dad is fighting with uncle. Don't mind its sister-in-law, the two of them are like this every time they meet. Lu Mei said as she entertained Wen Yingying as she sat on the sofa. Before the class reunion, there were just too many people and the two of them restrained each other. At this point, when they arrived at He Zhao's house, they were directly liberated by nature. In the early hours of the morning, lying on the bed in He Zhao's house, a voice rang out within He Yu's mind. Today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed, please also check the owner. He Yu calmly opened the fracture merchandise, every day so he was used to it. 20% of the shares of Cheetah Group, fracture price, $37. Looking at this fracture merchandise, He Yu was slightly stunned. Having just gone to Cheetah Group for dinner today, he obtained this fracture merchandise. It's not bad, the Cheetah Group has fallen a little bit because of its debts, but it's always still worth $100 billion. A 20% stake is worth $20 billion, which is not bad for $37. He Yu smiled faintly before falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 28, Going Out on a Limb to Open a Mega Amusement Park. On the second day, after breakfast, Lu Mei was going to take her child to the hospital. He Xiao, on the other hand, was going to work. He's a gold medal salesman at a Mercedes-Benz Ford store, and yesterday was for a class reunion, which is why he took the day off to come out. Otherwise, it's still very busy because a lot of his clients' friends contact him if they're buying a car. He Yu thought that people were also very busy, so he just said goodbye. Before he left, he invited He Xiao to be sure to attend his wedding then. The exact time has not yet been determined. When the time is determined, then He Yu will directly start sending out invitations. After leaving He Zhao's house, He Yu drove his car and followed the address given by He Xiao to Lu Yao's house. Yesterday, I heard about Lu Yao's matter. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water. When she helped her family, now her family is in big trouble. Since He Yu has the ability to help, he will not let it go. Is it this way? Looking at the dilapidated neighborhood in front of him, this place must be decades old, all walk-up buildings with some cracks on the outside. It was unimaginable that the wealthy family that was also famous in Shuipan City in the beginning was actually living here at this time. I'll make a call. He Yu pulled out his cell phone, then dialed the number He Xiao had given himself, which was Lu Yao's contact information. I just don't know if Lu Yao is at home today. Since she's working as a middle school teacher at this point, but it's the weekend, I just don't know if she's been doing any tutoring. After all, Lu Yao was now a part-time tutor. Do. A few rings later, a familiar and unfamiliar voice rang on the other end of the line. Compared to when she was a student, Lu Yao's voice was much more mature. After all, everyone has gone from being a young teenage girl of 17 or 18 to an adult of 24 or 25. Hello? Lu Yao sighed, asked in confusion. He Yu said with a smile at that moment. Hello Lu Yao student, it's me He Yu. Hearing He Yu's voice, Lu Yao was instantly stunned. He Yu? You're back? Lu Yao's voice was a bit surprised. After all, she hadn't seen He Yu for many years, and she hadn't been able to find new contact information since her penguin number was stolen. Of course, if you must find contact information, you can still find it, just ask your classmates for it. But the question is, who would contact who without the right reason? After all, after high school, everyone dropped out of school and went to college, each with their own things to do, and there wasn't much to connect with. Instead, if you return to Shuidan City, you can take advantage of all the free time to get together. I'm downstairs in your house right now. This address was given to me by He Xiao, I just don't know if it's right. He Yu said with a smile. You wait. Lu Yao hung up the phone anxiously, and then hurriedly ran towards the downstairs. Within minutes, a woman in tight pants stepped out of the unit's stairway.
Sure enough, it was still the same familiar Lu Yao, with a self-contained bookish aura. It's just that she's much more mature than she was when she was green. You. Long time no see. Seeing Yu, Lu Yao was instantly a bit surprised, only after seeing Wen Ying beside Yu, holding his arm, a trace of consternation flashed in her eyes, as well as being at a loss for words. But she hid it well and asked Yu with a smile on her face at the moment. And this is? Yu smiled slightly. This is my wife. Hearing Yu's words, Lu Yao was shaken. He's, actually all married? Lu Yao didn't have too many emotional fluctuations, after all, even though there were some lovey-dovey good feelings, 4 or 5 years had passed since high school. So it's your sister-in-law. Come on, what are we all standing around for, sit down upstairs. As he spoke, Lu Yao led the two up the stairs. Lu Yao's house is on the 2nd floor, not very high. Entering the room, the decoration, if any, was simple and quaint, thought it was decorated years ago. My family's house and stuff, all of it was auctioned off against the debt. The house belongs to my second aunt's family, and at the moment, if you say you're renting it to my family, you're actually giving it to my family for free. Otherwise, my family wouldn't even be able to find a place to settle down right now. Lu Yao said bitterly. Her family used to be quite rich and lived in a villa, which was the envy of many of her classmates. I don't know how many of my classmates are interested in her. After all, if you marry her, you'll have no worries for the rest of your life. But who knows, the sky is the limit. I didn't realize that Lu Yao's family had actually encountered such a thing, leading to bankruptcy and even millions of dollars in debt. Lu Yao, I won't say anything extra. When my father couldn't do physical labor just after surgery, it was still thanks to Uncle's help. The reason I'm here today is to return this favor. Your family is in debt, and I'm ready to help you pay it off. Of course, giving money directly, I'm sure Uncle's temper would not agree. I want to build a large amusement park on my side, and I want to ask Uncle to be in charge of it, to be the director, and I will give him some dividends, a few $1 million, just as an advance. He said quickly, not giving Lu Yao any time to react at all. Chapter 29, a mega playground, built on a hill. This, classmate Yu, are you telling the truth? Lu Yao asked incredulously. It wasn't that she was skeptical, but she was clear about the situation of Yu's family. The standard rural outcry, in high school, Yu didn't have more than $300 on him. Therefore, Yu now opened his mouth to take out a few million to pay off the debt to her family, and even want to open a large amusement park. No wonder Lu Yao will not believe it. Yu smiled faintly, and at that moment, he took out his cell phone, while opening a page and handing it to Lu Yao. You can look and see if I have the strength. Lu Yao looked at Yu suspiciously and finally took the cell phone. But after seeing what was displayed on it, Lu Yao directly froze. Disney, equity distribution? The third largest shareholder, Yu, is from the country of Hualong and controls 3% of the shares of Disney. Lu Yao was shocked. As a college student and her own family used to run an amusement park, she simply didn't know too much about Disney. Disney is an entertainment company that used to make comics, with images like Mickey Mouse, that went deep. And then transformed, opened its theme amusement park. The result is the explosion of fire, directly opened all over the world, making countless money. Disney's current market capitalization is now over $230 billion. And with 3% shares, that's almost $7 billion worth. That's more than $50 billion when converted to soft money. Is this true or not? How did Yu suddenly become so rich? It's unbelievable. You can check and verify. This is the authoritative website in the world, as long as it is a listed group, and then the shareholders who have access to the shareholders meeting will be able to be found on this. Yu said with a smile. When Ying was also very shocked at this time, she also did not know that Yu was actually still the third largest shareholder of Disney. Ever since that financial crisis, Yu seemed unfathomable. Could it be that after that financial crisis, Yu made more than just a little bit of money? One of the hidden riches is perhaps the shares of these world groups. No, I believe it, I just kind of can't believe it. Lu Yao hurriedly waved her hand and said she was really a bit unable to believe that just in such a few days' time, Yu had actually changed so much. You know, that's a stake in Disney's head office. A 3% stake is already worth $7 billion. And it's also Disney's third largest shareholder, so it's not too much of a stretch to say it's powerful. What in the world had Yu gone through all these years to become so rich? Lu Yao knew that this was a big deal, and immediately rushed to call her father, who was out running rentals. Not long after, Lu Yao's father as well as his mother returned. Both were sweating profusely and clearly in a hurry. After looking at the data from that equity site, they were all shocked. Lu Wen used to open the amusement park, is also considered the upper class. This site of course no, this is the authoritative site. With the exception of some wealthy individuals who have taken it upon themselves to hide their identifying information, the information on this is, in general, true. Mr. He, I didn't expect that the child from the beginning would have actually grown to such a level by now. Lu Wen sighed as he looked at Yu. He had seen Yu quite a few times. After all, Yu's father, at his amusement park, had worked as a security guard for over a year.
Often I would go to the playground to find my father. Even when I used to live in the school on weekends I didn't go back, I went straight to the playground, my father's dormitory. Uncle, if it wasn't for your help in the beginning, my family wouldn't have survived that. Now since I have the ability to do so, a drop of kindness should be repaid. Since you in the beginning could save our family in a life and death crisis, then I can now, too, in the snow. He said seriously. Luan was very grateful, and after realizing that he was the third largest shareholder of Disney, he was not pretentious. After all, if converted into soft currency, he, who was worth $50 billion, was hundreds and thousands of times his own initial assets. It's just a sprinkle if you really want to help yourself. Thank you, Mr. He. It's just that the amusement park you mentioned, Mr. He, is it going to be built in our Shui Pan City? Could it be that you want Disney, Mr. He, to build a Disneyland in Shui Pan City as well? Luan asked curiously. If that was the case, it might be really good. Because this Shuiban City, if you look at it, has been developing very well in the last few years. And this side has the reputation of cool capital for seasons like spring, so come here for vacation and short-term settlement of foreigners, extremely many. So if a Disneyland were to open here, it would be totally profitable. It was just obvious that he did not want to open in this Water Pan City. I don't want to open it in Shui Pan City, I want to open it in my hometown, over there in Hujia village in Annan County. I have a huge vision of building all the recreation programs, dependent on the mountains. Let's say a roller coaster. Just build it to be a real roller coaster that's thousands of meters long that will travel through a mountain, a canyon, and a river, enjoying the thrill while feeling the wind blowing in nature. He said with a smile, and the crowd was instantly shocked. Chapter 30, a mega project with $100 billion of investment and a wedding on the agenda. It's incredible. I know about Hajia village, the scenery over there is really beautiful, there are deep mountains and dense forests, there are towering cliffs, and there is also a line of canyons, and there is also a river that surrounds the mountains. But such a huge site that it's actually going to be all mountainous and trimmed down to become an amusement park? If we go along with your idea, the whole dozen or so big mountains, covering an area of 10 miles in circumference, will all be within the boundaries of the playground. Together with the various facilities built on the mountain and the water, the cost will skyrocket, and I'm afraid this is going to require an investment of hundreds of billions of dollars. Or even more. An investment of 100 billion soft dollars, which is unheard of, and just to build an amusement park. You know, the big-name Magic City Disneyland, plus compensation for demolition and relocation, etc., is only an investment of $34 billion. If you build an amusement park in this Hajia village, you don't even have to pay compensation for demolition and removal, but because you have to encompass all the mountains, forests, and rivers in a 10-mile radius, the cost of occupying the land will be very scary. Plus, roads need to be built, facilities need to be constructed, and so on, and $100 billion of investment really isn't that much. That's natural, there's no problem with the money, and if we go back, I'll have the Disney side send in a professional and then do a site survey. And if you, uncle, just need to help me supervise it, and you'll be the first director of the park if it's built. This Disneyland, he is naturally not prepared to invest all by himself. First of all, investing hundreds of billions of dollars and directly taking out half of one's assets is a bit too risky for a qualified investor. Of course, the most crucial thing was that he did not lack money. There are things more important to him than money, let's say his own network of connections. So this time, he was ready to mobilize the companies he owned shares in, so that everyone could join together to invest and become the owner of this paradise together. In this way, the combination of one supergroup, the background of this paradise will be extremely powerful. Among other things, the approval of land for mountain ranges will be given the green light all the way. Then there will be more diverse options in terms of publicity, various infrastructures. The second thing is that these companies are major shareholders themselves, and they get a share of whatever profits they make. The difference is that one will eat all the benefits if one invests alone, but also take the full risk and the hassle. Then release the water, the design has to find its own people, the building has to find its own people, the publicity has to find its own people. Even when looking for land from the imperial court, they had to find their own connections and negotiate on their own. This was nothing but a waste of time for Hiyu. If you have that time, you might as well stay home and brush up on your fracture merchandise every day. If you are lucky, you can directly swipe tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars worth of goods, let's say the shares of those big companies. Most of the company shares that Hiyu now held in his hands were Fortune 500 companies, except for Lao Ganma, which was not listed. Things like Disney, Chanda, etc., or even wait until Wynn's Shapewear starts going on sale, as it will jump to one of the top 500 in the world. Therefore, daily fracture goods, a few dollars for tens of billions of dollars, not cool? There is absolutely no need for him to labor and invest hundreds of billions of dollars on his own to build an amusement park. Building this amusement park is just a way to bring wealth to my hometown, and it's kind of a bright idea at the same time. After all, having money to spare, it just felt like it could be so up, and then I went for it. After he left Lu Yao's house, he drove while dialing the phone number of Disney's president. In fluent English, told him about it in detail.
$100 billion of investment, Hiyu is ready to contribute 50 to 60%. The rest of the investment, if you will, is intended to come out of the major companies. Let's say that Laoganma, Disney, and Cheetah, or even the Winchesters, will come out with one of these. Then form a multi-party partnership and take advantage of it together. The unifying point of all these companies is that Hugh is the crucial majority shareholder in them. The president of Disney was stunned by Hiyu's huge plan, but when he heard that Hiyu was willing to offer 60%, or more than $60 billion in investment, and that Disney would then split 40% with the others, the president was instantly interested. It was promised that a team would be sent to survey the area in a few days, and if it was feasible, the plan could be put on the agenda. On the way home, Wen Yingying was very shaken. Because after talking to the president of Disney, Hiyu actually made a phone call to old King Cheetah again. Honey, you're actually still a stockholder of Cheetah? Isn't Cheetah the same father and son of the Wang family who have crossed equity and control all the shares? How did you get 12% of those shares, and how did you manage to nibble this piece of meat from the Wang family's father and son? Wen Yingying was very shocked. The Wang family father and son's means of controlling Chanda, ordinary people simply cannot interfere in it. Even if it's a financial crisis, it doesn't work. My own husband, he's becoming more and more unreadable. Maybe people think your husband is handsome? Hiyu didn't know how to explain. Could he just tell the system directly? After coping briefly, Hiyu digressed. By the way, the paradise can definitely be finalized, and I'll build it alone even if they don't participate. By the time the work is underway, it's hot and heavy, delaying our wedding. So we're supposed to have the wedding before the park opens. Go pick up grandma and talk about it, the wedding. Hiyu said so. Wen Yingying froze, and then rejoiced. Finally she could wear a wedding dress and marry him? Chapter 31. A wedding in a month, 21% stake in Boeing. When I got home, I had sought to bring my grandmother over to discuss the situation. But after speaking to my grandmother, she did say it was fine. Decide for yourselves, marriage is for you two children. Decide on a time as well as a process and just come and let me know when it's time. Grandma said so. Eventually, my father went straight to one of the village elders and asked for an auspicious date. Every child of every family in the village who got married would go to this elder to count and choose an auspicious day. I don't know why, but there are no divorces among married couples in the village, although there are quarrels and quarrels. The time was finally set because everyone was going back to work after New Year's. Therefore, the time of this marriage, simply determine on the eve of New Year's Day, so that many friends and relatives will have time to come to participate in the wedding. That means it's less than a month until the wedding. It was quite a rush. After all, there was the process of planning the wedding and all the hassles involved. Except that none of this is really a problem, because as long as there's money, it's not hard to get married or anything. Honey, what do you think about the pickup? When the time comes, if the two of us get married, should we book a hotel around the area, so you can pick me up directly then? Wen Yingying asked curiously. This many two families that were farther apart would choose this type of wedding. Usually the woman's family find a hotel to stay down, and then the hotel is the mother's home. The day of receiving the bride, directly to the hotel to receive the bride is. Granted, this is less flavorful than just picking it up at home, but it's ultimately a no-brainer. After all, the sky is south, one is the magic city, and the other is the land of your province. That's a long way apart, 3 hours even by plane. I've got it covered, baby. Just be a good girl and wait for me inside my home in Mordor. I'll be there to pick you up. Hiyu suddenly said seriously. Wen Yingying's parents died when she graduated from high school, the same year he came to travel to Annan County in the first place. It turned out to be the year that was in danger and then saved by Hiyu. The grave of her parents was located at the back of their Wen family's villa, and if he could, Hiyu naturally wished to personally pick her up from her parents' hands. In life, there is only one wedding. Hiyu does not want Wen Yingying to keep a trace of regret. Even if it was 1,000 times harder, Hiyu would do it. Anyway, he did not believe it. The big deal is that he smashed the money to dredge up the relationship. He will have to personally from the Magic City. Will Wen Yingying receive the side, and then held a wedding? I believe you. When the time comes, we can do this. You pick me up at my house, we'll rent a plane and fly directly from Magic City to your city. Then from your city's time, you can then use the convoy to get to the Annan side, in which case it's a bit more laborious, but it's still possible. Wen Yingying said with a smile. Hiyu, on the other hand, nodded slightly, but in fact, the idea in his heart was not like this, only that if he wanted to implement this idea, he might need some more means. Hiyu's wedding is confirmed, is a month later on New Year's Eve, and then the wedding will be held. At this point the flow of the wedding is basically set, and now it's time to go ahead and send out invitations to friends and family. After all, it's important to let people know ahead of time, which frees them up to attend your wedding then. Every day you are busy, either Waterplate City or your city to run, mainly to find the wedding planner, as well as wedding dresses and other aspects of the matter. Wedding dresses then, Hiyu troubled the president of Disney. Hired the world's top fashion designer to help design his wedding dress as well as his suit. As for the wedding planning, it was in your city, and through Lao Ganma's connections, I found a pretty good company. Of course, the main idea was still proposed by Hiyu, and they refined it according to Hiyu's ideas. Today's Fracture merchandise has been refreshed. Please also check the owner. 21% of Boeing Aerospace Manufacturing. Fracture price of $210. Hiyu was stunned. This was by far the most expensive item Hiyu had ever encountered. You know, even the shares of Disney, even the stock market prediction for the next 7 days, Hiyu had never spent such an expensive price to obtain. The Boeing Group's market capitalization at this point in time is just $100 billion. It's actually a lot worse than the kind of trillions of dollars that the Fruit Group has. But this group, there is some wealth that is not just reflected in the market capitalization. You know, this is a manufacturer of military, as well as civilian aircraft. This group, in the Stars and Stripes, is an arsenal in name only. Specializing in the manufacture of technology, as well as a variety of military aircraft and so on, and even the Stars and Stripes top of the warplanes, all to Boeing Group's participation, and even in which, has a leading role. The group, the original founder, was forced into retirement by the Court of Stars and Stripes at the age of 50. Then the group's business went through a split, and eventually, through various means, it became a business run by the Court of Stars and Stripes, as well as a number of consortiums. Arguably one of the lifebloods of the Stars and Stripes. At this time, Hiyu actually obtained 21% of the shares. It must be known that the Boeing Group, in addition to the Court of the Stars and Stripes, the only consortiums with 100 years of inheritance, hold a little bit of shares. Most of them are like 1%, 2%. At 21%, it's arguably Boeing's largest shareholder, and the Stars and Stripes Court can't intervene directly in Boeing's operations for a number of reasons. In other words, according to international law, at this point in time, Hiyu could control the lifeblood of this star-spangled nation. No wonder the price is so expensive. I guess this one is a stab in the dark. Hiyu scared, but he was not worried. He was from the Huarong country. Within the Huarong country, he, the Stars and Stripes country, still can't do anything about himself, and maybe he even begged for it in turn. Chapter 32, Stars and Stripes shakes as $210 buys hundreds of billions of dollars. Imagine that the companies that specialize in manufacturing as well as developing warplanes for the Stars and Stripes military are only a part of it, but the core technologies that they hold are all definitely world-leading. Such a company, a person from the Hualong country, actually became one of the absolute major shareholders in it. How could this matter not attract the attention of the Stars and Stripes? After all, like this kind of company, in order to successfully obtain its shares, the number of tactics and the amount of money that had to be used in this was simply unimaginable. As expected, while the Yu's side fell into a deep sleep, within the Black Palace on the other side of the ocean. Mr. President, it's not good. 21% of Boeing has been acquired by a mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere. The secretary rushed into the office anxiously, his voice trembling as he addressed the president. 21%. That's Boeing's #1 shareholder. Because it's actually the Stars and Stripes that take up the most shares of Boeing. But because of a number of treaties, and the fact that Boeing is held together by a number of mega consortia, it results in the Stars and Stripes not having the authority to meddle in the running of Boeing. Therefore, 21% of the shares of Hiyu theoretically already belongs to the helm of the Boeing Group. He could have just taken over the helm of Boeing, following international law, if that's what he wanted to do. Unless Stars and Stripes pulls a stunt, or is simply a scoundrel, Boeing is what Hiyu says it is. 21% of the shares? Which tycoon is this? Is it Bill Gates, or Bezos, or Mark? Or Warren Buffett? The president of Stars and Stripes said several names in a row, even going so far as to name a few of the super conglomerates, such as Rockefeller, Morgan, DuPont, and so on. After all, in the entire Stars and Stripes country, there were only a few people capable of acquiring a 21% stake in Boeing. But really, all of these people they hold shares in Boeing, but anywhere from 1 to 2%. They are reluctant to hold too much Boeing because the cost is too great and the benefits are not very high. After all, Boeing is backed by the Stars and Stripes, and it is within the Stars and Stripes that their consortium is located, although the Stars and Stripes is a consortium-ruled nation with a great deal of say. But the official who can command the army is still the boss of this great land. Boeing has developed warplanes and sold them to the Stars and Stripes at near cost, which is in support of nation building. Therefore, it's really not cost-effective for them to hold too many shares of Boeing for their group of consortiums as well as businessmen who only have money in their eyes. That's why the president is very curious about who is going to buy Boeing. After all, Boeing is at least a supplier of warplanes to the Stars and Stripes, which has always had a stable market capitalization, and a hold is to make blood money. It might take a double, or even several times, the premium to buy the shares. A 21% stake is worth almost $21 billion. And if it had been acquired at a premium, it would have cost maybe $40 or $50 billion, or even $70 or $80 billion, to acquire it. This is not an exaggeration in the least, for this is the market capitalization of the military-industrial group. Military-industrial group, to the country to provide armaments and equipment, the market value is simply not too stable. Any stock market turmoil, it is difficult to affect them. Even the richest man in the world right now, Bezos, has a fortune of just over $140 billion. And that's just the wealth from the various industries. The cash flow being able to come up with tens of billions of dollars is scary as hell.
The people who bought Boeing are absolutely horrible, so much cash flow that perhaps the richest man in the world couldn't get it out. Mr. President, there's bad news, the person who bought Boeing is from that country in the East. At these words, the coffee in the president's hand fell straight to the floor. He wouldn't be surprised if it was some super consortium in the country, or even one of those century-old heirloom consortia in Europe that made the move. After all, those guys, in the first place, took advantage of the 2 world wars and plundered simply too much wealth. They could come up with that kind of money if they went nuts and bought Boeing, and they could do that too. But at this point, the secretary said that the acquisition of Boeing was actually coming from that country. How is that possible? Who doesn't know the importance of Boeing? Those shareholders, how dare they sell Boeing shares to someone from that country? That would take the wrath from Congress. How dare they? People from that country, they dare to sell Boeing shares too? I'm going to put them all in the congressional court, all of them. The president of Stars and Stripes is furious with these guys. Mr. President, I'm very sorry, I inquired about that as well. And all of them said that the other side gave them a price they couldn't refuse, so they asked me to say sorry to His Excellency the President for them. The secretary said so, and the president was furious and grim. These consortium guys really just don't give a damn about themselves as president. 1 or 2 alone might not dare to disobey him, after all, he is at least the president of a country. But this time, there are many consortiums selling Boeing shares together, and all of them are involved together, so naturally none of them are afraid of the president. These damn businessmen. For the sake of money, they can discard everything, even the country. The president cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do. The Stars and Stripes was a country controlled by a consortium. A price that can't be refused? Does that guy actually put up $100 billion advanced for 21% of Boeing shares? This hack is already comparable to Boeing's entire market capitalization. Is this person an official figure of the Hwarong Kingdom? The president's eyes were full of gloom. How did he know that he had bought 21% of Boeing's shares for just $210? Maybe the system went out on a limb, but it really could have cost $70 or $80 billion, or even $100 billion. Only, when it came to EU's side, the system resold it to him for only $210. That's pretty pissed off, buying hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equity for $210, small profit, really small profit. Chapter 33, Attracting the attention of many parties with the intention of building an airport. He did not choose to hide his identity, even when the system acquired the shares. After all, the system didn't have this obligation to help He hide his identity. Therefore, it was just a matter of tracking and checking, and it was very simple to find He. Hualong Country, from An Province. The president of Stars and Stripes frowned as he looked at the information in front of him. He would like to use some illegal means to deal with He, but it was actually impossible. First of all, the Boeing shareholding change is a shocking event, so I guess a lot of people in the outside world already know about it at this point. Even if the general public wouldn't know about it, most people with power and influence would know about it. At this time, if He was in danger, anyone could guess that it was them who did it. The most crucial thing is that He holds 21% of Boeing's shares, and if He is pushed to the brink, he is completely capable of doing a lot of things that they can't afford. Let's say it's not impossible to directly use the first shareholders' access to Boeing's warplane technology and then hand it over to the Hualong country. The second thing was that the Hualong Kingdom would absolutely protect He. Tell you what, have the Boeing Group send someone to talk to him, and ideally get some guarantees. He can have a 21% stake and enjoy a large cut, but he must never be allowed to meddle in the running of Boeing and must not steal Boeing's technology. Do everything you can to get him to say yes, even if it costs you something. The president of the Stars and Stripes said so, simply meaning that some consideration was given in exchange for a contract in which He would not meddle in anything Boeing did. Though Stars and Stripes could have gone completely rogue and just disavowed He's hold on Boeing. But if not necessary, this is best avoided if you can. It's all a small matter as long as there are other means that can be used to resolve it. Not to mention the shock on the Stars and Stripes side, the shock on the Hualong side was also great. It's incredible that a private entrepreneur can acquire a 21% stake in Boeing. With the Boeing Group's position in the Stars and Stripes and the status of the military-industrial complex, it would only take a premium of 2 to 3 times the price to get a stake in the Boeing Group. Doesn't it mean that he acquired so many shares with $100 billion? On the part of the court of the Hwarong Kingdom, it was shocked beyond belief. When did someone actually become so rich amongst their Hualong Kingdom? It wasn't as if there weren't people so rich in the Hwarong Kingdom, and some of the tycoons, along with their hidden wealth, or the wealth behind their families, were so much more. Their wealth is much, much more than what's on the list. But it's just wealth, not cash in hand, and for the most part, if anything, it's some real estate. Let's say shares in a company, ownership of some property, and so on. And what He took out to acquire Boeing can be real cash. Investigated. He was still Cathay's third largest shareholder. Also, when the 7-day financial crisis was going on, He utilized Cathay's account to run through the world's stock markets. He's the new world stock god. 7.
It would be simple for the court side to know more about Hiyu, because Guotai is a state-owned enterprise, which is held by the court, just not involved in operations. Just got more information straight away at this point in order to investigate. I see, it's actually the god of stocks? I just didn't realize that the world underestimated his gains on the 7-day financial crisis. And I don't know what he's using to hide these gains. In fact, they didn't realize that Hiyu's earnings were similar to what everyone had calculated. The ones he was getting now were really just purchased within the system for a couple $100. Hiyu, who was secretly stirring up the storm clouds at this time, did not pay the slightest attention to these things. He was holding so many shares of the Plus company as well as wealth at this time. Theoretically speaking, as long as he wasn't jeopardizing national security, no one should be able to take action against him. Moreover, one's daily fracture system does not just give some money, luxury items, and company shares. Things like predicting the 7-day global financial crisis, and that black tech shaping leotard, and the genetic evolution potion that he drank, and so on. These are ultra-limited fracture commodities, and there's no guarantee you'll get even more powerful ones later. In time, one's position will become heavier and heavier, and no one will dare to touch oneself. And at this time, Hiyu's biggest thing is still the wedding planning. After acquiring the Boeing Group's shares, Hiyu already had an idea. He was going to go directly to the court of Annan County and have some talks about cooperation. Amusement parks, and airports for that matter. With the opening of the amusement park covering hundreds of square kilometers of mountains, the place is bound to attract tourists from all over the world in time. Therefore, the small Annan County is really in need of an airfield. Before then, maybe the airfield would have to be contracted out to another airline to do it. But now that he or she has become Boeing's #1 shareholder besides the Stars and Stripes, it's perfectly possible to use Boeing's power to do this. Of course, in addition to Boeing, Hugh himself will still fund the airport in his private capacity. This would give absolute ownership of the airport, and Boeing would be limited to being a provider of airport equipment and airplanes, etc. Chapter 34, Excited to the Core, the God of Fortune arrives at the Annan County office. Annan County Commissioner's Office. Major Disney shareholder, major Boeing shareholder? It can't be fake, can it? Listening to the secretary's words, Governor Annan was a bit disbelieving. After all, these two are the world's famous 500 groups. Suffice it to say, it's all about the in-depth kind of group of companies. To be able to become a shareholder of two major conglomerates, you're at least at the consortium level, right? And how could an existence of that level appear in their tiny Annan County? Governor, I couldn't believe it before, but after going to check it out, I realized it was all true. He's really a major shareholder in two major conglomerates. Even Boeing has a 21% stake. He's the man at the helm of Boeing in the event that the Stars and Stripes officially stay out of Boeing's way, except that there's no word yet, and it's clear that the Stars and Stripes don't want him at the helm of Boeing. The secretary said in shock, "This is too incredible, they Annan County, this is out of a dragon. Quickly! Invite him in," the governor said in a rush. Not long after Hiyu entered the office, looking at the young man in front of him, if it wasn't for the fact that his secretary had gone and checked, he really didn't believe that this young man actually had so many horrible identities. "Hello, what is your name, sir?" the governor asked politely. "The magistrate called me Hiyu is all. I'm here today because I have two big projects to make investments. I just need the support of the Annan County office." Hiyu cut right to the chase and didn't waste time. What big project? The governor came to be interested. The major shareholders of the two groups said that if it was a big project, at least hundreds of millions of investment, right? This could be a big investment for Annan County like no other. After all, this side of the country is really poor. It's like this: I'm going to circle all the mountains as well as the rivers within a radius of hundreds of square kilometers of Hujia village. Then build an amusement park that plays amidst the mountains, based on the strength of the mountains. The current estimated investment is around 100 billion soft currency, and after the amusement park is completed, there will be cliff swings, as well as roller coasters shuttling between mountains and forests, among other items. Every single one of these projects will be unique in the world, and most of them can even be directly applied for Guinness World Records. Dumbfounded, the governor of Annan, as well as the secretary, were outright dumbfounded. Looking at the dumbfounded two, Hiyu smiled faintly. He had long been ready. "This is my account at Cathay Bank, which gives access to my cash assets, and is used to prove that I have the capital to make this investment. And it's a one-time funding kind of thing, and it's expected to be completed within 6 months." The secretary rushed to check it out. He had to check it out. Because it's $100 billion investment. In the entire Hualong country, other than the official Hualong country, what power dares to say that it is making a $100 billion level investment? Even if there are hundreds of billions of dollars of private investment, there are definitely dozens or even hundreds of groups involved in it together, and there will even be an official background. Prefect, it's true, it's all true. Mister, he has over $30 billion in his account. That's all cash. The secretary was very shocked. Not many of the world's super rich are expected to be able to come up with this level of cash, right?
Not to mention, the richest man in their Huarong country can take out billions of dollars, and it's quite something. Everyone's assets, after all, are fixed assets. Unless the entire asset is sold exclusively, then it will undergo some downsizing to get some cash. But no one will do so, because with these shares in hand, you can get a high annual dividend, enough to live a nourishing life, little cutie. It's only then that the shares will be sold exclusively. Unless, of course, the price is too high to refuse, which would be a premium offer. Mr. He, wait for a moment, I'll immediately call out all of Annan County's team. We'll have a high-level meeting directly on site to address your investment, and we'll be sure to take it seriously. I'll put my words here, whether it's land, or various policy support, we can discuss it, as long as you're willing to maintain your willingness to invest. Prefect Annan's mouth was trembling with excitement, obviously really excited. Because Ho Yumming said that the playground was built in Annan County. And the proposed airport is clearly in service of the world's most expansive playground project. All of these will all land in Annan County. As long as HU is entertained well, this is hundreds of billions of dollars in political achievements. Even the airport won't be a small amount. Of course, it's a lot less than a $100 billion playground. After all, an international airport is only an investment of $800 million to start with. Even if HU is no matter how tycoon and builds a big one, this airport is at most an investment of more than $1 billion, or even $2 billion or so. Only, for Annan County, $100 million of investment is a lot, let alone more than $1 billion. Chapter 35, Monopolize the right to build hotels in Annan County and only stay at my house. It wasn't long before all the leadership of Annan County had arrived. The high-ranking officials who could be seen in Annan County had all arrived, and they all arrived at the governor's office with disbelieving faces. They were shown HU's qualifications in advance when the secretary called out to them. It means to remind them that they must treat this Mr. Ho with respect. People are really wealthy. I can't believe how huge the playground will be with hundreds of billions of dollars invested down the line. And the peripheral income generated by this tourist, playful nature of construction investment is unimaginable. Let's say a hotel. The provincials and foreigners who come here to play, they can't all live in Shuipan City, right? After all, if you come over there, it's a 2-hour drive, it's very far. Therefore, this Annan County can attract a lot of chain hotels to invest in the trend, and then drive the economy of the whole Annan County. The next thing is that all kinds of handicrafts, all kinds of snacks, all kinds of cuisines, all kinds of restaurants, and even all kinds of trades and industries, all of them will be benefited. It's simply unimaginable if HU's construction is actually completed. With the gimmick of hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, the world's largest amusement park, the world's most unique amusement park and other names, it is bound to attract an explosion of people. Annan County is going to take off. Maybe even in the future, Annan County will get a direct upgrade just because of this one investment. From Annan County to Annan City. It's not impossible, it does happen when a city really grows to a certain point. Mr. He, please also tell us the specific plan, and we will definitely cooperate fully with your investment. Governor Annan said respectfully. Even he was still sitting at the top, so it was completely normal that it was useless to refuse anyway. After all, this is a $100 billion investment. Do not say Annan County, even to the north, this is enough to make HU become a guest of honor, and even everyone respect the object of investment. It's like this, in addition to the shares of these two groups, I also have the shares of the Chanda Group, the shares of Lao Ganma, and a portion of the Magic City's Wen's Fashion Group. The investors in this playground are these groups that I occupy shares in together. I'll be investing $60 billion on my own, while the remaining $40 billion will be invested by Disney, Cheetah, Lao Ganma, One, and Cathay together. Hearing HU's words, the crowd was shocked. The young man in front of me is not only a major shareholder of Disney and Boeing, but also a major shareholder of Chien Tat, Lao Ganma, as well as Wen's and Cathay Pacific. Wen's words, people don't know much about, after all, it is a local enterprise in Magic City, although the market value is good, there are tens of billions of dollars, but it is not high profile, and the country is not famous. But it's only temporary, by the time the shapewear tights come out, Wen will be a global favorite. Amazing! The so-called richest man in the country might have been the one in front of you a long time ago. Everyone was very shocked in their hearts, although they didn't know how many shares HU occupied in these groups. But since they can be allowed to fund the investment together, they must have taken up a huge stake in order to order these groups. On top of that, I will be contributing another $8 billion, and Boeing is contributing $2 billion, to build a mega international airport in Annan County. When the amusement park opens, this international airport will be open to dozens of countries around the world. The local economy that this drives up is going to be extremely scary. Hearing HU's words, the crowd was very excited. Mr. He, if you have any requests, just tell us, we can promise you anything. The governor said excitedly. HU smiled slightly. Gentlemen, I am also a businessman and have shares in so many companies. As we all know, with the opening of the amusement park as well as the airport, the time is bound to come because of the massive influx of tourists from all over the country, from all over the globe.
And then to drive all kinds of local economies, my idea is to have Chanda open a Chanda Plaza in Anand County. At the same time, there is also Chanda Hotel. My request is that the right to build the hotel in Anand County can be given to Chanda Group. The only people who are going to get approval to build a hotel in Anand County, other than a bed and breakfast, are Cheetah or a company that I control. Hearing he use words, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. So ruthless. As expected of a businessman, especially one so rich. Anyone can expect that by the time the number of tourists on this side of the world skyrockets, perhaps thousands and thousands of tourists will be pouring in every day. That hotel demand, it's going to explode. This request of Hiyu is to contract the whole Anand County from the date of the beginning of the cooperation. The hotel is only qualified to open Hiyu. In other words, he will achieve a monopoly. What a blood money maker this is. As long as you come to Anand County, you can only stay in hotels owned by Hiyu, except for BBS. And the hotels that Anand County now owns are small hotels that are too shabby to be considered hotels at all. In the future, it is foreseeable that the income from this area alone will start at perhaps over $1 billion a year. But in the end, they agreed after some deliberation that someone would have to invest in the hotel anyway. Sort of a negotiation, so what if it's released to EU? With some reasonable maneuvering, even if the world is disgruntled, it can't say anything. Let's say that all the foundations suitable for building a hotel are sold to EU in advance. In that case, isn't the right to build the hotel, in a different way, given to EU? They are not afraid of giving themselves a bad name, and even compared to this kind of super investment, this matter is rather trivial. Chapter 36, all the major cities are out in force, and all the major leaders are coming just for Wayu. In the end, Hiyu talked to the Anand County office about the same thing. Get 3 years of tax exemption, and then it is the entire Haija village square area covering hundreds of square kilometers range, all set aside for Hiyu to build an amusement park. There will also be a good lot set aside for an airport within Anand County. All Hiyu needed to do was get the money and start building. Of course Hiyu from this also has a lot. The first is the right to build the hotel in Anand County, only Hiyu name of the company, which is qualified to build the hotel. Of course, that being said, this obvious monopoly should not be allowed. Therefore, the way is, in advance, a large amount of land, with a low price to sell to Hiyu, no land, other hotel groups to come. Naturally there is no construction of the hotel lot. The second thing was that Hiyu also gave Cheetah Group an area in the center of the city to build Cheetah Plaza. With the landing of the world's first amusement park, the place is bound to become a global tourist attraction in time. So if Cheetah Group can build Cheetah Plaza here, the benefits it can bring will be very considerable. As one of the major shareholders of Cheetah, Hiyu would gain by doing so himself. Although not as good as fully funding the construction of the monopoly himself, Hiyu has been working in the community since high school. So he wasn't a fool and knew that even if a person was powerful, he should never raise the world as an enemy. Give up some benefits appropriately, and then you will have coalesced a network of extremely scary relationships behind you. Which of these big conglomerate bosses has a simple back? Although he controlled the shares, it didn't mean that they would be afraid of him, and by tying them to his boat with benefits, wouldn't their background be his background? The Cheetah Group side was thrilled when they found out about this. Old Wang, the chairman of Cheetah Group, even called Hiyu personally. Thank you, Mr. He. Cheetah Group's efficiency hasn't been very good in the last 2 years. If this project can be successful, Cheetah will completely turn around, and even its market capitalization will see a surge. Old Wang said so, already showing some more respect for Hiyu in his words. Can take out hundreds of billions of dollars to do this project, alone is this kind of idea as well as vigor, let him Old Wang very admirable. His small goal of $100 million was nothing in front of Hiyu. Mr. Wang is polite, I'm also a part of Cheetah, so naturally I won't forget the interests of the group. But please also ask that in 3 days, if Mr. Wang has time, he can come to Anand County. Besides you, there will be Auntie Tao from Lao Ma, the president of Disney, the president of Boeing, and the leaders of the Anand County office. I'll come up with the full program plan at that time, and then we'll all discuss it, and if it's okay, we'll have to start deploying the funds. As the major shareholder of each group, I have the responsibility to be accountable to all of you, so all the funds gathered here will be mobilized by me. He said so, and Old Wang naturally had no problem with it. Originally there was no relationship between the several groups, because Hiyu is the reason for the majority shareholder, this time it is to cooperate a wave. Disney has Disneyland and is extremely familiar with this aspect of the business, and they are essential. Next is Boeing, they are one of the largest aerospace conglomerates in the world. Pulling in their words would be extremely helpful in building a global route. Otherwise, if Hiyu alone went to find connections, it would take many years to open up all the global routes and be able to fly directly to Anand. I'll be there in 3 days. Old King said seriously. He nodded with satisfaction, and then hung up the phone, and next once again made a call to the bosses of several major groups. They all said they would definitely be there in 3 days. Even as far away as the president of Boeing and the Stars and Stripes, the president of Disney, they're starting to leave today. After all, it's a bit far on their end. On this side, Hiyu is about to invest $100 billion to build an amusement park as well as an airport, although it has not been publicized. But the words within the agency still spread. After all, there are a lot of people, and the news isn't that super secret, so it's normal for it to spread. The first to know the news was clearly Biyun City. Because Annan County is within the jurisdiction of Biyun City. The Sher chief was directly alarmed and then brought his team directly toward Annan County. The purpose of his visit was naturally to pull in investments. Although Annan County was within their jurisdiction of Biyun City, it would be helpful for them to land a seat. But this is, after all, the poor county of Biyun City, and if it falls directly here, it doesn't have much to do with their group of leadership inside the city. They do not get the slightest political achievement at all, except for some verbal commendations. Another reason is that they feel it is too poor for development. Why don't you just move to Biyun City? You'll get higher development that way. Of course, its real reason, as anyone knows, is not yet for political performance. If it falls in Annan County, this political achievement is not their concern. This is $100 billion of investment and will even attract global attention to the political achievements of. How could they let it go? In addition to Biyun City, next door Shuipan City and even the provincial capital of Gue City knew about it. Throughout your province, the Sher chiefs, or perhaps the deputy Sher chiefs, of all the major cities and towns, personally led their teams to Annan County with the sole purpose of convincing Hiyu. Take the hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in hand and relocate it directly to their cities. Whoever pulls in this investment, to put it bluntly, directly locks in a position as a candidate for the leadership of Province 1. Therefore, no one was willing to let go of such a heavenly opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and within Annan County, a lot of big names had recently arrived. They had wanted to visit Hiyu directly, but they heard that 3 days later, the bosses of all the major investment groups would arrive. There will be a unified negotiation at that time, as well as a detailed plan announcement. They pondered that it might be difficult to convince Hiyu alone. But they could try to convince the other presidents. If they all agreed, Hiyu alone wouldn't be able to turn the tide, right? That's what these city leaders think. They think Hiyu is one of the shareholders of those groups. But in the face of the group's greater interests, those shareholders should help them convince Hiyu. After all, this is Annan County, a poor county. Where is it as well located as inside their bustling city? Chapter 37, Booking a New World Miracle with the intent to overpower Hiyu. The largest hotel in Annan County at the moment, and one that the Annan County office itself financed. If you say it's a hotel, it's really kind of a guest house. It specializes in entertaining all kinds of leaders who come here for review, or some big businessmen who come to invest. At this moment, in the large conference room of the guest house, there were many people sitting. Hiss. That's Old King. The young man sitting next to him is Principal One, right? That one over there, isn't that the president of Disney? And that one, it's Auntie Tao. Auntie Tao from Lao Gan Ma. The employees of the hospitality center were all very shocked. What was going on today? How did so many big shots come to their little Annan County? They don't know that about the $100 billion investment. It can be said that this matter is now spreading like wildfire within your province. Just everyone has a tacit understanding did not spread out, and then how to fight, are only within your province. If this is known to other provinces, then when the time comes, those provinces that are so competitive won't be competitive if they join. After all, this level of investment will never be spared even by a city of the level of the north. The leaders of the major cities took their seats, and everyone was waiting for someone. Coming. Mister, he is here. Just then, Governor Annan walked in and shouted excitedly. Only to see the door pushed open, and then a figure in a suit slowly walked in from outside. He did not bring a suit, the reason why he came late, or went to the only suit store in Annan County, and chose this suit, which came over. After all, this kind of occasion, the face of so many leaders and so many suits of the major groups of people, more or less still have to pay attention to their own image. Of course, these words were all said by Wan Yingying. Hiyu, himself, preferred to be comfortable, and he preferred to come over in short sleeves as well as big pants. After all, even if one wore it that way, absolutely no one would dare to underestimate oneself. Only to see Wan Yingying holding Hiyu's arm as she slowly walked in. Looking around, he saw his name as well as Wan Yingying's name at the very top. The Sher chiefs and deputy Sher chiefs of the major cities, as well as the bosses of the major conglomerates, were all sitting at this large round table. There were many more reclining chairs behind them, all of which the accompanying secretaries, etc., who had been brought in, sat in. The current top position is clearly the second in command of your province. Next to him was Hiyu, and next to Hiyu again was Wan Yingying. The second in command comes over and does mostly notarization. After all, it's all pretty much the same to him as long as the investment doesn't flow out of your province. He's here mainly to hold down the fort. Mr. He, please sit down. The second in command smiled politely. Hiyu smiled faintly, and then without being polite, he directly sat down. Looking at the major Sher chiefs, deputy Sher chiefs, etc. in front of him, even in positions below him. Hiyu sighed in his heart, this money can really change qualitatively when it reaches a certain point.
Of course, this is not enough. Hiyu's goal is to be rich enough to influence the economy of the Hualong country, or even the global economy, or even control the global economy. That's the ultimate in rich, a rich man, right? Just how much money would it take to do that? $1 trillion or 10 trillion? After all, the Stars and Stripes' annual GDP, too, is only $21.4 trillion. If one possessed $10 trillion of wealth, it would be comparable to half of the Star and Stripes' national GDP for a year. And one side of the Hualong country's GDP is only $14.3 trillion. So having $10 trillion of wealth. What a terror! It's safe to assume that there is no one, privately, who currently owns this level of wealth, globally. Even the Rockefeller Consortium, what with the Rothschilds, what with the Shabai royal family, etc., definitely don't have that kind of money. The world's richest man is only a mere $140 billion, even if those hundreds of years of inheritance of the family, and then there is a hidden wealth of several trillion top day, right? That's still counting all the shares they hold around the world in various shell companies. The claim that the Rothschilds have $50 trillion in assets is actually mostly rumor. Well, without further ado, here's the program I've prepared. The proposal for the amusement park is the rough copy that was finally given by a team of professionals sent over from Disney's headquarters for a few days of surveying. As for the airport proposal, it was given by a team sent over by Boeing to conduct a survey. The specific airport design will also involve the world's most famous architectural designers. He said so. Looking at the program distributed down in his hands, everyone was shocked. Under that 3D composition, the amusement park, built on a mountain and waterfront, is simply the new wonder building of the world. No wonder it costs so much. Let's say, for example, dozens of mountains, all of which will be opened in various ways. The total area will be more than hundreds of square kilometers. Wrong unit in the previous article. Sorry, it's been corrected. Glass corridors, roller coasters, water walks, canyon swings, cliff bungee jumping, all the entertainment, everything. It's just different in that, like a roller coaster, right, is a real roller coaster. A total of 3 dozen large hills will be constructed, with a driveway that passes through a gap in each. While traveling through, you can even see animals in the mountains and forests and feel the majesty of nature. With a length of over 5,000 meters, it will be the longest, fastest, most exciting and most exotic roller coaster in the world. Compared to this proposal, the international airport, which is to be built with an investment of $3 billion, is also amazing, but it is nothing. The presidents of the major groups, although they knew Hiyu's plan in advance, but at this time, looking at the effect diagrams given by the team, they were all very shocked. If it could actually be built, it would be the greatest amusement park in the world. It's just a shame that it can't bear the Disney name. Disney president unfortunately said, after all, is a number of groups together to invest. Hiyu is even with a private identity, investing 60% of them, that is, 60 billion more. He felt it was unlikely that he would get the naming rights to Disney. After all, if he could get the naming rights, Disney's stock price would skyrocket right along with the inauguration. Mr. He, we in Shuipan City are willing to give better conditions. Why don't you consider relocating this world's #1 amusement park to our city of Waterplate? Mr. He, why don't we relocate to Biyun City? Mr. He, your city is the capital city of the province. Even the construction of the airport can be dispensed with. What's not to like about this unnecessary expense? For a moment, the representatives of all the major cities were excited. But in the face of their excitement, Hiyu's expression was very flat. I'm sorry, gentlemen, this is my hometown, and it's for my hometown that I chose to come back and invest. And this amusement park, itself, was built in accordance with the environment of the mountains surrounding Hajia village. It would be hard to leave this place and find another suitable, as well as a place where such wonders of the world could be built. Hiyu said so. The people were all stiff. They were all the second and third hand of the major cities, with honorable status. When had they ever been rejected so directly? Gentlemen, you are among the investors, and with all the poverty here, won't you think twice about changing your investment wishes? I suppose a minority is more favorable to your company in the midst of a large city? A city's third in command said so, and all of a sudden the whole room was silent, and the atmosphere was instantly icy cold. The meaning of these words was obvious. This person was trying to use the bosses of Disney, Cheetah, and other groups to pressure Hiyu as an investor. But, this time, they were all wrong. It was Hiyu who was willing to take them for a ride. It's just that he wants everyone to be tied to the same boat, to work together, and then to spice things up. Pushing Hiyu to the brink, it's not like he can't get this 100 billion out on his own. Therefore, the presidents of the major conglomerates were all looking at that third in command strangely, with mockery in their eyes. Chapter 38, a command to order the major groups to do nothing. If people respect me, I respect them. But if he offended himself, Hiyu wouldn't be the least bit polite. Well, if that's the case, then I feel like there's no point in this meeting if it's going to continue. I might be able to spread the word and get other cities to compete. I'm sure the other provinces, they're definitely interested in this project. After Hiyu finished speaking, he simply stood up and prepared to leave the stage. And Disney, Boeing, as well as Old King and the others, all brushed up after Hiyu.
He was the backbone and the main investor, and even the major shareholder of their company. Since he was going to give up making investments over here at this time, they would not raise any objections. After all, it was he who was mercifully taking them for a ride, not them taking he for a ride. If it wasn't for he, none of their companies would have been able to come up with such a huge amount of money for such a grandiose project. Looking at all the chairmen and presidents of the major groups who got up and were ready to leave, the third in command of that certain city directly froze. What the hell is this? Why are these people listening to he like this? Just he a sentence of things, so grand and powerful, very promising project, just give up? The second in command of the province was directly frozen, and he hadn't expected things to actually develop like this. In fact, overall, this kind of super project, open in a big city like your city, can bring the biggest help to the whole province, as well as economic promotion. It's just that he didn't say it, but it was the third in command of that particular city who brought it up. But the results presented were unexpected by all. They had underestimated he's vigor, and actually said they would not invest just because of such a sentence. Even more so, he underestimated he's position in the major groups. First of all, on the side of Cheetah, he is the only shareholder of their company, besides the old Wong father and son, with great rights. The second thing is that, in this program, he very much takes care of the local enterprises, that is, they Cheetah. It even got them the location of Cheetah Plaza, and even those hotels, most of which will presumably involve them Cheetah. All of them were naturally absolutely on he's side. As for Lao Gan Ma's words, it was pretty much the same. He was Lao Gan Ma's only shareholder besides Auntie Tao and her two sons. Disney, and Boeing for that matter, came with a mission. The mission is also very simple, that is to please he. After all, Boeing is a military-industrial group. He became Boeing's largest shareholder in addition to the Stars and Stripes officials. According to Boeing and the Stars and Stripes, in 5 years, the rules set, the Stars and Stripes officials shall not interfere in the operation of Boeing. So according to international law, he is in absolute control of Boeing. Therefore, according to Chief Chuan's intention, it was to come and gain he's friendship and stabilize him, and then they would find a way on their side to solve this matter. So at this time, these two companies, naturally, were on he's side. The Cathay side, on the other hand, is not at all afraid of this side of the official, because they are originally state-owned enterprises, directly under the control of the financial headquarters side. The second thing is that all of he's wealth is in Cathay Bank, a super customer of their bank, and the third largest shareholder, so they naturally know how to choose. Not to mention the last of the Winchesters, the homegrown business. Looking at the major groups that are directly going to all leave the field, many leaders in your province finally got anxious. Don't. Mr. He, please stay, please also listen to our explanation. Where to execute the project is all at Mr. He's discretion, and we, the officials of your province, will absolutely cooperate. After saying that, the second in command of the province directly looked at the third in command of a certain city who had just spoken with a serious face. You, out. This kind of words that do not give the slightest bit of mercy can be said to be extremely difficult to see in the officialdom. But at this point it's not a surprise at all, because it's $100 billion of investment. A project that could even make the whole of your province famous all over the world. If he completely offended you and lost this investment just because of this guy's smartass remark, then he probably shouldn't sit in this position. After all, there were so many competitors, and he was responsible for coming to preside over the cooperation of this project, and if anything went wrong, it would be his pot. At this point he can't even think about letting the program go to another city. Because he could sort of see that he had chosen Hijia village solely because it was his hometown. That was all. If someone dared to use some threats to make he change his mind and move his investment, it was expected that the man would simply explode. It's true that young people are young people, and in a fit of anger they can do things that make people throw up their hands. But on the contrary, this young man had enough capital to be scorned. It's like he said, if he had announced out this project and actively sought cooperation. Not to mention all the provinces of the Huarong Kingdom, it was estimated that even the big foreign countries would have all sorts of people coming to draw on he. Just for the sake of HOYU getting this $100 billion investment from HOYU and the largest amusement park in the world. After all, if this is really successful, it can directly drive the economy of a city, or even a province. Eventually, under the kind words of the province's second in command, he sat back down. Watching he sit down, old Wang and the other tycoons then followed suit. A posture that was completely at the head of he's horse, looked dumbfounded at the crowd. They were more and more shocked because of he. What kind of capital was it that could make these world-famous tycoons to be at the head of their horse? Eventually, those city leaders left as well. Because they know that pulling investment is out of the question. 100% of this investment will go to Annan County. Biyun City was a little bit better. After all, Annan County was at least a county within their Biyun City. Although the political achievements do not have much to do with them, but more or less can also drive the economy of Biyun City, it is also a gain. To be the happiest, naturally, is the leadership of Annan County. Originally, they were deeply disturbed when the major SHI chiefs showed up.
Especially when that certain city's third-in-command spoke, they were even more desperate. After all, they have seen a lot, because the company's internal shareholders, or partners meddling, and lead to a change in investment intentions. But what I didn't expect was that EU's majesty was actually so high that with a single word, he could order Cheetah, Disney, as well as Boeing, Lao Gonma, and other famous big groups and companies all over the world. In the end, after a brief discussion, because it is a remote mountainous area, it is much simpler to develop than in the city. First is the compensation money, which is not available for things like playgrounds, except for the construction of an airport on the edge of Annan County, which requires a small percentage to be paid out. After all, they were all deep forests that were sparsely populated and not inhabited by many people. Instead, it's because the fairgrounds are being repaired and all sorts of roads are being built inside, even cliff road trestles and so on. Any one of these pulled out at random could be a scenic beauty spot. And now, it will all come together in the middle of a playground. Chapter 39, 3,520 Years of Future Super AI for 3005. Boom boom boom. On this day, dozens, if not hundreds, of excavators began to depart from the major cities in your province, and then converge towards Annan County. Hiss. What's going on here? What's with all the excavators and construction crews? Have you heard about it? It's rumored that a big boss, who has made an investment in Annan County, is going to build an amusement park in the middle of the mountains and forests of Hujia Mountain. Ha, you can build a playground in that place? Cars can only go in but not out, and if there's a traffic jam, they have to back up, so they can build a playground? The citizens of Annandale County were very shocked and didn't look very convinced. But that's what happened, and the playground went straight to work. In the case of the construction team saw it was the China Railway through Cathay's connections. As long as the money is there, the speed of infrastructure in the Hualong country will not disappoint. And Disney's side of the family is getting into the act. A team came to Hujia village and then trekked up the mountain to start designing the equipment. Then after the design is complete, it will go through Disney's factory and be built directly. And then, through ships, or airplanes, they are transported directly to the Huarong country, and finally pulled over here and installed. It's easy to say, but it's a massive undertaking. It is expected that if it is completed in half a year, at least tens of thousands of construction employees will be invested, as well as hundreds of excavators, cranes and other major construction machines. It can be said that this vast scale is not in the least inferior to any large-scale national infrastructure construction. Meanwhile, within Annan County, a block of homes was demolished. The one in charge of the demolition is clearly the Cheetah Group. They are contributing $10 billion this time to participate in the construction of the amusement park, and at the same time, they are taking out another $10 billion to build the hotel. Expect to build hundreds of hotels, I think, in Annan County. Of course, if all the clear all Cheetah Hotel, it will inevitably not very good. After all, hundreds of hotels, all Cheetah, how to see how uncomfortable. Therefore, you let the old Wang to bidding, that is to find the major hotel chain groups in the country, let them participate in it. Cheetah is paying for the construction. They are responsible for hotel management, training, and so on. Of course, because of this, only a small dividend can be earned. But after knowing, this time, about the project, all these hotel chains agreed. Currently it's hundreds of hotels, and with the construction of the amusement park complete, there will inevitably be an expansion of at least hundreds more, which will be able to accommodate visitors coming from all over the world. There are low-end chain express hotels and the kind of 4- and 5-star luxury hotels. It can cater to all classes of travelers, ensuring that everyone can be satisfied if they come to stay. Of course, there are some who want to experience the novelty, you choose BB. In that regard, wait until the playground is developed and someone with a bit of brains should do it. This is also regarded as a chance for you to give the people of his hometown. After all, as long as you seize this opportunity, when the time comes to sell snacks on the street, you can make a bloody fortune. This side of things is merely organized, and it's true that there are major groups involved, so there's no need for you to worry about anything. Designed and built, with a Disney side. Hotel construction and various review approvals and so on, there's Cheetah's side. Even here in your province, there is Lao Gonma, whose voice is absolutely sufficient. And on the airport side, if you will, the same Boeing is watching. It is worth mentioning that at that time, after the meeting, the president of Disney as well as the president of Boeing approached you to negotiate. The main thing is to see if Hao has any thoughts of meddling with Boeing. In the end, he said he had no ideas and just wanted to be a shareholder who collected money. That was reassuring on Boeing's end, and in that case there was plenty of time for them to react. There are two main approaches that are currently being negotiated over at Stars and Stripes. One is to just change the agreement so that Stars and Stripes can just plug Boeing. But this one got absolute opposition from the Boeing family, and even some of the consortiums were strongly opposed to it. After all, if they could take control of Boeing, it would be the same as opening the Devil's Gate, and there was no guarantee that the official hand of the Stars and Stripes would reach inside their consortium in the future. The second approach, therefore, has the highest level of support. That is, the Star-Spangled Nation officials will sell some of their shares in their hands to the Boeing family, so that the Boeing family's shares will exceed that of HEU.
In that case, this crisis can be lifted, and you will not be able to control Boeing, but only get the right to dividends. This one seems like the perfect solution without having to suffer the indignity of the world. After all, it's hard to break a contract and renegotiate it without feeling a bit backwards. But the Stars and Stripes officials will have a hard time. After all, they're the ones who will lose money if they do this. Only to be faced with so much pressure from the consortium, they had to comply and chose to sell their Boeing shares to the Boeing family. How much to sell and for how much is still being tugged at, if at all. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of taking control of Boeing, or even utilizing his control to gain access to Boeing's top-secret technology. But just a thought, that's a rogue superpower. If one did, the result would be that one would be targeted by the rogue powers, and hell knows what they would do. With the fractured commodity system, he had ways to obtain a large amount of wealth. Even some things besides wealth, like shaping tights and such. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to take the risk of confronting a superpower with an egg on its face. Today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed. Please also check the owner. Familiar wee hours of the morning, familiar voices. He was extremely skillful in directly opening the fracture merchandise, but when he saw today's fracture merchandise, he couldn't help but sit up straight. 3520 Super Artificial Intelligence, 3,520 years, humanity's most cutting-edge AI technology, fracture price, $3,520. His gaze was dull. So far, the most expensive fracture merchandise he had ever bought was only a few $100s. Things like shares in Boeing, genetic evolution potions, shaping tights, etc. None of them exceeded $500, but now this fracture merchandise is actually worth over $3,500. That's an expensive price to pay. However, once he saw the words artificial intelligence, he knew that the price seemed acceptable. As a future artificial intelligence after 1500 years, it is bound to be developed to an extremely sophisticated level. Earth's technology at that time was unimaginable. According to EU's imagination, the Earth's technology at that time would have long since flown out of the Earth, out of the solar system, and even out of the Milky Way galaxy, swimming in the universe, right? After all, looking back, Earth's technological development was nearly a change from year to year. Years ago, cell phones were still big brothers, but now it's all about the tech-savvy touchscreen smartphones. That's why the rapid changes in technology are extremely scary and represent the infinite inventive creativity of mankind. And after 1500 years, how horribly would Earth's technology have developed? Such an AI arriving would be the greatest help to EU. For example, the plastic tights obtained earlier could be developed and researched by the AI, and there would be no need to look for scientific researchers after all. There was still a certain amount of untrustworthiness and the possibility of leaking the core technology. Buy it. It's a little pricey at $3,500, but it's not unacceptable. Actually a little meat pain, after all, has always been a few $100s to buy fracture goods. It's hard to avoid a wave of heartache when you take out $3,500 straight this time. If anyone knew that he was still heartbroken from purchasing a super AI from 1500 years from now for only $3,005, they would inevitably hack him to death. Chapter 40, Super AI in Air, crushing all the scientists in human history. When he used to buy fracture goods, he would just buy them, then go to bed and scrutinize them the next day. But this one was different, quietly getting out of bed and heading to the bathroom. Extraction. He directly extracted the super artificial intelligence, and in an instant, a metal ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in Hu's hand. Master, the super artificial intelligence of the year 3520 has been developed to the extreme, possessing the same intelligence, thinking, and so on as humans. It's even already a biological AI, and when it's developed, every Earth human, at birth, will be implanted with one. And then this super AI will help tremendously as humans learn and grow. Of course, that's a human being 1500 years later, genetically optimized to an extremely terrifying degree. A baby just born, in this era, can be said to be superhuman, a god-like existence. There are currently no living beings on Earth that can withstand the physical qualities of a super AI, not even masters whose genes have begun to evolve. After all, the genetic evolution potion you obtained, Master, is already considered a product that is countless years behind for that era. The system explained, roughly, that this bio-artificial intelligence could be implanted into the body. But his body couldn't take it, so he had to place it in a computerized device on Earth. Only, according to the current extreme operating speed of the Earth's computer equipment, it was estimated that it could only utilize 1/1000th of this super AI's capabilities. But it doesn't matter, with a host body, it will self-learn and self-evolve, that is to say, give its own body, that is, the computer, non-stop refinement and transformation. It's worth noting that AI is indeed Pandora's box, with the potential for extinction. But coming from the system, that would never be the case. According to the system, it was absolutely impossible for even the existence of a super civilization to change the super AI produced by the system. So his AI, while certainly having the same intelligence as a human, was definitely loyal to himself. He pondered for a moment and pulled out his cell phone. Buzz off. The metal ball in his hand melted instantly, then slowly merged into the phone. After a moment of distortion, a brand new cell phone appeared.
The size is still about the same, only the shell has changed. It looks like it's just an extra phone case added. Super Bio AI 520, reporting to you, Master. He slightly smiled. This number is a good symbol. He is about to get married. Come to such a number. I think it is the system intentionally. It was to congratulate himself just for the sake of it. He said a thank you to the system in his heart. Then surveyed the super AI in his hands. Hello, I'll be seeing you later. According to the system, AIs in 400 or 500 years would be similar to humans, or even real beings if given a clone body. It's even possible to have children, but of course, AI is limited and can theoretically, but not do it. It is illegal and will be destroyed. This is the means of controlling the AI. Not to mention, an AI after 1500 years, so you couldn't treat it with the attitude of treating extremely. Theoretically, he was already considered a new life. Hello Master, please also give me the basic settings. That way, I can serve you more easily in every way. The corner of Hiyu's mouth twitched as he listened to the AI's hints. He wasn't interested in having a relationship with a robot. Gender set female, appearance, if you automatically enter the network, vertical and horizontal oriental aesthetic standards, self-creation it. As for the name, it's going to be my last name. It's called Yinger. Ying's words are a harmonic of ing. Setting successful. Not long after, on the cell phone screen, a brand new image appeared. A super beautiful woman dressed in Han and Tang costumes appears in the screen of a cell phone, not the animated kind, but real-life beauty. Hiyu was very shocked. Was this the super AI of 1,500 years later? Create an image of your own by combining Eastern aesthetics, says Hiyu. It took care of it in a flash, and the outward image that was created made Hiyu marvel for it. If she did walk out, she would certainly shock the world and become the most beautiful woman in the world, even recognized. There may even be some turmoil and countless heroes folding because of her. To be honest, Porkboy Hiyu didn't believe it, but seeing the image that Ing Air had created for herself, Hiyu said that he believed it. This one's so beautiful. Ing Air, you're beautiful. Hiyu said in a complimentary manner, and it was with an admiring gaze. Ing Air smiled faintly, as if she was happy with herself for receiving her master's praise. Thanks for the compliment, Master. Ing Air will try to learn about evolution and strive to be able to give herself a new biological body soon. Hiyu nodded his head, and was kind of looking forward to the time when Inger turned into a real person and stood playfully in front of him. After briefly chatting with Inger, Hiyu was going back to sleep. Otherwise, when Ing would cry if she woke up and couldn't see Hiyu. And Ing Air's words had already turned into a stream of data and entered the middle of the world network. Beginning to learn the knowledge of this era, she is a super AI, but only in a factory state. It didn't record technology from 1500 years later, otherwise it wouldn't be heaven-defying, directly accelerating to a universe-level civilization in minutes. However, as a 3,520-year-old super AI, self-learning, evolution, and scientific research capabilities surpass all scientists on Earth to date. What with Einstein, Tesla, etc., they're all younger brothers in front of her. Chapter 41, 520 airplanes to pick up the bride and invite guests from all over the world. Hiyu's side of the wedding, the planning is almost done. Over at the airport, construction of basic buildings, such as the terminal and so on, has not yet begun. But the airport runway was built first, which was mainly to serve Hiyu's wedding. When the time comes for Hiyu's wedding, an airplane will be used to land directly here. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was going to be Hiyu's wedding day. The construction of the amusement park directly stops, before opening out the spacious road, will be the first to serve Hoya's wedding. Wen Ying had already returned to the Magic City a few days ago. And just waiting for Hiyu's side of the welcoming team to be ready, and then traveling directly to Magic City to welcome the bride. Mr. He. Boeing has prepared a total of 520 jet small airliners this time. Now they have all arrived at the runway of the airport in Annan County and are being painted and will be turned into a big red color with the word happy dyed on it, according to the wedding custom in the country of Hualong. The president of Boeing dialed Hiyu directly. That's 520 small jet airliners. It was mass-produced by Boeing though, just to serve Hiyu's wedding, and each plane was extremely lightweight, with a maximum of 2 people sitting in addition to the pilot and co-pilot. It's also a small jetliner that carries a total of 4 people, but that's a lot of people. The total cost of these 520 jet mini passenger planes alone is over $300 million. A price tag of more than $2 billion soft dollars is not a big deal. These airplanes are built and will be put on official Boeing for sale directly after the wedding. When the time comes, naturally, it can easily recover the cost and even make another wave of profit. After all, this kind of specially customized small airliner, lightweight, is still cheaper than those large ones. Hiyu hung up the phone after saying thank you. The current plan for the pickup is such that the caravan starts from the Hojia village side and then drives to the Annan County airport. From the airport side, fly 520 planes directly to the Magic City. Landing at the Magic City airport, and then the airport side also prepared a fleet of cars to go directly to Wen Ying's home to pick her up. Another flight back to Annan County, another convoy, and back to Hojia village. It was troublesome, but Hiyu went ahead and did it anyway in order to fulfill Wen Yingying's dream of wearing red makeup from home and marrying Hiyu. Fortunately, the rules for getting married are a little different on their side. The rule is that the man will choose to stay on the woman's side for one night on the first day when he goes with the receiving party. Usually, when you go to the woman's house, the woman's side of the family will also have a drink, and then you want the entire welcoming party to stay overnight. A relative's or friend's house, or simply a hotel is fine, it's just a one-night stay. And then early the next morning, they would leave directly from the woman's house to the man's house. This is the process of marriage, so Hiyu their side of the plan is to leave at noon, and then arrived at Wen Yingying home. The next morning it's back that way again, back to Annan County. Xiao Yu Zi Ah. I've invited all the family and friends and so on that I could for you. And the classmates, I've contacted them all for you, and most of them have said they'll definitely come. As for the other guests, you'll just have to invite them yourself. He Xiao had already taken a few days long vacation just to come back and help Hiyu organize the wedding. The other guests in his mouth were naturally Hiyu's business partners. After all, at this time he is also aware that Hiyu's not to be missed. The Yu family village's 100 billion investment plan can be Hiyu take out. Well, I'll ask around. Hiyu pondered for a while. What he could invite himself was actually the presidents, shareholders, and executives of several companies and so on. But apparently things aren't that simple. After questioning Senior Hiyu's identity at this time has already spread in the circle. The extraordinary status, coupled with the honorable status, many people know the news of his marriage. Wanted to come and join in, but was not good enough to come uninvited. So Lao Wang's suggestion is to send out invitations in the name of the major groups to all the major partners who have business dealings with the group, the bosses behind them, the major shareholders and so on. Even if it wasn't a partner, Hiyu was already the most top-ranked tycoon in the country, and if you counted the shares of those groups of Hiyu, they could even compete for the position of the richest man in the world. Therefore, probably anyone can be invited, and even if Hiyu puts out a message to go, it is estimated that even dignitaries may come back. Even if they didn't know Hiyu before, the status of Boeing's major shareholder, Disney's major shareholder, and so on alone could make them come. Even at this point, in the world's powerful and noble class, some people had already begun to speculate whether Hiyu was the world stock god 7. After all, after Hiyu became famous, the path to becoming rich was scrutinized. For the money that Hiyu initially helped Wen take out, plus still the major shareholder of Cathay, the identity of the stock god 7, it seems to call out. Alright then, Mr. Wang, I'll trouble you with this matter, I don't know many people either. Hiyu pondered for a moment. After all, at this level, it was still necessary to enter that circle. Truly speaking, Hiyu had even belonged to the characters standing at the top of that circle. Once the newspaper news can only be seen on the major rich, at this time Hiyu already has not weaker than their wealth. Lao Wang agreed, and then contacted the president of Disney and the president of Boeing, among others, to help invite them as well. There was a global shock, but it was limited to the powerful and elite. Boeing, in addition to the first major shareholder of the Stars and Stripes Court? Disney's third largest shareholder? Suspected world's newest stock god, 7? The newly minted richest man in the world? All sorts of news, spreading among the powerful and noble classes, and hearing that he was getting married, many people were inquiring in many ways whether they could attend. Chapter 42, the wedding begins with hundreds of red Ferraris. Hiyu felt to himself that he wasn't that qualified to cause the global tycoons to shake. After all, nothing more than a major shareholder in a couple of conglomerates. But the truth was beyond Hiyu's imagination. The name of World Stock God 7 alone was enough to make these tycoons pay attention. After all, the financial crisis that lasted no more than 7 short days had seen Hiyu roll up more than $30 billion. How can this godlike ability on the stock market not be taken seriously? The second thing is the status of the Boeing Group's majority shareholder, which, mind you, is the Stars and Stripes military-industrial complex. To say that it was the Stars and Stripes homegrown billionaires who acquired the majority of Boeing's shares, they would believe it. But it was unbelievable that a Hualong countryman, who was himself at odds with the Stars and Stripes, could acquire such a large stake in the Boeing Group. First of all, it's this money. With the Boeing Group's status as a military-industrialized company, the market capitalization is steady as an old dog. To buy it at a premium, you might have to buy it at several times the price. So this time around, maybe Hugh spent a whole $100 billion to acquire Boeing. The major tycoons around the world are not simple people, so naturally they can easily calculate this result. That's $100 billion. It must be known that Hugh only gained more than $30 billion in the stock market. Where did he get $100 billion to buy Boeing? How can one not be curious about this kind of wealth, this kind of ability? So after the news of Hyu's wedding was disclosed, many people were starting to look for connections. Contacting Disney, contacting Boeing, contacting Cheetah Group, contacting Cathay Securities, then there was only one purpose, to ask for an invitation to Hyu's wedding. After inquiring about Hyu, these groups naturally accepted all of these people's requests in the face of them. Anyone who is a recognizable figure can ask for an invitation. Hyu didn't care if these people attended or not, but because this was his own wedding to Wen Yingying. The more people who come, the more voluminous the scale that is responsible for Wen Yingying. Time passed slowly, and the whole of your province began to stir. First of all, the domestic, the rich list of the top 3 size of the horse, as well as the Evergrande Su boss and so on, all of them from the old king of Cheetah got the invitation. The top 100 of the domestic rich list, at least half of them, asked for invitations just to attend Hiyu's wedding and get to know the world's stock god and Boeing's major shareholder. As for foreign countries, let's not go into the big rich guys. Let's just say the world's top 500 companies, together with these domestic ones. It is estimated that there might have to be half of the world's top 500 companies' bosses or major shareholders coming to attend Hiyu's wedding. There are even many official enterprises among them, let's say Hualong National Petrochemical and so on. After all, Hiyu is still the major shareholder of Cathay, which is considered to have a certain official background. After all, Hiyu's construction of this amusement park this time would itself be a huge increase for the overall economy of China. So these official super state-owned enterprises who came to the wedding were kind of supporting Hiyu. The officials naturally knew about Hiyu's holding of Boeing. But the official did not contact Hiyu, because everyone is not stupid. Not you can take the technology from Boeing just because you have a controlling stake in Boeing. As long as the Star-Spangled Nation casually exerted some means, it could completely check and balance Hiyu. The only trouble with that is that it would be subject to the world's naysayers. But is Stars and Stripes a country that fears naysayers? They are globally recognized for their shamelessness as well as their hooliganism. After the guests are invited, they will come to the Hejia village side the next day. At this time most of them had arrived early in your province and were entertained by Lao Ganma as well as Lao Wang of Cheetah and others. Old Wang used to be the richest man in China and often attended various international conferences and events. Therefore, many of these tycoons from all over the world are still known to each other. And on Hiyu's side, they were about to get ready to leave. Boom! 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 The sound of roaring cars resounded through the streets of the He village. The street has been renovated and enlarged because of the amusement park, so even sports cars can come here. It's just that the detour around the mountain would seem dangerously steep. At this moment, outside of Hejia village, hundreds of sports cars converged. All are uniform red Ferraris, courtesy of the Ferrari Group. With Boeing's majority shareholder and also Disney's majority shareholder, it's perfectly possible to get that kind of treatment. Not to mention, Hiyu is not for nothing to come so many red Ferrari, or to the Ferrari Group, a lot of rental fees. So many sports cars. Holy crap, they're all clear Ferraris. Too rich, that Hiyu I know, with me or elementary school classmates, just did not expect. People are actually so rich now. This wedding is pushing it, literally. With so many fleets of Ferraris appearing in Annan County, even in clear red, it naturally attracted the attention of many surrounding villages and towns. A lot of people are coming over here, spacing out, trying to watch the action. During this period of time, Hiyu rich things have long spread out, 10 miles and 8 townships, most of us actually know. Before just know Hiyu rich, but this specific how rich, at this time everyone has intuitive feelings. Chapter 43, a wedding costing tens of billions of dollars, with a swarm of planes in the air. The auspicious time is almost here. In front of Hiyu's family manor, many people were converging at this time. Because of the wedding, it was possible to just double the money and speed up the work, so the house is finally caught up. The decoration materials are all green and non-polluting, so you can move in on the same day. This decoration material alone is enough for someone to repair a villa. After all, it is the most advanced and certainly the most expensive material in the world. After all, they have just been developed and have not yet found a way to reduce costs, so naturally they are expensive. At this time at the gate, all that stood there was a group of young men in red handboks. When you go to choose a wedding dress, you can't get enough of it. In the end, I suddenly had the bright idea of choosing the Cape of Hanfu. So naturally the best man's attire will change. In the case of Hiyu's best man, it was He Xiao, Wang Xiaozong, and a few young men of the same generation from the village, sort of cousins and such. It was supposed to say that the married He Xiao should not be able to be the best man. But in the past, the two had agreed to come over and be best man for each other when they got married. Therefore, even if He Xiao is now married, this best man is not running. As for Wang Xiaozong's words, it was because of the old Wang and his age, and his relationship with Hiyu was okay. Plus the wedding car for the wedding in Mordor was arranged by him, so he became Hiyu's best man. Finally the door was pushed open, and Hiyu slowly walked out from it wearing a wide red hanbok and a hair crown on his head. Hiss! Cool! Wang Xiaozong said in awe, of course it is handsome. This red Chinese dress was made by one of the top ancient costume design masters in China. Not a certain era of clothing, but a combination of the advantages of the major dynasties of clothing in the history of the Huarong country finally created. The gold threads on the top of them are real gold threads. Every needle, every line, are craftsman hand-sewed on. Alone is this one Chinese dress. In order to catch Hiyu's wedding, we'll use hundreds of skilled craftsmen of decades-old craftsmen. The one Yingying was wearing was even more troublesome. After all, the female version of the phoenix cape would be even more delicate and shocking. Let's go. Hiyu was beaming. After all, it was the big day, how could he not be happy? The people got into the car, and then the convoy left in a great hurry under the sound of firecrackers. Both sides of the road, all stained with onlookers, and even a reporter came to the scene to report. The reporters didn't know who was getting married. After all, Hiyu's fame was only spread inside the rich and powerful circle. Perhaps Hiyu's fame could only grow when Wen's group's shaping tights came out. It wasn't long before the convoy arrived at the airport. The huge airport, at this time there is no terminal, but the airport runway, but got ahead of schedule. As for the routes, that's taken care of as well. 520 small jets, which will follow a specific formation, will fly to Mordor. Air refueling planes will even have to be employed in the middle of the journey to ensure range. There is more to this vast project than just having money. The first thing is to apply for a route. What a route for 520 airplanes! Though it's just a super small jetliner with people on board. But routes are also extremely difficult to apply for, with the exception of Hiyu. $100 billion of investment has made your province treat Hiyu as a god of wealth, and they are trying to do everything they can to fulfill Hiyu's requests. Eventually, after negotiating with the military, they were able to get a 2-day route. The convoy neatly parked at the edge of the runway, while Hiyu walked down with the best man's group, the group of relatives, and so on, all of them. Looking at the 520 small airplanes that begged to be parked in front of them, the whole crowd was shocked. Tens of millions for one, hundreds of millions for 10. 100 of them is a couple $1 billion, more than 500 of them. $1 or $2 billion, right? That much money for a wedding? Wang Xiaozong said with shock. He had thought that he was already very rich and was considered to be really profligate. But compared to Hiyu, he was a younger brother. But when I think about the fact that Hiyu is still the major shareholder of Boeing, it's fine. Being the majority shareholder, it is natural to get these airplanes at cost. Moreover, these airplanes are only used once for the wedding, and after the wedding, when they are sold off, not to mention that they will not lose money, at least they will make a profit. After all, as a major Boeing shareholder, it is entirely possible to sell these airplanes through Boeing sales channels and contacts. No one knew that years later, the world's rich and famous were honored with the acquisition of a Hoyu wedding plane. Prices were even more speculated to unimaginable levels, as Hiyu was already a living legend by then. The best man's group, the group of relatives, and many others, all boarded the plane. And then, under the command of the tower, one of the airplanes began to lift off. They would now hover in the air and then wait until all 520 airplanes were airborne, which would then begin to form the sequence towards Mordor. At the same time, with the reporters on site exposure, the news instantly detonated in major television stations and even on the internet. Chapter 44, The Convoy of the Magic City's Rich Second Generation, Giving Support to EU. All the major short videos were blown away by the sight of hundreds of airplanes circling. Those airplanes were all fire red with big happy words on them, and with the font on the copy, many people were aware that it was some tycoon getting married. Holy! So many small airplanes, which rich man is getting married, and it's such a big deal. Amazing, how much does this cost? What is this? Didn't you see the video of the red Ferrari wedding caravan? Hundreds of red Ferraris, how rich is that? Netizens are stunned and many are digging into who exactly is married here. But nothing has been unearthed about Hiyu's name. But other things, on the contrary, were unearthed. Disney's shareholders, Cheetah's shareholders, Lao Ma's shareholders? A lot of people are stunned that Boeing shareholders have identities that the average person can't dig up. But a few of the remaining group shareholders are still available. Everyone is stunned, these are all big name set groups. All of them are the world's top 500. But isn't Cheetah, as well as Lao Ma, held exclusively? Now the shares of the Cheetah Group were all controlled by the old Wang as well as the young Wang, and although they lost a lot of wealth, they held the ownership of Cheetah tightly. And Lao Ma has never been listed, and this kind of group would actually accept foreign investment? Keep in mind that the profits of the Lao guy are horrendous. This tycoon is not well known. Is he a hidden tycoon? Other than that, the female's identity, that is, Wen Yingying's identity, was much better to investigate. After all, Wen Yingying was a big name here in Magic City. After all, it's good looking and still worth $10 billion. The bride, it's actually Wen Yingying from the Wen Group. Wen Yingying? That's the 10 billionaire woman from Magic City? Unbelievable, to actually be able to marry Wen Yingying, this person is not just as simple as being rich. The world's shock. Hiyu did not know that riding in an airplane, the air also experienced a few air refueling. Then finally, more than 3 hours later, the vast welcoming fleet arrived at the Magic City airport. Hiyu had asked the Wen Group as well as Cathay to step in, and at a great cost, he was finally able to temporarily lease a few runways to him. As the airplanes fell one by one, the walkers around them were stunned. Because these airplanes, which are small planes, can only seat a few people. But the number was too much, it was so densely packed that you couldn't see the end of it. Mr. He, welcome to Magic City. The supervisor of the Magic City airport came in front of Hiyu and said respectfully, Trouble Mordor Airport, the final payment will be credited to your account soon. Hiyu said with a smile, and then without delay, he directly headed to the parking lot of the Magic City airport. The convoy prepared by Wang Xiaosong had been waiting there for a long time. You. The words of the welcoming caravan this time are the members of the #1 ultra racing club of our Hualong country. Everyone is bringing their crushing luxury sports cars over, driving them themselves, to support you. Wang Xiaosong said with a smile, there are still a lot of rich people, rich second generation and so on in the country. Although He has the 3 divine cars, but these rich second generation is actually not bad, after all, they have many doors and know a lot about this area. One could pull off a Koenigsegg for tens of millions, or even a Bugatti for hundreds of millions, and so on. It's not that they're richer than Hoyo, it's that they're into this stuff and spend years, and the cost of many connections, to find that car. As for Hiyu's words, he didn't pursue the car that much. The 3 great god cars obtained by the fracture goods, Hiyu has not driven it once. The world's top tycoons, have you ever seen them drive one of those ostentatious sports cars? Compared to a sports car, Hiyu would rather ride in a Rolls-Royce. After all, sitting comfortably is what it is all about, and where the big bosses drive themselves. Although Hiyu was young, Hiyu's status and position today, as well as his capital, had already stood on the same level as those older generation tycoons. Inside the parking lot, the leader of the convoy was the famous Shanghai Emperor, young Master Qin. He is a close friend of Wang Xiaosong, and is considered a Netflix rich kid if he is online. Though no one knew, specifically, what his family did in Mordor. But rich is really rich, basically all kinds of famous and luxurious sports cars, he has. At this moment, he was driving a tens of millions of dollars Koenigsegg, which was here to support Hiyu. Although he didn't recognize Hiyu, he knew his identity. It was his old man who had found a relationship to ask for an invitation to Hiyu's wedding. Knowing that when Wang Xiaosong asked him to come and receive the marriage, he hadn't even agreed yet, his old man directly ordered him to agree. He even had to play up his connections to find more good cars to support Hiyu. You know, Hiyu is the world's stock god, and from this point can show the financial power as well as strength. That cash flow was extremely terrifying. All the major conglomerates, even the existence of the top 100 of the world's top 500, wanted to befriend Hiyu. After all, with so much cash flow, if one were to run into a bit of trouble, one could completely turn to Hiyu and change his fate against all odds. Chapter 45. The pressurized car red packet is $600,000, and the head car is worth more than $300 million. Even the richest man in the world right now, try asking him to come up with $20 or $30 billion in cash flow. It is estimated that at least a lot of property will have to be sold in the hands and this can be taken out. Nowadays, in the world, the cash flow can be comparable to Hiyu. It is estimated that it is the stock god Warren Buffett, as well as some consortiums. After all, those consortiums, they've been growing for so long, hell knows how much money is in their own little coffers. So not only is Hiyu's wealth vast, but the cash is what makes people want to befriend him. As long as they encountered things that they couldn't turn around, the ones that could take out so much cash, besides the major banks in the world, were the likes of Hiyu and the others. Coming. In the underground parking lot, looking at Hiyu and the others who came out from the elevator, Qin Xiaofan shouted. They saw Wang Xiaosong, who was wearing a best man's uniform and standing beside Hiyu. Hello brother Yu, I'm Qin Xiaofan, my father Qin Tai. Hiyu froze. Qin Tai? He snapped to remember who Qin Tai was. Isn't he the chairman of Cathay? You know, Cathay Securities is a state-owned enterprise, and there's even a bank. At the same time, Qin Tai was also an investor, controlling the shares of many large groups in the country, definitely a hidden tycoon. Because of having an official background, his wealth was not known, so naturally no one knew how rich he was. That's a really nice car, you guys. He looked at the parking garage inside, a colorful luxury sports car. At this time all our open car lights, the whole garage will shine through, can be said to be very cardboard. It's okay, all of you come over here and shout at brother Yu. In this Magic City second generation circle, Qin Xiaofan is the top of the existence. Even Wang Xiaosong arrived in this Magic City, have to look at his face. Hello Yu. The crowd shouted out, all looking curiously at Hiyu in front of them. The old man and their family had already explained that this time, they should do it with all their heart and help Hiyu receive his bride. Trying to have a good relationship with Hiyu would benefit them tremendously in the future. Thanks a lot guys, here's the bonus. Hiyu signaled to Xiao behind him, and then took out a large handful of red envelopes and directly distributed them to the crowd. Hiyu naturally had to show something when people drove their own cars to pick up their relatives. The crowd looked at the thin red packet in their hands. Naturally they would not think that a character like Hiyu would be stingy. But people didn't just open it, after all, it's a bad influence. Rather, it was only when everyone had gotten into the car and was preparing to head to the Wen family's villa estate that this opened the red envelope. It's, like, a check? The crowd was stunned, and then they all looked at the numbers on the check. 660,000? Just a pressurized car red packet, it's actually $660,000? You know, they have hundreds of cars here, and some of them didn't just drive a car over. Any car that costs more than $10 million, everyone drives over. Hundreds of cars. That's over $60 million. Just for their group of people who borrowed the car, they gave a red packet of more than $60 million, which is too much of a luxury, isn't it? It really was worthy of being a big brother. They already knew from the elders in their families how rich He really was. They were all the same age, and even He was younger than some of them, but in terms of wealth, he had already surpassed their fathers, and could be compared to the top tycoons in the country as well as in the world. The super deluxe fleet of cars, just as soon as they left the Magic City airport, immediately caused a sensation. Magic City is a super metropolis, bustling and also has countless luxury cars. But even so, it was still attracted by this luxurious caravan. It could be said that the most luxurious sports cars in the entire Magic City were basically gathered here. An $80+ million Koenigsegg? Hundreds of millions of Bugattis? The three great divine vehicles? My goodness! What kind of super rich kids are getting married here? How does it feel? The super luxury cars that are usually rare to see in Magic City are all here today. It's been a long time coming, a long time coming. What a face this has to be. To have all these cars come over. Everyone was very much in awe, and many Magic citizens were blown away. The luxury cars of these top rich kids are usually featured on major short videos. In fact, it's basically either a limited edition or a one of a kind. The price of the car is one thing, and the access to it, the favors spent, is even greater. So every car, so to speak, is a mobile kitty. And at this point, all of them are here as wedding cars. The lead car was a convertible Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom. It's a customized Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, sent over by Rolls-Royce's head office. The president of Rolls-Royce will also attend Hiyu's wedding. This car is not for sale, but this time it is lent to Hiyu as the head car. If this car was sold outright, it was estimated that it would sell for more than $300 million, far exceeding the group of supercars behind it. The vast fleet of vehicles, weaving their way through the streets of Magic City, no vehicle, not even a sports car, dared to approach. Because there were no sports cars present that cost less than $10 million. Most of them are more than $50 or $60 million, or even breaking $100 million, and this place then represents the extreme of supercars in Hualong country. After all, they were all members of the #1 supercar club in Hualong country, basically composed of super rich second generation from the north. Chapter 46, He's my Gaijin, Karma is in the air. Meanwhile, inside Wan Yingying's villa. It is also very lively at this time. Although Wan Yingying's family doesn't have many relatives anymore, but after so many years in Magic City and 3 generations of business, there are still some close friends. So there were quite a few people within the manor, and within the bridal chamber, when Yingying was grooming herself at the moment. On her body, she was wearing the honorable and luxurious phoenix cape, and the production cost of this set of clothes alone exceeded $10 million. The bridesmaids, who were present, were very envious. Most of them were $1,000 ladies, but they were much worse than Wan Yingying. After all, they were the elders of the family who had money, while Wan Yingying in front of them had money of her own. Even the elders and their families were only ordinary rich families in Magic City. A few $100 million in assets, $1 billion or so at most. Wan Yingying's family, if you look at it, has assets of over $10 billion. Yingying, that said, we haven't met your husband yet. A girl brushed Wan Yingying's hair, then asked curiously. Wan Yingying took over her family's job right out of college when her parents had an accident and passed away. These girlfriends of hers, her sisters, on the other hand, were sent abroad by their families to further their studies after graduating from college. It's safe to say that most of the rich kids have studied abroad. The sentiment is, if you don't go out to study for a few years, you're not a rich kid. For example, Wang Xiaozong, they all have gone out to study. Don't think that these second generation of rich people are really just good at eating, drinking and having fun. In fact, these second generation of rich people are very capable, and the education they receive is a truly elite education. There are times when you are not just born inferior to people, but you may even be inferior to them in other ways. Well, we just got our marriage license not long ago, and you guys just got back for New Year's, and I followed him to his hometown, so naturally you haven't met. Wan Yingying was full of happy smiles. I've seen your circle of friends, your boyfriend is quite handsome. One of the girlfriends laughed, and no one bothered to talk about what Hiyu's family did or anything like that. After all, in everyone's thoughts, Wan Yingying herself is a super rich woman, there is no need for her to go to the big money if she is looking for a husband. Even they envy Wan Yingying, because they have money, they are in charge of a business empire, and they have every right to decide their own wedding. As it is now, for example, it's okay to find a delivery man as a husband because it's your true love and there's no one to stop it. Unlike them, the great possibility for the future is to marry the son of a business partner's family. Although, in this circle of rich kids, we all know each other and are considered half-childhood friends. But that is because we have known each other since childhood, and each other simply familiar, and even what you're in everyone knows, how can you truly like it? Only it's a no-brainer, though not as dark and cruel as a family union in a movie or TV show. But in fact, it is not far from the truth. The richer the powerful families are, the more their future is actually out of their own control. Otherwise, those families that have been passed down for hundreds of years have done so by what means? It's just that Ying, I really didn't expect that you would actually find a takeaway boy as a husband. It's not bad looking, I just don't know if it's something else that attracts you. One of the girlfriends said with a smile, and no one was superior to Ma Kiyu's origin. After all, things are divided by type, and the girls who can become BFFs with Wen Ying shouldn't be very bad in terms of character. Otherwise, Wen Ying wouldn't have invited over to be her maid of honor. Well, he's nice and loves me. Wen Ying was full of smiles before a trace of remembrance flashed through her eyes. And he was brave and righteous. He is my Gaijin, and when I was most desperate and helpless, it was he who came on the 7 colored clouds and saved me. Listening to Wen Ying's words, everyone froze and even snorted. It's true that women who are in love are just unbelievable, they actually talk so mushy. However, one of the girlfriends suddenly thought of something. She is called Su Jier, a neighbor of Wen Ying's family. Her family is also a partner of Wen's group, and she grew up with Wen Ying. I've been studying over in France while handling the family business over there, and I haven't been back in a few years. Because of Wen Ying's wedding, this is a long way to come back. Ying, he wouldn't be that prince of your dreams, would he? Hearing Su Jier's words, everyone was stunned. They were all Wen Ying's bosom friends and grew up together, so they knew a lot of Wen Ying's little secrets. Sometimes girls have secrets that their parents don't know, but their girlfriends do for sure. No way, is that the same guy you went to Annan County and then saved your ass? Such a coincidence? I did hear that your husband was the reason you guys bonded because he rear-ended your car. It can't be true, can it? That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? The crowd was stunned when Wen Ying had just graduated from high school and traveled to Annan County for a break because of the death of her parents. Then it gets into danger and ends up being saved by a teenager. After she came back, she'd been looking for that person but couldn't find him. That was years ago. Chapter 47, Missing Memories Retrieved After Genetic Repair. Several girlfriends were looking at Wen Ying incredulously when Wen Ying traveled to Annan County because of the death of her parents. Then he was in danger and saw that he would not be able to come back, but he was saved by a teenager. At that time, that teenager, he gave up his life, which saved Wen Ying. But when Wen Ying takes the officers back to look for Hiyu, they can't find him anywhere. What she didn't expect was that when she went back with her people, she couldn't find Hiyu's people. This made the initial Wen Ying think for a moment that something had happened to Hiyu. After all, at that time, Hiyu was facing dangerous traffickers, armed with all kinds of controlled knives, and Hiyu was alone. When he saved himself, Hiyu was already heavily injured. What I didn't expect is that a chance car accident actually met Hiyu in Magic City. Then, because of the years of longing in her heart as well as guilt, she married Hiyu. At the same time also in the personal Hiyu home, know the truth, that is Hiyu back then actually lost his memory, no wonder do not remember with their own things. Listening to Wen Ying's explanation, the crowd all had sighs on their faces. Wen Ying had never told anyone about these things. So this is something you'll tell him? Su Jier looked at Wen Ying curiously and asked. This plot was like a TV series. At this time they were envious of Wen Ying. Not only do you get to make your own decisions about your marriage, but you even meet your own Gaijin. After all, when she was first caught by the traffickers, Wen Ying's final fate was probably to be sold to some remote mountain village and then live a life worse than death. What she didn't expect was for Hiyu to fall from the sky and save her. How lucky is it to be able to marry your hero and stay together for the rest of your life? I don't know what to say. After all, he doesn't remember what happened back then either. Wen Ying said so. Now is very good. The two people from the beginning of no feelings to gradually deep love, there is no the original past, seems to be unimportant. The ladies nodded, and then continued to help Wen Ying clean up. At the same time, outside the Wen family villa estate, the roar of a sports car came. Sisters, here it comes. The groomsmen are coming. A girl shouted excitedly, looking at this appearance, appearing even more excited than Wen Ying. Ah, finally it's here, it's kept us waiting for a long time. Hey, I'll go downstairs and block the first door, I want to see what Ying's prince is like. A couple of the girls said so, and at that moment walked straight out of the new room, and then did downstairs. Wen Ying heard the sound of a running car outside, and at that moment she was overjoyed, and hurriedly got up to go to the window to see. Only to be pulled back by Su Jier. What's the hurry, you crazy? That's how much you want to see your husband, huh? Wait for the sisters to have some fun first, then I'll give it back to you. Su Jier looked at Wen Ying's anxious appearance, and at that moment, she just rolled her eyes and said, obviously looking down on Wen Ying's unproductive appearance. Wen Ying looked at Su Jier pitifully at that moment and said, you can't bully him. Su Jier shook her head helplessly. Sure enough, this woman in love is different. Where is this still the style of the president of Wen Group in the beginning? Meanwhile, outside the villa, the convoy slowly came to a stop. Suddenly, Hiyu, who was sitting in the back row of the Silver Phantom, suddenly frowned and felt a splitting headache. Inger, what's wrong with me? Hiyu was a bit surprised that Inger had grown up a lot at this point, getting herself a scanning device and installing it in her cell phone. This kind of technology, if it were to be lost and applied to medical treatment, would be a big deal. This is because the body can be scanned directly without the need for all the complicated blood tests, filming, etc. After tying the knot, he would naturally apply the techniques that Inger had self-evolved. Master, your brain seems to have been heavily damaged before. It's just that because of the genetic evolution potion, as the body's genes evolve, that irreparable damage appeared to be repaired against all odds. So the tingling at this point is your brain repairing itself while a flood of biological information comes in. It dawned on Hiyu that it should be the same thing that happened when he himself Wusong beat the tiger. After all, He Xiao, as well as his relatives, said that he was fighting a tiger in the mountains at that time, only that Hiyu hurt his head at that time and forgot about that incident. But it was only a memory of that time, so if you forget it, and Hiyu didn't care. It's just good to have it back at this point. Buzz. A huge stream of biological information surged into Hiyu's mind. These are? Looking at the memories that popped up in his mind, Hiyu was stunned. He saw Wan Yingying in his memory, although she was wearing black-framed glasses and was dressed rather plainly, but at least she was his wife, so naturally he could recognize her at once. It's just that Wan Yingying was still very green at the time. And then as the memories surfaced, Hiyu understood everything. Understanding why she was tailgating Wan Yingying, her eyes turned red and she almost cried out. Turns out it wasn't from being scared, but because she recognized her. No wonder she married herself. Hiyu has been puzzled, now everything is clear. Chapter 48, Shocked Bridesmaids Group, Top 2 Generation welcomes the marriage. Hiyu finally unraveled his heart, because he really couldn't figure out why Wan Yingying would marry himself. After all, at that time, he chased the tail of Wan Yingying. The reaction of a normal person, in addition to compensation, is no more than the atmosphere to say it's okay. As a result, Wan Yingying's reason is actually, the rear of the car has a rear end must be married 4 words, and then have to marry themselves, or else they have to lose money. And after the marriage, Wan Yingying is still a place of a great lady, not the kind of casual person, which makes it even more impossible to explain. At that time, she just pulled herself directly to get married is why. This had always been Hiyu's intention, as there had been no suitable reason as well as cause that could be thought of. Even the rambling Hiyu had once thought that he could get the system himself. Could it be that Wan Yingying had traveled back and found herself because she knew in the future that she would become rich? Well, it's a ridiculous guess, and it doesn't seem that way now. After recovering my memory, everything became clear. So in the beginning, instead of fighting a tiger, I met a human trafficker. Then in order to save Ying, he was beaten by the traffickers with a hammer and other heavy objects and lost his memory. That's why, at that time, Ying was so excited when she saw me. Hiyu whispered softly to himself. You? Right at this moment, Wang Xiaozong's voice rang out as he stood by the side of the car, looking at Hiyu curiously. The door's been open for a while. Why isn't Hiyu coming down? Oh, go. Hiyu reacted in a hurry, and then directly stepped down from the car. Wow! Is this Ying your husband? How does it feel? Much more handsome than your WeChat friend circle. This temperament, it's also too good to be true. Wearing this, it's just like a fluttering gentleman walking out of an ancient painting. Wan Yingying's girlfriend said in awe. In fact, with Hiyu obtaining the genetic evolution potion in the first place, the entire person had been evolving non-stop. As time passed, Hiyu would only become more and more handsome, because the function of the genetic evolution potion was to keep perfecting the human body's genes. Evolve the genes of the human being, in its many facets, all toward perfection. Until finally, one becomes a genetically perfect superhuman. And of course, that's just the beginning. With the development of science and technology, human beings will also evolve more and more perfectly, and even thousands of years later, the human beings at that time, randomly coming to this era, might be characters comparable to the immortals. After all, the power of technology is powerful. A modern soldier, if holding a sniper rifle to the ancient times, why wouldn't that terrifying power of aiming at whoever dies have been treated as a god in ancient times? Therefore, for modern people, if the ancient people from thousands of years later came to the present, the power as well as the magic they showed would be similar to that of the immortals. My goodness! That's Wang Xiaozong, right? That's Qin Xiaofen, right? I've seen him once, from afar, at a gathering of the second generation of Magic City. Wan Yingying's girlfriend said in awe, they were all considered to be second generation rich. But the most assets in the family are just over $2 billion. To be honest, this level of assets is not rare in the city of Mordor. Among them, it was Wan Yingying's family that was the richest, with $10 billion in assets. Only Wan Yingying could enter the top second generation circle. But when it comes to the top second generation circle, there is actually a hierarchy within it. Like Qin Xiaofen, Wang Xiaozong, their family assets of more than 100 billion is another level. Therefore, even though Wan Yingying at the time, although she could reach out to Qin Xiaofen and the others, she was not on the same level as them. Of course, Wan Yingying, who had taken over the Wan group later on, was a step above Qin Xiaofen, Wang Xiaozong and the others. After all, when they were still relying on their home, Wan Yingying was already the boss of the $10 billion group. Even Wang Xiaozong, Qin Xiaofen and the rest of them had some assets and businesses that were supported in their families. But definitely less than 10 billion, after all, when Ying is in control of the one group, which has assets of more than 30 billion. Ying, your face is too big, isn't it? You can actually hire these people as best men for your husband to pick up the wedding. A girlfriend looked at when Ying said in awe, all said Win's group got a new investment, at this time, although it is not listed, but the rich capital, I am afraid it can be compared to the 100 billion group. Perhaps it was because of this reason that when Ying was able to get Qin Xiaofan and the others to come to their aid and support He. These girlfriends had just returned from abroad and they didn't know about He. What's more, at this point, those who knew that He was rich were only the top tycoons. The average rich man is not yet qualified to know, unless he is well informed. Listening to her girlfriend's words, when Ying smiled faintly at the moment. I don't know them, but my husband does. In fact, He knew their fathers. They were just a group of second generation, while He was already in existence that stood at the same level of conversation as their fathers. Chapter 49, knocking on the door with a red envelope of $66,000, not a vicious wedding. Everyone is very curious, when Ying's husband is not a Meituan rider? How could he know so many super rich kids? This makes everyone very curious. After all, these rich kids are actually hard to get along with, to put it mildly. It's hard to fit into the middle of their circle when you're not on their level. He is just a delivery man and obviously has a hard time fitting in. But since it wasn't for Wen Ying's sake, how did they get together? Before everyone could react, a group of people arrived at the front door of the villa. Open the door, open the door. We've come for the bride. Wang Xiaozong slapped the iron door in front of him and shouted. There are a lot of onlookers, most of them are the residents of this villa area. Everyone is very sighing, the little girl of the Wen family is finally going to marry. Only more people are pity, after all, Wen Ying is everyone's dream daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, the brats in the family what piss they all know, absolutely not worthy of Wen Ying. Red packet, it's not good to pick up our Ying without a red packet. A group of girls laughed and said, everyone is a rich second generation, naturally will not lack of money, just say a figure of joy. On the red bag. He shouted, and all of a sudden a large plate of red envelopes was directly served up. Hiss. Looking at this red envelope in front of them, Wang Xiaozong and the others all sucked in a breath of cool air. Because this red packet is very thin, the same as the one they received, but they know that this red packet is not cash inside, but a check. That's a $660,000 check. While it may be, that kind of bonus for knocking on doors is not as much as the one they press the car with, it's never less than that as long as it's with a check. He grabbed a handful of red envelopes in his hand, and then casually gave them out a few to each person. In a short time, the group of girls in front of the door were each holding 3 or 4 red envelopes. Aha, there's sincerity, so I'll let you in. Everyone is well off in their families, and they are also highly educated and value their image the most, so naturally that kind of vile marriage ceremony won't happen. Seeing that he got the red packet and was pleased with the festivities, he naturally would not make things difficult for He. At that moment, the iron door was directly pushed open, and He's group entered the villa. Looking at the backs of He and the others leaving, a group of bridesmaids were ready to go on in to see how the sisters would stop the group. But it was at that moment that suddenly one of the bridesmaids shouted, Sisters, you might as well open the red envelope and see. Everyone froze. When they saw the deflated red envelope before, they didn't care, they just thought there was 1 or 2 red bills inside. After all, He as a Meituan rider, give so many red envelopes shall not be, even inside the $10, $50, they will not be surprised. It's just that what people didn't expect was that it wasn't cash in there at all. Hiss, a check? $66,000? A bonus $66,000 check? Everyone is frozen. The pressure car red packet He prepared 66,000, and this ordinary knock on the door red packet then, each is 66,000. That red bag that was just dragged around on a big red plate probably looked like, well, over 100 of them. 66,000 for one, 100 would be over 6 million. Just knocking on the door of the red envelope alone, directly took out more than $6 million, this has to be how tycoon Strange, isn't Ying's husband a Meituan rider? How come he's so rich? Although this group of second-generation rich women do not care about this small amount of money. But that's not the usual bravado to get a check for $66,000 each just to figure out a festive knock on the door bonus. They get a few don't feel much, it's just 100 or 200,000, but He took out so much, it's not a small amount of money Looks like we all underestimated this husband of Ying's. You guys, just now Wang Xiaozong, Qin Xiaofan, and the others treated him with so much respect, it's obvious that they're not simple friends. After all, when did you guys hear that Wang Xiaozong as well as Qin Xiaofan, the 2 top second generation, would be respectful to anyone? There was no way for them not to respect it. They had all relied on their own fathers to gain the status they had now. But what about He? As big as them. And that financial power, strength, and so on in many ways, has already achieved the level of their fathers, and even more powerful. Even their fathers didn't dare to offend He, so can they not respect He? On the other side, He and the others had finally arrived before the wedding room. Red packets, all the ones outside have red packets, we want the ones inside too. A girl's voice rang out from inside, and Wang Xiaozong immediately moved forward. Red envelopes are manageable, but our red envelopes are very, very thick, and this doorway won't fit. Tell you what, you guys open up a little gap and we'll stuff the bonus. Wang Xiaozong said in a harmless and sincere manner. Really, really? The stupid girl inside asked hesitantly. Of course it's true, when would I, Wang Xiaozong, lie? Wang Xiaozong said righteously. Chapter 50, Temporary Change of Mind, Tears of Joy when Yingying. As expected, the moment the door was opened, Wang Xiaozong exchanged glances with Qin Xiaofan and the others. Charge! With a loud roar, the group of livestock directly erupted with brute force. And then all of a sudden, the door of the room was directly knocked open, and the few sisters behind them, were to resist. One could only watch as Yu and the others fishtailed in. Stupid Meng Meng, look at you, I just said that Wang Xiaozong was definitely lying to you, and you actually believed it. All of a sudden, the sisters began to educate the stupid girl who had just watched the door. The stupid little loli called Xiaomeng was full of grievances, she really didn't expect that Wang Xiaozong was actually so cunning. But we all know her, among their group of girlfriends, Mo, if you will, has been stupid since she was a child and has always been the object of everyone's protection. Hey, sorry sis, this red packet is for you. Wang Xiaozong scratched his head in embarrassment, and then directly grabbed 4 or 5 red envelopes in one hand and handed them to Wang Xiaozong. Oof, big liar. But the red envelope is received, but shouted is a blank stare. Wang Xiaozong, suddenly helpless, when he Netflix killer Wang Xiaozong, actually fell to this point. Yu entered the room and looked at Wen Yingying, who was sitting on the big bed wearing a phoenix cape, with tenderness in her eyes. At this moment, the room was buzzing with activity, everyone was making noise, but only Yu and Wen Yingying were the only ones, looking at each other. When the two of them looked at each other, it was as if time and space had stopped. The crowd also gradually reacted and looked at the two. It was only that the two of them at that moment seemed to be ignoring everyone and immersed in their own time and space. Those eyes that looked at each other were full of love. Ugh, I'm envious. One of the girlfriends said enviously of those of them, and wondered what the future held for them. After all, the great probability is to submit to the family-arranged blind date, the choice of the door to the right person. Trying to follow your own ideas and find one that you love is simply a luxury. What are you looking at? Just go for it. Hold on tight, or these little sisters, they won't let you go so easily. He Xiao violently pushed Yu, mainly because he saw the various props in the corner. Shiatsu boards, bitter melon juice, etc. This would be a problem in a while if he didn't do something about it. After all, when he got married, he was not screwed a lot. He also reacted, then under the cover of Wang Xiaozong, Qin Xiaofan, and he directly rushed to Wen Yingying's bed. Go! Yu said with a smile. Wen Yingying froze, then smiled faintly. Nerd, didn't we say we were going to stay over here for the day and leave in the morning? Who knew that Yu actually shook his head capriciously? No, I can't wait any longer, we'll go straight back, though a little more tired equals, but I'm more like to hurry up and marry you than all that. After saying that, Yu directly picked up Wen Yingying with a hug. Brothers, take cover. Yu roared, then charged straight out towards the outside. At this moment, the effects of the improved physique from the genetic evolution potion came into play. At this time, Yu's physical quality was 10 times that of a normal person, absolutely superhuman, and the Special Forces King was a weak chicken in front of Yu. One must know that a Special Forces King is at most 2 or 3 times the physical quality of an ordinary person. As for Yu's words, it was 10 times that of an ordinary person, and it was even gradually increasing. Haven't done the game yet. You guys are cheating. Su Jiaer cried out, missed the boat. These guys really are all slick as hell, mainly because they've been to weddings before. But the weddings of those people were more solemn and serious than one another. Who thought it was Yu and the others like that, out of the ordinary? In fact, this is the wedding of normal people, they go to all the weddings, all the kind of weddings with cards, but do not see the true love of the wedding. At this moment, although they were making a scene, what was not envy in each of their eyes? Only Xiao, looking at Yu directly hugging Wen Yingying and going back, his eyes were filled with helplessness. This kid, growing up, does whatever he wants, sometimes whatever comes to mind. Luckily, I had prepared for this, and a couple hours of sailing time was more than enough time to get ready. Xiao made a direct call to his home, informing him of the temporary change of plans, and that Yu was ready to take it straight back. The wedding ceremony, scheduled for noon tomorrow, is expected to take place in the middle of a roiling night sky. Honey, I remember. Yu hugged Wen Yingying and ran towards the outside in a hurry, as fast as he could walk. Ha! Wen Yingying froze, then snapped. In an instant, her eyes were covered in tears as she looked at Yu with disbelief. You remembered all of it? Yu nodded, while then stroking Wen Yingying's head. I just didn't realize that the glasses girl from before had turned into such a great beauty. Listening to Yu's words, Wen Yingying broke into a smile. So do you want it or don't you? Yu laughed. Of course you do. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, over at the He family village. This Mr. He really does do as he pleases. Old Wang shook his head helplessly. He was responsible for helping He Yu to entertain those guests who came from all over the world. At this moment, he knew that He Yu had temporarily changed his mind, and at that moment, he also had to start to busy himself. That means arranging for a special car to bring all the guests who have settled in your city to Hajia village within a few hours. Let's hope we can make it, otherwise this wedding is flawed. Chapter 51, causing a national sensation, half of the world's top 500 come to town. Is the wedding starting early? We'll have to hurry over there then. Yes, that's right, and I wonder what kind of a person the stockmaster is. Among the major luxury hotels in your city, there were super rich people from all over the world. The news of their gathering in your city is still a hidden message. But when the caravan that was to take them to Hajia village departed, the matter was presumably impossible to hide. As expected, a clear line of luxury cars, departing from the major hotels and then forming a convoy, slowly traveled in the direction of Annan County. It has attracted a lot of public spectators, as well as media coverage. At the same time, one by one, tidbits of information broke out. According to the latest news, the former world stock god, Warren Buffett, has come to your city. I don't know what for. Fruit President Cook arrived in your city yesterday night. The president of Walmart, the richest man in the world, arrived in your city at noon yesterday. The world's major top tycoons, all gathered in your city. Why in the world? As the various messages became public, people were stunned. At least half of the people on the global rich list came to your city, and even some of the country's powerful people. For that to happen, only an international event like that World Economic Summit or something like that could do it. What in the world had happened to cause so many rich people, all of them, to come to your province? And according to the latest news now, all of these tycoons are traveling to the same destination at this time. A stunt of such magnitude that it even drew national attention. Therefore, all parties of television stations are in the shortest possible time, send out a professional team, tracking reports, ready to see where they are going. Time passed slowly, above the sky. More than 500 airplanes are flying towards your province. With such a large fleet of aircraft, naturally it would not be a simple voyage, and there was even an escort of official fighters. After all, with so many airliners flying in formation, it would inevitably lead to unimaginable and tragic consequences if the slightest accident were to occur. The key thing is that there are a lot of super rich kids sitting on these airplanes. If nothing goes wrong, these people will inherit their family's business empire in the future, and by then they will be big names in the country. So many business empires add up to a lot of influence still. Money isn't always everything though. After all, the barrel of a gun is a little more powerful. But in this economy, money really can do anything, and control enough of it and you can have it all. Simply put, it means that the Hualong country also needs these big taxpayers. If there is no good economy, if there are no these big taxpayers, then how can the country develop and how can it go about developing new weapons? Therefore, a good or bad economy basically represents the potential as well as the prosperity of the country. Nowadays, the Hualong country is already the second largest economy in the world, and to achieve this result, the Hualong country has only used a short period of several decades. It should be known that the Hualong country, which had just been founded in the beginning, could not even touch the edge of a big country. There is nothing in the Hualong country except a larger population and a larger territory. Oh, I swear, I would never come back if Mr. Ho wasn't here. A foreigner, getting out of the car, said with a pale face, although his face was already white. Yeah, I'm about to throw up. The scenery is really beautiful though, of course if only there wasn't this damn motion sickness. Even these, basically most of the day to be in the car with the old bosses, are unable to stand this side of Annan County's mountainous roads. After all, these foreigners, however seen this kind of mountain road, cliffside built out of the highway, and even no safety guardrail, exciting enough, right? Here, is this Mr. Ho's hometown? The scenery is beautiful, and I don't know if Mr. Ho has arrived yet. Let's hope we can find time to discuss finance with Mr. Ho after the wedding. Most of what people were talking about was actually directed at the identity of the world stock god. 7. There are some, of course, who are here for the status of the Boeing Group's majority shareholder, and these basically represent a country. Of course, they are all small countries, they just want to buy some retired fighters from Boeing through EU's connections. But keep in mind that these decommissioned fighters are all decommissioned Star-Spangled Nations fighters. When this is put into other countries outside the big countries, or even backward countries, it's a good thing to be an era, or even several eras ahead. All in all, most of the people came with their own purposes other than making friends and getting to know He Yu. At the same time, the press corps from various parties that followed the convoy got off the bus. Looking at the colorful He village in front of them, everyone froze. This is? What in the world are so many of the world's rich and famous doing here? Everyone was puzzled, but in the spirit of professionalism, they rushed to start setting up the live news. It didn't take long for the live news broadcasts from various TV stations to begin. After all, hundreds of super rich people from all over the world, all coming to one place, isn't this a big event? So many people that, to put it mildly, it could even shake up the economy of a developed country. Although the giants like Stars and Stripes and Hualong can't be touched, they can be touched by the top 100 developed countries in the world. After all, it is home to more than half of the heads of the Fortune 500, as well as major shareholders, whose money adds up to more than $1 trillion. Chapter 52, The Attention of All Parties and the Most Expensive Table in the World. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the village of Hudja in Annan County. Did you all see that? Bill Gates, Warren Buffett and other big names on the world's rich list are all gathered here at this time. What is it that they came to this little mountain village for? Pretty much the same picture, shown on one TV station after another. Everyone was very shocked, knowing that these were all famous people on the world's rich and famous list. Their names, all of them are known globally, and at this time, they actually went out together and came to a small mountain village in this precious province. What in the world is it for? When the journalists wanted to follow them into the village, they were stopped by the security personnel outside the village. If these security personnel, they were transferred from the Cheetah Group, mainly because so many tycoons came, the security measures must be good. You're not allowed to enter it without an invitation. The security officer said so, and everyone was very anxious. But there were also smart journalists who saw that apart from these tycoons, there were some ordinary villagers who could enter them. These are all friends and relatives from all over the countryside, and in this small Annan County, if you count upwards, many of everyone is related. If a family organizes a wedding, there will be no shortage of people from all over Annan County, and you can even find relatives from far away. That big brother, may I ask, what's in here? A reporter asked, pulling a villager who had come to the wedding. Oh, you mean inside? Today is Bossy's wedding, and we're all here for the wine. The villager said with a smile. The 4 miles and 8 villages know that he is investing in the construction of Hudja village, although the core is Hudja village, but because the amusement park is very large, the surrounding several villages will be encompassed in it. This was a great thing, and even after Hiyu had built the road, their lives were much easier. Therefore, in this Annan County, many people are calling Hiyu as the boss, the real big boss. Ah, marriage? Although looking at the happy words at the entrance of the village, everyone was making some guesses. Only after knowing the affirmative answer, it was still hard to avoid being shocked. After all, what level of person does it take to get married that would draw so many rich people to come? You guys don't know that Bossy is a real big shot. It was the first key university student to go out from Hudja village, then made a lot of money in the Magic City, but didn't crave the life in the big city and chose to come back to build his hometown. From the mouth of this villager, the reporter knew a lot. Let's say Hiyu is from Mordor and then makes a lot of money and invests in building an amusement park. But this information is not enough, only these are not difficult to defeat the reporter. After all, the reporter is a god. It didn't take long for them to learn even more important news from some of the rich and famous. That is, Hiyu is actually the newly promoted world stock god. 7. This news is no longer a secret in the rich and powerful circle at this time, so it is completely normal for it to be exposed now. This caused everyone to be very shocked, and they sort of realized why so many tycoons were coming to attend Hiyu's wedding. Sentiment says that Hiyu is actually the world's richest 7. If that was the case, everything could be explained. After all, the world's richest 7, but 7 days, swept away the existence of more than $30 billion. A godlike presence on the stock market with so much cash flow in hand is naturally highly valued. Only, as they investigated more deeply, more information was revealed. That is, Hiyu is actually still the major shareholder of Cheetah Group, Laoganma Group, Disney Group, as well as Wen's Group and Cathay Securities. In addition to Laoganma as well as Wen's Group is not listed at this time, the other groups can be the world's top 500. Hiyu is actually a shareholder of such a large conglomerate. How rich must this be? The reporters were very excited and they seemed to have caught the headlines. Eventually, these journalists were smart enough to spend some small amount of money to get some of the villagers who had come for a drink to take them into it. The security personnel didn't stop them, they were only responsible for ensuring security is. About the exposure of the news, Hiyu didn't care. Because exposure at this time is also beneficial, accumulating some heat in advance, when the time comes, you can also advertise the amusement park, as well as the Wen Group's shaping tights. After entering the He family village, they followed the road, and in a short while, they arrived in front of a manor. Looking at the estate in front of them, the reporters were in awe. It's so luxurious. This must cover thousands of square meters, right? Even though this is remote countryside, the amount of money needed to build such an estate would not be small. At this time within the lawn yard of the estate, there were many people sitting. The foreign guests, if they were there, sat on the left side, while the family and friends of the He family village as well as the surrounding area sat on one side. Look at the dizzying array of people sitting at a table to the left at this moment. They are the big and small horses, Evergrande Boss Sue, Millet Lay Boss, and Bill, Buffett, Bezos, and so on. All of them are well-known tycoons, even the top 10 of the world's rich list. There are 3 or 4 sitting at this table. The word got out, and it was teased by the netizens who saw it at this time as the most expensive table in the world in terms of body count. Chapter 53, The Walton Family's Gift, a $10 million gift. Meanwhile, while everyone was seated, suddenly a roar of sports cars resounded outside the He family village. Not long after, a long line of red Ferrari sports cars were seen, arriving at the entrance of the manor. The entire room rose in unison while looking towards the entrance. The doors of the car were seen to open and the bride as well as the groom stepped down from it, a red embroidered ball placed in the center of both of them, and then looked at each other and walked side by side. The wedding of the two is Chinese, naturally this process is close to the ancient wedding. Only it's not as much of a hassle as all, it's a lot easier. Is this Mr. Ho? Really young, if it wasn't for the fact that the truth had already been revealed, no one would have thought that he was actually the world stock god 7. Young and promising. At such a young age, he has already achieved this kind of result, perhaps the future richest man in the world will be him? The man who said this is now the richest man in the world, Bezos. This sentence was also caught by the reporters on the sidelines, and at that moment the eyes lit up, the headlines were already there. The simple flow of the wedding was punctuated by occasional applause from those around. After the wedding process is over, it is time for the guests to wish the couple well, and this is the gift-giving session. At a table in the doorway, a few elders of the family were sitting there, along with a red-hot bookkeeper's notebook, which was the small book used to keep track of gifts. The villagers who came to eat the wine were all pulling money straight out of their bags. A few $100s for less, thousands for more. This is considered a very good gift in the countryside. After all, people look at such a good dish, it seems to be still invited to the city chef to cook, so they gave a little more. In fact, today's dishes are made by a state banquet chef and are not available to the general public. A couple $100 then, maybe just a chopstick? Only, naturally, you could not be relying on weddings to make money, but mainly just want to celebrate. Oh, is that what weddings in China are about, straight up money? The foreign guests were a bit curious, they had carefully prepared their gifts, but they didn't expect that Hua Longguo would be so simple and direct. I can't believe they took out cash and then just gave it away. But that's fine, the gifts have to be well prepared, and the money, if that's what it is nothing to them. It's just that they can't decide how much to give away. At that moment, everyone was looking at old Wang, Big and Little Horses, and the others. Mr. Ma Yun, the rules of your Hualong country are really strange, how much money are you going to send? The questioner was Sam Walton, a member of the Walton family and the majority shareholder of Walmart. The Waltons, the founders of Walmart, are the richest family in the Stars and Stripes today. Certainly the richest family in Stars and Stripes at this point in time, given the current publicized wealth. After all, Walton lasted for many years and held the honor of being the #1 Fortune 500 company, so you can say it's awesome to say the least. Check out what companies are behind it. China Power Grid, Sinopec, Royal Dutch Petroleum, etc. are all state-owned enterprises of various countries, or energy companies for oil, power generation, and so on. Being ranked first in the Fortune 500 as a private company is enough to see how powerful Walmart is, and their horrific turnover is mind-blowing. At this point, the Walton family shareholders of Walmart, whose wealth on the list is basically the value of their own stock. But let's not forget that shareholders have been paid dividends for so many years. According to Walmart's horrible turnover, the dividends it receives will be horrible, so the Walton family is called the richest family in Stars and Stripes right now. Ma Yun looked at Walton Sam and smiled slightly at the moment. Well, we have different customs throughout the Hualong kingdom, but since we're giving it away, certain numbers will be auspicious. Let's say the numbers 6, 8, 9, etc. would be a little better. Of course, there are more symbolic numbers, such as 13, 14, because this means a lifetime according to the Chinese harmonics. Mr. Ma's spoken language was very good, and the many foreign tycoons listened with a dazed look on their faces. I see, so I know how much to send. Sam Walton smiled slightly, and at that moment whispered something to the secretary at his side. The secretary nodded, while slowly heading to the register. Greetings, this is a gift from our Walton family. A painting by Li Bai, the great painter of the Shang Tang dynasty, The Clouded Garments. And here's a check for $13.14 million, wishing Mr. He and Miss One 100 years of friendship. This secretary is proficient in Chinese, but apparently also not very good at understanding the style of the Huarong country. Gift-giving he is directly shouted out. At once, the whole room was silent. Many foreign friends did not feel anything. After all, they send gifts abroad will not be hidden, what is sent, and even the scene will be directly shared with the guests. On the other hand, the rich and powerful of the Huarong kingdom looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They, the people of the Huarong country, emphasized low profile, and this was not low profile when they said it directly. But everyone was very shocked, no less, the Walton family, the major shareholder of Walmart supermarkets. It's $13.14 million straight out of the gate. That's almost $100 million. That's a lot of money. Chapter 54, $100 billion assets, asked to be in the top 3 of the world's richest people. My goodness, did I just hear that right? That foreigner is going to send Xiaoyu over $10 million? That's more than $10 million. When converted to soft sister currency, it's close to 100 million. Everyone was shocked. This was simply shocking when it didn't come out. But is this the end? The Waltons have made a start, and the other tycoons, naturally, won't be left behind. Although they weren't as rich as the Walton family, they wouldn't lose their face.
Bill Gates smiled slightly and also had his assistant deliver a check.
Mr. Bill Gates sends newcomer 1 yuan Xinhua check for $13.14 million in cash. They foreigners know that the Chinese people are most fond of antique poems, so when they give gifts to their friends in the Huarong country, they will go for some antiques. Only this time, in addition to the gifts, they added cash. Next, one by one, the world's richest people, let's say Bezos, Buffett, etc., didn't go below $10 million. And some of the lesser ones are $8 million, $6 million or something like that. The entire crowd of guests was in a state of stupor as each gift list was read out. The reporters were even more shocked, and this scene naturally spread through their cameras, shocking everyone.
Hiss. Is this the world of the top tycoons? Just a wedding gift for a new couple, and it's actually all starting at $10 million? It's more than that.
Let's say Bill Gates' gift, in addition to the $10 million, that Yuan Xinhua could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, another $10 million.
This EU, what exactly is his identity? Countless netizens are shocked that this is supposed to be the most licensed wedding the world has ever known, right? At the same time, Hiyu's identity is also fermenting online.
Seeing that the world is going to know, the 1000 Degrees side simply directly uploaded Hiyu's 1000 Degrees encyclopedia. They had previously inquired of HOYU if it could be made public. If he had just become a stock god before, Hiyu would not have chosen to go public. But at this time, Hiyu became a major group of shareholders, at the same time words, but also gradually create their own industry. Whether it was the shaping tights that Wen's group was working on, or the AI Inger that Hiyu had acquired, Hiyu wasn't allowed to keep a low profile anymore. So there are benefits to exposure. The first is that it can gain attention, which is extremely helpful to Hiyu's industry. And countless netizens were shocked when they looked at the information on the 1000 Degrees encyclopedia. The information is simple. Name, Hiyu. Sex, male. Status, major shareholder of Wen's Group, major shareholder of Cheetah Group, major shareholder of Lao Gan Ma Group, major shareholder of Disney Group, major shareholder of Boeing Group, major shareholder of Cathay Securities Group.
6 major groups.
Apart from the Wen's Group, which is not currently listed, and Lao Gan Ma, all the others are Fortune 500 groups. Although one of them, Cheetah Group, was ranked relatively low, but it had a great reputation in the country. After all, the old king's small goal of 100 million, as well as the name of the principal of the young king, like a thunderclap. Looking at this long list of identities, and just based on the current shares, Hiyu's assets definitely exceeded $100 billion. It is important to realize that only Bezos at number 1 and Bill Gates at number 2 on the list of the world's richest people today are players with assets in excess of $100 billion. If the Walton family's wealth were to be concentrated in one person, naturally, they could easily become the richest person by hundreds of billions of dollars, and would even crush anyone else. But as far as personal assets are concerned, the number 1 publicly available worldwide is Bezos' $146 billion. And if Hiyu's assets exceeded $100 billion, it meant that he could become the world's current third existence with personal assets exceeding $100 billion. That is, the top 3 richest people in the world. It's impossible to define exactly how many, if any, because neither Boeing, nor Cathay Pacific, nor Lao Gan Ma has ever revealed Hiyu's shareholding. Secondly, it's like Lao Gan Ma as well as Wen's Group, neither of which is a public company at this point and can't come up with a market capitalization. Therefore, it is just an estimate that a fortune of more than $100 billion is inevitable, but exactly how much and whether it can become the richest man in the world is completely unknown. At present, just according to the known conditions, it is estimated that Hiyu's assets are a little more than $100 billion, tentatively the third in the world.
Hiss. He's only 25 years old. I'm afraid I'm not living in a dream, asking for the top 3 richest people in the world at such a young age. World Stock God, 7 days of world financial crisis and actually plundered $3 to $4 billion from the globe. This is simply a god. Even Warren Buffett has to be willing to bow down. With so many identities and such terrifying assets, it's no wonder that so many bigwigs will come to the big wedding.
At this moment, the whole country is in a sensation, and all the major news headlines are reporting the birth of the new richest man in the Hualong country. You know, the current takeover of the Hualong country is the penguin horse, but it is the penguin horse's assets did not exceed $50 billion.
And Hiyu?
As far as we can statistically estimate it, it's over $100 billion. This was still a conservative estimate. If Hiyu was willing to disclose all his assets, it might be even more terrifying.
Chapter 55, $1 billion in gift collections and the importance of networking.
At this point, everyone kind of understood why so many bigwigs had come to attend. After all, this was the wedding of the world's top 3 billionaires. Whether it was out of love or reason, or simply to make friends with Hiyu, they would all come to attend. In fact, it's not just about being rich. If they were simply rich, it wouldn't be enough for them to come up to the pole to befriend. Mostly, they were blown away by the Boeing Group's majority shareholder status. You know, the Boeing Group is a group of companies controlled by the Stars and Stripes. But it was this kind of company that Hiyu had actually acquired 21% of the shares quietly. You know, it's the president of Boeing at this point in time, the Boeing family, who only holds 10-point-something% of the shares. The rest of the shares are dispersed in the stock market, as well as being controlled by Stars and Stripes. The Stars and Stripes control over 60% of the shares, which is an absolute holding, but because of the agreement, they can't control Boeing and dictate to it. Just saying that it can, to a certain extent, affect Boeing. It's mostly just the military-industrial complex, generally. The key point that shocked everyone the most was here: a Stars and Stripes controlled military-industrial group. You could actually be able to acquire 21% of the shares when Boeing Group didn't even react to it, which was simply terrifying. The only way to do this without alerting the Stars and Stripes is to complete the acquisition in a very short period of time. And to complete the acquisition quickly meant not pulling any punches with those shareholders and needing to come up with a price that none of them could refuse. Maybe it will be as much as 2 or 3 times Boeing's share price before those shareholders can't resist the temptation to make a quick offer to HEU. Therefore, HEU acquisition of Boeing's 21% shares, afraid of not directly out of a world's richest man's money. Combining all of the above, no matter if it was HEU's personal strength or this display of hidden wealth, it made people want to befriend. This is what led to so many rich and powerful people coming forward to attend HEU's wedding. After all, the top tycoons in this world basically know each other. Let's put it this way: these top tycoons, no matter what country or city they travel to, will be received by the top tycoons there. It might even be like what many novels write, that these top tycoons have their own circles. They may be within a group chat with each other, or they may have each other's phone numbers. Just go to a certain city and someone will come out to greet you. This is the world of the top tycoons, most of whom look up and down. Even if there are some conflicts in their business, but as long as it's not that kind of life and death conflict, most of them can keep a smile on their face when they meet in private. Of course, there are currently the top tycoons in the country who are recognized as being on the worst terms with each other. Let's say that the big and small horses, if they see each other, they don't care about anyone. The second thing is that if the owner of SF Express, Mr. Wang, meets with the founders of other couriers, it would be good if they don't get into a fight. There were also the old bosses of Hungry Man as well as Meituan, and if they met, they would probably be about the same. But this is ultimately a minority, and most of the rich and famous actually know each other. After all over the world, there are just so many rich people, and everyone's circle is not really big enough to understand each other any better. Even many times, some of their group's decisions may be the two group's bosses privately tugging on the group for a couple of minutes, and then it's taken care of down the line. All in all, there are times when reality is far simpler than it seems. After the reporter's statistics, the world as well as the major domestic tycoons, in addition to those precious antiques and paintings, rare jewelry, the cash checks sent out alone are feared to be over $1 billion. In particular, the prince, the representative of the Kingdom of Sabai, was very atmospheric. $60 million straight up. There was also a customized gold sports car that was estimated to be worth like $10 million. So luxurious, worthy of their certain Eastlander. After all, the royal families of these worlds, as long as they were in control of real power, were extremely wealthy. Not to mention the royal family of Sabai who control the oil, no one knows how rich they really are. After all, the money of the Sabai royal family is equal to the money of the entire country. That means how rich the country is, how rich they themselves will be. Eventually HEU's wedding was over, and HEU's words were briefly climbed with everyone during the toast. These top tycoons, they're all sort of connections, right? It's still good to get to know them. Maybe it could be useful in the future? HEU's principle of dealing with people in the world is that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Then that kind of lawless posture, HEU preferred words or with means, with interests, will everyone tied to their own worship. In this way, you will also have someone to charge yourself in the face of some difficulties. The kind of stupidity that challenges everything, challenges the world, is what makes you really stupid. Chapter 56, The wedding is over and $400 buys 30% of Walmart. After the wedding, Buffet and the others still found a chance to talk to HEU alone. The old HEU didn't know anything and might have been afraid to communicate with them. But the HEU at this time was no longer the HEU at the time, because of the genetic evolution potion, resulting in HEU's current IQ development, far beyond the limits of human beings. Therefore, now HEU, learning ability is amazing, some aspects of understanding, so that Buffett and others brightened up, should be said worthy of the world's stock god? Mr. He, our group has things to be busy with. I also hope that if Mr. He has time, he can make a trip to Stars and Stripes and we can have a good chat. Buffet and the others said fondly, chatting with HEU they were really benefited a lot, this time really did not come in vain. Naturally, if there is a chance, we might even be able to work together. Hearing HEU's words, the crowd all smiled slightly. Though right now they couldn't see that there was anything to work with at this point. But it was certain that HEU was definitely able to befriend. The He family village had regained its calm, but the shock it caused to the outside world had not diminished in the slightest. After all, half of the world's top 500 came, and the world's top 10 billionaires basically came as well, so such a big lineup is simply shocking. This also led to Hiyu entering the eyes of the world, and at this time, the whole country knew that the new richest man in their country had come out. Even jumped to become the world's top 3 billionaires, as if a comet in the sky, which makes the people in the country are very curious about Hiyu. So at this time, any report about Hiyu can get great clicks as well as attention. Nearly the entire population is digging for news about Hiyu. Once the wedding is done, the new year begins. Grandma was directly received in Hajia village to spend the new year with Hiyu's family. Today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed, please also check the owner. In the early hours of this day, Hiyu waited for the fracture goods to be refreshed as usual. And when the fracture merchandise was refreshed, Hiyu clicked in to look at it at the first opportunity. 30% stake in Walmart, the world's largest retail supermarket, for $488. Looking at this fractured commodity in front of him, he could be frozen in time. It's actually a 30% stake in Walmart, which is horrible. Keep in mind that Walmart's market capitalization at this point is $370 billion. 30% would be a market value of $1,100 billion. This was the highest priced share that Hiyu had gotten so far. You know, the Walton family, who are in control of Walmart today, they only have 48% of Walmart in their hands. It was then dispersed to each of Walton's seniors' children, each of whom held only about 10% of the shares in their hands. But it's those same shares that have them hovering in the top 10 most of the world's rich list. Now, Hiyu is actually getting 30% at once? It's worth over $1,100 billion. If the previous Hiyu was only estimated to be worth $100 billion and ranked as the third richest man in the world. If the identity of Walmart's first major shareholder is revealed, it will be the world's richest man in name only. $480 or so? Not bad, though a little pricey is all. Hiyu smiled faintly and directly spent more than $400 to purchase 30% of Walmart's shares. If these words were to be heard, it would surely be spitting blood. It was important to realize that Hiyu had obtained a 30% stake in the world's most profitable company. It's a Fortune 500 company. 30% of its shares, how horrible is that? The moment he clicked buy, Hiyu became Walmart's top shareholder. After all, the Walton family's shares are spread out among each family member. Just looking at individual shareholdings alone, Hiyu is the top shareholder. And with 48% of the shares in hand, the Walton family remains in absolute control of Walmart if they stick together. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Stars and Stripes, Jim Walton had just attended Hiyu's wedding on behalf of the Walton family and then returned to the headquarters of the Stars and Stripes Walmart. Only when he had just returned to the headquarters, he was shocked by a piece of news. Chairman, it's bad, someone is buying up a lot of Walmart shares on the stock market. It's going fast, it's over 20%. A secretary came to Jim Walton, his voice trembling. Oh bugger, what did you say? Jim Walton was shocked. 20%? That's worth $70 or $80 billion. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is it? Who could come up with that kind of money? Could it be that it's official Stars and Stripes? But when Walton's board of directors all arrived, they were silent. Because of that mystery man, the outright acquisition of 30% of Walmart is the limit of Walmart's stray shares. It would cost at least $100 billion, if not $200 billion, to get that many shares. Who the hell is it? After the acquisition is completed, as one of the major shareholders, it is inevitable to disclose their information to the board of directors, and at this time, everyone is very curious about who that person is. With the attention of all the shareholders in the room, the new shareholder information within the computer was finally seen. It's actually him. The entire crowd gasped as the person who appeared inside was, quite literally, an Asian face. Chapter 57, Walmart Group is nervous and not involved in operations. Everyone was stunned that the Walton family had thought of anyone who even suspected that some national power had struck. But what they never expected was that the person who acquired 30% of Walmart's shares was actually Hiyu. How is this possible? That's $100 billion worth of market capitalization. And we're still the number one Fortune 500 presence in the world at Walmart. A company this profitable is a golden egg that can keep making money if you hold shares. In this case, to buy a stake in Walmart, this is bound to cost several times as much money. Sam Walton said so, and everyone nodded, similar to acquiring a stake in the Boeing Group. Walmart is not a military corporation, but it is the largest retail group in the world, as well as the number one Fortune 500 company. There's no doubt about how valuable Walmart's shares are. The only possibility that could make those holders willing to sell their Walmart shares is that Hiyu has come up with a price they can't refuse. That's nothing, what's really hard for them to accept is actually, they don't know anything about the news. By the time the news was known, Hiyu had already completed the acquisition. This speed, this precision, is appalling. You know, about the composition of Walmart's shareholders, within Walmart, it's all an absolute secret. It's even difficult for even other countries to know who Walmart's shareholders are if the shareholders don't want to, except for them, the Walton family. And Hiyu could accurately target these shareholders and even complete the acquisition of shares silently. Such a tactic was shocking.
It seems that we all underestimated this Mr. He. What exactly is his identity and origin? How come he has so much money? You know, all the money in the world is absolutely traceable. But about this Mr. Ho, why he is so rich, no one knows. Could it be that it's really just like what some people have speculated, that he's backed by the Hualong Kingdom? Walmart Group's major shareholders talked a lot, but everyone then dismissed the speculation. If you say that the acquisition of Boeing, you can suspect that he as a person from the Hualong country can still be understood. After all, Boeing is a military-industrial group, and some of the military technology in it is beneficial to the Hualong Kingdom. But we at Walmart, even though we're number one in the Fortune 500, we're just a retail group, a supermarket that sells everything. As much money as we make, we're still nothing in front of a behemoth like the Hualong Kingdom. In this case, there's no need for Hualong country to let Hiyu acquire us. We are all puzzled, this is not that and that is not that, so why did Hoyu buy Walmart? Sam Walton said, looking at the crowd. What we need to do at this point is not to speculate here, but to reach out to Mr. Ho and ask him what he's doing about Walmart. After all, 30% control of the shares, unless all of our Walton family shares are added up, is enough for him to upend the current composition of the Walmart Group. Everyone nodded at Sam's words. Walmart has been on a roll in recent years and must not be broken by outsiders. What they need to determine is whether or not Ho has any thoughts of taking over Walmart. After all, if the Star-Spangled Nation knew that their Star-Spangled Nation's honor, Walmart, the number one of the world's top 500, was actually controlled by a Hualong nation, it would inevitably cause the market value to plummet. None of this is what the major shareholders would like to see, so this matter must be concealed. But if he stepped to the forefront and took control of Walmart, there would be no hiding this. So what they want to ask at this point is what Hiyu thinks, and they all want to know if Hiyu has any idea to get his hands on Walmart. Eventually, Sam, the chairman of Walmart, was personally called by Hiyu. He attended Hiyu's wedding and sent a heavy gift, so naturally he has Hiyu's phone number. The entire call took place in the conference room so that shareholders could hear it. To everyone's delight, Hugh stated within the call that he had no interest in taking control of Walmart. Just simply thought Walmart had a great future and acquired some shares to hold in my hands. He said he would only enjoy the dividends from his Walmart shares and would not get his hands dirty with the operations of the Walmart Group. Stretching his hand, when he got married, Sam Walton directly represented the Walton family and sent himself $10 million, as well as antique paintings and calligraphy. So he still gave face and said that he was willing to show a contract stating that he would not be involved in the operation of the group. Just collect the dividends that Walmart distributes to its shareholders each year. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ho. Sam thanked him profusely and eventually hung up, to the relief of the Walmart executives in the room. All arranged to go down. This news is extremely hidden, otherwise it will be more Walmart's market value, causing a huge impact. Sam said so, and everyone nodded. As long as Hiyu didn't jump out on his own, their huge network of money connections, blocking this matter was still possible. Chapter 58, The Power of Super AI, Technological Evolution. After the new year, Grandma fell in love with the countryside. Eventually, with Hiyu's current invitation, it was decided to stay. She was retired at this time anyway, and it was better to be here in the mountains than in the hustle and bustle of the city. In the end, Hiyu and Wenying nodded their heads and agreed, only to arrange for the housekeepers as well as the servants in the Magic City Villa home to come over here and take care of Hiyu's parents as well as the old lady. As for the two of them, Hiyu and Wenying, it would be fine if they left behind 2 maids, as well as an aunt to cook and eat. As for the amusement park and the airport here, it was left to the Cheetah Group and Luwen to manage. Luwen used to open an amusement park, although it was only a small amusement park, but after all, it was the first batch of crabs back then, so there was still some ability. And if Hiyu and Wenying were in a hurry to return to Magic City, it was because of the molding tights. During the New Year's Eve period, Hiyu let the Super AI, Inger, enter the Wen Group's central laboratory and take over the intelligent laboratory over there. Then with the help of the Super AI, less than half of Wen's technology for the development of the shaping tights was completely eaten up. At this point, the cost-saving production methods have all been owned, and the reason Hiyu is going back now is that he is ready to start making the production line. Then it was time for the shaping tights to come online. This shaping corset, although the definition is still underwear, clothing and so on, is actually a highly sophisticated black technology product. After all, this fracture merchandise of his own often obtains future black technology products, and if these things, Hiyu will not bury them since he has purchased them. With the Super AI Inger around, Hiyu didn't even need scientific researchers in the future. Just need to get the technology and then give it to Yinger to analyze. Both get finished products, earn money status, etc. It could also help Inger grow. After all, these black technologies from the future, which carry technical information, could help Inger grow extremely quickly. Returning to Magic City, when Ying returned directly to the villa. As for Hiyu's words, he went to the Wen Group. Chairman. Arriving at the group, most of the employees were back to report at this time. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence when they saw Hiyu. The reason why it was like this was because of the matter of Hiyu getting married.
Because Hiyu got married, it caused his identity to be directly exposed as well. 100 billionaire. It's still dollars, the world's top 3 super rich, and actually the chairman of their group. With such a super thigh, the future of Wen's group is simply bright. Therefore, when the employees saw Hiyu, they showed respect as well as admiration. After all, the chairman of the board, who was close at hand, was actually a world tycoon who could be compared to the likes of Bill Gates, so how could this not make them excited? Perhaps the One group at this time is far inferior to those Fortune 500 companies. But they have the third richest man in the world as their boss. Even if they're not as good now, they'll definitely be able to do it later. Hiyu came all the way to the lab, and the previous lab members were all distributed to other experimental projects. It's basically just going to work on some new underwear, or some cosmetics or something like that. The shaping tights, if you will, were taken over directly by Ing. The fully intelligent lab, which was all moving on its own at the moment, was not actually data written in advance, but rather the super AI Ing Air was doing the maneuvering. "How's Yinger?" Hiyu asked, and suddenly a palace maiden appeared on the screen in front of him. "Master, the intelligent production line has been manufactured. The next thing Master needs to do is to send the materials over, and Inger will then maneuver the production line and produce it." Inger said with a smile, and Hiyu smiled slightly. It really was worthy of being a super AI, and with Inger alone, it was completely comparable to a super factory. With enough mechanical equipment, Inger could create intelligent production lines. These lines, like Ying's arms in general, controlling as you go saves a lot of labor. Of course, what is carried out here is also the most basic production, such as the collection of raw materials, distribution, acquisition, etc., are required to other manual labor to complete. Ing Air used my authority directly to place a purchase order for the group. Within 3 days, I want to see the finished product and experiment with it. If there's no problem, just go ahead and promote it, and the first step to shocking the world will start today. According to Ing, technology is the only way to evolve. In Ing Air's statement, technology has advanced to a certain level, it is possible to live forever, with thousands and tens of thousands of years of longevity. As a normal person, where would he mind living a long life? Moreover, Hiyu is still an ambitious person, so money is missing. Chapter 59, Shapeshift clothes come out, Fat Man becomes Shapeshift Man. Wen's group now has Hiyu's injection of capital, which is naturally rich and powerful, and the materials needed for this shaping corset are the lowest cost developed by Inger after eating through the technology. Those materials, none of them were very expensive, and it could be said that a shaping corset would not cost more than $1,000. But wear it on your body, it can automatically slim down and shape up. This kind of explosive effect, you don't need to go to the gym, you don't need to go on diet pills, you don't need to go to liposuction, that's what you can do. It's like the kind of corset commercials that used to be on TV, but those are fake and simply tighten up the fat, which actually doesn't work. And this future shaping tights that Hiyu obtained could directly, fundamentally, mold a person's body shape. It's safe to say that as soon as this product comes out, the diet pill industry, and even the fitness industry, will be affected. It's a little better for fitness, after all, you don't bring strength as well as strong muscles if you shape up. It just makes one's body, well proportioned, without being overly obese. On the contrary, diet pills and the like are probably going to be a total bust. Because who's going to take diet pills that have side effects to die for when you can easily lose weight and even have a great body just by wearing them? Is this the finished product? Watching the intelligent production line, as long as all the raw materials are poured brainlessly into the middle of a large tank. Then after the production line runs on its own, the finished molded tights can be manufactured. These shaping tights are, in fact, no longer technically considered fashionable clothing. Because shaping tights probably look similar to the kind of tight workout clothes swimmers wear. Also even the entire head, which is encased in it. It could even be said that the rest of the body, except for the face that revealed the 5 senses, was all encased in a molded corset. After all, if you're a big fat guy, you're using shaping tights, but only wrapping the area below the neck. By the time the molding is over, the presentation will be extremely weird. After all, the head was as big as a cow, while the body, if any, was slender and tall, which was odd in any case. Although it's designed as much as possible and is as aesthetically pleasing as a swimmer's suit, it's still ultimately not suitable for walking around in. The current position is that of underwear. The best thing to do is to wear a wig and a hat if your head is all wrapped up. Of course, Hiyu believes that this is only a district of unsightly, and for those who want to lose weight but have no motivation, they are perfectly fine with it. Go, call out all the fat people inside the company, who are over 200 pounds. Hiyu found the executives of the one group, a sentence that made everyone stare. Suddenly want so many fat people for what? But they still went looking for it, and in no time the 3 fat men arrived at Hiyu's office. Wen's group, at least, is a fashion group, so female employees occupy 90%. After all, the main business, if you will, is in lingerie. And most of these girls, for the most part, are still more body conscious, especially when it comes to fashion. So with so many employees in the group, that's how they found 3 chubby male employees. As Hiyu looked at them, there was a burst of satisfaction. Here's something for you, it's a new product from the group. You guys wear it every day for a while, it's the latest material, it's very breathable, you won't feel suffocated. It's just that it's a slight pain in the ass to go to the bathroom. Then at the end of each day, go over to the lab and record your weight. He said so. The three employees were puzzled, looking at the tights in front of them that looked like a swimmer's sportswear. They finally nodded their heads. Because He promised that after completing the experiment, their year-end bonus would be directly doubled. You know, after Wen's group came to Yu's hands, it was extremely generous. They have a lot of year-end bonuses for New Year's Eve, so what if they doubled it? At first a few of the employees didn't know what it was, but only just after wearing it for a day they noticed a slight change. Strange, I always feel like I have to have a smaller stomach. He was eating fried chicken and then said to the two co-workers beside him, "Ha, I think you're dreaming, every time you say you've lost a little weight, but the end result is that you're damn near fatter." That's right. How can you eat fried food every day and not get fat? Although this employee really felt fat in his heart, but he did not do the exercise to lose weight, so also when he thought too much. Many fat people don't have scales in their homes because people can't face their weight. The author is. It's just that it's not a big change from one day to the next. But after this week passed, everyone was stunned. The Winchesters do have double time off, so you can say that they are treated extremely well. After returning from 2 days of double break, all the employees looked at the three people in front of them and were all directly stunned. "Ai chow! What have you three been up to? Why are you suddenly so thin?" They were dumbfounded because these three, one of the few big fat guys in the company, everyone knew. Before more than 200 pounds of big fat, how long has it not seen actually one by one, all become strong man type male? Chapter 60, 1 billion obese people worldwide, a huge, huge cake. Before they were over 200 pounds, at this point then looked at most 150 pounds. And it's important to realize that, with the exception of some small fat people, many fat people are actually taller. Therefore their weight at this point, combined with that not so short height, made them look very burly. By now there was a vague bulge by the side of the nose, shoulders, and so on. The stomach area, of course, was still a bit bulbous and did not appear to have abs. But it's only been a week. Losing over 50 pounds in a week is just incredible. No, actually I've been meaning to ask, what is this thing you guys are wearing? A female company employee asked. The three of them had been wearing this strange attire for a week now. People didn't ask before, after all, it's not good to be in fashion and dress in a million different styles. In case it's someone's favorite style, you can cause unhappiness if you talk about it rashly. The three of them had already understood at this time, the feelings of Mr. He gave them to wear this clothes, actually can lose weight. It's just that the effect, it's so shocking, isn't it? If the personal effects weren't right there in their own bodies, they couldn't really believe that it was actually real. This is what Mr. E gave us to wear, it's said to be from inside the lab. Mr. E also asked us to record our weight every day, it seems to be recording some kind of experiment. The words of the three made the entire staff freeze. Within a short time, Yu's office was filled with the group's executives. "Mr. Ho, what's with the tights?" The executives gasped and asked Yu, something they didn't know anything about. That's the group's new product, shaping tights, of course, the trademark name hasn't been thought of yet. It's currently an experiment, but it seems to be working well. It usually only takes a month to turn a 200-pound fat guy into a 120-pound guy with 8-pack abs and perfectly proportioned body. Yu's words shocked the executives greatly. But then they were looking at Yu with a sly grudge. After all, they were the executives of the group. Such a powerful product, and they actually didn't have any news at all. "Ha ha, would you have believed it when you said it before?" Yu smiled slightly. The crowd froze, and then had to nod their heads in acknowledgement, because they really wouldn't believe such an unbelievable thing. Because of this technology, it's simply incomprehensible. They were considered high-level talents, but even within their cognizance, they couldn't imagine how it was done. After all, this was future technology from hundreds of years later, and only the future would know how powerful it was. In this current day and age, it's unbeatable black technology. But maybe, this tight shapewear, it might just be a little something, a little toy for the future, too. After all, people in the future have genes that tend toward perfection. Deformities, fat people, etc., shouldn't even be in the future. So this thing, maybe it's just simply a little toy that was made using the technology of that time. It's about as simple as a modern person folding a paper airplane out of their hand. Mr. He, if this product is launched, it will be a global sensation. But Mr. He, what I'd like to know is whether this stuff is simply for shaping, or is it a fundamental solution to obesity? After all, you know, Mr. He, that obesity can bring about a number of illnesses. The executive president asked this. Of course you knew what he meant. Of course it is solved from the root. Some of the side effect diseases caused by obesity will start from the disappearance of fat and follow the disappearance of healing. Hearing he use words, the crowd was pleasantly surprised. Hair. Our Wen's group is going to be famous all over the world. It is important to realize that more than 1 billion people worldwide are obese. The diseases associated with excessive obesity cannot be ignored. Globally, the number of deaths caused by obesity alone exceeds 2,800,000 each year. What kind of concept is that? Just looking at the obese population alone, a potential market of over $1 billion. A pair of tights, even if sold for just $1, can bleed $1 billion. And would a leotard, a godsend that tackles obesity from the ground up and turns men into gods, sell cheap? Absolutely not. After all, you'd have to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars a month for a gym card alone, right? There are also various expenditures for treating obesity, which are definitely not low. So it's okay to sell these tights for $10,000 to $80,000, or even more, right? Even if it's $10,000 for a pair of tights. That's $1 trillion in sales for a global market of 1 billion people. And it's not as if this obesity is solved. The people who will be born in the future, and the people who are now, they will be even less conscious of their body management because of the availability of corsets. By then, the invisible market for tights will definitely be more than $1 billion. So, it's going to be a piece of, super unbeatable cake. Countless drug companies, technology companies, all over the world, are trying to find a solution to obesity. It's because they looked at this super cake and got nothing. And at this point, the person who successfully nibbled on this super cake would be you. Chapter 61, National TV Testing, starting to send shockwaves. It is true that there is nothing to say that the shaping tights are powerful, but now a crucial point is how to make the world believe in this matter. After all, there are simply too many of these similar products, advertised to the hilt, but the results of this are, if anything, unsatisfactory. It's basically a fake, and it takes a little bit of trickery to get the world to believe it and still make a name for it. The fancy way, you do not want to use, so you will use the most simple and direct way. Get ready, the group has selected a team to travel with me to the imperial capital. You said to the executives of the one group. Everyone froze. What was the point of traveling to the imperial capital? You continued. We're heading straight to national television to compete for this year's advertising bid. Let the whole national TV station come and work for us, the national TV station, which represents the face of the country. They will certainly be testing as well as researching our product, and if it's truthful, it can be on their advertisements. By then, the whole country will be convinced of the truth of the matter. All it takes is one person to use it and that word of mouth explodes instantly. Listening to Yu's words, everyone came to a realization. If they had gone out on their own and said how great their own product was, they certainly wouldn't have gotten the world to believe them. After all, there has been so much false advertising over the years. But there is one TV station that will never falsely advertise. That would be national television, because national television, it represents the face of the country. Therefore they are very strict about advertising and so on. Exaggerated advertising products. It is not possible to get on national television, so as long as the advertisement for the shaping corset is on national television, there will always be people who believe it, and if someone believes it and someone uses it, that means it's a success. In 1 month's time, you can go from 200 pounds of fat to the perfect 8-pack abs. In 1 month's time, you can go from 200 pounds of big fat girl to S-curve perfect goddess. May I ask who in the world will not be moved by such an effect? Even people who don't look fat themselves are expected to spend money on shaping tights in order to shape that perfect body. One could even argue that this technology could change the world. Because in the future, all you will see on the streets of the globe will be men and women with perfect body proportions. Except for certain parts of the body that cannot be altered proportionally, let's say bust, height, etc., most people, for the most part, will be slim. Going to the empire? I'm going too. Back at home, Yu told Wen Yingying that he was going to make a trip to the imperial capital in a few days, so she said that she was going to go as well. Yu nodded. The two of them were newlyweds and naturally did not want to be separated. It was just that Yu looked at the molded tights that Wen Yingying was wearing and said helplessly, "Your body is already perfect, why are you wearing this?" Yu really cannot understand. Wen Yingying's body itself is the perfect golden ratio, wearing the shaping tights cannot play much of a role. But apparently, the straight male thinking Yu was directly exchanged for a blank stare from Wen Yingying. 3 days later, the Wen Group's team, directly traveling on Yu's private jet, headed to the imperial capital. As a major shareholder of Boeing, Yu naturally has a private airplane, and it was not purchased by himself, but given to him as a major shareholder by the Boeing Group. The plane landed in the imperial capital, and Yu and his group headed directly to the national television station. It has been negotiated with this side before. The bidding for this year's tender is to start in a month's time. The reason why we have to come early is because we have to test the product. All products that are going to take part in the advertising bidding of the national TV stations need to be tested as well as experimented with by the specialized inspection team of the national TV stations. Advertising words, product effects, must not be exaggerated, must be true. Otherwise, there is not even a bidding qualification. The reason for this, then, is that with the development of the network, false advertising is more and more. And as the mouthpiece of the nation, the state television, naturally, does not allow itself to be smashed. So this is why there is this advertising product testing department, although nowadays the network is developed, but the national television still has a huge influence. In the eyes of the world, the credibility of national television is still guaranteed. After coming to the national TV station, taking out the product samples and filling in the relevant features as well as information, the testing is about to begin. Just looking at the information that Hiyu had filled out, the employees of the national television station looked at Hiyu as if they had seen a ghost. Is it serious with such an exaggerated profile? Because of the rules of national television, the transcontinental productions are afraid to even come this way. At this point they are skeptical in their minds, is this really true or not? If it were true, this product alone could win any technology-related award, worldwide. But whether it's true or not, some testing will tell. Experimenters, one side of the group has long been prepared, signed a special voluntary experimental contract. And then the testing began under the round-the-clock observation of national television, the Department of Testing. It's like a lot of pharmaceuticals, a lot of functional products, are tested that way. We guarantee that we are in the middle of testing 24 hours a day, every day of the week, to ensure the authenticity of our products and the recording of data. It can even be said that it is comparable to the testing steps of some professional technology organizations. The data that was eventually brought out was also compelling. At the same time, Hiyu and the others lived in the imperial capital. As the major shareholder of the Cheetah Group, Hiyu went to the major cities of the country. There will be no lack of accommodation. Directly into the 5-star hotel of the Cheetah Group, the presidential suite, but also do not spend money. Of course, you also do not care about this money. If you are not satisfied, you can even live directly in the villa developed by Cheetah Group. Time passed slowly, just a few days passed, and over at the national television station, it seemed to have begun to shake. Significant weight loss? In terms of circumference and so on, it's also starting to show noticeable changes? The testing department of the national television station seemed stunned by the data in front of them. But they calmed down a bit, telling themselves in their minds, what if it just so happens that the people in this experiment are going to lose weight one of these days? So they waited a few more days, but as it got longer, it seemed like everything started to fall apart at the seams. The experimental person is 250 pounds, absolutely overweight people. It can be said that obesity has become a disease, at any time may bring life-threatening. But it's only been less than a week, and the weight has actually plummeted by more than 50 pounds. Even body image-wise, the correction has begun. No longer looking like the buckets they were before, layers are beginning to appear, and vaguely it has also begun to not feel like the experimenters look like fat men, but burly men. National television shook, and the Ministry of Detections even informed the top in the first place. After all, they could be members of the testing department, which itself had a bit of scientific standard in it. Knowing that the data given by Hiyu would be, if correct, what a great invention it would be. Chapter 62, the attention from above really starts to step into the eyes of the nation. The leaders of the national television station were shaken, and all of them came to the testing department and then looked at the data analysis given by the testing department, and they were all shocked. This kind of black technology, how did it appear on national television? Do they need to advertise? Just by releasing this technology, they can cause a global shock. The leader of the national television said so, quite shocked. Station manager, would you believe in such unthinkable technology if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes? If it was a new type of diet pill or something like that, some people might believe it, but how it looks, it's just a leotard that resembles a swimmer's gym suit. Who would dare to believe that such a thing can actually lose weight and shape up? The head of the testing department said so, and the station manager nodded presently. However, he knew that this matter was not up to him to decide anymore. He could become a station manager. Naturally, he was not a fool. More than 1 billion people worldwide are obese, and even 2 to 3 million people die every year because of obesity. It can be said that the money contained in this country will not be valued, but the benefits that come with it, the country has to pay attention to. The political benefits, simply unimaginable. After all, it's the developed countries that have the most obese people. Although the Hualong country currently has the largest obese population, but that's because of the huge population of 1.4 billion people in the Hualong country. Western countries such as Stars and Stripes have an obese population that makes up a huge portion of their population. Moving is 20% or more. Therefore this can be exchanged for political benefits, simply cannot be imagined, so this matter the station manager first time to report to the top. As the director of the national television station, the level is a vice ministry, so it is natural to have access to the top leaders. After all, this matter is also very big, and the most crucial thing is that you can develop this kind of black technology, one's group, this enterprise, the future is bright. Maybe even more powerful technology will be developed in the future? Therefore, it is necessary to report this matter. Sure enough, it hadn't been reported for more than a couple of days before there was action from above. Several academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were sent directly to the testing department of the national TV station. Incredible! What on earth is this principle? It is impossible to understand. There are even some materials whose composition we can't analyze. Simply parsing the composition of these materials alone might take more than a decade, let alone parsing the entire technology. Even if we were given decades, we wouldn't be able to crack it. In fact, they have not gotten that far and have not seen the real difficulties. Don't even think about it without hundreds of years if you really break the fast for them. After all, this was a product of hundreds of years, and at the current rate of technological development, a few hundred years was a world of difference. Technology changes significantly in a few years now, and in just over a decade, it's already shaken up 2 generations. Not to mention, centuries of change. This is also the reason why you did not apply for a patent, because if you apply for a patent, you will inevitably have to take out some of the core technology. And don't a lot of technology leaks start with patents? Why go for a patent when no national research institution, can crack their own technology? Therefore, you did not apply for a patent, anyway, their own technology, others cannot crack, cannot copy. Hutai, we would like to meet this Wen's group. Several academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences said to Hutai. Hutai nodded, and at that moment, he signaled to the people in the testing department, who naturally had the contact information of the Wen group. At the same time, inside the hotel, Yu, who was playing king with Wen Yingying, had his cell phone ring at once. Someone from national television? Yu already had a guess in his mind at that moment, and he knew that if he took out his technology, it would inevitably attract the attention of the country. This was what Yu needed, because if the country was willing to come out and endorse itself, it would be much better than TV commercials. Daughter-in-law, someone from the national TV station invited us to go there. I guess it's someone from above. Wen Yingying smiled faintly. That's for sure, such a powerful black technology can naturally attract the attention of the country. I just didn't expect that my Wen's group, a fashion group that specializes in selling clothing, underwear, and cosmetics, would actually transform itself into a scientific research group. Wen Yingying said with a sigh, after all, how do you look at it, a fashion group will not be related to the word technology, right? In fact, Wen Yingying had also said for Yu to split up the lab alone and reform a technology company. But Yu refused because it was too much of a hassle. And today's Windsor group, which has been delisted, is no longer a listed group. Meanwhile, the absolute control of Wen is in the hands of himself and his wife. 70% for Yu and 30% for Wen Yingying. So there would be no need to reform a group. Wen's roots still need to be retained. After all, this is also the heart and soul of Wen Yingying's parents. It was also because of this decision of Yu that the future of the world's most unprofessional fashion group was going to appear. A group that sells fashion, cosmetics, lingerie, jewelry, and so on, is actually a research group, even of the world-famous kind. The most crucial thing is that WEN has always declared to the public that they are a fashion group, and everyone is welcome to choose Wen's clothing products. Taking a special car from Chanda Hotel, Yu and Wen Yingying, with a professional team from Wen's group, arrived at the national television station. Since there may be some cooperation with the state if you come, it is necessary to bring a team of professional negotiators and lawyers with you. Yu was certainly far more intelligent than mortals because of his genetic evolution. But it doesn't mean that Yu knows everything. After all, no one can be born knowing if they don't go and learn. Only Yu didn't want to be too troublesome, since he could handle things with his men. What was the point of getting involved himself? Mr. Wen. I'm the director of the national TV station. My last name is Hu. This is Ministry of Science and Technology Chen. As soon as Yu and the others entered the TV station, Hutai took the initiative to come up to greet them and also introduced a middle-aged man to Yu and the others. At that moment, Yu was just stunned. He knew that it would cause concern from above, but what he didn't want to hit was that the person who came was actually the Qin department of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Huarong Kingdom. You know, there are a total of 26 ministries in the Hualong country. The handlers of each department, that's a national-level big shot. Especially in the departments of science and technology, foreign education, security, etc., which are all powerful departments. One can only imagine the importance that the higher-ups are placing on this matter. Of course, in addition to the importance they attach to the shaping corset, there is also the importance of the scientific research capabilities of the multi-Wen group, right? After all, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has said that they won't be able to parse this technology for decades, so that means it's a cross-genre technology. You can imagine how powerful the research team of the Winchester's group is. Chapter 63, Causing a Global Sensation and Erasing the Word Fat from the Dictionary. Good day Hutai, good day Ministry Chen. Yu said so, and then the people came inside an office. At this point the test is halfway through, but we have complete trust in your company's technology. Shen Bei said so, because the bigwigs of the Academy of Sciences had come to see it and said that the technology was powerful. They even requested that they would like to strike up a good relationship with the Winchesters and be able to go and talk to their RD staff for a bit. Therefore, this time there is a negotiation, of course, the negotiation of the biggest purpose, in fact, or hope, there will be plastic corset, to the national level. Simply put, it's something that can be used to get some benefit for the country. To this, of course, Yu agreed. After all, it was all too common, like the various conglomerates in Stars and Stripes, where their group's advanced technology was used as a bargaining chip.
The blocking of technology is commonplace. And now that the Hualong country has the opportunity to take a back seat, how can it not make good use of it? The negotiation was soon over, and simply put, it meant that Win's group needed to get the consent of the Hualong country if they wanted to export. To make it simpler, let's say if he wants to export to the Stars and Stripes, he'll first let the Hualong country negotiate with the Stars and Stripes before he can get the right to export. For example, using this opportunity to break some technological monopolies and the export of precious scientific and technological products. Counter-sanctions is a trick that the Hualong country still knows how to play. Eventually, the advertising bid was cancelled, as the state promised that Yu would publicize it. It's also a way of thanking Yu for cooperating with the state. As for Chen Bei's suggestion that the bigwigs of the Chinese Academy of Sciences want to meet the One Group's RD team, Yu refused. This was also considered to be keeping it mysterious, and in the future, Yu might have to obtain other high-tech products from within the fracture merchandise. Therefore, this remains a mystery or good. In fact, the entire RD team is just one. That was the super artificial intelligence Ing Air. As long as we got the technology, Ing Air could eat through it in minutes and then rely on the current level of technology to complete mass production. It's still up to Yinger to eat her way through if you're looking for specific cost control. But now that Ing Air has been evolving, all of these increasingly high-end hacks won't be a problem for her. After he left from the imperial capital, the countryside began to move. Hualong Country Daily Newspaper, National Science and Technology Network, Public Number, Scarf and so on. The mouth of the major countries at the mouth are coincidentally updated top of text. Congratulations to our Winchester's group for developing a black technology shaping corset. You only need to wear it for a month. 200 pounds of fat will turn you into a man. This kind of, like the words of the roadside advertisements, immediately swept the official mouths of all the major Hualong countries. One even wonders if all the official numbers have been compromised. But on second thought, absolutely not. And what followed was that the news was once again read out on the spot to the hosts during the evening news broadcast. It was a national sensation. With the state's endorsement, it's simply an explosion of results. Officials of the Winchesters were swept away at once. My chow. Really? It should be true, right? The country personally endorsed it. It's even on the news broadcast, it's definitely true. What a boon for fat people. Drip. When's it coming out? I can't wait. At once, the official website of Wen's Group was swept away. The whole tens of millions of people visited at the same time, almost did not make the website crash. If it wasn't for the servers as well as the network of the Winchesters Group, which had a super AI Ing Air watching over it, it would have absolutely crashed. At the same time, the news, in an instant, traveled abroad. At first, these foreigners, naturally, were skeptical. But people aren't stupid, and when they saw the news broadcast, the world believed it. No one would doubt that an announcement coming out of the official mouthpiece of a superpower, in front of the whole country, or even the whole globe, would be false. You know, all the news on the news feeds have been verified by multiple sources and would never be done. For a moment, the world shook, and Wen's Group was the first to enter the eyes of the world. Of course, it was the super rich who were most concerned about this. After all, anyone with a bit of business acumen could analyze the benefits that lay in store, which were simply terrifying. Seeing the Wen Group, they thought violently of Yu. Yu has always been a shareholder in major groups, but does not hold a position. The only company that held a position was the Wen Group, because that group, previously, belonged to his wife. It was actually developed by Mr. He's group? Incredible! Looks like we'll have to have a chat with Mr. Ho. Everyone is exclaiming that if it's really the same as the news that's been put out, then this product is going to be great. Even at this point, there are a lot of well-known people that call it, if true, a world-changing invention. After all, isn't it world-changing to think that the word fat, perhaps later, will be dropped from the human vocabulary? In the face of countless people flocking to the official website to ask questions, WEN also gave a response. It is waiting for a sales license from the state, and as soon as the documents are in order, it will be available immediately. Of course, there is also a special mark, currently only the sales license of the Huarong country, overseas countries whether to export, tentative. Meanwhile, Yu, who had returned to Mordor, had not stopped calling. Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Bezos, Cook, and Sam Walton, among others, all called in unannounced. There were many others who didn't remember, such as the bosses of some pharmaceutical groups and so on, who came calling. Everyone had only one purpose, and that was to try to reach a partnership with the Winsome Group in the hope of getting a piece of the pie. To all of these people, Yu didn't reject them in one breath. Instead, they said that they were waiting for an export license notification from the top and would get in touch with them if it was possible to export. Everyone instantly understood in seconds. After all, who of them hadn't experienced this kind of thing before? All of them, the big groups, sometimes turn into pawns of their respective countries, and sometimes some initiatives, not of their willingness, but can help their countries to accomplish some goals. Otherwise, some self-defeating operations that affect their own sales, these businessmen, would they be willing to do? After all, China Dragon Country is the second largest market in the world, a country that is comparable to half the world. Who on the globe doesn't know that the Hualong country has a large population and they all have money and are willing to spend it? Therefore, they are stupid to introduce some decisions not to cooperate with the Hualong country, but not because of the leaders above? Chapter 64, $480 billion, Start of Sales. Today's fracture merchandise has been shelved, please sign for it, master. The system's voice rang out, familiar with the early hours of the morning. Every day before going to bed, he would wait for the fractured goods to be refreshed. Immediately opened today's fractured goods, but after seeing the goods on it, he directly froze. Sabai Aramco, 30% share, price, $7,777. He froze, Sabai Aramco, no one knows that no one knows Currently the world's #1 market capitalization of the company, the entire company's market value, more than $160 billion overtaking Fruit as well as Microsoft. At one point it was the world's highest market capitalization. The market capitalization of this company, the reason why it's so high is purely because, well, it's an oil company. The world knows that oil is a non-renewable resource and one of the most important resources on the planet at this time. Therefore, as long as the industry is related to oil, it represents money, black gold, from which it comes. Even among the top 500 companies in the world, there are a number of companies that are oil-related. And this Sabai Aramco, if you will, used to be controlled by the Stars and Stripes, by the 4 Stars and Stripes oil companies, who had control. It was only with decades of hard struggle that the royal family of Sabah managed to acquire all the shares of Sabah Petroleum, realizing 100% ownership. And if he could get his hands on this 30% stake, it would be a leap to becoming one of the biggest oil merchants in the world. How much is that? $480 billion. How horrible it is. Sabai Oil is the state-owned enterprise of the whole of Sabai, and even the royal family has no shares in it. Of course, the Sabai royal family controls everything, and this company is actually their private property, and their apparent wealth is actually false. Their real wealth is the whole of Sabai Oil, even the whole of the Sabai nation. This is why the people of Sabai stand for the rich and the earthy. Because they're really rich. 30% of the shares were worth $480 billion, which should be by far the most market value of shares he had ever bought. He directly chose to buy it at that moment, and he didn't know how the system completed the purchase, but all he needed to know was that the moment the purchase was successful, his wealth skyrocketed by $480 billion. Of course, this is only the market value, the only real cash available in hand is the dividend every year. But you have to realize that the corporate income of this Sabai Oil is equal to the financial income of most of the Sabai countries. So the annual share of Sabai Oil will never be less than a few tens of billions of dollars to start with. Only, the royal family of Sabai Oil Sabai has absolute control, and if they hide the distribution of equity, there is no one to explore. Otherwise, if someone were to know that he had acquired 30% of the shares of Sabai Oil, the shock would be absolutely unimaginable. After all, it was one of the largest oil suppliers in the world. It can even be said that there are not many countries in the world that are willing to offend Sabai Oil. Unless the thing is, you don't want to use oil anymore, then you can't be offended. The most profitable business in the world is probably nothing comparable to oil, except for arms and selling that. Yes, a small profit. He smiled faintly, then directly embraced his wife and fell into a deep sleep. Apparently, after the wealth grew, he was gradually less agitated. After directly obtaining 480 billion market capitalization shares, he appeared calm. At this moment, he could definitely be called the richest person in the world. Because even though it's possible, like the Sabai royal family, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and other world consortium families, they're going to have more money than they do. But their wealth, all of it, belongs to the whole family, the whole consortium, not to the individuals in it. Simply by counting personal wealth, at this point in time, He's wealth should be the richest in the world. Of course, He expressed his disinterest in all of this. In the days that followed, the Winchesters managed to get a sales license. Then it was announced that 3 days later it would begin to sell shaping tights within Hualong. Of course, there are some who are still skeptical. After all, shaping tights are also too expensive, with the domestic price tag being priced at $52,000. That's expensive if you have to say so. The selling price, if you will, is the selling price that the team from Wen's group finally analyzed and got. What he thought before was that 18,000 would be fine. But now that I see the selling price analyzed by a professional team, I still sigh. I have always been kind. This is still EU proposed, cannot be too expensive. After all, it's not like there is only one way to make money anymore. With Air as well as the fracture merchandise system in place, He's opportunities as well as means to make money would definitely not be few. The second thing was that just by signing up to get those company shares alone, He was already rich, so there was no need to be a motherless adulterer. And even then, the team ended up offering a $52,000 asking price. He was not good to say more. After all, we are all trying to make money for themselves, and the selling price of $52,000 is not very expensive anymore. Anyone would pay that price for their good looks. Those girls, they are willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the whole look. Would they not buy a set of tights that would give them a devilish figure?
The answer is yes, not to mention girls, even boys would choose to spend the 52,000 for a perfect body. Because outward image is really important. If there is no way to reverse the face value aspect, then make changes in the body. Therefore the sale of the tights was, as expected, a hit. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the sales started precisely, although limited to the country, but the sales were also absolutely hot. In order to greatly limit smuggling, the sale of tights was regulated so that only 2 could be purchased with one ID. That means, at best, 1 to wear and 1 to change. Though that won't stop the smuggling, after all, so many people will choose to I don't change it and wear it every day for that high profit. Sales are done online as well as in physical stores. The Winchester Group has, throughout the country, its own branded storefronts. After all, Win's Group is at least at tens of billions of market capitalization. It's not much, but in major big cities, there will be 1 or 2 of them. And on the day of the sale, the doors of all the major stores of the Win Group were packed with people. Many people were queuing up while swiping the webpage on their cell phones. The internet is limited, as are brick and mortar stores, and people do this in the hopes that they can be the first to grab the goods. Chapter 65, $180 billion in sales, rocking global profits. Start selling. With a use order, the physical stores, as well as the online specialty stores, opened their sales channels at the same time. All of a sudden, sales started to rise like crazy. Because the purchases are made with ID cards, every sale is accurate. 100,000 a minute. A million an hour. In 1 hour's time, the total number of sales nationwide exceeded 1 million. If each person purchased 2 sets, that would also be 500,000 people buying tights in 1 hour. And, in fact, most people don't choose to buy 2 sets. Not anyone, after all, can come up with $100,000 for 2 sets of tights. Nearly 99% of people will only spend $58,000 on a set. Only those who are dirt poor and not short of money will buy an extra set to change. And that's just the beginning, as brick and mortar storefronts can be a bit slow to sell. After all, there's a line. 2 hours later, the number of sales skyrocketed straight to 3 million. 24 hours later, the national tally of sales exceeded 10 million. 10 million pieces. How horrible is that? At $58,000 a piece, 10 pieces would be $580,000. 100 pieces is $5.8 million. 1,000 pieces is $58 million. 10,000 pieces is 500 million. 100,000 pieces is 5 billion. A million pieces is 50 billion. 10 million pieces is 100 billion. Today's one-day sales alone amounted to 180 billion soft dollars. The sales are all transparent, and the Winchesters have nothing to hide. At once, when all the sales were tallied the next day, the nation was shocked and even shook the world. One day's sales are comparable to 6 Winchesters. Because Win's previous listing, the market capitalization is 30 billion, so now there will be such a news headline. Sales myth, single-day sales breaking 180 billion soft dollars, a godlike record. You know, it's a well-known fact that even with all of the fruits products, the highest single-day sales are close to $400 million. That's just 2.8 billion soft dollars. What about today's Win's Group? The sales in a single day actually reached 180 billion soft dollars. Converted into dollars, minus the change, that's $257 billion. This godlike one-day sale naturally caused a global sensation. Countless economic boards are the event, as the front page headlines, even with the Win shaping tights, is also getting global attention. And that's just a single day of sales. Currently the maximum capacity that can only be delivered in a month according to capacity is 10 million. And Win's inventory can only support sales of up to $10 million. But I didn't expect it to be sold out in one day. You could only contact suppliers in a hurry, while manufacturing new production lines in a bid to increase production capacity. After all, future production will be global in scope. It is important to realize that the global obese population, alone, exceeds 1 billion. 10 million is $2.5 billion. A billion would be $250 billion. That's $2.5 trillion if it's a billion. How horrible is this? And there are some rich people who will choose to buy 2 pieces? Or even find a channel to buy more and come directly to change and wash. What's more, Win's Group is a fashion group. If it is to introduce fashionable new models, limited edition models and so on, what kind of horrible profit is this? All in all, it's a market of over trillions of dollars. One could even argue that there will only be more of it, after all, because people will be even less likely to watch what they eat once they know it's there. And this would be a purchase if you gained weight. There's also the fact that there's no way that fat people won't appear later in life, unless fundamentally, the possibility of fat people appearing is suppressed. Otherwise, that profit is always there. Just looking at the current market of 1 billion people alone is scary enough. The following days, sales were not as good as the first day, but they were scary enough. 3 million in sales the next day. 1 million on the third day. 500,000 on the fourth day. 100,000 on the fifth day. 10,000 on the sixth day. And every day after that, it was basically a steady 10,000 to 8,000 sales per day.
A month's time had passed, and Wen's group's Shaping Tights, in total, had created sales that exceeded 300 billion soft sister dollars. More than $43 billion in sales. That's just 1 month's worth of sales. Although, there are many companies within the Fortune 500 that are able to do this sales is all. After all, Walmart alone, in which EU held a large number of shares, had annual sales of over $500 billion. Every month, on average, it can do over $40 billion in sales. Of course, Walmart is the #1 Fortune 500 company, so it's normal for sales to explode. But just because Shaping Tights are selling this month, doesn't mean they will every month in the future. However, it should be noted that what EU has at the moment is only the domestic market. You know, besides the domestic market, there's also the global market. And the global market, if you will, that's really the big one. But for the time being, EU is in no hurry. One is that negotiations have not yet begun at the top, and the other is because production capacity has not kept pace. If we rush to open the global market at this time, production will inevitably fail to keep up. With the start of sales of Shaping Tights, all of a sudden the global winds began to shift. Many of them are online, in real time, documenting the changes they make when they wear them. It only took a week from the beginning when everyone was skeptical to the total shock that followed. Because a week is a lot of change. And a month later, when seeing those purchased hundreds of pounds of fat, all of them became slim as well as lean goddesses and men, all of a sudden the globe could not sit still. They began to question why Winnipeg didn't list their country. And EU's side had already prepared for this, and with some direct words, he turned the spearhead around. Probably means, it's not that I don't want to sell it. Rather, it's your country that hasn't passed our application for a sales license. At once, the official websites of the countries were directly blown up. Of course, just appearing in big countries that don't deal with the Hualong country, those who understand naturally understand. They are all 10,000 in their hearts, after all, where this is what they do not want. Rather, it's the reluctance of HOYU, who have long been actively requesting to land in their country and start selling. It's just that HU said it all depends on the arrangement from above. On the other hand, on the side of the Hualong country, they put forward some conditions that made it very difficult for them and they were not willing to accept them. That was the end result of this, but he didn't expect to have dirty water thrown at him by HU. The point is, they still don't have a way out, because if they offend HU, in case people really don't log into their country, they'll just wait to be laid off. Chapter 66, $90 billion a month in blood, global sales channels. The end result was as expected. In the face of the growing problem of obesity in the population, in the end, all countries are choosing to compromise. In terms of some blocked technologies, there was an opening to the Walloon state. It also chose to let go of some international interests and cede them to the Hualong country. It's a bit ridiculous that we ended up with an export license for the Huan group's Shaping Tights. After all, you have to realize that it used to be all sorts of begging and pleading with grandparents to open the exit routes. It's usually the producer company that begs, but at this point it's shifting. The begging became the nations of the world, because in the face of this problem, and in the face of domestic pressures, they had to choose to give in. The people of the Stars and Stripes in other countries were just thrilled and excited when they realized that the plastic tights were about to be sold to their countries. Even by karma. Am I finally going to get rid of this pot belly? Shaping Tights, I'm told, can be purchased in a shaping style at the time of purchase. Can I choose to customize a slugger type? Shaping tights that give your body shape as envisioned by the person. The golden ratio figure is the choice of 90% of the population. But then there's that 10% of the population that has different choices. Let's say some people like big, muscular, beefy bodies. It makes them feel, well, majestic. Most of the people in this category are foreigners, and the nationals generally tend to have perfect proportions. Not too fat, not too skinny, muscular without looking big and bulky. Of course, whatever the choice was, it had nothing to do with EU, all he cared about was sales and profit. In nearly all countries around the world have passed the import license, EU's side will start to operate up. The first thing is, in terms of sales channels. EU's character is not the kind that likes to make enemies, not to mention, because of the wedding, EU is also considered to have entered the world's rich and powerful circle. There are special groups, and I've joined some rich clubs, and often I'll have video chats and so on. Therefore, EU did not want to become the kind of person who was the enemy of the world and then be isolated. So for this global sale, EU is ready to let those rich and powerful people from various countries and consortiums to participate in it. Of course, this doesn't mean that EU will earn less. As a shrewd businessman, since he has to give up some of his own benefits, those benefits, let's take them back out of the wallets of those abroad. Taking out his cell phone, EU directly entered a group. The group is not WeChat, or any of the major international chat software, but one of the guys called Bill Gates, who came up with a little software. Exclusively belonging to the world's top tycoons, only those whose fortunes have broken $10 billion can have access to this group. The group, as of yet, has yet to break 400. After all, it is the world's rich list alone, the fortune broken 10 billion, also less than 200, only 176. So the group still added some hidden rich people. Let's say, a prince of the royal family of Sabai or something like that, or the heir to a consortium, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, you know about the shaping tights from our group, right? Didn't we just get an export license for every country in the world? I was searching for it to be too slow as well as a waste of time for our group to develop on our own. So anyone who is interested can come to Mordor to discuss it, and I will sell agent slots according to national divisions. Hughes' statement instantly caused the group to fall silent. Bill Gates, Mr. Ho, I'm very interested. Buffett, oh, me too, it's not just my wallet that's interested in this, but I'm personally interested in this myself, and you know, I'm not exactly skinny. For a moment, all the major tycoons were speaking out. One of them, Sam Walton, was even more direct. Mr. He, choose our Walmart, you are the major shareholder of our Walmart, and at the same time, our Walmart is also the largest supermarket chain in the world, the sales channel can definitely dominate the world. I think, why don't you just direct the global sales to our Walmart? Walmart will definitely make you, Mr. He, the richest person in the world, even rich as a nation. Sam Walton's words were met with a cluster. Damn Sam for being so greedy? Yeah. Worldwide sales rights, that's a market of 1 billion, if not over 1 billion people. And it's still the kind of market that, inevitably, you're going to have, and no one can resist that temptation. For a moment, the rich and powerful were in an emotional state. A market of 1 billion people is not really correct. The billion here refers to the global obese population. But don't forget, what is considered obese? It's the kind of thing that, in the eyes of normal people, is already fat. Pot-bellied and pot-bellied is called obese. And if you're a normal person, you're actually considered fat if your only son, as long as he's got a single abdominal muscle. Especially for girls, a little extra pound of flesh makes them feel fat. Therefore, this market, perhaps, should be multiplied by 2, by 3, or even by more. That is, a market of 2 or 3, or even 3 or 4 billion people. What a horror! Less than 20 million sales in the Wallon country brought you nearly $90 billion in sales. Although they don't know how much it costs and what the profit is. But the average company, for its own net profit, is going to keep it above 20%. And if it's done right, the net profit will be kept above 30%. $90 billion in sales if calculated at 30%. He used pure profit, it's all above $270 billion. And this was just their calculation based on the profits of an ordinary company. Like he used monopolistic industry, black technology products, the pure profit would be more than 50%, I'm afraid. Therefore, that global market of billions of people, which represents a profit, I'm afraid that it will be more than $10 trillion. So at this moment, when He proposed that he was willing to let them participate in it, they were naturally excited and thrilled. Faced with so many requesting tycoons, He naturally couldn't afford to reject them all. Therefore, a time was set for those who were interested to come directly to Wen's group to discuss. But at the last moment, He added a word. By the way, we're all groupies, so we all make money together. In addition to the national level agents, I will also divide the regional agents under the national level agents, according to the administrative region hierarchy of each country. Let's say if you're within Hualong, it's divided into national level agents, provincial level agents, municipal level agents, and so on. His words caused everyone to get excited. At the national level they can't grab those super consortiums, but regional small agents, they still have a chance to compete, right? Even if a regional agent in a big country doesn't work, then competing for smaller countries is still profitable after all, right? Chapter 67, Proxy sold for $30 billion on the cheap. Sure enough, within a few days, all of these global 500 tycoons gathered in Magic City. The market brought about by the molded corset is extremely large, and they can even say for sure that as long as the global sales channels are spread out, the Winchester's group is bound to become the top 10 of the global top 500. You know, the top 10 of the global 500, what kind of companies are those? With the exception of a very few monster corporations like Walmart, all of them, are the oil as well as the official industry of each country. Even the fruit is currently only the 12th of the Fortune 500. And one group, concluded by many economists, as long as the global sales unfold, is bound to enter the top 10. The reason for this is that the Winchester's shaping tights are truly world-changing. It's like when fruit changed the world with smartphones and jumped into the top 10 of the Fortune 500. Today's One Group is about to replicate the myth of the original fruit, or even go even further beyond. Because Wen's group belongs to a single enterprise, the whole world, a huge market of billions of people, will belong only to Hiyu. Monopoly is the most profitable industry, no matter what industry, as long as you achieve the degree of monopoly, are bound to blood money. And Hiyu is not worried about being criticized as a monopoly by some countries or some people. Because Hiyu will choose to cooperate with the world's major giants, those super consortiums, and then get from it a huge network of relationships all over the world. In the face of such a terrifying network of relationships, as well as a community of interests, it was no one who dared to take a shot at Hiyu. This was Hiyu's true purpose. After all, in the future Hiyu changed the world, inevitably will not be less, this if all the time with the world as an enemy, then it is inevitable that may force some people to go on the extreme road.
He himself is fine, but he has family, relatives, and friends. Therefore, that path of being an enemy of the world was not a path that he would choose. Of course, if one day he possessed the absolute ability to defend himself, then he would have nothing to fear. In fact, it was the current he that had some ability to defend himself. Ing'er is a super AI, a product of over 1,000 years beyond the current era. She was powerful, no doubt about it. It could even be said that if he was willing, he would even be able to manipulate an extinction-level nuclear weapon. Of course, if it wasn't to the point of desperation, he would never show this bottom card. Because what is conceivable is that if the world knew that a private individual could take control of nuclear weapons and control the launch of nuclear weapons around the globe at any time, as well as the destruction of the world and its existence, the panic that would cause is bound to be unimaginable. When that happens, the world will be thrown into a panic, and the world will no longer be this world, but will be full of clouds and panic everywhere. This is not what he would like to see. After all, what's the point of a world like that? If no one had provoked him, he would never have revealed this matter. A few days later, the conference room on the top floor of the One Group. The entire 21st floor of the building was owned by the One Group, and finally the top floor of the 21st floor was transformed into a large conference room by Hiyu. It's about 500 square meters, I think, and it's all made directly into a super-sized conference room. It seems to come in handy nowadays, as the bosses of the world's major consortia, as well as the presidents of the Fortune 500, can all sit down in this conference room. In front of each person, there was also a small microphone, and when they wanted to speak, they would naturally turn on the microphone, otherwise, the whole room might not be able to hear clearly. At this moment, the conference room is abuzz with people. At a glance, many people that the world was unfamiliar with were here. Let's say the Lord of the Rockefeller Foundation, the Lord of the Morgan Foundation, the Lord of the DuPont Foundation, and so on in the Star-Spangled Nation. The entire 10 major consortia are all present. Even they didn't send their representatives, but the current generation of family heads arrived in person, and some of those who were physically inconvenienced would also send their heirs. It was enough to see that they valued this matter and gave Hiyu enough face. After all, no one is a cutie. Can develop a plastic corset. This, the world's national research institutions, are put in the eyes of 30 or 40 years cannot break the fast of the technology. The future of the Winchesters is unimaginable. As long as you have a good relationship with the One Group, then the future of money, unlimited. In addition to the Stars and Stripes, there's the Mitsui Foundation in Sakura, the Mitsubishi Foundation, and so on. The Rothschild Family Consortium in Europe and elsewhere, Siemens, Barclays, Lothian, and so on. Suffice it to say, there are a lot of global consortiums coming in from the diners. Even in the country, there were quite a few big shots who came. They were actually considered a consortium in the Huarong country, right? It was just that the national conditions of the Huarong country didn't allow such things as consortia to exist. After all, the consortium is generally a monopoly economy. The national conditions of the Dragon State does not allow this. Beyond the control of the state of the volume appeared. In particular, most of the consortiums in the Hualong country were handed down from the Republican era. Most of the wealthy families in those days had some unseemly underbelly. Let's say, the Qing gang, the Hongmen and other gangsters. The wealth they accumulated during the chaotic times at that time has been transformed into a kind of consortium by now. Most of them, nowadays, have moved to Southeast Asia and other places, but they are still just Hualong nationals, and although they have gone abroad, they always consider themselves Hualong nationals, and are proud of that. Whenever there was a calamity in the country, they would use some secretive ways to mobilize their energy and give support to the Hualong country. That's what caused the state to be much more lenient with them. Many industries in the country are now allowed to meddle in their development. Only, the darkness of the house did not allow them to come to the forefront, otherwise it would not be good for the Hualong kingdom. In addition to these world consortium families, the rest are the big name tycoons in the world today. Even the royal families of some countries came, let's say the royal family of Sabai, the royal family of the Elephant Kingdom and so on. At this time all of us are talking in low voices, are in control of most of the world's private wealth of people, so in fact, everyone, in private, are all acquainted. Of course, it's inevitable that there will be some conflict in business. Normally, when they are in the business world, they are at odds with each other and hate to each other. But if you see them in private, one is actually smiling happier than the other, as if they are close friends who haven't seen each other for years. It's a learning curve, the learning curve of having two faces before and after people. Crunch! The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Hiyu took Wan Yingying's hand and walked into the conference room. At that moment, the whole room quieted down. They could all be superb men whose feet were enough to shake the world with a single stomp. But at this moment, facing Hiyu, a 25-year-old young man, they all showed enough respect. Because everyone had to be sure that with the release of the molding tights, Hiyu's wealth would stand to be on the same level as theirs. Many people in the world at this time are paying attention to the dynamics of Wen's group. During this period of time alone, the turnover of Wen's group from the sales within the Hualong country had already reached $100 billion. What kind of concept is this?
According to the minimum 30% pure profit, in just this 1 month alone, Wynn's Group had gained more than $30 billion in profit. Even they could be sure that the pure profit of Wynn's Group would never be so little. And that's just the beginning. As time passes, those who are using it, by now, have finished shaping it. They are surrounded by people who can see the change in them. Wouldn't everyone, deeply stimulated in biting the bullet, choose and purchase one as well? Such is the case with Winnipeg's recent sales, which are starting to rise again. After all, a month is the average time for molding to be completed. Who wouldn't be impressed to see the big fat people around them turned into a perfect body? So they can't help but buy one even if they aren't very fat. Although $58,000 is a little expensive, but regardless of men and women, all people love beauty, they will absolutely not be able to bear the excitement and then purchase. Therefore, all major consortia can say with certainty that if the global channel is opened up, Wynn's Group can definitely blood 10 times the net profit. That is, at least $300 billion or more. Remember, it's a minimum. 2 of the richest men in the world. Such a horrible cash flow is enough to overturn any consortium in the world. After all, with all the facets of their industry, a huge business empire would be extremely difficult to manage. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of managers are the representatives. Welcome, everyone, to the Winchesters. He sat in the top center position, looking down on these tycoons from all over the world below. It's no exaggeration to say that the people here nearly control nearly half of the global economy. Like the 9 Stars Group, which controls nearly every aspect of the stick country. The other consortiums aren't so bad. The people who are here are the richest people on the planet. It can be said that if they talk about anything about the economy here today, it could even cause a financial crisis if word gets out the next day. This is not an exaggeration at all, but a fact. Hello, Mr. Ho. The people all smiled and greeted each other, and the phrase wasn't even in translation. Apparently they had learned it specifically. After all, within so many rich people, most of them don't know Chinese. He smiled faintly, and at that moment, he didn't talk nonsense and directly entered the topic. We all know by heart the purpose of our coming here today. Let me start by saying what we, the Winchesters, have offered. First, we ranked the agents at the national level. He said so, and the crowd nodded their heads, but there were still some people who voiced their doubts. Mr. Ho, why not divide the intercontinental class? The one who asked this was the heir to the Rockefeller Consortium, a man in his 30s. But now having taken over the Rockefeller family, most of the business, it's basically set to be the next generation at the helm of the Rockefeller family. After all, there are so many of you, it would be too much competition if we were to divide the intercontinental level. In fact, the biggest reason is still that the intercontinental level of agents, the interests involved are too huge. He still couldn't accept it. After all, though, they were making money for themselves by making money. But if they make too much, their wealth will inevitably skyrocket too horribly, and a little restriction is still good. The qualification of agents will be settled by bidding. The first bidding is the national level agents. We next, one by one, will come up with each country's brand. You can selectively try. Of course, there are some very small countries where we will package multiple countries together and count them as one agent qualification. He so said, because some countries are too small, the economy is also too bad, so the market will not be very good. In order to make sure that agents have something to earn, there are small countries that are packaged together. Okay, let's get right to it. The first country is Stars and Stripes. He smiled slightly. The crowd froze. The first time up is the big head? It's actually Stars and Stripes, which, mind you, is still a country with a lot of obese people. Of course, more than the Stars and Stripes, there's the Hualong, Zealand, and Polar Bear countries. It's just that the Huarong country is in charge of Wynn's Group itself, while in the case of the other 2 countries, it's expected to be another fierce competition. Of course, smart people don't bite the bullet in countries with an overabundance of obese people, knowing that everyone loves beauty. Those girls who are 100 pounds or so, they just feel fat and like their bodies aren't perfect. Therefore, even if they look at the body are slim enough, they are still willing to spend money on shaping tights. Therefore, countries that are more concerned about their appearance, such as gentlemen's countries, etc., or countries with large populations, such as the 3 Kingdoms, etc., are excellent choices. The bidding process, it was intense. First up is Stars and Stripes, with a straight-up starting price of $100 million. And then the price was raised, even more so by $100 million and $100 million. In the end, it was the Rockefeller Consortium, with a contribution of $21 billion, that bought the position of general agent of the Stars and Stripes. It looks like it's extremely expensive, but it's not. First of all, the whole of Stars and Stripes, and the major administrative state capitals, and the major cities, and so on. These are places that sell proxies. The Rockefeller Consortium, alone, could make almost half of its money back by selling the agency rights to these places. And then, some of the world's major powers were easily sold for more than $1 billion as agents. In the end, the countries that had opened export privileges worldwide, plus those that were packaged together, totaled 52 agents. All sold. The Winchesters, by selling these proxies alone, made a bloody profit of $30 billion.
And it's just pure agency. It's important to know that it costs them money to stock up, except for the proxy. What is the price of goods? Completely He-You own order. The world thought that He-Yu's cost price should not be low. After all, this kind of black technology, absolutely not cheap. But they're all wrong. With Ing Air in the picture, the cost has been kept extremely low. What was the cost price of He-Yu's shaping tights that were sold at $58,000 domestically? It was the top management within Wen's group that didn't know, even when Ing didn't know because she didn't ask. Cost price, no more than $1,000. Therefore, before He-Yu shot to the 10,000 800,000 selling price, in fact, the pure profit is more than 80% above. Can you imagine what it's like to cost $1,000 and sell it for $58,000? 570% profit. How horrible is that? Selling price $58,000 cost 1,100%. 100% profit can make people desperate. And a 200% profit allows one to flout the law. 300% profit, that would allow one to trample on everything in this world. He-Yu's shaping tights made a terrifying 570% profit. Far more than what old Ma had said. In the words of capitalism, this kind of horrific profit was impossible for He-Yu to tell others because it would cause the whole world to go crazy. For external publicity, He-Yu might have set the cost a little higher. Doing so, when the time comes, it will be in accordance with the cost ordered by He-Yu, sold to the agent. At the same time, they're domestic regardless of the selling price. He-Yu will then take in addition to the cost of 20% of the income. All in all, it was all kinds of pressure, and on the contrary, they didn't know the cost of He-Yu, and although they hesitated, they could only accept it. The agency rights of all the countries in the world were sold out, and the first time the deal was completed, the official website of the Wen Group directly released a list. It details the agents around the world and the country areas they are responsible for. Nationals across the globe are all about the Winnipeg Group's list. After seeing their own countries on it, and their own national companies getting representation, they all started to get excited. Oh! Worthy of the Rockefeller Consortium, it's actually gotten the rights to represent the entire Stars and Stripes nation. I can't believe it. God, I can't wait. Those shapely tights that are smuggled in are so expensive I couldn't afford them if I maxed out my credit cards. Let's hope it's cheaper when it's imported into the country. For a moment, the world got excited, all in anticipation of their own countries starting to go on sale. You know, at this time, the plastic tights smuggled out from the Huarong country, the selling price aspect, directly doubled more than 10 times. So it's too expensive for the average person. Chapter 68, Wealth skyrocketed to $2 trillion, comparable to the 8th largest country in the world in terms of GDP. When the agents in each country went back, they immediately started working on arranging stores. At the same time, online sales channels are also opened. Just to say, this foreign online shopping channels certainly is not as simple and fast as the domestic So the main thing is still store sales, but that's not a big deal for them. Because after selling the agency to a city agent, everything is much simpler. They will prepare their own stores themselves. Eventually, a month later, the world is almost ready. That is, today, the time of 12 o'clock in the morning past, will directly open the global synchronized sale. Mr. He, there's still 1 minute left. Inside Wen's group, at this time, all the executives were looking at He-Yu. This historic moment needed to be executed by He-Yu himself. At exactly 12 o'clock in the morning, as long as He-Yu pressed the button, the global online shopping channels, as well as the store channels, would be opened synchronously. Although it was said that the time difference across the globe was different, this time was still counted according to the Huarong country. They are all going to listen to Winnipeg, and everything is up to Winnipeg when they go on sale. Today, 52 national agents around the world have taken a total of 100 million copies from Cannes. The cost price, if any, was set at $5,000 by He-Yu. Of course, He-Yu gave them an offer price of $6,000. That is, it gave them room for speculation, and the cost price they estimated for He-Yu in their minds was about $5,000. $6,000 if they got it to their home country. What the selling price is, He-Yu won't care. But after removing the $6,000 cost price, the sales they sold, He-Yu is going to get 20% of that. Currently, according to the news they gave to Wen's Group Baby, in order to stabilize the market, the global uniform selling price, in addition to the Huarong country, all of them are unified $10,000. That is to say, in addition to the $6,000 they spent on goods from He-Yu's side, they could still earn $4,000. If it was $4,000, 20% of that would go to He-Yu's Wen Group, which would be $800. They'll still have $3,200 left over. This has been an extremely horrible sale. Because of the import network of each country all through, so each piece of plastic tights, from the dragon country out of the transportation costs, labor costs, etc., will not be more than $200. Therefore they can get $3,000 net profit for every piece they sell. This is how horrible it is. $3,000 for one piece, 10 pieces is $30,000, 100 pieces is $300,000, 1,000 pieces is $3 million, 10,000 pieces is $30 million. As long as they sell 100,000 pieces, they'll make a bloody fortune of $300 million.
And 100,000 pieces, is that really hard? Let's just say the Stars and Stripes, in any major city, it's estimated that 200,000 to 300,000 pieces can be sold, if not more. Therefore, the major agents around the world are very much looking forward to the start of the sale at this time. Finally, the time passed slowly and it was finally 0 hour and 0 minutes. You also happened to press the button at the first second. At once the global network channel, the physical store channel, opened directly. All over the globe, day and night, storefronts in major cities all opened their doors at the first opportunity. Nearly all the storefronts were lined up with people in front of them. Even if it is not to buy, at this time is also to see the hilarity. There are even countless reporters, is specialized in this side, waiting for the birth of the headline. Global sale, now open. With EU's order, the global sale officially began. The world's major agents are organized the best coordination department to fight for the first time the total data can be transmitted to the WEN group. A minute has passed. The share of sales tallied nationwide has reached 100,000 pieces. 10 minutes later, over 1 million pieces. An hour later, the global share of sales exceeded 10 million. In just 7 hours' time, that is, by 7 o'clock in the morning, 100 million pieces were in stock worldwide, all sold out. It was a global sensation. Countless agents were dumbfounded. The price of $10,000 a piece was not cheap at all. Even if they had overestimated the shaping tights, they had not expected that the shaping tights could actually reach such horrifying sales. 100 million pieces of inventory, they estimated that it was going to be sold out in a few days, but they did not expect that it would actually be sold out in an hour. What a horror this is. 100 million pieces. $10,000 a piece. 100 million pieces is $1 trillion. That is to say, 7 hours today, shaping tights, created in the history of mankind, the most horrible sales myth. 7 hours, $1 trillion in sales. $300 billion of this is pure profit, the common profit belonging to more than 1,000 agents around the world. But the lion's share of it is still owned by the 52 national agents, who share an estimated $200 billion of it. Like the Rockefeller Consortium, which made at least $30 billion in blood money in 7 hours today. After all, how to divide the details of the interests with the agents under them, only they themselves know. The words of the WEN group do not go to care. But in order to make a few connections and not make enemies, they will more or less give up a little bit of interest to other consortia, other groups. But even so, they still made a bloody fortune, and that was only for the first day, or even 7 hours. Of course, first day sales are all horrible, and after that they get less and less and then plateau. But it is certain that the Stars and Stripes alone is a country that is estimated to bring the Rockefeller Consortium at least hundreds of billions of dollars, if not more. This has made the Rockefeller Consortium very excited as well as thrilled. Like them, there are agents from other countries. Quickly! Contact the WEN group, we want to stock up. How many pieces? $10 million. Give me $10 million. No, better make it 20 million, huh? Global sensation, the major agents are boiling. EU at this time has been their god of wealth. But what they didn't know was that EU was the one who made the most blood money. First of all the goods they purchased for $6,000, EU's cost was only 1,000 soft sister coins, which was just $100 or so. Nearly negligible. What followed was that 20% of their pure profit was EU's. That is, of the $1 trillion in global sales, $400 billion of that, $80 billion is EU's. Finally, EU's income is as follows. First of all, they're coming in at $6,000. The cost price of 1,000 soft dollars is roughly equal to about $140. 6,140 equals $5,860. A single HOYU made $5,860 without the world knowing it. $5,860 for a total of 100 million pieces purchased by global suppliers equals $586 billion. Then, globally each piece of EU gets a draw of $800. 100 million pieces sold for $800 equals $80 billion. Then add the agent bidding harvest of $30 billion, ultimately EU alone is the total income of this wave is in. $586 billion plus $80 billion plus $30 billion equals $696 billion. Zeros and whatnot factored in, the total revenue for this wave of HOY is at $700 billion. Coupled with the hundreds of billions of dollars of He Hualong's domestic income, not going to count the billions of dollars of change, He's income at this point relying on the plastic tights had exceeded $800 billion. Horror, what horror! Keep in mind that there are just 3 companies in the world that have broken the $1 trillion market capitalization: Sabai Aramco's $1.6 trillion, Microsoft's $1.2 trillion, and Fruit's $1.1 trillion. The fourth has a market capitalization of $971 billion. The fifth one, if you will, has a market capitalization of $799 billion. In other words, He had already reached the terrifying world's 4th largest market capitalization in less than 2 months alone, relying on the net income of a single product. It's amazing that the net income, the net profit, of one person, one company, can crush the market capitalization of nearly every company in the world. And that's just the beginning, although it's going to plummet for the rest of the year except for the first day. But the steady increase is still there. At least HEU's net income can definitely break $1 trillion. As for more, it's up to time to build up, with the surge period being the next month, which is expected to break $1 trillion in revenue. It seems, easily, to be the real richest man in the world. Trillions of assets, plus the shares of my major groups, major companies, my wealth, wouldn't it break $2 trillion? He sighed. After all, the massive stake in Sabai Aramco alone was worth $40 to $50 million. As well as other shares in major conglomerates, the total wealth is over $2 trillion. What is the nature of this? There may not be much feeling in the numbers alone. But if you take this next figure and compare it, you can see how terrifying a $2 trillion fortune is. The current annual GDP of countries around the world looks like this. In 10th place, it was $1,730 billion. For 8th place, it's $2 trillion. In other words, at this time, HEU's wealth had already surpassed the GDP of the 8th ranked country in the world. His wealth, which was earned within a year, means that he has managed to rank 8th in the world in terms of income alone. Because the 8th ranked country's annual GDP is $2,700 billion. HEU was still quite a bit short, and for the time being, he couldn't surpass it, but it was only a matter of time. Because there's still time left in the year, and in case he buys any more anticlimactic fracture merchandise, there's no guarantee that HEU will instantly take off again. There really isn't a single one that can fight. I'm so wealthy that I've actually made it to the 8th highest GDP in the world. There's not a single one that can fight except for the country. HEU laments that there are only 7 countries in the world that can surpass his own money-making rate. If it were anyone else, the high point of making money in a lifetime would be maybe once or twice. But HEU was different. If he was willing, letting Ng Air copy so much as 1/10,000th of her own intelligence data could become an artificial intelligence that was hundreds of years ahead of the world. After all, the further back technology goes, the more difficult it is to progress, and progressing a little bit is a huge span. A super AI that is 1,000 or so hundred years ahead of where it is now, with even 1/10,000th of its performance, would be unthinkable now. Of course, the AI was not like a molded corset, and if this was taken out, it would still cause too much of a shock, and would even be easily scorned. So it was better to develop obscenely for a bit, and when he was truly fearless, HEU wouldn't have any qualms about it. In time it will develop to its fullest, with much abandon. Meanwhile, the 7-hour sale of the shaping tights instantly rocked the world. Although, they don't have a cost price and there is no information related to splits as well as collaborations and so on. But it doesn't matter, they just need to know how much revenue was generated this time. 100 million pieces at $10,000 each. A total of $1 trillion in sales completely rocked the world and dropped countless jaws. The name of the myth on this was set in the head of HEU, thought that the domestic sales of Hualong has been an unimaginable myth. But I didn't realize that the real shock would begin when the global sales came out. After the global supply was sold out, agents from all over the world were calling directly to the one group, hoping to get new goods. They even called the money in ahead of time, which made HEU laugh and cry. Fortunately, HEU had already been prepared. He directly spent a large sum of money in the outskirts of Magic City and bought an empty land covering more than 3,000 square meters. Then a factory was built that was specifically designed to carry out the production of shaping tights. More than 100 fully automated production lines. Because of the artificial intelligence manipulation, there is no need for manual labor, only workers with trucks to transport raw materials inside. So that's a fast production rate, definitely keeping up with the level of global sales. As the hot month passes, many of the lines will be in use by then. But that's okay, it can be modified later and used to produce other things that can be used. With Ng Air, a super AI, around, it could crush all the scientific research organizations in the world. Even the scientific research organizations of various countries combined were not enough for Ng Air to fight alone. This was a super AI that was 1,000 years ahead of its time, terrifying as it was. All the major agents in the world, a total of another 100 million pieces of goods. Although this is probably the biggest order in recent memory, after all, the global market is starting to plateau, and going forward, it's estimated that 10 million pieces per year tops it off. But we're also bloody rich. Mr. He, can you tell me how rich our group is now? The vice president of the One Group, as well as all the executives, all looked at HEU expectantly. It's that they don't know, exactly, what the cost is. HEU pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. 2 fingers were extended. The crowd froze. $20 billion? HEU laughed out loud. They were really conservative, a pure profit of only $20 billion? That would not be able to enter HEU's eyes. Hardly, could it be $200 billion? Everyone was shocked, removing costs and making a net profit of $200 billion. HEU smiled without saying anything. It was better to keep a low profile, or else it would easily cause some people to be jealous, or the scorn of certain national forces. $200 billion in net profit is scary enough. Hiss. I can't believe it. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that this year's words have a full chance to do it, and the net profit breaks $300 billion? It is important to realize that even Walmart's annual net profit income is just over $1,480 billion. You know, that's the number one Fortune 500 company in the world. Ha ha ha. Doesn't this mean that we, the one group, have surpassed the number one of the top 500 companies in the world? Everyone was extremely excited, and as a part of the one group, they were all very happy. Mr. He, this news, can you publicize it? He pondered for a moment. He had already been very low-key. The pure profit at least broke $1 trillion, was reduced by him to $200 billion. But the appropriate high profile as well as publicity is still necessary. The head of the publicity department is for this. After all, the publicity is good. The other business of the Winchesters group will also be benefited to skyrocket. After all, Winchesters has always been a fashion brand. Yes, let's just announce the good news on the official website for the fans of the Winchesters. With Hiyu's nod, the publicity department went straight to making preparations. That afternoon, the news was on the official top of Wen's group, and all of a sudden, the whole world knew about it. Even by karma, $200 billion in net income? Amazingly, the most profitable company in the world has something to show for it. The world's newly crowned richest man in the world even crushed the second place, begging for Bezos, Bill Gates' psyche. At the same time, those cooperators, at this time, realized how much money Wen's group had actually made. It was expected of them, but comparing their own income, they eventually guessed that the Winchesters had hidden it. Wen's net profit should reach $300 billion. In reality, they thought they were on the 5th floor, while Hiyu was truly on the 100th floor. All of them were fooled by Hiyu. A mere $300 billion, less than a third of Hiyu's true net income. Chapter 69, Anti-Nuclear Plasma Tower Technology, People Are Selfish. After becoming the newly crowned richest man in the world, Hiyu clearly felt that his life was all different. On a whim, a trip to the mall with his wife, Wenying, will be recognized by a large number of people. After all, at this time, Hiyu's reputation was really big, and it could even be said that everyone around the globe knew Hiyu. After all, the world's richest man at only 25 years of age even has assets that should exceed $300 billion as far as the current analysis by major economic experts is concerned. After all, Hiyu still had shares in many other families' conglomerates, plus the net income from this shaping corset was over $200 billion. Of course, Hiyu's worth of $3,000 was still a doubt, even if it was labeled as such on Forbes' list of the world's richest people. Because the world knows that if Wen's group is willing to relist, with this horrible money-sucking ability, it can break through to $1 trillion market capitalization in minutes. At that time, Hiyu's personal wealth would skyrocket to an unimaginable level. Now that Hiyu is known as the youngest tycoon in the world, as well as the richest man in the world, he is naturally attracting a lot of attention and is extremely famous. It seems that if you go out in this future, you'll even have to disguise yourself, or else you'll be easily recognized. Inside the car, Hiyu said to Wenying with a bitter smile. Sorry wife, I wanted to bring you shopping, but I didn't expect this. Hiyu was very apologetic. He had underestimated his fame at this time, after all, as the world's youngest richest man in the world, with a value of over $300 billion. Countless people were staring at Hiyu. There were those who were jealous, and of course, there were those who worshipped, so Hiyu had many fans. If you go out into the street, you'll easily be surrounded, and you won't be able to leave even if you want to. It's okay, husband, you're so powerful, you're the richest man in the world. Now I'm the richest woman in the world. Wenying smiled cheekily. In fact, what Hiyu didn't know was that since she married Hiyu, among her circle of friends, there were actually people who would say that Hiyu was a soft eater. And it's only when the perception changes that it starts to change, from the time of the wedding. Because of the wedding, many people came to Hiyu's wedding with Wenying. But even at that time, there were still people who said that the wedding was lively because of Wenying. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, Hiyu's identity as a shareholder of some large conglomerates had been exposed, there would still be a lot of this kind of gossip. Although Wenying was angry, her mouth was on someone else's body, so you couldn't control it at all. And now it's different. Hiyu now manages the one group, developed the molding tights, horrible wealth, directly became the world's richest man. No one dared to chew the cud anymore, because if Hiyu were to deal with anyone right now, that terrifying cash flow alone could crush any listed company. It was worth mentioning that Wenying held 30% of the shares of Wen's group. Her fortune had also skyrocketed, and it was reasonable to say that 30% on the $200 billion of pure profit was considered Wenying's. Only, when the shaping tights had just been released, Wenying had transferred all 30% of her hand to Hiyu. This matter, too, was only known to the subsequent Hiyu. Wenying's reason was simple, that is, she wanted to retire behind the scenes, at ease behind Hiyu, to be a small woman, not wanting to attract attention. After all, with 30% of the shares, Wenying's wealth could exceed as much as $70 to $80 billion from the horrific sales of the plastic tights alone. Directly can enter the world's rich top 5 ranks, such a dazzling position, inevitably because of a lot of attention. Her dream was just to be behind Hiyu, to be a woman behind him. That's why he transferred all 30% of his shares to Hiyu.
That was what caused Hiyu's worth to be so high at this time. In this regard, many people around the world are feeling incredulous. After all, that is 30% of the shares of the Win Group. Shares are shares and income is income. 30% of the shares of the Winsome Group, not to mention $70 to $80 billion, even if it is $100 billion, $200 billion, it is estimated that there will be people willing to acquire it. After all, this was a stake in the One Group. The shaping corset alone, that was a product worth trillions of dollars. Straight out of a sales myth, the new richest man in the world. Even wealth, which is more than double that of second place. And that's just the beginning, and with Hiyu's wealth, most of it is cash. Globally today, no one can come up with that much cash except the officials of each country. Even for these consortium families with a long legacy, they can't get that much cash. This is because their wealth is directly exchanged for various industries, or shares in some group companies. Among the Fortune 500, many companies have the background of these consortia. They may not hold a controlling stake, but they will definitely be one of the shareholders, even if it is a small one. All of this adds up to their true wealth. And the richest man with the most cash is probably Warren Buffett, and the founding family of Walmart, the Walton family. After all, Warren Buffett is the former world stock god and has profited a lot from all the major economic crises. Tens of billions of cash flow in hand should still be there, and the Walton family, for their part, holds the #1 Fortune 500 Walmart in hand, with unimaginable annual dividends. They are also influence rich and show the value of their stature wealth, which is just the value of the shares they own. Their yearly dividends, the little coffers they save up, don't count towards that. Although most of the rich and powerful, their wealth, but also their own explicit shares of the industry and so on. Their private coffers, with their annual dividends of cash in hand, are not well counted among them. But those who are rich have a few hundred million, a few $1 billion tops. Tens of billions of dollars for one more day. Something like Warren Buffett, with $3 or $4 billion to start with, and the even more unimaginable cash flow of the Walton family, is extremely rare. Today's fracture merchandise has been shelved, please receive it, master. Familiar with the early morning, Hiyu calmly opened the fracture mall, and even so many shares of Sabai Aramco, Hiyu bought it, worth $3,000 or $4,000. At this point, if there was something more unimaginable, Hiyu wouldn't even put it in his mind. This thing is? But all of a sudden, Hiyu froze, because this thing in front of him was something that Hiyu himself hadn't even thought of. Even Hiyu's face, directly changed slightly, because Hiyu really did not expect, actually came such a thing. I wouldn't dare to take this out easily even if it was given to me, would I? Otherwise, there might be countless assassins who would rush to my house with bombs on their backs. Even though Hiyu was the richest person in the world at this time and was coveted by many, still no one dared to think of Hiyu except for a few outlaws. But if, at this moment, the things within the fracture mall were made public by Hiyu, then Hiyu's situation would be dangerous. It could even be said that Hiyu was able to change the world with his own power. Hiyu wasn't even sure how many superpowers, if this thing was taken out, would take a shot at him. Anti-nuclear plasma tower technology that can directly eliminate nuclear energy, price, 12,000. It's this technology. Simply put, after building a special tower, this tower can release a special beam of light. This beam of light is capable of directly purifying nuclear weapons. Let's say, if a country launched a nuclear weapon against Hiyu, the anti-nuclear plasma tower would be able to release a beam of light that would instantly purify that one nuclear weapon. What will fall then is nothing more than a lump of iron that won't explode and cause nuclear radiation. This technology, if you will, is from 200 years later. There's not a lot of information on it, but it can be analyzed one way or the other. That is, 200 years later, the world is in a tense atmosphere of resource wars because of the shortage of oil resources. The global atmosphere is one of great gravity, with the cloud of nuclear war hanging over the heads of people around the globe. That's when a genius scientist came out of nowhere and then created such a technology. That genius scientist, or someone from a small country, their country, was overthrown because of a resource war between big countries. He finally took this technology and made it public in order to eliminate the chaos and stop a nuclear war that could destroy the globe. The end result is that the nuclear powers of the day are forced to have this technology. And what happens when everyone has this technology is that the world's nuclear weapons go straight to scrap metal. The cloud of nuclear war was instantly lifted. Even though there is friction again, it is not so bad that it destroys the world, right? Eventually the world also gradually came to peace, and the countries of the world began to invest fully and started to develop new energy outlets. And at this moment, what Hiyu got in his hands was the technology developed by that genius scientist. With this technology, Hiyu could say with certainty that all the nuclear weapons in the world would be turned into scrap metal. This is certainly a good thing for people around the globe. After all, over the years, as the conflict escalated, it looked peaceful though. But in fact, secretly, between the countries have begun to cross swords, all kinds of fight as well as not deal with, and even began to put to the surface. It's fine at the moment, but what if decades, hundreds of years pass? With the shortage of resources and the scarcity of Earth's resources, war is inevitable. Unless mankind can develop to the level of technology that opens up the outer galaxies and does not rely on oil and other energy sources, then war cannot be avoided. Having this technology would guarantee, at least, that the planet wouldn't be bought by humans blowing themselves up. So this is a technology that can really change the world. But he who is not that scientist, can be impartial. At this time in the hands of the possession of this technology, he who absolutely will not be open out. He who fell into silence as he really didn't know what to do with this technique. What's wrong, hubby? When Ying woke up, and when she saw Hiyu's pensive appearance, she was instantly a bit worried. Did something happen to the group? Hiyu smiled slightly before shaking his head. No, honey, let me ask you a question. What would you do if you could save the world? When Ying froze. I don't want you to save the world, I just want you to be fine. What does the destruction of the world have to do with me? When Ying's words caused Hiyu to be stunned, and then Hiyu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, thank you, baby. After saying that, Hiyu wrapped his arms around Wen Ying and fell asleep. He already had the idea at this point that it was every man for himself. He's not the selfless genius scientist, he's just who he is, and compared to an ideal as grand as the whole world, what he really wants to do is really nothing more than to protect his own little family and the people he loves. Although Hiyu could choose to contribute this technology to the country. That is to say, the Hualong country. If after having this technology, what will the globe become? The Hualong country with this technology can ignore the nuclear weapons of other countries. Even if all the nuclear weapons in the world were to be launched at the Hualong country would be able to directly resist them. Turn it into an iron lump, but other countries don't have this technology. Then if Hualong's nuclear weapon is launched, other countries still have to GG. So if Hiyu were to contribute this technology to the country, the Hualong country could become the world's #1 power in minutes, or even, ruling the world and accomplishing a great global unification might not be impossible. After all, didn't the Stars and Stripes rely on nuclear weapons and run amok in the first place? If it weren't for the fact that the Soviet Union, as well as other countries, developed nuclear weapons before they could dominate the globe, it's not clear if the globe would still be like this. At first glance it looks good, helping the country to become stronger, to become the world's #1 power and to dominate the globe. But in reality, Hiyu had his own considerations, the first of which was that he was completely unable to explain, by himself, where the technology came from. The current source of Hiyu's technology could only be explained by a hidden research base. Sure, the black technology of the molded corset was developed, but it was only an invention that did not involve national security. Something like erasing a super limited invention like a nuclear weapon is already considered a super strategic weapon. Even if the country gets it, but doesn't explain the provenance and doesn't let the country see for itself how it was developed and the people who developed it, they will be relieved, right? The end result, perhaps the state tolerance will not do anything to themselves, but the monitoring as well as the restriction of freedom is absolutely inevitable. Even if none of this is true, it will definitely cause scorn. Ask yourself, if you were Hiyu in their shoes, you would probably be scornful as well. Suddenly, the president of a private company tells you that our company has invented technology that can erase nuclear weapons. The world's nuclear weapons, before us, are nothing. Who isn't nervous, who isn't shocked, who isn't scandalized? Even if it was just his own guess, so much as a sliver of a possibility, Hiyu was not willing to gamble. Because he really couldn't give a reasonable explanation, this was something that couldn't be taken out. Hiyu decided that he was going to build this anti-nuclear plasma tower himself. Because this tower, in addition to erasing nuclear energy, has another function, which is to evolve the air. It can emit light waves invisible to the human eye and purify the air of all harmful substances, including nuclear radiation. This is also absolutely considered a huge market. Let's say that developed cities are now faced with automobile air pollution, haze, and so on. All of this can be purified away, and with a tower in place, a city can be as fresh as a line of air between mountains and forests. But absolutely no one will ever know that this tower can emit beams of light capable of turning nuclear weapons right into lumps of iron. This, as far as Hiyu knows, because others can't fathom the technology and won't know the real core role. Moreover, the authority to fire this beam was definitely under Inger's control, so naturally it would be even more problematic. When Ying's words are selfish though, the end of the world and whatnot has nothing to do with her, she only wants Hiyu to be well. But this undoubtedly moved Hiyu, and he is not willing to care about others. Within the limits of his ability, he can give the country some help. It can also give world peace, a contribution. But to ask Hiyu to risk his life's safety, Hiyu was absolutely unwilling. Compared to those, Hiyu would rather, after he had the power to be fearless of the world, go and help his country as well as his nation to his heart's content. Because at that time, anyone who asked himself, he could choose not to answer, not having to worry about the scruples of others, because of the absolute strength that made people not dare to disobey. Early the next morning, Hiyu went directly to the group. Inger analyzed this technology, along with the analysis and the manufacturing of the related equipment. Hiyu directly took out the purchased anti-nuclear plasma tower technology and handed it over to Inger. Yes, master.
Yinger didn't seem at all volatile about this technology that could change the world, and wasn't even as excited as she had been when she had encountered the shaping tights. After all, by the time Inger was born, human technology had developed to an extremely terrifying degree. Nuclear power? Nuclear weapons? What a backward source of energy that is, what a backward weapon. The power looks good, but it's too harmful to be a half-assed weapon. It's child's play compared to weapons like interstellar railguns and antimatter cannons. A weapon like that, on any small warship, could obliterate a planet with a single shot. Chapter 70, the construction of 3 purification towers is completed in shock strikes. How's it going, Yinger? How's the tech parsing going? Wen's group, inside the deepest laboratory, you asked Inger on the computer. Master, don't underestimate me, this technology, when you gave it to me yesterday, I completely parsed it in a few hours. The production line is already in the process of being revamped, and these are the materials I need, all chosen for what can be found under normal conditions. There's nothing special about the tower, the only thing that needs to be created is a plasma spark. He nodded his head, of course, since he was going to take it out to make money, then some means were still necessary. For example, how to maximize benefits. Removing any pollution from the air, car exhaust pollution, haze, etc., is easy to lift. Even the nuclear radiation, which can be disarmed, brings benefits that are actually huge. After all, with the advent of the technological age, global pollution is severe, and the more developed a city is, the more air pollution there is. Even when you go out, you have to wear a mask, otherwise there are times when it even feels difficult to breathe. It's definitely not an exaggeration, but it really does happen. Therefore, with the launch of this technology, the customers, that's the world. The benefits that come from purifying the air are absolutely huge. The first thing is that the problem of global climate warming can be solved to some extent. After all the harmful substances in the air can be purified. Master, I have made the change that the ion sparks within the anti-nuclear ion tower are classified as expendable. If we follow the original setting, an ion spark can exist for as long as 100 years. But I made changes so that it would only last a year or less, and to expire it would be necessary to keep buying ion sparks in order to keep the air fresh. Inger said so with a cheeky smile. He laughed out loud at that time. Those who know me, Inger also. He who is now also considered a businessman, of course, will not be merciful, can make money absolutely unambiguous. It's nice to change it once a year. It'll change the air and mitigate global warming. Supreme virtue. No treachery is not business. This reason, you still know, he at least is also considered a businessman, naturally to maximize the benefits of the main. Although he didn't know how to use the money after it was more than enough, there was no guarantee that there was a point where he would be able to use it. After all, no one can have too much of this money. Wen's group side, the sales of plastic tights, as expected, after the initial outbreak, it is gradually slowing down. But Hiyu's wealth, however, had once again skyrocketed by about $100 billion, and it was all pure cash from income. Those consortium companies and whatnot that cooperated with Hiyu this time, all of them made a wave of blood money. That said, subsequent sales will gradually level off, but it's still an extremely large and stable income. After all, in this world, the last thing that is lacking is rich people. They don't really just buy 2 sets with their ID cards, it's best for those girls to have a few extra sets to change into. Hiyu, on the other hand, is because after becoming the richest man in the world, but how he can't stay idle. Although it was said that the things of the group were all handed over to the group executives, as well as Inger to manage. Many of the remote control commands were actually issued down by Inger directly disguising Hiyu's voice. But even so, there is still a steady stream of people who come to visit every day. Begging for investment, begging for cooperation abound, these can just ignore. But those agents and partners around the world, they are the ones who bring gifts and come to visit every other day. I do not know this group of guys, is not discussed, they nearly did not come together, are about the time in general, today this to come, tomorrow that to come. So it resulted in Hiyu, who was not very busy himself, appearing to have no time. Not tired of it, Hiyu could only send a message directly within the rich and powerful group. I say guys, can you stop negotiating and running to my house every other day? I just want to be home with my wife, and if this keeps up, I won't be taking you guys along on the new co-op. Hiyu's helpless speech instantly caused a sensation throughout the group. This group of people, basically a share of the pie, the national level of the agency they do not dare to think, but some of the city agency, they still get their hands on. Therefore, most people have made a bloody fortune, a few $100 million less, and if more than $1 billion directly. A new cooperation? Mr. He, please do consider us this time. Yes, Mr. He, Rockefeller and the others have made a bloody fortune this time. Mr. He can take care of us a bit more. Numerous tycoons spoke, and those who won the national level agency this time, as well as the consortium family, are making a bloody fortune. They were all very envious, but there was just nothing they could do about it. After all, their wealth was not as good as these consortium families. So there's nothing to be done if they can't compete, just please you can give them a little care. Oh god, you guys are so bad, we started paying white knuckle dollars for this, and that's how we got the representation.
Right, Mr. He, I don't know what new product your company has developed, we are willing to spend a high price and buy the right to represent it. Rockefeller, Rothschild, and other spokesmen for the consortium all said so. At this moment, these hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years old consortiums, are all vaguely looking forward to EU's head. Because it is certain that as long as you follow in EU's footsteps, you can definitely make money. This was the effect that EU wanted to see, and now it was just the beginning. They were simply treating themselves as the god of wealth. But as time passed, as EU took out more and more black technology, they would change their minds. Gentlemen, this time, if this is the case, we, the One Group, will be coordinating the global market. The end result is that everyone will get a piece of the pie and make sure that everyone gets a piece of this tech wave. The moment EU's words came out, the entire room fell silent. A technological wave? You don't just say things like that. There are big names present, and I'm not worried about you guys exposing yourselves. Our group's R&D department has invented a world-changing technology. EU's words shook the crowd. Shaping tights, that's the invention that created the era and changed the world. Wen's group actually came up with a new world-changing product again? How is this possible? When was changing the world so easy? This product, called the Plasma Air Purification Tower. Let me just briefly explain the function. This technology is to build a tower of ion sparks in a city, and then the invisible light waves released in it can do the job of purifying the air. And the strength of this effect is that, as tested so far, some of the ecological impacts in the air, all the harmful substances, are purified. EU's words were no less than a heavenly book, leaving this group of world tycoons dumbfounded. But the shock continues. Because of the automobile and the growth and development of industry, there is a high level of pollution around the globe, leading to a warming of the climate that is beginning to squeeze the human race to the extreme. And this technology, it will solve the problem, the haze, the air pollution, all of it. After a pause, EU continued. Even the most unsolvable nuclear radiation currently known to Earthlings can be directly decontaminated. EU's words instantly caused those heads of the Sakura country consortium within the group to tremble. Ho-sang, is this true? I don't blame them for being so agitated, knowing that they, Sakura Nation, are the victims of nuclear weapons. Over in Hiroshima, nuclear radiation is still a no-go area for humans. If even nuclear radiation could really be solved, it would be a great thing for their Sakura country. I never tell lies, the tests within the lab are now complete and all data is stable. Our group will next conduct an experimental construction of an ion spark tower in Mordor, and then we will let the relevant departments, in real time, record the poop of air purity. When the time comes, everyone can come and watch and witness the moment. He said so, and everyone was excited and thrilled. Sure enough, it's world-changing technology. It could even bring them great popularity. Because the thing to realize is that this is technology that can purify the air. Warming of the climate in the eyes of global air pollution is a problem that every major country in the world is racking their brains to solve. Even many consortia were paying attention, and whoever solved this problem first would not only receive unimaginable wealth, but even unimaginable prestige. After all, it's no less than remaking the world. Although they won't reveal it to the public, inevitably, they will reveal it to the top brass of each country. For a moment, the world's top brass shook. It's just that ordinary people don't know. If someone else said that they had developed this kind of technology, no one would believe it, but the person who said these words was Wen's group, so it's different. Because Wen's molding corset was a true black tech technology, even their country's research institute couldn't crack even a little bit of the technology. This weird company that proposes to have developed technology for air purification should be for real. Even nuclear radiation can be fixed, and that's even more impressive. The side of the Huarong country was the first to know the news, and the hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology once again came to the Wen group. In the end, Hua Longbo readily agreed to cooperate with Wen's group. It was decided to build 3 plasma spark towers in Mordor for air purification. What you need to know is that Mordor is a cosmopolitan city, very big, and the air pollution is also relatively serious. Usually in a big city like this, 1 purification tower is definitely not enough. After Ying's calculations, it would take at least 3 towers to maintain the air purification of Mordor. Therefore, for this experiment, 3 towers were finally chosen to be built. The construction of the ion spark tower was simple, it was mainly just a carrier, and the real core theme was still the plasma spark light sphere in it. This is something that Yinger made herself. The duration, if it lasts, can only be a year before it loses its glow and becomes useless. After 1 year, you need to purchase a new plasma sparkle ball and place it into the plasma sparkle tower to continue to purify the air. This is EU's way of making money, otherwise if buying one lasted for 100 years, wouldn't that make EU lose money? It's only right to sell 1 year at a time and make money consistently, all the time. It's the same as saying that you can get a lot of money every year from the side of the global countries, which is definitely a good thing. On this day, the citizens of Mordor were noticing an abnormality. In the 3 directions at the edge of Mordor, a large number of construction workers suddenly appeared. All kinds of heavy machinery, construction began.
Nearly every day you can see changes in they then see a high tower gradually forming. A tall tower is simply a tall tower that is similar to a tower crane within a construction site, only that it is much more majestic and sturdy. Even if it endures a super typhoon, it will not be affected. The reason is that the foundations of the tower will go as much as tens of meters deep into the ground. And the material chosen, too, is the strongest steel, but the cost is not really very high. After all, it was just an empty tower with only a special elevator access to the very top of the tower. In just a week's time, the 3 towers were constructed under the Hualong country's infrastructure standard. On this day, a group of military personnel stood at attention outside Wen's group's laboratory. If the effect was really the same as what Hiyu said, this thing was truly valuable, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it saved the world. Not long after, Hiyu was seen walking out of the lab. The hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology, his eyes quietly glanced at the laboratory, but it was empty of people. At that moment, he secretly said in his heart, Wen's group really has a hidden scientific research organization. Really curious, what kind of scientific research organization actually can come up with so many world-changing black technology? Hiyu pushed a cart and walked out from inside the lab. On the cart, there were 3 basketball-sized iron balls, and wrapped inside were the plasma light balls. This thing, as long as it was placed on a high tower, could automatically release a wave of purifying light, which would then sweep through the entire Magic City, cleansing the air throughout the Magic City, making it airy and clear, while mitigating the catastrophe of global warming. Of course, for this to happen, it needs to be used by countries around the globe, working together. But that's absolutely fine, because whether it's for the future of mankind or otherwise, they're not going to reject this technology. After all, it's excellent for humans. Are those the 3 balls? The hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology asked, turning to Hiyu. Hiyu nodded. We're ready to go. Place the light orbs on the top level of the ion tower and unwrap the packages. They'll automatically release a wave of purifying light. The power is so powerful that it only takes an instant to purify the air of Mordor. When the time comes, it might trigger some shocking visions, and I hope that the courtside of the Magic City can make preparations to explain to the people. Hiyu said with a smile, and the Mordor hand nodded his head at that moment. If that was the case, it would indeed cause some panic when the time came. But once it's explained, I'm sure the citizens of Mordor will be excited, right? After all, the more such big cities, the more affected by the haze, as well as the bad air. Everyone goes out to wear a mask, or really bad. This is just for now. If the problem of air pollution still cannot be solved as time passes, the consequences will be even more serious. Finally, under the protection of the soldiers, all 3 balls of plasma light were brought under the tower. 3 soldiers in chemical-proof uniforms, holding dozens of pounds of iron balls, entered the special elevator passage. Although Hiyu said many times that there was no radiation in this thing and it had no effect on the human body. But these people were still a little careful, and Hiyu didn't care. After all, people work seriously and professionally. The 3 soldiers, under the command of Hiyu, took the elevator and made their way to the top floor of the tower. See that sunken disc? You place the iron ball on top, with the red button side facing up, and when you're done, you push that button. The soldiers nodded, before carefully placing the plasma ball of light on top. Then take a deep breath and press that red button. Buzz! At once, something shocking happened. Only to see that the iron skin that wrapped the ball of light began to slowly peel off and disperse like a lotus flower in full bloom. And then a ball of light that released a brilliant light appeared in front of the crowd. Although everyone was only seeing the scene over there through the surveillance, it was still very shocking. Buzz! In an instant, a fierce light erupted from the ball of light. It was a sudden burst of quintessential light energy after being blocked. It will sweep across Mordor in an instant, and then within a minute, the air will be purified. After that, the light wave will turn into a soft invisible light wave, invisible to the human eye. At a speed visible to the naked eye, light wave energy began to sweep toward the entire magic capital. Taking a triangular stance, as if the purple chi was coming from the east for 30,000 miles, it slowly wrapped the magic capital. Throughout the streets of Mordor, countless beautifully dressed people, all sensing something, slowly raised their heads and looked toward the sky made up by the clouds. Chapter 71, Global Offering, another $500 billion in the books. Holy, what is this? Aurora Borealis? It's so beautiful. Is this some new natural phenomenon? For a moment, the entire Magic City citizens were shocked by this sudden light. Under the setting sun, this radiance is dreamlike and truly beautiful. Of course, feel beautiful there, but more is the heart of the doubt. After all, this phenomenon, not like a natural manifestation of awe. It was only after the entire Magic City was hotly debated and even spread out that the Magic City officials finally spoke. The major television stations within the Magic City, no matter what programs were being broadcast, all of them stopped at the first opportunity and then switched to a live broadcast site. The person who appeared on TV was actually the Hand of Mordor, who was at the Mordor press conference venue. Greetings, citizens of Mordor. Regarding the light that appeared just now, we Mordor officials are here to give a unified explanation, and we hope that everyone will pass it on to each other. The light that is released is harmless, so don't worry. Meanwhile, that glow is a new product developed by the One Group, a plasma air purification tower. It can purify the air of Mordor, and the haze as well as the harmful substances of automobile exhaust will all disappear from the air of Mordor. When this statement came out, the entire Magic City was sensationalized, and the whole world was sensationalized. Although some countries around the globe were aware of this in advance. But there are still a lot of countries that don't actually know about it. At the same time, after the light was emitted, all the major testing teams in Mordor were beginning to conduct air quality tests on the major areas of Mordor. Coming! The light is coming! An old professor, with a testing instrument in his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. If air purification is true, this is a supreme merit. From now on, unavoidable industrial pollution will all disappear. The haze no longer exists and the air will be as fresh as the mountains. This is simply unimaginable. This kind of black technology, it's only the Winchesters who can make it, right? After all, it was an enterprise that could come up with the kind of black technology like plastic tights, and its research and development capability had definitely reached an extremely terrifying degree. With a company as horrible as this, developing some even more awesome technology seems to be expected. Reduced. The percentage of harmful substances in the air began to decrease by leaps and bounds. 80%, 70%, 30%, 0%. Shocked, the whole room was dumbfounded. How long has it been? Less than 10 seconds, right? The harmful substances in the air were directly reduced to 100%. How fresh is the air at this time? It's comparable to the kind of place where the mountains are beautiful and not polluted by industry. It's safe to say that this level of air is less likely to be found in recent modern times. Only before the industrial age could this level of fresh air be found, or among some deep forests. And at this moment, Mordor, a cosmopolitan city, is actually obtaining air quality comparable to that of ancient times at this time. The major research institutes within the Magic Capital all released their test results at the same time. It was a global sensation. Really, it's actually true? Even karma, doesn't that mean I can take off my mask from now on? It's so powerful, it's worthy of the Winchesters. I just relied on their products to become the perfect body type before I found a girlfriend. People around the globe, at first, were skeptical, but after knowing that the company that developed this technology was actually the One Group, he was fine. Although it is only a product, but the degree of this black technology, countless scientists around the world have no idea of the product, so that the world absolutely believe in the research and development capabilities of the One Group. The world's rich and powerful who had been invited over by He to witness the event were all in a frenzy of excitement. Worthy of the One Group, worthy of Mr. He. Another world-changing technology. I can't imagine, this is too powerful, isn't it? The people were all very excited and thrilled. With the previous good experience of cooperation, they knew that as long as they curried favor with EU, they would be able to ride on this fast boat. And the words of the Mordor officials were even happier. Phew! They all felt a wave of relief as they breathed deeply into the air now. How many years it's been since I've smelled this fresh air, except when I first went down to the countryside. A handful of people said with an exclamation before looking at He. Mr. He, we'll send someone to go to Wen's group to discuss with you about the cooperation. He nodded. They had agreed before their previous experiments, the approximate way of sharing a room. It was just the details of it that still needed to be discussed. After all, this is business, price reduction is still necessary. After the first hand and the others left, He took many of the world's rich and powerful and returned to the One Group. Just after entering the top floor conference room, they started to hold back. Mr. He, cooperate with us, the Rockefeller family, or a national level agent. We are willing to obtain the purified air agency rights for the entire Stars and Stripes country. The representative of the Rockefeller family said so, a little excited. There is no developed city that is not plagued by air pollution. After all, a developed city represents a developed industry, a large population and a large number of automobiles. Many of them smiled bitterly, and when they competed, they couldn't compete. And now, these consortium families, the cash flow they have in their hands, because of the molding tights, has skyrocketed by as much as several times directly. How can they even compete in this situation? He looked at the crowd with a slight smile. This time there will be no division of national agents, because the technology of this purification tower is different from other technologies. For each city, building 1 to 3 purification towers will clean the air of the entire city. Currently a plasma ball of light, if it has a lifespan, is 1 year. That is, in order to always make sure the air is fresh, it is necessary to replace the plasma photosphere once a year. Therefore I have decided to give the group of companies present the opportunity to buy at cost price. You buy back whether you directly contact the local city to sell, or sell to other merchants, are arbitrary. He continued after a pause. As for the method of transaction, for each plasma light sphere, we will give a flat price and sell it to you. And then how you go about selling it to the officials of those cities is your business. But it's the same old rule, I'll charge 20% of the net profit after your purchase price. He said with a smile, and the crowd nodded. The Rockefeller, Rothschild, and other consortiums are very sorry. If they can get national-level agency access again, they're bound to make a bloody fortune. It was just a pity that He seemed to want to deliberately take care of everyone. If you look at it this way, He actually doesn't look like a real businessman, because a real businessman, in this regard, there is absolutely no benevolence. It just has to be said that He can get the better of most people. Ha ha, thanks Mr. He. Everyone was very grateful to He because this is undoubtedly taking care of them. After all, if He is looking for a partner, still or those consortiums, it is also possible. After all, they had money and power, so they could definitely help He complete the sale with ease. They hadn't even negotiated on their side yet. The official representatives of each country were calling personally. All of them are inquiring about the Winchesters and whether or not they are for sale. There are even countries that want to buy the technology outright, and they don't expect to be able to crack it. Shaping tights. They don't even have cracked technology yet. Therefore, counting on cracking He technology is still a thought, just to see if it can be acquired with money. But they overthink it. The technology is not for sale. First of all, there was no way He would sell the technology, and secondly, He really wasn't short of money. Even if they gave a few $100 billion, He wouldn't sell. The point is, will they give hundreds of billions? State-level powers are rich and nice, but accordingly, they spend a lot of money. After all, it is the whole country that has to be managed. It costs money everywhere, so the state level, on the contrary, will not come up with that much money. That's the reason why many countries step up to the plate to acquire information and basically sell it at a patriotic price. Sometimes one has to admit that it's not a matter of not being patriotic enough, but the cost of being patriotic does seem a bit high. An antique worth hundreds of millions of dollars was indeed rewarded when it was turned in. But maybe it's a few thousand or so, tops out at a few 100,000, a few million, and then add a recognition or something. It's not that people aren't patriotic enough, but the reality of it does kind of hit home. In the face of these countries' requests for cooperation, as well as calls to purchase plasma light spheres and so on, you all replied in unison. There will be cooperation with major consortiums, and they will just have to look for consortiums to reach an agreement on cooperation by themselves at that time. All of a sudden those countries understood that they would just wait for the consortium to bring the stuff back, and they would just go to the door to cooperate. In the end, Hiyu's side also gave a price tag, with each plasma light sphere selling for $100 million. That means that the average city would need one plasma light sphere per year, or $100 million in base spending. A metropolis like Mordor requires about 3, which is a $300 million expense. This is actually not much. The Hualong country spends more than $2.5 trillion a year on environmental protection. $100 million would be less than $700 million when converted to soft sister currency. On average, $700 million a city. The cities of the Hualong country, even if the county-level cities use all of them, is less than $450 billion of expenditure. It's only $450 billion a year, which is way less than the $2,500 billion spent before. After all, purifying the air of all harmful substances theoretically eliminates air pollution and whatnot, except for geological contamination and so on. The bottom line is that with all that money being thrown down the drain, the effect is not yet obvious, just a slight relief. And this purification tower technology of Hiyu is a direct solution to the fundamental problem. Therefore this money, not only the Hualong country, all countries will not refuse. Of course, this side is the cost price given by Hiyu, and if the major consortia sell it out, then the price will be a bit higher. But then they do not dare to go much higher. After all, it is to talk business with the national level. 2 black is also quite a lot. But more or less, you can make a little bit, and this is a long-term negotiation, a yearly wave, definitely not a lot of money. Most always, the consortia went back satisfied. If the goods, they didn't take them away directly, but prepared to go back and wait for those city officials to automatically come to the door to negotiate. After they have negotiated the order, they will build the tower first, and then how much they need to directly contact the Winchesters, and then pay with one hand and deliver with the other. At the first sign of their return, the launch was opened straight away. Announce your own consortium and become a distributor of plasma air purification towers. Then it was time for the 8 immortals to show off their skills. Although those big consortiums could still gain access to many cities, but those that could come to the Winsome Group were not small companies anymore. They are highly prestigious in some cities, or even more directly, they are local leading companies, the pride of a particular city. At least with these places, they are guaranteed to have a market, so everyone makes a profit. In just a few days, snowflake-like orders flew directly from the globe to Wen's group. They are all directly the full amount of gold to call over, no ambiguity at all, even the deposit and so on, because of the belief in the Winchesters. After all, there is no richer company than the One Group. They absolutely do not see this small amount of money. Naturally, there will not be a renegade situation. In just 1 month's time, the orders received by the Winchesters exceeded 5,000. Nearly all industrially developed cities have purchased plasma light spheres to clean the air. And that number of orders should be the limit. This is because there are roughly 13,800 cities around the globe, as currently estimated. But what needs to be known is that at least half of this, it should be the underdeveloped cities. After all, there are only a few developed countries in the world. Aside from a small number of cities that had multiple purification towers, there should be 4,000 or so cities that had purchased plasma purification light spheres this time around. More than 5,000 orders, that is directly into more than $500 billion in cash, into the pockets of the WEN Group. And at this point, all the money of the Winsome Group is directly deposited in the Cathay Bank. Because HeYu is the major shareholder of Cathay, it's better to have Cathay than to have it in another bank. Just by relying on the funds deposited by HeYu alone, Cathay Bank had become the #1 bank in the world. Of course, no one knows this yet. There were only two places that knew about how rich HeYu was. One is the Cathay Bank, because it's impossible for money to be invisible, and it's not like it can be hidden just because you want it to be. Even if you're powerful, you're still hiding billions and billions at most, right? However, HeYu's liquidity at this time was over $2 trillion off. Such a huge amount of money, it is impossible to hide, so the existence of Cathay, they naturally know how rich HeYu. Besides foreign countries, it's the official Hualong country. Because of the official words of the Hualong country, they are the largest shareholder of Cathay, naturally they will know how rich HeYu is. The money stuff, actually HeYu didn't worry about it at all, because Ing'er was the god of the internet. If someone dared to take a shot at the money in his bank, HeYu could have Ing'er move all the money in that bank, within a minute. If he angered HeYu, he would indeed do so. Of course, the state isn't that stupid, and that's lots and lots of money though. But more than money, the country was more concerned about the scientific research organization behind HeYu, and now it was certain that the scientific research organization behind the One Group was definitely decades, if not centuries, ahead of the world. It's absolutely impossible for the world not to be interested in such a horrible scientific research organization. It was just that they were not good enough to ask rashly, because when they were sidetracked, both HeYu and Wen Ying smiled without saying anything. Everyone understood, after all, this was a super bottom card, and it was completely understandable to hide it a little deeper. The current policy of the Hualong Kingdom was to have a good relationship with HeYu, and as long as it was a good relationship, it would not be a big problem. At least every time HeYu's new product was launched, it was a great deal for the Dragon Kingdom, so perhaps one day, after they had fully gained HeYu's trust, they would be able to allow access to the scientific research organization behind HeYu? Obviously, though, this one is never going to happen. Because the scientific research organization behind HeYu was Ing'er. This super AI being was too terrifying. There was a Ing'er that could even take an initial civilization to an extremely terrifying degree. Therefore, if Ing'er's existence could be hidden, it would be best to keep it hidden. Currently Ying's wish was to create her own body soon and then turn into a real life. Although Ing'er had her own mind, but because it came from the system, it was bound to be good. No matter what, HeYu was her master, her most loyal person. So for Ing'er to turn into a true intelligent being, HeYu was giving his support. It's just that it's going to take a not so short period of time, or at least a short period of time, to do that. Chapter 72, Money in billions and billions is not as good as a single hair on your head. With the shipment of the Winchesters, the plasma purifying light globes were sent directly to all parts of the globe. Then the plasma purification light globes all over the place are starting to be installed straight away. The moment the installation was over, the effect was spread out, and countless foreigners, all feeling the air becoming very fresh, fell into excitement as well as excitement. Even Karma, this damn fresh air, haven't smelled it in how many years? Unbelievable, is this the technology of the One Group? But the most shocking thing is not here, but in Hiroshima, the land of cherry blossoms. Under the installation of those workers wearing radiation protection suits, the plasma air purification light ball directly was installed. The moment the light bloomed out, the nuclear radiation that had ravaged this land was actually contacted in an instant. Hiroshima, which had no grass, actually came back to life in an instant, and although there was still not an inch of grass, the nuclear radiation in the air, within the soil, was even all gone. Just a few more years and a lush green can be restored. In another 10 years or so, this side will grow into a city and regain its glory. The entire Sakura country shook, and the world shook. Although it is said within the function introduction that it can purify nuclear radiation, after all, people have not seen it with their own eyes and will not feel how shocking it is. It was only after they saw that the nuclear radiation was lifted from Hiroshima that they were truly shocked. In the midst of the global sensation, inside the Hualong country, there were some different voices. Many people thought that HeYu was funding the enemy. Because the Cherry Blossom country was the arch-enemy of the Hualong country, when it had done that heavenly thing to the Hualong country, history had already remembered it and branded it in the hearts of every Hualong country's people. Instead, HeYu helped them deactivate the nuclear radiation, which was undoubtedly a betrayal. Therefore, in the country, HeYu has been questioned a lot. Thinks HeYu is a capitalist with only money in his eyes, not caring at all about national hatred. Even in the rhythm of those who are interested, this matter has become more and more heated. But within days, the winds shifted with the start of a global broadcast.
On this day, the Sakura country's national television station directly turned on a global live broadcast. While Hiroshima was coming back to life, there were actually a lot of changes within the country of Sakura. The first thing was that nearly most of the Sakura nation's subjects were singing the praises of Hiyu's greatness. This nation is such a bully, they are simply in awe of being more powerful than you. The adoration as well as gratitude of so many people, coupled with the content of some dealings with Sakura Nation, led to this live broadcast. Time traced back to the time when they were talking about cooperation, when the consortiums of the Sakura country wanted to purchase the purification light orb. Hiyu just said one thing. That is, it's fine to sell to them, but they have to admit something publicly, as well as apologize to the Hualong country. Simply put, it means that if the matter of nuclear radiation in Hiroshima is really resolved, then the Sakura country will have to do it in front of the whole globe. Acknowledging the heinous sins committed by their country's forefathers, in the Hualong country, back in the Second World War. Apologize to the Hualong country in front of the whole globe and apologize to the martyrs of the Hualong country. This was the request that Hiyu had made at that time, and if he did not agree to this request, Hiyu would not have agreed to sell the purifying light orb to them. Eventually the people of Sakura Nation agreed, as Hiroshima was the pain of their lives. If they can really solve the nuclear radiation in Hiroshima, even if they publicly apologize to the Hualong country, I think the people will forgive them, right? People around the globe were watching the live broadcast from Sakura Nation as it was connected to the national TV stations of many developed countries, literally broadcasting globally. This kind of live broadcast is rare in the world, and it can even be said that it has not appeared before. To have a live broadcast of this magnitude would be at least a major event with global implications. What the hell is Sakura Nation going to do with this? Under the attention of all the people, the Prime Minister of the Sakura country slowly walked into the venue, and behind him stood the top officials of the Sakura country at this time. A dozen officials, standing in a line behind him, and military troops. And standing next to the Prime Minister was actually Emperor Sakura. This stance, simply too grandiose, Sakura country in the end to do what? Many people are this speculation. Coughing softly, Prime Minister Sakura said as she looked at the entire crowd, and the global audience in front of the television. First of all, here, I would like to thank Mr. He of the Hualong country for his great righteousness. Sold air purifying light globes that saved Hiroshima from dying by inches, and that site has been revitalized and has been transformed into viable earth. Here, on behalf of the entire Sakura Nation, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. He. The whole room applauded. No matter what, it was true. It was Hoya who saved Hiroshima, regardless of the past. After a pause, the Prime Minister of the Sakura country continued. Mr. He is so impartial and righteous that we are deeply guilty. So the reason for today's launch is that we are here to prove it for history. During World War II, my ancestors from Sakura Nation invaded the Hualong Nation, bringing indelible scars to it. On this point, we need to admit it, we need to plead guilty. Today, all of our subjects in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will work together to apologize to the Hualong Kingdom, and we will make compensation for the losses incurred by the Hualong Kingdom back then. Though it may not be possible to undo anything, please don't refuse yet. When the Prime Minister finished speaking, the Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, on the other hand, stood out. Bowed deeply to the camera while looking out over the room. The mistakes made by my Sakura Nation's forefathers need to be remembered by the generations to come, and from today onward, we will make changes to the textbooks. In the middle of the textbook, we will openly admit the mistakes we made back then, so that future generations will remember the past. I hereby apologize to the Hualong Kingdom on behalf of all the subjects of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom as the Emperor. After saying that, the Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, with all of his ministers, bowed in unison. For a moment, there was global silence. Everyone didn't expect that Hiyu had actually made this kind of deal with the Sakura Nation. Although it was said that the live broadcast did not say anything about the deal, but everyone was not stupid, it could make Sakura Nation actively apologize, there was bound to be a reason. Otherwise, these little guys, they will never give in. What they actually didn't know was that in addition to the deal, Hiyu had also made threats. That is, the nuclear radiation in Hiroshima is looking gone, but in fact, there is still nuclear radiation left in the deep, deep depths of the soil. If there were no purification towers, it would have simply erupted and turned Hiroshima into an inch of nowhere once again. In other words, if Hiyu didn't sell them the purification light orb anymore, then the entire Hiroshima would be turned back into a land without an inch of grass. Though they could choose to re-blockade Hiroshima, big deal, not remove the radiation from Hiroshima. But if the people of the Sakura Kingdom knew, would they be willing to accept it? At that time, I was afraid that the world would be in chaos. After all, that was the pain of a lifetime for the Sakura Kingdom. Therefore, in the end, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could only give in and choose to strike a deal with Hiyu. Holding the handle, Hiyu was not afraid that the Sakura Nation would dare not cooperate, so he did not panic at all. Sure enough, Sakura Nation did what they wanted and they apologized in front of the globe. At this moment, with some gossip spreading out, everyone was aware of what had happened. The purification photosphere only lasts for a year. The Hiroshima nuclear radiation is gone, but after a year, if it's not there, it will erupt all over again.
Mr. He is holding their lifeblood. Do they dare not agree? The comments under this statement were extremely numerous, and at the same time, everyone was aware of misunderstanding He-yu. So He-yu, not a traitor. It's just that he chose to do it in a different way. Many cynics clamor for the death of the brats to avenge their country. Let's not talk about whether you dare or not, even if you do, what's the point? National shame cannot be forgotten, but for the country's way, not only is to rely on that a little unrealistic personal force. Inside the office of the president of one group. Inger, the contents of these transactions, even the top management of the group doesn't know about them. It was you who spread them, wasn't it? He smiled and asked Inger. Inger was immediately a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, not daring to look at He. Master, people just can't stand to see those people slandering you. He shook his head helplessly. This kind of slander, the clearer the better. If it was possible, He was certainly considered a cynic and couldn't wait for Sakura country to be all gone. But it's obviously unrealistic and too dark. The first thing to know is that the Sakura nation did invade the Hualong nation back then. But it doesn't mean all of them. There were still a small number of them that were part of the anti-war faction in the first place. There were even some people who secretly joined the army of the Huarong country and so on to help the army of the Huarong country. Among them there were many military doctors and so on. They were the anti-war coalition, atoning in their own way, for their country as well as their race. The fact that it had saved many of the generals and soldiers of the Hualong kingdom in the first place was something that was rarely shown, but it did exist. Therefore, not all of Sakura nation must die. The key is that people's ancestors, when the anti-war alliance, but also helped the Huarong country, at this time, a stick will be killed, is not enmity and revenge? That was why He chose to use this method, which was tantamount to pulling out the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. In particular, textbooks in the future need to publicize the truth so that children in their own countries can remember the mistakes of their forefathers and grow up knowing shame and atonement for their sins. This was something that Sakura nation still didn't dare to snub He, because if He broke the purification light orb, the entire Hiroshima would be turned back into a radioactive area. Especially later, Hiroshima entered the population and built a city. They would be even more afraid to do so, or else the consequences, as well as the price, would not be something anyone could afford. Well, Yinger, it's not like I blame you, thank you. He said with a smile. Continuing to deal with the things of the group, though not much, all of which Yinger had dealt with. But as the president of the group, He still had to take a look. However, just at this moment, Inger suddenly spoke out. It's not good, master, the main mother is unconscious, and at that moment the house sitter dialed the hospital. He was shaken and his face instantly paled. Nowadays, He has everything and lives a perfect life. The only weakness was his own family, especially when Ying. At that moment, He didn't even say one more word of nonsense. Directly picking up the key, he rushed out of the president's office. Along the way, the employees greeted each other, but He didn't care at all and rushed straight into the elevator before heading towards the lower parking lot. What's wrong with Mr. He? Why are you in such a hurry? I don't know, it looks like something big is happening, doesn't it? That's not right. Now Mr. He is the richest man in the world. Our group has just earned $500 billion. Mr. He's wealth, at least 4 times more than the second place, right? Such a rich Mr. He, what else can make him change color? Our group is doing well. The employees were talking a lot, and at this time, He directly drove a Lafa rushed out of the company, toward the hospital. Along the way, under Inger's maneuvering, it was a smooth rush all the way to the hospital. All green lights along the way, all red lights for oncoming traffic left and right, unimpeded, speeding through. Ing. He rushed to the front door of the emergency room, looking at the tightly closed emergency room in front of him. This man who had faced countless super rich people in the world without changing his face, began to panic at this moment. What's wrong with Ing? He asked to the dean beside him. When Ing was originally a celebrity in Magic City, but also the wife of the world's richest man, the dean naturally knew that. Of course, he had to come over personally. After all, He, not to mention him, even a handful of Mordor could not afford to offend. Mr. He, don't be anxious, the best doctors in our hospital are inside, Mrs. He will be fine. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. 2 hours later, the emergency room door was opened. During this period of time, He informed his parents in his old home as well as his old wife and the others, who were rushing back on a private jet at this time. Well, how is Ying doing? He pulled the doctor in front of her and asked emotionally, at this moment, where is a little bit of the world's richest person's posture? His eyes were full of worry as well as pain. After all, inside lying is his favorite wife. I'm sorry, Mr. He, we just resuscitated Mrs. He. But there is nothing we can do for his condition, a condition that currently has no cases worldwide. The doctor said helplessly that there were no examples of any cases globally, and that there were only 2 possibilities. One that really didn't come up. One is, it appeared, but was not recorded. The only reason this would be the case is that the disease is so powerful that it could just break out and it wouldn't take long for the person to pass away. He almost didn't stand still, his head was spinning. Doctor, may I come in and see my wife? He asked to the doctors, knowing that he couldn't blame these doctors as they were all the best doctors in Mordor. It really isn't a lack of learning when so many doctors can't do anything about it, it's a real lack of solutions. Well, you can go in, except the patient is in a coma and won't wake up for a while. He nodded his head and entered it at that moment. The crowd sighed as they watched his back. Mister, he is the richest man in the world, but he is easygoing, and I never thought that bad news would come just like that. Yeah. I heard that he always met Mr. Wen when he was poor and cold. But Mr. Wen doesn't mind, and even directly married Mr. He, the two of them are true love, just didn't expect that this kind of thing happened. The crowd all said with sighs of relief, after He caught fire, this gossip, legend is naturally a lot. This version, which is the most widely spread version in the world, in short, the two are a match made in heaven. Alright, without further ado, except for the chief doctors who have consultations as well as surgeries, all the rest go to the conference room and conduct consultations on Mrs. He. Dean said seriously and gravely, the wife of the richest man in the world is not to be taken care of. And at that moment, He had already entered inside the emergency room. Looking at Ying, who was lying on the bed, suddenly pale, He's heart was like a knife. Inger, what the hell is going on? She was still rosy in the daytime, how come she's like this in the blink of an eye? He raised his cell phone and the scanning function unfolded. Not long after, Inger gave He an answer. Master, it's not going well, it seems to be a genetic collapse, and a more serious one at that. It's the genetic collapse that I can't even fully crack at my current performance. Unless all the world's top supercomputers are augmented, then I can do the calculations and, in a short period of time, get a cure. It's just that those supercomputers, they're all national. Their fire prevention methods are very violent, and if they force their way in, they will choose to burn the jade, because there is a lot of national-level information stored inside. Inger said so, and He's gaze was firm. No matter what kind of price is paid, He this time more to the global supercomputer coordination together. Then, Inger was allowed to make calculations to find out what could be done to cure Wen Ying. For this reason, no matter what price was paid, He could accept it. Slowly squatting down, He stroked Inger's cheek. What good is more money? To me, money in billions and billions is not as important as a hair on your head. Even if I have to dump my family, I want you. Chapter 73, sell all your shares and have over $4 trillion in cash on hand. A phone call was made, and He was considered a big shot at this point, and could make direct contact with a handful of people from the Ministry of Science and Technology. What, you're going to engage in cooperation with the state? The head of the Ministry of Science and Technology was very puzzled, but this was closely followed by excitement as well as excitement. Because it occurred to him that He was not ready to bring his scientific research organization to the stage. After all, that's a scientific research organization that can change the world. Technologies such as molded corsets and air purification towers are world-changing technologies. Wouldn't it be a step further if the Hualong Kingdom cooperated with the One Group's research organization? Therefore, at that moment, the first hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology informed the top of the news. Fittingly, just like the handful of people at the Ministry of Science and Technology, the top brass were very interested in the news, and a video conference was arranged straight away. But after starting to talk, they realized that the cooperation that He was asking for seemed to be a bit different. To have the full supercomputer operation authority of my Hualong country? The Huarong countryside froze. They had thought that it was a cooperation between the two sides for scientific and technological research and development, but what they didn't expect was that they actually wanted to rent all of the Huarong country's supercomputers. All of a sudden, the side of Hualongwa hesitated. Those supercomputers, which included a lot of military use, which if all of them were leased to EU, then the impact would be great. But in the end, the Hualong country agreed, only that the time could only be 3 days, which was the most time that could be given under the guarantee that it would not affect the Hualong country. He also didn't expect that things would actually be resolved so simply, and that the Hualong country was even more well-spoken than he had thought. Thanks a lot, I'll remember this favor this time. He said seriously, and did not take advantage of the fire to get something from himself, and was willing to lend the entire supercomputer of the Huarong country to himself to use. Absolutely big favor. After Hualongwa's side was taken care of, He also went to contact other countries. But not surprisingly, after realizing that He wanted to rent a supercomputer, they all made some demands. Some wanted money, some wanted plasma orbs, etc. In short, there were all kinds of requests. But in the end, He agreed to all of it, because in order to save Wen Ying, none of this was a problem. After it was done, supercomputers around the world were opening a port to He. You can utilize the computing power of the supercomputer, nothing else can be done, otherwise the protection mechanism will be triggered. But this was not a problem, because as long as the moment He entered the supercomputer, Inger could directly take control of it, without God knowing it. Inger, start, use the world's supercomputers to increase your computing power and calculate a cure for Ying. He said to Inger. Yes, master. Inger responded, and all of a sudden, he entered the network, and then from the ports open in each country, he entered the supercomputers of each country. At once, supercomputers around the world instantly linked together. Countries around the globe rocked. By karma. How did this happen? The world's supercomputers are actually perfectly linked together. How terrifying is this combined computing power? This one group, what kind of technology is it going to carry out research on? It requires such horrifying arithmetic, it's definitely an unimaginable technology. Many people were vaguely regretting it, because if such a powerful technology was developed for EU, it would inevitably not be good news for them. Only at this point, the ports were all connected, and some damage would inevitably arrive if they were cut off hastily. They could only let the researchers monitor EU's research to see if they could get something from the water chestnut species. It seems to be about genetics. Could it be that Wen's next product is a product in genetics? Amazing, a fashion group that's actually starting to get involved in the gene industry? It's still really immodest. All the countries were very sighing, and EU was also in the middle of waiting anxiously. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was the third day. In the past few days, EU's parents as well as Wen Yingying's grandmother had come over from their hometown. Wen Yingying, on the other hand, has always been in a coma, and the collapse of the gene is not known. When will she wake up? Her physical condition, however, was getting worse and worse, and there was no telling how long she could last. At present, if the expert group that came from all over the globe eventually gave some special drugs, but it seems that they can only barely slow down the deterioration of the disease, and they don't even know what exactly is the cause of this disease. Because this kind of genetic collapse is completely incomprehensible to current technology and medical technology in general. According to Inger, if this kind of genetic collapse was the case, according to the current technological development of the Earth, it would take at least a few hundred years before there was a solution. Buzz. Suddenly, Inger's figure appeared on the computer. People, the calculations have been completed and a cure has been found. Hearing Inger's words, Hiyu burst into tears of joy, and Inger then launched the supercomputers of various countries. At launch, though, Ingla left something in it. She was acting on her own, just to make it easier to use it later, without having to go through those guys and have her master plead for mercy. Inger, come on, since we've found a way, let's hurry up and start making it. If the gene collapses, I don't know when Ying will suddenly not be able to hold on. Hiyu said anxiously. But Inger suddenly dealt a heavy blow to Hiyu. Master, the technical aspects have been calculated so far, and although it's expensive, Master has no problem at all. It's just that one of the elements, which is not found on Earth at all, can only be found in the universe. The room fell silent at these words. Hiyu's gaze fell into a stupor for a moment. Was this heaven to hell? A cure had been found, but there was no way to manufacture the drug. What can we do about this? Looking at the disoriented Hiyu, Inger didn't hold back and spoke after all. Master, don't give up. Even if there is still a glimmer of hope, we have to grab it. So what if it's in the universe? The Earth is already exploring the universe right now, it's just still in its infancy. Aren't they just elements that are only found in the universe? We'll directly develop a spaceship and then explore the universe to find the relevant elements, and then we can create the medicine that will save our main mother's life. Inger paused and continued. Although it can't be cured, the treatment I calculated at this time can maintain the life of the main mother, or at least keep her from passing away just like that. It's just that the main mother will be in great pain and won't live long. We have to find that element and create a drug to repair her genes in the meantime. As Inger said so, a brilliant light flashed in Hiyu's eyes. Yeah, one can't give up. If one gives up at this point, it's all really over. He also has the daily fracture merchandise, and if he's lucky, he might get the relevant technology. At that time, the chances of saving Ying Ying's life can be increased. Of course, you can't all bet your hopes on the daily fracture on the commodity. The best thing to do at the moment was to develop a spaceship, as well as cosmic exploration technology, and then travel to the universe, searching for that kind of element to save Wen Yingying. Fortunately, these few times Hiyu had accumulated a huge fortune. A cash wealth of over $2 trillion was enough for Hiyu to conduct a lot of money-burning research. Back in the hospital room, his parents as well as his grandmother went to the next family room to rest. Hiyu touched Wen Yingying's cheek and said softly to himself, "I will heal you." Hiyu's eyes were filled with determination, and after ordering the nurse, he headed directly to Wen's group. After Hiyu came to Wen's group, he directly anxious all the group's executives. And also sent to bring the president of Cathay in. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Hiyu was finally going to start his move. One thing announced today is that the group's future focus will be on a new technology development. The second thing is that I have approached Cathay today to entrust you with the task of helping me sell some of my shares. Hiyu said so. Everyone was stunned. Selling shares? Only to see Hiyu directly take out a list. Disney, Boeing, Old Maid, Cathay, Cheetah, and shares in Sabai Aramco, and Walmart, among other groups. I'm a shareholder in the top 3 or more of them, and here's the equity subscription. I am going to commission Cathay Bank to sell all of these shares, all of them, no matter what, and I want to receive cash for all of them at the first opportunity. Shocked, the whole room was shocked. It was the people of Cathay, that is, the official people of the Hualong country, who didn't know that Hiyu actually still had shares in those several groups. Sabai Aramco Hiyu actually still has 30% of the shares of Sabai Aramco, worth $400 or $500 billion. The people in the room were even more dumbfounded as they looked at Yu, knowing that their own boss was rich, but not expecting to be so rich. Mr. He, you can't. These shares are simply super money trees. Wouldn't it be a bad deal if you sold them out like this? An executive said persuasively, these shares alone are worth more than $1 trillion, a wealth that rivals the wealth of the country. But Yu actually wanted to sell them all, which was simply extraordinary. It can even be said that this news, if spread out, is going to cause a global shock. But at this time, Yu was too lazy to care about so much. He dared not be interested in anything at this time, and had only one idea, which was money, and more money. Then developing spaceship technology, his brain has been evolving through genetic evolutionary potions. Although he usually looked and listened to lazy, undering Air's words and teachings, he still learned a lot. Self-identity, at this point in time, the knowledge base, research and development capabilities, will not be weaker than any scientific genius in human history, let's say Einstein and others. So this time, he was going to devote himself to it, develop a spaceship and go forward to explore the universe to find that element and saving Ing. Those shares of the group do not want to be, the annual dividends he also do not see. As a private power, it would take untold amounts of money to develop a spaceship. Trillions, maybe even 10 trillion might be enough. In order to get enough money to develop and create spaceships, he needed more money. Well, my mind is made up, so I'll trouble Cathay Bank. There are also the shares of Cathay, which you can choose to buy back yourselves, and secondly, I will be mobilizing the money stored within Cathay at any time, so I hope you'll be ready for that. When I want to withdraw my money, Cathay can't get it out, or withhold it from me, or else I'll do something I don't know myself. He said with a cold gaze, and the group executives were all too afraid to speak. Because they had never seen such a Hiyu before, the appearance was just a little too strange. The previous Hiyu was a very gentle person. But the words just now were filled with hostility. I know, I'll keep an eye on it. President of Cathay, Mr. Chin said so. Finally Cathay left, took Hiyu's equity subscription and began to spread the word among the world's top tycoons. It didn't dare to spread it out easily, or else it would cause a global financial crisis if all the shares of so many world-class supergroups were sold off. That's why it can only be circulated among the top wealthy to make sure it doesn't leak out and to ensure the stability of the world economy. As expected, after this matter spread out, it directly caused a huge shock around the world. Countless tycoons were stunned. They were firstly shocked by Hiyu's wealth, and secondly by Hiyu's operation. Anyone who gets a stake in one of these groups is absolutely pinched and babied. But on Hiyu's side, he actually had to choose to sell. And even this, there is Boeing, and the likes of Sabai Aramco, a super scary conglomerate. One is a military-industrial enterprise, and the other is an oil that holds the lifeblood of the world. Even 1% of the shares of such a group can become a globally pivotal big shot. But Hiyu, Sabai Aramco that is worth 4 or 500 billion US dollars of 30% of the shares, actually want to sell all of them. Everyone thinks Hiyu is not crazy. Even many people who were familiar with Hiyu were calling directly to ask what was wrong. But Hiyu was all vague and instead asked them to buy shares from Cathay if they were interested. Of course they were interested. Cathay had just released the news. Only a few days, the world's major tycoons all came to Cathay. There are even some countries represented. Let's say the portion of Boeing that Stars and Stripes is naturally most interested in reclaiming absolute control over Boeing. The second is the portion of Sabai Aramco's shares, which the Sabai royal family naturally wants back. But there were few who wanted to intervene in it, and all in all, it caused a direct fluctuation in the darker parts of the world. Ordinary people didn't know about this, but in the circle of top tycoons, Hiyu was already a mythologized existence. This is worth trillions of shares, all sold out, because they are all unlimited prospects of the group that can be a premium to buy. Maybe, it could be sold for $2 trillion? For example, the Sabai royal family as well as the Stars and Stripes officialdom can be absolutely screwed one way or the other, and neither of them will allow Sabai Aramco as well as Boeing's shares to go down the drain. Eventually, the shares were all sold off in just 1 month. As for Hiyu, he had directly gained more than $2 trillion because of this sell-off. Together with the $2 trillion lying in Cathay, at this time, Hiyu alone is the amount of cash, more than $4 trillion. Truly rich and shocking. At this moment, the countries around the world, as well as the rich and powerful, are considered to really know how rich this Mr. He really is. Rich as a nation, the cash flow he has at his disposal at this point could upend any nation's economy. Knowing that with $4 trillion in cash, Hiyu could subvert any country at this point, except for the Star-Spangled Nation as well as the two major economies of the Hualong Nation. Instantly knocked this country's economy back decades. This is not open to play at all. At this time Hiyu is really can do, rich can rival the country, even the world countries do not dare to easily offend. Even the Stars and Stripes as well as the Hualong country, if Hiyu was willing, it wouldn't be enough to collapse them, but it could still put them in a prolonged economic crisis and lose a few $trillion. Therefore, Hiyu's position in the world at this time is relatively sensitive, and everyone is eyeing him and scornful of her. Of course, more people, in fact, were more curious about what Hiyu wanted so much cash for. Is it all in the bank? But obviously not possible, because there is absolutely no need. Before he used money, a few lifetimes, dozens of lifetimes squandered are not likely to be spent. There is absolutely no need to sell all the shares that you can pass on for generations. Finally, a message was revealed anyway. That is, He Yu's wife, the former president of the Wen Group Wen Yingying, suddenly unknown disease, at this time is still in a coma. The doctor concluded that Wen Yingying would not live long. Could it be that He Yu exchanged so much cash because of this? But it shouldn't be. What's the use of more money? It's an incurable disease, so it's useless. Faced with the curiosity of the world's top tycoons, He Yu didn't know. At this time he was making intense preparations. The research and development to build a spaceship required just too much. Chapter 74, Max Power Systems, Airship Development Complete. Many people were the first to realize that the Winnipeg Group immediately began to move after obtaining the money. It's a big global purchase. It's a big deal. It's a big money spinner. What is Wen Group doing here? What's the point of purchasing these materials? There are a lot of aerospace materials in this. Does it mean that the goal of the Gentle Group is actually the aerospace industry? A lot of people are stunned, and technically, it should be the astronautics industry. Because Boeing, before, was already the top company inside the aerospace industry. Since Boeing's shares were sold, it meant that He Yu couldn't see Boeing. Through the big purchases that He Yu had made around the world, everyone was all but certain that He Yu was trying to enter the astronautics industry. It's just really not clear whether we're going to be building satellites or rockets. Although everyone was shocked, they still expressed their belief in the strength of the Gentle Group. It's not impossible for private companies to develop rockets as well as satellites, and the Winchesters themselves are a conglomerate with a lot of black technology. That R&D department behind them is so coveted by countries that it doesn't seem surprising to say that they are going to develop rockets as well as satellites on their own. It's just that people still don't understand that developing satellite rockets doesn't seem to require so much money, does it? Why must He Yu sell all the shares of the other groups? In fact, it would never occur to them that He Yu wasn't going to conduct research on satellite rocket technology at all. That kind of technology was just too low level. Ing Er, who could access the network at will, had long since gotten the relevant technology from inside the country's databases. Because after entering the supercomputer, the seeds were left inside, allowing Ing Er to easily and silently enter it without anyone being able to notice. That's really good, because the technology in this even includes a lot of technology for space exploration. Let's say a space station, a spaceship, and so on. While their technology was all very basic, one has to admit that at this point, Earth was really starting to get off the ground and exploring the universe. Having these basic techniques can save Yinger a lot of time. Otherwise, it's a lot of techniques to build a foundation that are the hardest. With the basic technology obtained from the databanks of various countries, Inger and He Yu only needed to work hard on the next research outbreak, and they would definitely be able to develop the spaceship technology. Of course, the biggest question now was whether Ing could hold out and find that element. As soon as we find that element, we can start making potent drugs straight away. After all, the gene repair potion for healing, Ing Er, had already been constructed. Wen's group outside the fire, speculation has been clouded, but no one really thought He Yu at this time to do what? After all, no one would believe that anyone would actually be working on spaceship technology. What needs to be known is that even the countries of the world are not able to research this kind of technology, and at this point, the universe exploration technology they can take out is extremely basic. Man aviation was done, but it was so rudimentary that it took years, decades, to even get from this planet to another. That's just poor exploration efficiency for humans with a lifespan of just 100 years. Unless the problem of longevity can be solved one day, or the problem of the speed of cosmic navigation can be solved, the Earth's civilization has not been considered a cosmic exploration civilization. And while these 2 points are easy to say, they are actually very difficult. Let's start with the lifespan issue, which is a no-brainer. Given a few hundred years, humans may not even be able to increase their lifespan significantly. The second is the speed of cosmic navigation, which represents the need for new sources of energy, new power systems, and the technology involved in these, more than 1 million. The new energy source alone, this could upend the entire planet if it was actually developed. Therefore, if a spaceship is developed, which can come up with thousands of technologies that lead or even crush Earth's technology, it is enough to see how difficult it is. However, no matter how difficult it was, He Yu had to solve it. Currently, while researching, Ing Er was innovating a genetic potion to treat Ing. But according to Ing Er, if she hadn't gotten that cosmic element, Ying's best outcome would have been to live for another 3 years. In other words, within 3 years' time, He Yu not only had to complete the spaceship, but he even had to go on a cosmic exploration to find that cosmic element and save Ing. This was too much of a time crunch for He Yu. But he wouldn't give up anymore. The genetic evolution potion that he had obtained in the beginning had allowed He Yu to develop more than 20% of his brain area at this point. At this time, He Yu's intelligence was far beyond the level that humans could imagine. The reason why he didn't get involved in R&D before was that He Yu didn't think it was necessary, and that was because He Yu thought that he didn't have enough money to spend. With a fracture system, you often get good stuff, so just go with the flow yourself.
But what I didn't expect was for this to happen. Master, the ship's form design, structural design, and power assembly are all calculated now. But there's just one core missing, and that's the energy source for the ship, and there's absolutely no cosmic element of that kind within 3,000 light-years of Earth. Otherwise, meteorites that fall to Earth might carry that element. Therefore we need powerful power, and even the current nuclear energy of the Earth cannot possibly support our ship and explode beyond the speed of light to navigate. Ing Er said so. A light year is extremely far away. At the speed of light, it would take a year of flying to reach the place. And if it was 3,000 light-years, that meant that with the speed of light, it would take 3,000 years of flying to reach it. He did not have 3,000 years to wait, so he had to achieve a navigation speed beyond the speed of light. More than that. The Master Mother only has 3 years at the most. Beyond the speed of light, we'll have to do at least 3,000 times the speed of cosmic navigation at FTL. In that case, it would take a year to sail 30 million light-years, then search for that cosmic element, and another year to sail back. That's what will save the Master Mother, provided, of course, that we can develop 3,000 times FTL now. Ing Er's words filled the air with an air of despair. To be honest, if there was no rush, FTL was quite easy to achieve if Inger as well as you were given time. Even if it's 100 times the speed of light, 1,000 times the speed of light, you can do it if you have the time. The technology that human civilization would take hundreds of years to complete, you and Inger could do it in a few years. But you really doesn't have a few years. Ing still has 3 years left. He really can't make it. What to do? Does that mean that's it? If it really doesn't work out in the end, I'll just have to go with that. He said in a deep voice. Ing Er instantly understood, because she had told He about a way that had no solution. That was to preserve Ing Ying's brain and allow the body's genes to collapse and necrose, and then finally develop the relevant biotechnology to reshape Ing Ying's physical body, and then install the brain into it to complete the new life. It's weird to look at weird and creepy technology, but it's actually really doable. Only, that was a technique that He would only use when it came down to the last minute and there was still no way out. Although the brain was retained, the body that was reshaped, was that still her own Ing Ying? Desperate, He sat on the steps of the lab, his eyes full of emptiness. Ing Er didn't know what to do when she looked at He, although she had the general intelligence and emotions of a human being. In the end, she wasn't really a human being yet. Not knowing what human love was like, he could not understand his master's pain at this point. But she was certain that it was really hard to see her master so disoriented. Ding dong, today's fracture merchandise has been refreshed, please also check the owner. It seemed like He didn't seem to hear the voice. After all, at this point He's heart was as good as dead. These days, he had been checking out fracture merchandise, just hoping for an outbreak of luck that he would come across something that could save the baby. But the fact disappointed him. All he got were shares of some group companies, or some luxury cars and watches and so on, half useless. All of them were exchanged for money by He to support his research and development. After all, to build a spaceship that could withstand FTL flight, the volume was bound to be huge, a true giant of the air. The amount of money this would cost is simply unimaginable. The owner did not check the receipt, the system purchased it by default. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the technology, max power technology. Hearing this voice, He jolted awake. Max power technology? He snapped back from his mind as if he was dead, and hurriedly looked at max power technologies. The moment he saw it, He slapped himself violently. Damn! If the system hadn't purchased it for me on its own, I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I missed it. He said thankfully. Thanks system. He knew that it was the system that had deliberately helped himself. He couldn't fix any goods, but had overstepped his authority to help himself buy goods. No thanks necessary, my lord. When the system responded in this way, He was instantly energized and began to look at this max power system carefully. After reading it, He was filled with surprise. This system was really powerful. Max power system, a complete power system that utilizes the collision of protons and antiprotons to generate a massive energy boost for the ship's power system. Not only that, but as a proven energy drive system, the max power system can be utilized in every way. Max power energy, which can even be used as a beam weapon, is powerful enough to destroy a planet. Meanwhile, the max power system produces a huge amount of energy that allows for wormhole jumps. He was shocked that this set of power system looked like the one in a certain special featured drama. Obviously not the rudimentary one from the special though. This max power system the system gave was the full-fledged version. Not only can it be used to power a ship, but it can also be used as a normal energy reserve, and is even capable of firing beam cannons of terrifying power, as well as colliding protons with antiprotons to open wormholes. Great, with this one-day max power system, all the problems with the ship are solved. There's a solution for the energy source of the ship, and the voyage time, and so on, and even how to defend yourself in the universe. He was very excited. In the special episode, the aliens were just afraid that humans had the max power system and then thought of destroying it. The most rudimentary max power system, while powerful, is ultimately within the realm of comprehensibility.
But Hiyu, the full-bodied max power system, could even be said to directly give Earth the potential to become a top-tier civilization. If every aspect of the human race was covered with max power systems, the development speed of human civilization would increase by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. After all, energy isn't just the driving force behind machines like spaceships, it's the driving force behind the advancement of a civilization. A complete set of max power systems would only require that the main body of the ship, as well as the structure, be built all the way through, with the core of the max power system installed in it. A max power system ship that can make interstellar impulse jumps is ready to come out. Hiyu was very excited as he directly extracted the max power system and then gave it to Ing-Er. Ing-Er was instantly shocked after looking at this system. You should know that Ing-Er was from a human civilization 1,000 or so hundred years from now and was a super bio-artificial intelligence. Although Ing-Er didn't carry any of the technological techniques of that era, the insight was there. It's a max power system that, arguably, no human being, even 1,000 years from now, will ever possess. Wormhole jumping. As long as this system was eaten through, then people in the future could even rely on this system to build space gates in the universe. What does this do? It's a portal. A portal in a novel, billions of light years apart, a portal can reach each other in an instant. This kind of technology, even among peoples developed civilizations 1,000 years later, is still in the realm of legend, or myth. It's like humans nowadays, phantom lightspeed flight or FTL flight in general. The max power system, even after 1,000 years, is still a technology that is beyond the reach of mankind. Master, this technology is too powerful. With Earth's current level of technology, or the level of technology we have at our disposal, it would be considered good if we can utilize 1/10,000th of its power. But even then, we can make galaxy-wide wormhole jumps, as well as the terrifying power of a single shot to destroy a star. So this technology, it must be kept secret, and it's best not to expose it, or else the Earth's civilization will suffer extinction. Ing-Er said seriously, the current civilization of Earth had no idea if there were really other civilizations in the universe, that is, aliens. But Ing-Er from 1,000 years later could tell Hiyu with certainty that there were indeed other civilizations in the universe. The Earth was lucky, and after it developed and became a cosmic civilization 1,000 years later, that's when it encountered the other cosmic civilizations. Otherwise, according to the law of the weak and the strong in the universe, Earth's civilization could only become food or slaves. There are many strange civilizations in the universe, and there are some civilizations, the kind of ferocious civilizations in the human understanding, that devour any living beings other than their own race, similar to the insect race in the movies. There are more than enough of these civilizations to go around, so it's best to just keep a low profile and develop now. Hiyu nodded. These would be discussed later. He didn't want to care at this time. At this moment, Hiyu only had one thought in his mind, and that was to build the spaceship out as soon as possible, and then travel to the universe to find that cosmic element to solve Ing-Ying's genetic collapse problem. The max power system, a complete set of technologies, even multiple applications, with ancillary technologies, all of which come with it. Let's say the max beam cannon, etc., and the impulse jump collider, etc., all of which come with it. These are complete technologies, and Ing-Er went to work on them, so he could just go ahead and build them. What he wanted to do at this time was to rely on this set of technology to develop and design the entire main structure of the spaceship. A month passed slowly, and on this day, the research finally came to an end. Done. Looking at the virtual projection in front of Ing-Er, a huge and incomparable ship stood proudly. Hiyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Master, because of the limitations of the materials that can be found on Earth, this one ship will be extremely large. Fortunately, however, the energy barrier technology that comes with the max power system deploys the barrier for protection when performing FTL flights as well as impulse jumps. Otherwise, as far as Earth's spaceflight materials are concerned now, they would support flight speeds close to the speed of light at best as well as compressive forces, light speed as well as FTL, simply impossible. Hiyu nodded his head. Because of the material strength limitations, it would only be possible to increase the amount. Things like power cores, etc., can't be miniaturized, only quantized. Let's say, originally one layer of iron, if you can't support it, you just come to 10, 100 layers. In order to barely achieve the strength standard, so accordingly it will make the body size extremely huge. Okay, next up is the construction of the ship. Hiyu's eyes are full of excitement. The global procurement, Hiyu at least spent trillions of dollars, at this time waiting for this moment. Chapter 75, Controlling a country of 200,000 people and creating your own base. First of all, to build a spaceship, you need a base. And this base, it must be hidden. Hidden means, Hiyu still had, just to obtain such a sparsely populated piece of land, more or less it would cost a little. Eventually, Hiyu found a remote overseas country through some connections. From them, a piece of the island was bought. Pretty good. Looking at the island in front of him, Hiyu was very satisfied. The island wasn't very small, almost hundreds of square kilometers, and it had cost Hiyu a lot of money. Yet it's a total bargain, because according to the laws of this country, if you sell it directly to yourself, it's completely your own personal property. It could even be said that by utilizing this island, he could completely create a country on his own. Of course, it was still a bit of a shame to build a country on an island that was less than 100 square kilometers. Once the address was taken care of, the next step was the construction of the facility. These words are not a problem. He directly approached the largest infrastructure group in the Hualong country and then paid money to fund the project, allowing them to help build it for themselves. If it is declared to the public, it is the overseas research base of the one group. Many large groups have overseas research bases, so it's no surprise. It's just that with the special status of the Winchesters, it's inevitable that they'll get a little more attention. After all, if the research base of the one group, many people speculate, is it that mysterious research team, the new research base? It was certain that when this base was put into use, it was bound to be spied on by spies from many countries. None of this is a problem though. This country is a country with little sovereignty. It could be said that poverty was extreme, therefore he could get anything as long as he was willing to spend money. Let's put it this way, this country has a population of 200,000 people, but because of the island country, domestic resources are very scarce, so this country does not even have an army. Therefore, he made a proposal when he purchased the island. That is, he will fund the building of the island in their country, but his own interests need to be protected. He wished that he could build an army in this country and enroll the subjects of their country to join the army. In a nutshell, it's that he pays to support the people of this country, not just the military, but he also builds some factories, infrastructures, and so on in this country. Money opens the way, and this poor and scared country fully agrees with Hiyu's plan. To put it simply, Hiyu directly used money to steal a country with a population of 200,000 people. But if the world knew, it would not believe it, because this country wants nothing. This kind of investment is definitely a loss. But Hiyu wasn't worried at all. What he wanted was territory and manpower. As long as there was an army of his own, Hiyu could completely build this country into an iron pass, and then he could also hide the matter of the spaceship. Extraordinary means will have to be practiced to ensure loyalty. Hiyu gritted his teeth, a hint of struggle flickering through his eyes, but in order to not let his plans be affected and delay Ying's rescue, he could only do this. Master, don't worry, the biochip is very powerful. As long as it is injected into the human body, then it is able to control the nerve center of the human body and implant the idea of loyalty to the master. The current level of technology on Earth is undetectable. And if we get to a later time, Earth's technology has advanced and we have a higher level of control. Ying said so, and Hiyu nodded. This island nation, with a population of 200,000 people, probably over 80,000 of them young and strong. The rest were old and weak women, and of these 80,000, at least 50,000 of them would be formed into an army. In addition to the ground, sea defense army, it is estimated that there will be 10,000 people that will be the carrying crew of the cosmic carrier. With these armies then, Hiyu could prevent some people from invading. Biochips, on the other hand, are a no-brainer. The first thing was that Hiyu's time was urgent, and there was absolutely not too much time to exert his charm and whatnot, to be gracious and to gain the submission of the 200,000 people of this island nation. Therefore, the biochip is the most simple and direct way. This country is a black country, their physical quality is very strong, but the nature of the lazy, disobedient. Hiyu didn't think that if he simply gave some benefits, they would die to him or something. Even if most people are loyal to themselves, it is inevitable that there will be some traitors. If anything about the cosmic carrier came to light, it would have a huge impact on Hiyu. He didn't want to go against the globalists for now, and being able to hide was naturally the best. So it's easiest to use biochips, and when the time comes, you'll build the infrastructure yourself and help people in this country get out of poverty and become rich. Posting all sorts of benefits and then implanting biochips into their bodies with vaccinations and such. The biochip would go inside their brain nerves and then connect the brain nerves to give them the command to be loyal to themselves and never betray them. This is Hiyu's plan, and it's inhumane. But for the sake of the plan to go perfectly and not affecting Ying's life, Hiyu could only do this. And the country where this face can't even eat, they can get rich and change their destiny even though they have forced loyalty on themselves, which is actually a lucky thing for them. Although Hiyu tried to keep a low profile at this time, the name of the Wen clan group was still being watched by people around the globe. Purchase up to 100 square kilometers of a private island, along with the right to build a country's military. What exactly is the purpose of Hiyu of the Wen group? Is it to become the ruler of a country? Is this the world of the rich? Spending hundreds of billions of dollars just to gain sovereignty over a country of 200,000 people? There was a lot of talk around the globe, but most of them expressed envy towards Hiyu. After all, even though it was only a small country with a population of 200,000, it was at least equivalent to a small city. To be a small city, the king who dominates everything, anyone would be envious, right? In fact, Hiyu's spending money on the island was the same as spending no money at all. Buying an island is just knocking on the door to get a chance to talk to the leader of that island nation. Then throw in all sorts of ways to cooperate and all sorts of perks to finally gain that country's trust. Then find a good opportunity to implant the chip directly into the minds of everyone in this country. That would give you complete control of the country. Although he would have to support 200,000 people in the future after the success of the airship research, would he still lack money? At that time, a steady stream of resources from various universes could be transported to this island by Hiyu. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye another few months passed. This island country is made up of 5 large islands, and the small island that Hiyu purchased just happens to be in the center. It was a natural barrier, and as long as Hiyu formed a good army and equipped them with advanced weaponry, the military blockade made up of these 5 islands could amicably protect the research bases therein. Advanced weapons, etc., are not a problem. Yinger has free access to the databases of every country in the world, a backdoor left behind the last time he used the supercomputer. Then through their techniques, Ying's strength would be able to eat it all up in an instant. Just take a tiny bit of the technology that is currently available to research spaceships, and you'll be able to upgrade and revolutionize those technologies. Add to that money, enough production lines as well as materials, and that weaponry comes off the assembly line like no money. At the same time, he also smashed a lot of money, established some factories in this country, some supermarkets as well as living infrastructure, and even hospitals, schools and so on. Those factories will basically only serve the one group in the future. Let's say the construction of the airships will use those factories. Once the construction of the hospital was completed, Hiyu approached the leader of this island nation. Offered to vaccinate the entire population of the island nation free of charge. It can prevent 99% of the diseases in this world. These are all configurations only found in developed countries. I didn't expect that Hiyu would actually be willing to provide for their country, even though it was said that Hiyu had gained the right to build this country's military, but to build their country so sincerely still made their hearts grateful. However, although they were grateful to Hiyu at this point, Hiyu was a careful person. Only after planting the biochips would Hiyu completely trust them. The vaccine is real and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Even the doctors who were brought in to sow the seeds were from the International Red Cross, and they tested for this as well. The technology of biochips, which can do the job of controlling human nerves, is definitely not something that can be detected by current technology. So in the end, the whole country, 200,000 subjects, all of them, were seeded with this chip. Even the leaders of the country are sowing chips in the limelight with the propaganda slogan of treating the people the same. This day, in the depths of the laboratory. Turn it on. He spoke to Inger while doing his research. Yes, master, biochip on. In an instant, this small country, 200,000 people, whether they were lying in hospital beds, or swaddled babies, or people walking in the streets. All of them trembled, but it was only for a moment before they returned to normal. Still with a smile on his face, doing what he needed to do. However, at this moment, what they themselves didn't know was that in the deepest part of their minds, a chip had already taken root among their nerves. At the same time, a new mindset was instilled in them that they were loyal to Hiyu, and that no matter what, they could not betray. Even Hiyu's position in their hearts was higher than that of their own relatives and family members. Terrifying, biotechnology, truly forbidding in general. Inger herself was a biological AI, so she had the most to say about this aspect of the technology. That's why it was possible to develop this biochip to control the human heart in a short period of time. It was just that this was something that Hiyu would never use if it wasn't necessary. But as soon as Pandora's door is opened, no one can stand the temptation and then voluntarily close it. The only way to gain Hiyu's trust in the future was to be injected with this chip. Otherwise, one would never be able to enter the center of power of the group that is Hiyu. Apart from his own loved ones, after all, loved ones will always be the last vestige of goodness retained in Hiyu's heart. In fact, Hiyu himself knew that as the gene potion developed his brain area and his human body, he became more and more different. Kind of like evolution in movies, in novels. His mind has changed dramatically, still gentle, but yet at certain times, he would display an extremely terrifying calmness as well as taciturnity. Of course, Hoyu is still Hoyu. Although the loyalty of 200,000 people in this country was gained by means, they were still themselves, still the same consciousness they had been in the beginning, only deep in their minds, loyal to themselves. He would still give them all sorts of preferential treatment, would improve their lives, and would even help their country rise to become a world power. Of course, the person in control of this country is Hiyu. After gaining the loyalty of 200,000 subjects, Hiyu's big move began. 80,000 young men. All 50,000 of them joined the army, forming the military armed forces of the Cloud Kingdom. That's right, the name of this country has also made a change to become Cloud Country. It's official at this point. The name registration is still going on over at the international organization, but it's not a big problem because changing the name of a country happens all the time. At the same time, the remaining 30,000 young men were all put into the construction of the spaceship, as well as the research base. The base's housing buildings, research institutes, and so on were all constructed, and they were about to be involved in all sorts of high-tech factories, as well as the building of spaceships. Yinger has created some AI robots that will be instructed to operate and then build them. It would take too much time as well as resources to create intelligent robots that can labor alone, so create simple intelligent robots, or simply say a computer that can move. Then one of the intelligences that Ing'er had diverged from could command these Cloud Kingdom people to build. Meanwhile, the first factories to be built out were the arsenals. All kinds of advanced weapons emerged from it as if they were raining beans. Advanced rifles, tanks, armored vehicles, warplanes, and even battleships, to name a few, emerged from it. For Hiyu, all that was needed was the purchase of steel. As for our D-money and some of the rest of the spending, there is absolutely nothing. Because of these technologies, they are all readily available, and then Ing'er makes refinements and updates. After all, they are all technologies obtained from advanced countries like Stars and Stripes. As for energy, it's even simpler. In the case of nuclear materials, the global embargo is so severe that it's hard to get hold of them. Hiyu simply used the max power system, of course, like the max power system on battleships, carriers, that were weakened a million times. But even so, its performance, its power, is far beyond that of carrier nuclear power. Not only that, all the large-scale industrial infrastructure of the Cloud Country, which utilizes the power, all of which is max power system. The greatest purpose of acquiring the Cloud Kingdom is to turn the entire country into an industrial base. Thus coming to fulfill Hiyu's need for everything to build the ship. After all, it takes so much more to build a spaceship or a cosmic carrier. Let's say that thousands, or hundreds of thousands, or millions, of any given part are needed. That's bound to raise global suspicion if you don't have your own factory and go all custom. If everyone, when the time comes, all of them go and collect their customized materials, they can definitely get the main body after the materials have been put together, and that's the spaceship. Therefore, a country of 200,000 people is its own R&D base. The green men, who are responsible for the welding construction of the ship and so on. The women, on the other hand, just operate in the fully intelligent factory, and it's not tiring, it's simple and easy. The 50,000 troops, on the other hand, began to learn the use of advanced weapons, as well as advanced knowledge, under the instruction of the AI instructors that Ing'er had split out. It was worth mentioning that they were absolutely loyal, so as long as they shouted, in order to protect Hiyu, they studied and worked more seriously than anyone else. The second thing was that the biochip was a little bit of what Ing'er had culled from within her own technology. It can be a simple development of their ability to learn, to create, and to be creative. It is nothing less than an evolution for mankind. The entire Cloud Kingdom, not to mention the stout and backward blacks, would all grow into, well, evolved human beings under Ing'er's advanced technological teachings. Of course, the price of evolution was that loyalty would belong to Hiyu. Only that's nothing compared to becoming wise and full of learning. The point is that they can now eat, drink, and live well. On the side of the Cloud Kingdom, it went straight into lockdown. A battleship that appeared within the waters of the Cloud Kingdom, constantly patrolling. Ray tower jamming, satellite jamming, began to appear over the Cloud Country. The entire Cloud Country, as if it had turned into a paradise in an instant, was full of mystery, making it unapproachable. Battleships. There are actually battleships. Sure enough, that mysterious and powerful scientific research organization must have moved within the Cloud Country. No wonder Hiyu spent so much to take direct control of a country, so that scientific research organization has really arrived here. Just still underestimated them. These battleships look different in sci-fi, comparable to the destroyers and battleships of advanced powers. Is this the power of that scientific research organization? Countries around the globe are sensationalized, but they haven't given up on monitoring the Wens group. After all, lately, the Winchesters have been making too many moves. Chapter 76, Spaceship construction is complete, spanning 30 million light-years in an instant. What is Wen group trying to do here? Does it mean it's making too much money and wants to dominate? Many countries thought so. After all, at this moment, Hiyu's actions, how it looked like he wanted to dominate. And by the looks of it, the technological standard of Wen's group is surprisingly impressive. Those destroyers, battleships, and so on, look as very powerful. If the artillery weapons on it is also real, it would be great. If all those weapons were real, then Wen's group's armed forces at this time could be very powerful. Some countries, naturally, do not want to see, in the center of this sea, a powerful military group. Otherwise, it would not have been so friendly to their country's maritime interests. The unsurprising result was that the countries led by the Stars and Stripes were the first to issue statements of condemnation against the Cloud Kingdom. Presumably, why should the Cloud Country rashly carry out armed force and demand that the Cloud Country immediately disarm its own country? Otherwise, it will be regarded as a threat to international security, and sanctions will be imposed on it. Don't be surprised, this sort of thing is perfectly normal for these great powers, especially the Stars and Stripes. They are the ones who can't see other countries being strong. Let's say there are some countries that if they were to conduct research on nuclear weapons, they would step in and stop it. Even going so far as to threaten force and make a big deal out of it, for the sake of the security of the international community and all that. From the information they had explored so far, the Cloud Kingdom was a greatly changed country. Hiyu seems to be putting his money, all of it, into it. With so much money, coupled with the technology of the Hiyuan group, this Cloud Country is afraid that it can really be a threat to big countries such as the Stars and Stripes, and other big countries. It's just that in the face of Stars and Stripes' declaration of sanctions, the Cloud Kingdom side is not taking it seriously at all.
The direct response, which was an internal affair of the Cloud Kingdom, was met with global consternation. You know, that Stars and Stripes, and normal small countries wouldn't dare to speak up when confronted by Stars and Stripes. It's a rare thing to see a blatant dislike like this. It can even be said that there are none. Because it's not just anyone who can stand up to the might of the Stars and Stripes. But the Cloud Kingdom was not afraid because they were all loyal to Hiyu at this time, so they were not worried about the Stars and Stripes at all. After all, they were able to defy life and death in order to protect Hiyu. The second thing was that the weapons Hiyu had given them were just too advanced. It could even be said that with a force of 50,000 troops alone, Stars and Stripes might not be able to take down the Cloud Kingdom unless the Navy came out in full force. But would Stars and Stripes do that? Definitely not. After all, there are too many countries staring at the Stars and Stripes. Would he dare to mobilize his entire navy altogether? The strong dislike of the Cloud Kingdom had made the Stars and Stripes not dare to move for a while. After all, the Cloud Kingdom had simply undergone a radical change. The scientific research organization behind the One Group, before a little news could not be investigated, at this time suddenly came out, which must have unimaginable technology. What if we misjudged the strength of the Winchesters and cost Stars and Stripes badly? At this time these news, that is, the countries of the world as well as the top people know, about the Wen's Group, occupying the land as the king of things, the ordinary people still do not know. After all, the reputation of the Wen Group was too big, and this matter would have a bad impact if it was exposed. Even if it was the Hualonghua side then, they were still holding some vigilance towards Wen's Group. After all, at this moment, Hiyu suddenly sold all his shares for money to build the Cloud Kingdom with a population of 200,000. The purpose of this was something to ponder. Hiyu, it's hard to believe that the world's richest man is really tired of being the world's richest man and wants to enter the level of the world's top power players? The Cloud Country had calmed down, but within the Cloud Country, it was a hot mess. Because construction has already begun, on the most central island of the Cloud Kingdom is the scientific research base, and at this time a massive construction is underway. A skeleton, as large as it is being erected on the research base. 13,000 meters long. 1,800 meters high. 3,600 meters wide. This behemoth is the frame of the spaceship. At the moment, only the frame was welded out, and the next step was all sorts of building and welding. Everything, all under the precise calculations of the super AI Ing Air. Then under the precise spotting of the artificial intelligence, the workers of the Cloud Kingdom, precisely welded as well as installed. They might not have been professional workers before, but with the aid of the super AI, they were simply old craftsmen in general. After all, the point from which to start was marked out exactly in front of their eyes. It's like playing with Legos, where this part is put together is completely told to each of them by Ing. So it's almost like a day-to-day change. Millions, if not tens of millions, of tons of steel began to be transported over here through various channels. At present, Hiyu spent a lot of money to acquire steel from all over the world, which actually reached 30 million tons. That's half of Bayo Steel's annual steel production. But it's not enough. Because what Hiyu had built was a 13,000-meter-long cosmic supergiant. The final amount of steel needed is 500 million tons. This is already more than half of the total steel output value of Hualong country for the whole year. So much steel, Hualonghua except for a part of it, is to carry on the construction of weaponry renewal, most of it is for export. A country that can't even consume half of the half. But when it came to EU's side, it was actually just for building a spaceship. In fact, this is normal, not to mention, this is simply like a huge airship in the air called, it will require immeasurable just now. The second thing was that after these arrived just now, they would go through EU's refining method and be refired and streamlined. Getting a brand new steel, the hardness would increase a lot, this kind of steel just barely reached EU's requirements. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to sustain the ravages of Max's power system. The behemoth began its gradual construction, which was only the main body and the installation of some accessories, albeit billions of parts. But with the assistance of the super AI, it can be done without any problem. Finally, 3 months slowly passed, and the huge and incomparable spaceship stood proudly on the research base in the main center of the Cloud Country. Because this side was dotted with magnetic field protection and surrounded by air defense forces, it was impossible for satellites as well as stealth fighters to get close, so naturally no one would be able to detect the existence of the spaceship. The Cloud Kingdom were all their own people who were absolutely loyal to EU, and thus there would be no one to reveal the inside information. Zontime as no one will find the existence of the spaceship, even EU will directly add invisible paint, their own special. There's no way that Earth's radar, as it currently stands, could have detected the Max spacecraft. Master, the main body as well as the hub are all installed, all that's missing now is the core Max power system. As soon as the Max power system is installed, it will be possible to turn on direct light-speed flight, as well as wormhole jumps, for cosmic exploration. Ing Air said so. Hiyu was very excited, and after the construction was completed over here, Hiyu received Ing here. As for his parents as well as his grandmother, he didn't let them come over because there are too many secrets over here, not that he doesn't trust them, but everything happens. Good, start assembling the Max power system overnight tonight.
He said seriously, his eyes filled with excitement. Inger nodded, and at night, the entire open space of the experimental base was abuzz with people. The black-painted Max spaceship stood on this cosmic harbor at that moment. This should be Earth's first cosmic harbor, right? After all, Earth's spaceships have not even been successfully built, so how did a harbor for spaceships come to be moored? Only if he could, he would not publicize the existence of the spaceship. He's not a cutie. Lead as long as it can be held for a little while longer, that is a little while. If the spaceship is exposed, it's bound to irritate the world. They would lay their lives on the line to develop a spaceship, and this man would explode into extremely terrifying potential if he was under pressure. Therefore, in order to maintain that the entire Earth only had one spaceship of its own, and that the cosmic resources around the entire Earth would all belong to oneself alone, the matter of the spaceship was best left unexposed. Inger, after the construction of the spaceship is completed, I will travel to the universe together in taking Ing with me. According to what you said, the materials for that cosmic element are not that easy to find, so in order not to waste a single moment, I will bring Ing along. If we were to find that element in the universe, we could just make genetic potions in situ to saving Ing. He said so to Ing Air. Finally, with the concerted efforts of tens of thousands of people, the giant max power system was slowly installed into the interior of the spaceship. With the installation complete, this one Earth civilization, the first spaceship, was finally built. At this moment, Hiyu's mood was also agitated. It wasn't excitement over the birth of the first spaceship, but excitement over the fact that Ing was saved. Master, launching the Max spaceship, it's up to you. Hiyu nodded, took a deep breath, looked at the button in front of him and pressed it violently. Max Spaceship 1, launch. With Hiyu's command, all of a sudden, the Max power system was activated, emitting a humming sound of operation. A brilliant blue-colored light was instantly shown out from the pitch-black ship. Accompanied by the light sets on the ship, as well as the glow of the various dry parts lighting up the entire spaceship, as if it had come to life. Boom! Max spaceship, slowly on the ground floating up, although did not fly, but this weighs hundreds of millions of tons of horror behemoth, Steel City, this time has been flying. This is the anti-gravity drive developed mainly by Max Power Systems. The Max powertrain, it's that scary, and having it unlocks many unimaginable technologies. Because of the Max Power System, many things can be done. In addition to simply powering a ship, it can even be used as a weapon, as well as other means of kinetic energy drive. At the moment, the anti-gravity drive, that's how it works on the ship. It worked. I don't know what to say. Is that a spaceship? Something from a movie was actually put together, with our hands? The Cloud Kingdom people present were shocked to the core. They were loyal to Hiyu and would not betray. But they were still themselves, and by now they were already still shocked by the scene before them. After all, the shock given by the way this behemoth flew was unimaginable. At over 13,000 meters long, it surpassed the aircraft carrier by more than 400 times. After all, the world's largest aircraft carrier was just over 300 meters long. And this one Max 1 cosmic carrier is just over 13,000 meters in size. Aircraft carriers were still just steel behemoths sailing in the sea, but compared to the one in front of them, a steel city sailing in the air, it was still many times worse. And, the Max-I space carrier had a lot of hideous gun ports on it. There was a vague blue light as well as lightning slipping through, so it was obviously not a pose. However, weapons were only tools for self-preservation in the universe, and Hiyu's biggest goal this time was to find that cosmic element. Then create a gene potion to cure Ing Ying's genetic collapse. If it wasn't for Ing Ying, Hiyu was actually a Buddhist himself and wouldn't have taken the initiative to do so many amazing things. After all, this time, it was not at all low profile, directly controlling a country and buying so much steel, it was hard to avoid people's imagination. But Hiyu had no choice, after all, he had to do it for Ing Ying's sake. All carrier crews are present. Prepare to log off. An officer, wrapped in a sci-fi combat suit and holding a weapon that emitted a blue light, shouted at the tens of thousands of soldiers below who were dressed similarly to him. They were all members of the crew of this immense Max-I space carrier. Although, the entire cosmic carrier, the main control was in Ing Air's hands. But there is quite a bit of manpower needed on the carriers to keep the basics running. People are needed for the proper functioning of the Max power system, overhauling it, and maintaining it, among other things. Not to mention the fact that the entire carrier, and some of the basic combat facilities, are best manned by people. Tens of thousands of heavily armed elite warriors, all of them boarded the Max 1 cosmic carrier. At the same time, there were a few soldiers carrying a sci-fi ice coffin, following Hiyu's back and walking onto the cosmic carrier. The person inside was clearly Ing Ying. Arriving in the middle of the Max 1 cosmic carrier, Hiyu went directly to the command hall. Here, it covers over 300 meters. It's immense. But Hiyu was the only one, because this universe carrier had a super artificial intelligence in it, which eliminated the need for a complicated control staff. Otherwise, a lot of cosmic carriers are in need of a lot of manipulators. It's not that intelligence doesn't work, but their intelligence certainly doesn't do as well as Ying's. Ing Air, what direction is the target? He asked directly to Inger. He trusted Inger to calculate everything well.
Master, I have collected the meteorite elements that can be found around the globe at this time, and I have finally determined that there should be that cosmic element in the direction of the northern part of the Milky Way. Because a tiny bit of residue of that element was found among a meteorite that fell from that direction.
He nodded his head. Since there was a direction, let's just set off.
Buzz. As He's order was given, the spaceship slowly flew up.
Salute.
Below, all of the generals as well as the subjects of the Cloud Kingdom were directly saluting and sending their lord off. Max light shield on, automatically blocking signals and going into visual stealth. As Inger's voice rang out, the Max 1 spaceship slowly began to wrap itself in a curtain of light and then actually became invisible as a whole.
This was a super behemoth that was 13,000 meters long. It's actually directly invisible.
Not the kind of stealth that disappears from radar, but the kind of stealth that is undetectable even by human vision, by detection instruments.
Max power system on. Boom.
As the blue light blossomed, the spaceship rushed out of the Earth and into the middle of the solar system in an instant. Meanwhile, Earth's satellites were all disorganized for a moment, but no anomalies were detected. Upon entering the vacuum of the universe, the ship came to a standstill.
Gravity simulation system on.
All at once, the feeling of levitation disappeared, returning to the earthly sensation of having one's feet on the ground. Max power systems, proton collision initiated, wormhole opening in progress. 2 beams of light, all at once, struck from the muzzles of Max's spaceship. And then it collided in front of the spaceship, a horrible proton collision that created a black hole all of a sudden.
Spatial coordinates are being localized. Positioning successful, north of the Milky Way, 30 million light-years away.
Along with Inger's voice falling, the Max Universe ship, at once, turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the black hole. The black hole slowly closed as the spaceship flew in. The camera panned out, and in just a split second, the spaceship had crossed a distance of 30 million light-years and arrived directly at a strange galaxy.
Just a change in front of my eyes and I'm 30 million light-years away?
Not bad for a Max power system.
He sighed and looked at the unfamiliar cosmic environment in front of him, somewhat shocked.
Chapter 77, Finding the R element, Ying successfully healed.
Release the small cosmic fighters and begin exploring the surrounding planets for the elements. He directly instructed Inger.
Yes, Master, small cosmic fighters are being released.
Meanwhile, in the midst of the Max 1 cosmic carrier, a group of soldiers were entering an extremely sci-fi styled cosmic fighter.
These fighters, all of them with Max power systems, can crush advanced fighters around the globe at the drop of a hat. Even in terms of endurance, it is even more horrible, able to circle the Earth several times, do not need to recharge. This is the advanced energy system the changes brought about.
Go.
The elements that the Lord needs must be memorized without leaving any corners untouched. This kind of element, in the universe, also belongs to the cherished resources. If you let go of any corner, resulting in missing this kind of element, I'll take you guys for a test.
A Negro officer, yelling, shouted to the boarding crew.
Yes. These Cloud Country people who had planted the biochips were all absolutely loyal to Hiyu, and in their hearts, any words from Hiyu were supreme instructions. As long as they could serve Hiyu and complete the tasks that Hiyu commanded, it would be the greatest honor for them.
Brush it off.
The hatch of the Max Universe carrier opened, and all of a sudden all of these universe fighters, all of them, flew out.
In the middle of the planet's atmosphere, these fighters can't navigate at the speed of light level.
But to enter the vacuum of the universe it is possible to fly supersonically. Therefore, dozens of planets in the surrounding starry sky were all within the search range. The first thing that was determined was that there were no living planets among the surrounding planets. It didn't matter though, that element was born in the middle of the universe and had nothing to do with living planets or not. Whole hundreds of cosmic fighters, all of them entered dozens of planets, and then they would search within their respective weekly ranges. Hiyu's words, on the other hand, were in the command room, tense with anticipation. It wouldn't take much of that kind of element to heal Ying, probably, just a little would be enough. So Hiyu didn't ask how much could be found, only that it could be found, just enough to make one person's portion. According to Inger, that kind of element was precious, but in the face of the Norse universe, it wasn't really that precious anymore. A civilization that could make galactic voyages wouldn't have a very difficult time finding that kind of element. It was just that even though Inger said so, Hiyu was still inevitably a little worried in his heart, because Inger didn't have much time left.
Meanwhile, above a planet, a dozen cosmic fighters fell into it. Begin air analysis.
The air is overloaded with hazardous gases and unfit for life. We recommend wearing a cosmic combat suit after exiting the silo. The AI on the fighter said so. The leader of this squad said to his teammates around him through the walkie-talkie. All put on your oxygen masks and then conduct a manual search wherever you find a reaction fluctuation. Because of that kind of element, it could only release approximate fluctuations, but to really find the location, it was necessary to use a more precise instrument within a certain range. Therefore, these warplanes then presented an encircling manner and slowly began to search and probe in the sky above the planet. Large quantities of iron ore have been found.
silver ores, gold mines, and oil fields, etc. Keep searching until you find the target. These resources that could be exchanged for countless riches when placed on Earth were not cared about by the pilots of these cosmic warplanes at this time. Their biggest task at this time was to fulfill EU's mission, because the life and death safety of the main mother depended on when they found that element. Finally, with the passage of time, suddenly a member of the War Machine's crew shouted excitedly, "Our wave reaction! Found it! Captain! In Area A1, the detectors on my fighter detected fluctuations." Hearing the words of his teammates, the black captain was filled with surprise. The brains of those who had planted the biochips had theoretically discovered the changes. The chip will assist them in their learning, so these people, their learning ability is very strong. Hover overhead and I'll report back to the Lord immediately. The black captain shouted, and at the same time, directly used his Jin communication access to connect to the command module of the cosmic carrier. Meanwhile, Yu, who was inside the command module, started to get excited all of a sudden when he saw the emergency communication. Because he had said that if he was in danger, or if he found that kind of element, he would be able to notify himself by means of emergency communication. And the surrounding planets, which may not have living planets within a few light years, would obviously not be enemies. In that case, it's the discovery of the R element. Yu was very excited and thrilled, and directly connected the communication. "I'm Yu, go ahead." The black captain inside the fighter plane was immediately emotional, his eyes full of fervor. He actually communicated directly with the Lord. This is his own honor, his family's honor. "Lord, our second squad, on the planet codenamed Red, has detected our elemental fluctuations, requesting an immediate manual search." Sure enough, Yu instantly swung his fist fiercely. "Immediately hover in place on guard. If we do find the R elemental, I will honor your second squad, as well as your families, with a commendation." Yu's words caused the entirety of the second squad to be excited. For them, as long as they could receive the Lord's approval, it was the greatest honor, not to mention, along with their own families, they would be commended. This was a supreme honor for them, and even if they died, they had no regrets. Yu directly ordered to withdraw all the squads and concentrate on the planet codenamed Red, then on the A1 area, conduct a manual search. Because the R element is hidden very deeply, it will be very difficult to find the detailed location if you do a search on the fighter. The only way to find the location of the R element in the A1 area is to conduct a search manually. "I'll go too. Get me a cosmic combat suit." Yu directly said so to Inger. Inger was stunned, and immediately looked at Yu in shock, saying, "Master, it's too dangerous, it's the universe." Although it is said that no danger, as well as life, has been discovered, the dangers of the universe are incalculable, and anything can happen. "What if you were in danger, Master?" But Yu obviously wouldn't listen, he was in too much of a hurry. In the end, Inger had no choice but to arrange a team of hundreds of people to protect Yu with her. In the end, hundreds of cosmic fighters, members of several brigades, all of them were focused on the planet Akatsuki and then searched. "Lord, what brings you here in person?" Several of the captains of the Cosmic Fighter Brigade were shocked as they looked at Yu, while berating the soldiers behind him. "You actually brought the Master to this planet. If the Master encounters any danger, all of you will die by all means." The soldiers all kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. If the Lord was really in danger, they would choose to cut themselves. It could even be said that if Yu really died, the entire Cloud Kingdom would choose to cut themselves, end their lives, go to the Kingdom of Heaven, and continue to serve the Lord. Such was the power of the biochip, absolute loyalty. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up to surround the entire A1 area and search it. Strive to find the R element. If you can find the R element, all of them will be rewarded. Listening to Yu's words, the great captains of all the major fighter formations nodded their heads and began to give orders. In no time at all, whole thousands of people, plus the landing operations crews from the battleships, all surrounded the A1 area. It will then be searched, using contraction, in an attempt to find the precise coordinates of the R element sooner. Although basically there will be no mistakes, but Yu is still a little apprehensive. After all, what if this meets with an accident? It seemed, though, that Yu's luck wasn't so bad. Found it. It's still the second squad. They found the R element. Yu was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly headed to where the second squad was under the protection of the soldiers. This side was a valley, and looking at the purple crystals on the mountain wall in front of her, Shade suddenly exclaimed in shock. "It's R ore. It's actually an R ore vein." The R element, a cherished element in the universe, was the core element of most genetic potions. If there were no R elements, it would be essentially impossible for a civilization to develop genetically. Unless some civilizations were extremely lucky and their weak itself had the R element, in which case those civilizations would take off all the way when they reached a certain point in their development. But apparently, there are very few civilizations with that kind of luck, and most living planets will not contain the R element. With the R element, it's usually good to find a few fist-sized crystals on a planet. With the R element, making a gene potion could be done with a little bit of powder at most. It was possible to make thousands of gene potions if you obtained a fist-sized R element.
However, in front of us, the R element we saw was actually an entire vein. This was extremely rare. After roughly exploring the area, Inger eventually determined that all of the mountain walls in this valley were filled with her crystals. This storage is horrible to the core. A throw of powder can make a gene potion, if such a huge vein, just to estimate, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of gene potions can be made. With this one mineral vein, the future owner will become the master of the Earth's civilization and take the Earth's civilization with him, straight to take off. Inger sighed, while at this moment, Hiyu wasn't concerned about this. Quick! Take a piece off. Hiyu said directly to the soldier on the side. One of the first captains nodded, before stepping forward and pulling out his max laser sword, before flicking it, and a fist-sized piece of our crystal fell into his hand. Leave 2,000 men in place and we'll return to the max cosmic carrier here. Hiyu hurried back to the max 1 cosmic carrier and then entered the research room within the cosmic battleship. The research conditions over here even surpassed any research institute on Earth, and could be compared to national-level institutes. Hiyu was spending several $1 trillion of his wealth this time. But all of that, no problem. Because after exploring the universe, so-called money is really just a number. At a time when countries around the globe are still using their military might in fighting for the world's resources, Hiyu directly jumped out of the Earth. In the Earth, precious incomparable resources, in this big universe, casually find a planet, can be developed a lot. It could even be said that just the resources in these dozens of planets around here were enough for Hiyu to obtain resources comparable to the entire Earth. It is true that the Earth is rich in materials and is a fine planet for life resources, but the Earth belongs to all mankind and has long since bottomed out after years of exploitation. And what about this big universe? As long as you own a spaceship and get the right to mine the universe, you can make a fortune on any planet you find. Inger didn't delay, and directly started making gene repair potions. Ying's problem was the problem of the collapse of the genetic sequence, and with this kind of disease, humans would not be able to even detect it, let alone save it. Because without the R element, humans would never be able to break open the door to the genetic elements. An hour later, a purple potion was born from within the lab. Master, if you give it directly to the main mother, her genetic collapse will be repaired and she will be restored to health. Inger said so, and he nodded his head in excitement and euphoria. Drive right up to that ice coffin, which is actually a technologically advanced healing bin. Looking at Ying, he was very excited and directly swallowed the potion into his mouth before feeding it mouth to mouth to Ying. Because she belonged to a state of complete unconsciousness, or one could even say a state of false death, she was naturally unable to swallow it on her own. As the potion entered her body, changes began to appear in Ying's body. The first thing was on the breathing, which began to rise and fall dramatically. At the same time, the medical equipment that had been doing the monitoring was all starting to show data fluctuations. Ying's body's life message began to gradually become stronger and clearer. Finally, and without knowing how much time had passed, Ying slowly opened her eyes. This? It seemed like she had a long dream. She could hear Yu's voice, but she tried to open her mouth and speak, but she couldn't make a sound. The whole thing, it seemed, was in the midst of darkness. Finally, her lax eyes gradually cleared. Looking at Hiyu in front of her, Ying first froze, but then sat up violently and hugged Hiyu. Ooh, I thought I'd never see you again. Hiyu also wept with joy. It's good to be awake, it's good to be awake. Inger slowly retreated, leaving behind the two men who had been reunited in life and death in the treatment room. An hour later, sitting in the command room, Ying looked at Hiyu in shock. That means you sold all your shares and raised $4 or $5 trillion to save me, just to create the spaceship and find that whatever our element that could save me. Ying was dumbfounded. If she wasn't looking at this sci-fi feeling spaceship and the deep dark cosmic stars outside, she couldn't believe that all of this was actually real. Inger, come out. Hiyu shouted. He had long ago discussed with Inger what set of words to use when facing Ying. Hello Master Mother, I'm Ingla, the super bio AI. Ying stared blankly at the virtual stunning beauty in front of her. What Hiyu had just told her was that the reason for this was that he had accidentally acquired this AI from an alien civilization on the same night after marrying himself in the first place. The general idea is that, like many fictional protagonists, Inger's civilization is broken for some reason. Inger's words, on the other hand, were strayed to Earth and eventually acquired by himself. His own wealth in the beginning, the power of speculation, and the skill of shaping tights, etc., all came about because of Ying. Ying instantly came to a realization, which could be explained clearly, how the original ordinary Hiyu changed drastically overnight. He even became the richest man in the world in a minute, with a fortune that rivaled his own. It all makes sense now, if you look at it. With this kind of super AI from a powerful alien civilization, wealth seems to be just a simple thing, right? Ying's side had recovered, and Hiyu was in a great mood. The repression in his heart that had accumulated over a long period of time was all dispersed at once. In Hiyu's heart, his family was the most important. After Ying regained her health, Hiyu was finally in the mood to do something else. To be honest, if it wasn't for Ying this time, it wouldn't have stimulated Hiyu to develop a spaceship. And that is, the development of the spaceship, although one's wealth at this point basically spent. But by the time he returned to Earth, if he finished collecting the resources on these planets, he could continue to be the richest man in the world in minutes. It is important to know that these planets are filled with all kinds of iron ore, copper ore, silver ore, gold ore, as well as oil and other resource products. These resources, they're literally everywhere within these cosmic planets. Because many planets have experienced prosperity as well as extinction, most planets, at one time or another, have given birth to life as well as plants and so on. So it's natural to leave oil and other resources behind. Chapter 78, Returning to Earth and Preparing to Sell Various Mineral Resources. The Max 1 cosmic carrier, at 13,000 meters long, was extremely large. There was nothing else in it but 300 cosmic fighters. Therefore, there is an extremely large storage space. That is also because at this time Max 1 universe carrier, which the weapons and equipment is not complete. A normal universe carrier, in addition to universe fighters, should also be equipped with hundreds of beam cannons of various sizes. Also, there should be 3 types of mechs in it, small, medium and large, for self-defense. Just for the moment then, none of these were available, and the cosmic fighter was still something that Inger, worried about Hiyu's safety, had spent a little more time on while developing the ship and got it out in the process. After all, at that time, Hiyu was fully focused on just developing the spaceship and then entering the universe to find the R element. Master, resources like iron ore, crude oil, and so on, we can't possibly transport too much back. Although the Max 1 cosmic carrier is huge and can hold thousands of tons of resource materials, it won't make much money if this point is pulled back. Hiyu nodded, $1,600 for a ton of crude oil. 10 million tons is only 16 million. The Max 1 cosmic carrier, at most, could only hold thousands of tons, so there was no need to carry this kind of low-level resources. Of course, that's why Hiyu didn't care about this amount of money. If some transportation airships were developed by then, it would be possible to hold a lot of supplies. Those airships, which were simply transporting supplies, were not equipped with much equipment as well as means to fight against the enemy. However, right now, Hiyu had a better option. Max power systems that can create wormholes through collisions between protons. Does that mean we can use the Max power system to build two-way wormhole space? One leads to Earth, one leads this way? Hiyu asked so. Ing-Er replied. It can be achieved, but it is not an option to build on this planet as well as on Earth. Because wormholes are, after all, one of the most dangerous phenomena in the universe, and a terrifying wormhole that erupts can even destroy a galaxy, a party of stars. Hiyu nodded his head, although the wormhole created by the Max power system was very small, just 10,000 meters long and wide. But inevitably, if it goes out of control by accident, it could have some impact on the planet. Therefore, the best way to do this is to build wormhole gates outside the Earth, or even outside the solar system. This was not only a way to hide and cover up, but it was also a way to avoid danger. After all, Hiyu and the others had spaceships that flew at FTL speeds and could be outside the solar system in a flash. It doesn't affect it at all. Wormholes are perfectly constructible. Good, then Inger will begin the construction of the wormhole gate in place. On Earth, for a little bit of material, a little bit of resource, you need to look around and spend money to buy it. And at this time, if you are sitting in the cosmic stars, what is directly looking for in the surrounding planets is. With spaceships, it's just so convenient, and it's true that the world is chasing after exploring the universe. Because if whoever obtains the right to mine the universe first, they can even leap to become the strongest country in the world, and later become the dominant human being. What I just didn't expect was that what the countries of the world hadn't done was being done by Hiyu at this time. Of course, Hiyu didn't want to publicize it. Doesn't it smell good to develop peacefully, pretend to be a pig and eat tigers, and jerk the wool of the world? Max powertrain, a fracture commodity, is therefore the most perfect technology. After Ing-Er eats it all up, it's used like an arm and a leg. Not long after, on a planet with few resources, Ing constructed a combination of drive machines for the Max power system. When the time comes to launch it directly, through the collision of protons with antiprotons, wormhole space can be created. Just go back over to Earth and create the same set of Max power drives, through the exact same ripple frequency, and you can create, well, the same wormhole. The wormhole space that you enter is the same, which means that stepping into it and out through another door does the trick of traveling through space. After everything was done, Hiyu directly had people fill up the storage space of the Max 1 cosmic carrier with all kinds of mineral resources, oil resources, and so on. Then it's time to get ready to leave to depart back to Earth. After all, it's weirdly oozy to look at this universe, with all the bird and blackness. In this one-star field, there can be no sun, which is why there is no life on these planets, I guess. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are some planets that are special and favor life that can survive without relying on the sun. Max power system, activate. There was a collision of protons and antiprotons, and at once a black hole was created, and then the Max-I space carrier flew into it. In an instant, in the middle of the Milky Way, the solar system, an immense and incomparable spaceship appeared in the middle of the starry sky. Wrapped in a protective light shield, the object was invisible, and Earth's level of technology could not detect the behemoth.
This shows how miserable the Earth civilization would be if it encountered other alien civilizations that were powerful and with malicious intent. How can you fight when a space battleship may have entered the airspace over the Earth and the people of Earth can't even look up to see it? This is the leading edge of science and technology. The more powerful the technology, just a little bit ahead, that is a qualitative change. It simply doesn't exist, and there's still a possibility of defeating it with backward technology. It's not like when the technology is poor and the weaponry is worse, then it's a matter of will, of superiority in numbers to win. In the face of powerful technological weapons, even if it is a difference in numbers, it is useless. Looking at the near Earth, Hiyue sighed. Finally, it's back. When Ying was also holding Hiyue's arm, as if she was dreaming that she had almost died, while at the same time traveling to a distant tens of millions of light years away. The stealthy Maxi cosmic carrier entered the atmosphere silently and eventually landed in the open space of the research base in the center of the Cloud Kingdom. This is a place that is impossible for global satellites to monitor. Inside the Cloud Country, all of them were Hiyue's people, and it was even more impossible for outsiders to come to this 1,000-meter-high wall-wrapped island. That's right, around this island, a 1,000-meter-high wall was built up, and the Max Universe carrier, which was only 200 to 300 meters high, would not have been detected at all. And if you were to use some technological means within this Cloud Country, do you really think that Ying is for nothing? The first thing Hiyue did when he came back was to bring Ying back home to meet his parents as well as his grandmother. Several elders, all of them were directly crying tears of joy. They had thought that Ying would never wake up. But fortunately, Ying woke up. After spending half a month at home, Hiyue was going to return to the Cloud Country. Although it was true that he had taken control of the Cloud Kingdom in the first place in order to build spaceships, he had ultimately planted biochips in them, and they were also his own people. In this situation, Hiyue naturally couldn't let it go. After all, one's own research base and spaceship were docked over there. So Hiyue still had to return to the Cloud Kingdom to preside over it. It wasn't that Hiyue hadn't thought about taking his parents and them with him. However, neither parents nor grandmothers wanted to leave their country. As for his sister, she is already in high school and has her own friends and classmates, so Hiyue was not in a good position to directly take her away to an unfamiliar environment. In the end, it was Hiyue who brought Ying and returned to the Cloud Kingdom once again. The two were inseparable after this life and death experience. Perhaps what comes to mind is that life is full of surprises, and if you don't spend more time together when everything is going well, you'll feel regret when the two of you can't be together. Lord, you're back. Returning to the Cloud Kingdom, at this moment, the Lord of the Cloud Kingdom came directly to Hiyue's front, bowing respectfully to Hiyue, performing the highest specification of Yun Gui's etiquette. Lord was the name that the Cloud Kingdom had always used for its highest leaders. But at this point, the Lord was only the highest leader of the Cloud Kingdom on the surface, and the real controller of the Cloud Kingdom was Hiyue. In the eyes of the outside world, Hiyue was at this time a capitalist who used money and controlled the Cloud Country. Because not only did they build a research base, but they even assembled an army in the unclouded kingdom, and even this army looks like the military power is still very strong. But what they didn't know was that Hiyue was the true master of the Cloud Kingdom, the god in the eyes of the entire Cloud Kingdom. Well, a trip to the research base. Hiyue brought Ying as well as the lords of the Cloud Kingdom and arrived directly at the research base. Looking at the universe ship in front of her, which was as huge as a giant city, Ying once again let out a shocked exclamation. It's only more shocking when you see it outside. It's a spaceship. Countries around the globe, dreaming and wishing that something could be developed, just didn't think that it would actually be developed by you. Ying's eyes were filled with pride as well as pride. If this matter was publicized, Hiyue would become the greatest person in the history of mankind, even surpassing all the scientists in the history of mankind. However, it was obvious that Hiyue would not be exposed at will. It wasn't that Hiyue was scared, it was just that Hiyue didn't like trouble or war. What you can tell is that if this comes out, it's bound to be a global sensation. Like the Stars and Stripes, which had always prided itself on being the world's superpower, would never let Hiyue grow. They would get greedy for the spaceship, and then launch an attack on Hiyue. Though Hiyue wasn't afraid that a single max beam cannon could wipe out their country, along with the continent. But Hiyue was not going to do that. After all, if fey necessary, extermination and so on were do not do. Lord! Inside the conference room of the research base, at this moment sat the entire top echelon of the Cloud Kingdom, all of them facing reverent gazes as they looked at Hiyue at the very top. The Red Galaxy, that galaxy totaling dozens of planets, was named by me in this manner. First of all, those planets are filled with tons of mineral resources, as well as oil, gas, and other resources. These are the resources that the planet lacks, or the non-renewable resources that are dwindling. With the construction of the wormhole nearing completion, the next direction for the experimental base is to create enough cosmic transportation ships. And then through the wormholes, to those planets, to mine the resources. With these resources, the Cloud Kingdom can just take off and grow. Hiyue said so. The crowd was all excited. Although they were absolutely loyal to Hiyue, they still retained their own thinking. For his own country, naturally, he still had feelings, and the Cloud Country, which used to be not even transparent in the whole world, was now going to take off.
You know, even a small country like Sabai can be synonymous with landed gentry because of the rich oil resources in the country. Today's cloud kingdom is about to have the entire universe, inexhaustible resources. How far will it develop? It's simply unimaginable. Well, for current words, we still need to keep our heads down and develop. The resources that are currently being mined are designated as iron ore, copper, silver, and gold, as well as oil, natural gas, coal, and so on. When the time comes, if we claim it to the public, it will be that we successfully carried out deep-sea development before we had these resources. In that case, in the eyes of the world's nations, we've also just mastered the powerful technology of 10,000-meter deep-sea development. It's still mind-blowing, but it's much worse than a cosmic carrier, cosmic mining. You said so. It can be said to show a little bit and hide most of it, right? But even external deep-sea development is enough to cause shock to the world. Something that is well known is that the land, the resources within the shallow sea, are mostly covered by humans. The only thing is the deep sea, which humans speculate has the most resources after all. The sea is what makes up a significant part of the planet and covers the most area. It's just to say that with the current Earth technology, exploring the deep ocean 10,000 meters would be extremely difficult. Not to mention, going 10,000 meters into the deep sea and realizing resource extraction. Leaving aside, for the moment, how efficient it is, the cost, as well as the expense, is unimaginable. Therefore, if we can develop a new deep-sea mining technology, and even greatly reduce the cost, it can shock the world. If any country who mastered this technology could take off in place in minutes and become a world power straight away. Let's take the Hualong country for example. If they get this technology, if they go straight to deep-sea mining, they can put the stars and stripes on the ground and explode the hammer. So you can imagine how the world will be shaken when all of Cloud Kingdom's resources arrive and are then put on sale globally, while the news of deep-sea mining is made public. After returning to Earth, he also paid attention, and there was quite a lot of news about himself globally. Most of them are saying that he is crazy. Investing all of his trillions of dollars in assets within the cloud was the biggest failure of all. Because the Cloud Kingdom is always a country, to develop a country, the consumption as well as the risk involved, how great. If he failed, he would be left with nothing, from being the richest man in the world to a poor man. All in all, not many people around the globe agree with EU's investment. After all, under the sanctions of the world's major powers, it was impossible for the Cloud Kingdom, which had little self-advantage, to develop. Of course, there was also the belief that he could still survive. Because as long as the plastic tights, air purification technology, and so on, were all transferred to the Cloud Kingdom, if we relied on these two technologies, we would be able to feed the entire Cloud Kingdom. It was just obvious that with such a powerful technology, contributing so much tax revenue every year, would the Hualong Kingdom easily allow Hiyu to bring it back to the Cloud Kingdom? Even if the technology, originally, was owned by the Winchesters. Even if Hiyu, at this time, was still a member of the Hualong country, the outflow of highly refined technology was just not allowed. But these are, at this point, all the talk of global eaters, and no one knows what's really going on. Wen's group had always remained in Mordor, and Hiyu didn't have any idea of turning the industry around. Currently the globe are unable to get their hands on what exactly Hiyu's thoughts are. But that's all, I guess we'll see in a few months. Wormhole space construction is complete, built on a dead planet outside our solar system that doesn't rotate. Therefore, the black hole is built on the backside and cannot be seen from the Earth's side. There could be a direct route through the black hole, across tens of millions of light-years, directly to the red galaxy, to mine the resources there. Over there at this time, Hiyu was a very important person, because the vein of the R element was on the red planet. This is the real precious resource. The R element is a necessity for the gene potion. As long as it is in possession of the gene potion, a civilization can evolve. Whether it's increasing longevity, increasing individual strength, curing terminal illnesses, etc., genetic potions are needed. And if the gene potion doesn't have the R element, it doesn't matter how much you develop this technology. Therefore, even if the genetic scientists on Earth tried their best, if they couldn't get the R element, they wouldn't be able to develop a real genetic potion. As for Hiyu, who was the first to develop a spaceship, the entire R element around the Earth in the future will be all wrapped up by Hiyu. In that case, in the future, wouldn't Earth's gene potions be monopolized by Hiyu? It's not so much about technology as it is about an absolute monopoly on materials. Chapter 79, Deep-Sea Mining Technology, Rogue Stars and Stripes comes to town. On this day, Hiyu registered the overseas branch of the Wind Group in the Cloud Country. Although the headquarters was still in Magic City, this branch was independent of the headquarters. It's natural to be spared a lot of hassle if you register your company in a country that you control. Of course, some stateside benefits are just not available. At the same time, the WEN Group has also set up a subsidiary company, and its name, if any, is called WEN Resources Limited. The news, globally, is still causing a lot of volatility. Wen's Resources Limited Company, the introduction of the information said the main business is the mineral, oil, natural gas, and so on resources. These are non-renewable resources of the Earth, and at this time the world is in a sensation.
Could it be that the reason why Hiyu invested in the Cloud Kingdom is because of the rich mineral deposits found in the Cloud Kingdom? Impossible. Cloud Country is an island country, the resources in this are scarce, and the shallow sea doesn't have any resources. It's long since been detected by us. Where did the One Group find the resource veins? People in many countries were in disbelief, especially Stars and Stripes, since they had nearly surveyed every part of the world when they first plundered it. All over the world, where there are mineral resources, oil resources, and so on, they are the most clear. Therefore, long ago from the time of the year, they have laid out the global oil industry, the whole layout of decades, hundreds of years. Except for some few hidden oil fields, all the oil fields in this world should have been discovered already. With curiosity in mind, a few people still contacted Win Resources. Borrowing from EU's fame, Win's Resources began to operate. With a skeptical heart, some companies are also placing orders for Win's Group. But to no one's surprise, the Greenhouse Group actually shipped the product. 100 tons, 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons of various minerals, oil, natural gas, and so on. Win's Group can actually take out all of them. In just a few days, the Win Group has sold more than 30 million tons of mineral resources to all parts of the world. This caused the world to be in an uproar. Could it be that the One Group had really discovered some new resource mineral? But it shouldn't. It's fine if you find an iron ore mine or an oil field or something, you can only say you're lucky. But among these resources sold by the One Group, there is iron, copper, silver, oil, natural gas, and even cherished rare earths and other resources. It can be said that any resource that can be found on Earth can be found in the Winchesters if you ask for it. The world was in an uproar. When there was a resource-poor country that directly purchased 100 million tons of oil from the One Group, countries around the globe finally couldn't sit still. It is important to know that even if it is the Hualong country, the amount of oil consumed each year is only around 4.39 billion tons. And when the Hualong country produces its own each year, it is only a paltry 200 million tons. Hiyu's One Group, in just such a short period of time, had actually sold more than 100 million tons of oil resources. What kind of extraction capacity is this, and what a rich oil field to store? Where the hell did the Winchesters get this oil field? The media from various countries, and even the representatives of the country, all traveled directly to the Cloud Kingdom. It's worth mentioning that at this time, the Cloud Kingdom had also built an airport, which was about the same size as the one in Annan County at the beginning. In the launch hall of the One Group in the Cloud Country, countless people from all over the globe were gathered at this time. They were all waiting with eager anticipation, wanting to know the truth of the news from Hiyu's mouth. Finally, under the attention of all the people, Hiyu came to the launch site. At that moment, the flashbulbs exploded, and all the major media reporters from all over the world aimed their cameras at Hiyu. After a long time, which eased off, Hiyu looked at the whole room and said, "I know the purpose of your visit today, so I'll cut the crap. Didn't the Winchesters discover new mineral resources, as well as oil fields and so on, if they developed a whole new harvesting technology? As we all know, the sea is the richest place on Earth, especially the deep sea, which is nearly full of oil, gas, and minerals. It's just that with the current human technology, even exploring the deep sea is very difficult, let alone mining the deep sea." Having said that, the representatives of the world's countries, as well as the journalists, all at once thought of an incredible possibility. As expected, only Hiyu smiled slightly and continued. "But what I want to tell you today is that the technology for deep-sea mining has already been completed by the One Group. Nowadays, the One Group can exploit the resources of the 10,000-meter deep sea, and the resources contained in the sea are extremely rich. It had been expected that in a couple of decades, resources like oil would start to dry up completely. But that won't be the case from today. The One Group has developed the technology for deep-sea mining, and the countless resources contained therein are even enough to hold on to the Earth for another 200 years. Listening to Hiyu's words, at this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone was staring at Hiyu with a dumbfounded look, obviously unable to believe their ears. The representatives of the world's countries were even more directly dumbfounded, but then they were just horrified as they hurriedly sent the news back home. The world was shaken. The journalists who were there were the first to take this news and proclaim it to the world. The shock that was triggered was unimaginable. First of all, energy companies like oil and so on, the impact is the biggest. The market value began to plummet, the high price of oil began to fluctuate downward. And that's just at this point. The veracity of the news has not been accurately determined, otherwise the swing would be off the cliff. The One Group, once again, has developed black technology, deep-sea mining technology. The 10,000-meter deep sea, which mankind has exhausted all means to even reach, can not only be explored by the One Group, but even mined. This technology surpasses any other country in the world, because judging from the price at which One Resources sells its resources, the cost of this deep-sea mining technology has been suppressed by the One Group to an extremely low level. We even suspect that if the value of resources such as oil were to decrease, the Winchesters would follow suit and lower their prices accordingly. All the major media sections basically reported is this matter before Hiyu sold all the assets, invested in a small country Cloud Country. Then huge bases were constructed, which were still the subject of much speculation before.
Now everyone understands that Wen's group must have developed deep-sea mining technology, only that mining equipment that touches 10,000 meters deep sea is bound to be costly. Or it's trillions, if not trillions of dollars. Then he would sell all his company shares for cash just to develop as well as manufacture the deep-sea mining equipment, right? Although, many group companies are greatly affected. But the ones who are most panicked are the major countries of the world. The reason why they are big countries is that they control the resources. Like Stars and Stripes, I guess, with a good chunk of the near global oil resources. But at this time, with the news of Hiyu's disclosure, the countless resources of the deep sea can be exploited, and all of their layouts around the world during the past 100 years have been disintegrated. What is in the minds of the nations of the world at this time, no one knows. But it is certain that they must have had some ideas in their minds and then acted on them. The first one to find Hiyu was undoubtedly Hualonghua. Because of the good cooperation foundation with the Hualong country, coupled with the fact that it was his home country and the headquarters of the Wen group was also in Mordor, it was expected that they would be the first to look for him. Hello again, Mr. Ho. This time, the one who came to the Cloud Country to look for Hiyu was clearly the hand of the Science and Technology Department that he had seen many times. I didn't expect that the top actually let you come personally, it really looks up to me. Hiyu haha smiled, this is not the Huarong country, if you come to this side from the country, it is currently not possible to direct, many countries have not open access to the Cloud Country. Therefore, it was necessary to make several transfers, which could be directly to the Cloud Country. And the head of a department, personally coming at this time, this was indeed giving Hiyu enough face. Haha, Mr. He has changed the world once again, how could I not come to congratulate him in person? The two men exchanged pleasantries and then got right down to business. In the middle of the conversation, the hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology had been sidetracking, hoping to obtain this deep-sea mining technology from Hiyu's hands. But obviously, Hiyu would not agree. After all, he didn't, at this point, have that kind of technology, it was just a front. These resources, where are they mined from the deep sea? They were all obtained from the middle of the universe, so there was no technology at all that could be traded with the Hualong country. Of course, if this kind of technology was concerned, it wasn't that difficult for the current Hiyu. Because on the basis of the present day, it wasn't difficult to develop this kind of technology with air plus Hiyu's words. But even if Hiyu had developed it, he would never use it, at least not on Earth. After all, since it was all possible to enter the universe to mine resources, wouldn't the inexhaustible resources smell good? Why continue to hollow out the Earth, within the Earth? This is irreparable damage to the natural environment. So Hiyu would never sell this technology even if he had it. The Ministry of Science and Technology handside, he actually knew that no one would be willing to sell this kind of technology. After all, the royal family of Sabah, which controls several oil fields, can all rely on oil and become the richest royal family in the world. And what about Hiyu? At this time, Hiyu, who had mastered this kind of technology, would have exclusive access to deep-sea resources for at least a few decades. What did this represent? It represented that Hiyu's wealth would be accumulated wildly in these decades. Because according to the level of technological progress of the Earth at this time, no matter whether it is to enter the cosmic stars to carry out excavation, or to enter the deep sea to carry out excavation, it will take at least several decades of time. So for the duration, Hiyu will remain the richest person in the world. Non-renewable resources have always been the most precious, and those who can master such resources are all either rich or rich. Many of the super rich, on the world's rich list, are in energy. It's either the oil majors or the mining majors. Of course, those are just the rich on the surface. What you have to know is that there are a lot of hidden billionaires who are in this aspect of the industry. After all, oil was called black gold, and how much wealth Hiyu, who was in control of the entire deep-sea oil at this time, would have, was simply too much to think about. Even the countries of the world would be envious. Because of mastering endless amounts of oil, Hiyu could completely become that existence that controls energy. The global price of oil belongs to Hiyu's word. In the end, Hiyu reached a cooperation with Hualonghua, although it did not obtain the technology from Hiyu's side, and did not even get the opportunity to observe the relevant. But instead, at a low price, he ordered 500 million tons of oil from Hiyu's side, as well as various other mineral resources. These resources, if any, will all enter the Hualong country and then provide for the internal consumption of the Hualong country. Although it looks like a lot of money will be paid out, astronomical amounts. But in reality, it doesn't get in the way, because all of these resources eventually come into the market and are then converted into more money and returned to the treasury. After all, how much money to import oil? You can't just sell it to the world at the original price, can you? So making a little bit of money would still be possible, and those mineral resources, for that matter, should mostly be used for national infrastructure or weaponry. But no matter where it was used, it had nothing to do with Hiyu. The Hualong country is a beginning. Many countries are found Hiyu, and then do not want money to place orders, hoping to be able to from the side of Hiyu, to buy oil and other resources. Nearly 80 to 90% of the oil on the global market today is actually under the control of the Stars and Stripes. What is known is that most of the countries that have oil, like the Middle East, have had wars break out.
And all these wars will have the stars and stripes behind them. This is the way they have achieved their encroachment and their control over this country. And then reap huge benefits from it. That's what Stars and Stripes has always done. The biggest rogue in the world is said to be Stars and Stripes. And now, Hiyu's sudden appearance had directly freed them from being checked and balanced by the Stars and Stripes. Monopolization of resources, straight away, is gone. Many countries had approached Hiyu with trepidation, but they were all thrilled when they saw the boatloads of resources transported to their countries. They're comfortable, but the Stars and Stripes side is getting anxious. Hiyu's appearance, in just half a month's time, had directly dismantled Stars and Stripes' monopoly on the global oil industry. Nowadays, when it comes to global prices, they fall again and again. But on Hiyu's side, it was as if he didn't need the cost, and he actually followed suit and lowered the price. The end result is that all the major oil companies, oil extraction groups, around the world can't survive. Even the royal family of Sabai had personally sent someone to the Cloud Country, ready to enter into cooperation with Hiyu. It is the hope that one can find a glimmer of survival in the cracks. Faced with trillions, if not trillions, of dollars in horrific profits, Stars and Stripes finally had their hearts set on it. They had finally managed to issue sanctions against Unraveling, as well as Hiyu's One Group. On May 21, Stars and Stripes first released a statement. The Earth has been scarred and overwhelmed by human overexploitation. The One Group should immediately stop its own deep-sea resource extraction program for the sake of humanity's homeland. Otherwise, in order to protect Earth's environment, Stars and Stripes does not rule out that force will be used. This one statement set the world on fire. While causing an uproar, countless others exclaimed that this was worthy of the Stars and Stripes, and that this hooliganism was indeed something they could do. Other countries, which develop highly sophisticated technology, they will say that it jeopardizes world peace and either hand it over or stop researching it. Some countries develop nuclear weapons, and they also use the reason of threatening world security to impose sanctions on them and obstruct their development of nuclear weapons. And now, Hiyu and the One Group had completely offended the interests of the Stars and Stripes, and could even be said to have shaken the very foundation of their nation. Where is the Star-Spangled Kingdom not in a hurry? Where's the panic? The new statement continued the next day. In order to maintain world peace, as well as the homeland of mankind, the One Group should immediately stop its own deep-sea mining operations and transfer the deep-sea mining technology to the international organization, the United Nations, or else the Stars and Stripes, will enforce forceful sanctions. This one statement came out, and countless people opened up with invective. Shameless Stars and Stripes, who doesn't know that so-called United Nations is what Stars and Stripes has built for itself? That's just it. The so-called preservation of world peace is just a cover for them to provide, justifiably, meddling in the internal affairs of other countries. All in all, Stars and Stripes is in a real hurry and will still restrain itself if it was shameless before. But this time, Stars and Stripes is really shameless. The various statements were simply non-stop, and there were even direct threats against the Cloud Kingdom. Simply put, have the Cloud Kingdom seize the Winchesters, as well as seal off the research base, and agree to a landing of Stars and Stripes Marines to take over that base. The supposed reason is ridiculously for the environment of the planet and world peace. The world is at peace if you Stars and Stripes stay put and don't go start wars all over the world. Chapter 80, War opens, surpassing the speed of missiles around the world. In the face of the blatant threat of the Stars and Stripes, the world, except for the Huarong country, but no country dares to come out to refute. After all, the Stars and Stripes is a world power, and all the countries in the world, except for the Hualong country, are still more or less wary of the Stars and Stripes. And they've seen this kind of thing a lot. The Stars and Stripes use this kind of way every time, to meddle in the internal affairs of other countries, and then accomplish their own purposes. And the most crucial thing was, why didn't they think in their hearts that this time they could also get a piece of the pie? Deep-sea mining technology. They are very interested in it, and they would like to gain a little benefit from it if they can. Because it wasn't like they hadn't approached Hiyu in hopes of buying the technology. But Hiyu is not for sale. These countries, in fact, do not have a few good people. That's what they thought. Stars and Stripes has always been the #1 power in the world anyway, so the big deal was to just make this technology public. It's better than that, they're still in the hands of someone else's lifeblood. So they were outright blind to the fact that Stars and Stripes had taken a shot at Hiyu as well as the One Group. It would even be easier to get involved than to force Stars and Stripes to disclose the technology. When the time comes, they can use the position of giving the Cloud Kingdom as well as Hiyu a beating to pressure the Stars and Stripes. It's just perfect. In the face of Stars and Stripes' threats, there was always a response from the Cloud Kingdom's side. Because of the One Group and the deep-sea mining technology, the Yun country, which had a population of only 200,000 people at this time, was directly attracting the world's attention. If the Cloud Kingdom was allowed to survive this, it would even grow to become a richer country than Sabai. It would even be several times richer, tens of times richer. After all, what Sabai possessed was just a few oil fields, whereas in the case of the Cloud Kingdom, it possessed the entire ocean.
All of this is our internal affairs within the cloud, it has nothing to do with the Stars and Stripes. Please ask the Stars and Stripes to do their part and not to arbitrarily meddle in the internal affairs of other countries, or else it will be a disgrace to a great nation. The Cloud Kingdom's response was a global eye-opener. How many years had it been since any country, other than the Hualong country, had dared to speak to the Stars and Stripes like that? Even the fireworks in it are simply too obvious. In fact, if it wasn't for concern for the country's image, the head of the Cloud Kingdom would have just opened his mouth. After all, what the Star-Spangled Nation was saying was that it wanted to impose sanctions on Hiyu as well as the One Group. Hiyu was their god, their master, and the Stars and Stripes actually dared to impose sanctions on Hiyu, so him. The Stars and Stripes also did not expect that the Cloud Kingdom's fire was actually so big, but then came the anger. After all, as the world's #1 country, the Stars and Stripes' position, unshakable. You know, there are several blatant global powers now. But in the case of superpowers, there's only one, and that's the Stars and Stripes. Hualong country was the closest to Stars and Stripes, the country that had hopes of becoming a superpower, but close was also a gap. The gap is not even a little bit. Globally, enjoying the arrogant posture of the world's #1 country, now suddenly being offended by a small country with a population of 200,000, ask the Stars and Stripes how not to be angry? The angry Stars and Stripes were instantly irritated. The Cloud Country is developing its military power and developing warships and other heavy weapons without the consent of the International United Nations. A serious threat to world peace, effective immediately, Stars and Stripes will impose military sanctions on Cloud Country. The Stars and Stripes statement, as usual, is shameless. When did other countries threaten world security by developing their own militaries for self-protection? However, the decision of the Stars and Stripes has still attracted global attention. The Stars and Stripes has not been able to hold back after all, and is going to make a move against the Cloud Kingdom. But it is also expected things, after all, deep-sea opening technology. If they mastered this technology, then the Stars and Stripes would continue to maintain their position as the world's dominant power for 100 years, and even continue to widen the gap with other countries. After all, the status of the Stars and Stripes nowadays is based on the mastery of the world's resources. The emergence of Hiyu has begun to shake up the Stars and Stripes. If the other countries, in the end, all cooperated with Hiyu, and abandoned the Stars and Stripes, then the majesty of their world's #1 power would be gone. Even the advantage would simply dissipate, and the Star-Spangled Nation, having lost its advantage, would rightly be surpassed by other nations, such as the Hualong Nation. So, Stars and Stripes must get the deep-sea mining technology, even if it means starting a war and being reviled by the whole world. As long as the war is won and the results get fruitful, then all over the world Stars and Stripes, is still the boss. When the time comes, who dares to say one more word? Then fight. There are actually times when the world is like that. A big fist is the reason. If you want to move you don't even need any reason, just directly strike. On the Stars and Stripes side, military deployment began directly. An entire carrier formation departed and headed toward the Cloud Kingdom, a vast maneuver that could be said to have scared the globe. Although they knew that the Stars and Stripes were trying to make a move against the Cloud Kingdom, they rushed to a state of alert. After all, as the world's most war-loving country, maybe the Stars and Stripes, all of a sudden, with a lame excuse, stormed into their own country to have a war? Meanwhile, within the Cloud Kingdom, inside a manor house, the capital of the Cloud Country, this was exactly where the top brass of the Cloud Country had their offices, as a country with a population of 200,000 people, that is to say, a small city comparable to the Hualong country. Therefore, from the head of a country down to a minor official at the local level, all of them were actually working in this huge manor. After all, it would only take a few hours to drive around the entire country, via the cross-sea bridge. It's worth noting that the sea bridges, which span each of the islands, were funded and built by Hiyu. Of course, the entire country was Hiyu's, and these constructions were just the beginning. Lord, the Stars and Stripes have sent out a massive carrier formation, and it looks like they want to show off their muscles in front of the whole world. This carrier group, called the Delorca Carrier Group, is a total of 2 carriers, 2 guided missile cruisers, 3 guided missile destroyers, a Perry-class guided missile frigate, and 2 submarines, and 3 supply ships. A total of 13 huge combat units, one of the largest carrier formations in the world. In addition to the carrier formation, there are even landing operations forces such as the Marines, totaling over 10,000 enemies, that will be advancing into our Cloud Country. He nodded his head. It seemed that Stars and Stripes was truly angered. Such a large-scale carrier formation, to be honest, in a one-on-one solo situation, it was invincible on a global scale. Because the Star-Spangled Nation's technology is really leading the world, and the investment in the military tops the world, and is even several times more than that of the Hualong Nation. The reason they are doing this is to tell the world that I, Stars and Stripes, am still the world's #1 power, and also to make an example out of them. But we, the Cloud Kingdom, are not that one chicken. He smiled faintly. A mere carrier formation actually wanted to take down the Cloud Kingdom? It was simply a dream. Not to mention the super bottom card, the Max 1 cosmic carrier, the military power against Earth that Hiyu had prepared for the Cloud Kingdom was extraordinary.
A total of 50,000 troops, I believe, of which 10,000 were members of the formation of the Maxi Cosmic Carrier. 30,000 is the army, so let's leave it at that for now. The 10,000 words were naval forces, of which the Cloud Kingdom also happened to have a carrier formation with a crew totaling more than 7,000 people. The next 3,000 or so, if you will, are the Marines, responsible for landing and beachcombing operations. There were 3 carriers in total. Other destroyers, battleships, frigates, etc., plus the 3 carriers, totaled more than 16. It even surpassed in size the one sent over by the Stars and Stripes, which was claimed to be one of the largest carrier formations in the world. After all, with the submarines and such, this formation of Stars and Stripes was only 13 units. In the case of Cloud Kingdom's carrier formation, it was 16 units. And that's just the crushing numbers, there's also the technology. Stars and Stripes carriers, as well as battleships and submarines, etc., are really advanced and all use nuclear power. But what about Yunguk's carriers and battleships? It's not nuclear power that's being used. Rather, it's the max power system. Nuclear power systems, this may not be a powerful energy source to support a civilization if it keeps developing. But on the current level of civilization on Earth, the use of nuclear power is still very shallow, even nuclear fusion has not been mastered. How can resist perfect max power system? You know, even in time those civilizations that crisscrossed the universe were eclipsed in the presence of the max power system. After all, this was from the Daily Fracture Mall, and even if it was Ing Air, a super AI, it might not be possible to develop the perfect max power system without 1,000 or 800 years perhaps. On the border of the Cloud Kingdom's waters, the Stars and Stripes fleet of droga carriers is in the midst of approaching. Your Excellency, General, are we entering the waters of the Cloud Kingdom directly? A brigadier general asked a rear admiral in front of him, the commander-in-chief of the Star-Spangled Kingdom's carrier fleet, who generally held the rank of rear admiral. Enter directly, a small country of no more than 200,000 people, the mighty Stars and Stripes, need not be put in the picture. This major general said arrogantly, and the brigadier vice commander on the side, although a little hesitant in his eyes, finally obeyed the order. Because no matter how you look at it, a small country of 200,000 people is not going to explode into much military power anytime soon, even with the world's richest people investing in it. The Daloga carrier fleet, directly into the waters of the Cloud Kingdom. But the moment they entered, the alarm sounded. Warning, you have entered the waters of the Cloud Kingdom, please leave immediately, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will activate forceful expulsion. Warning, you have entered the waters of the Cloud Kingdom, please leave immediately, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will use force to expel you. The warning sounded, resounding throughout the carrier formation. But the carrier formation's rear admiral commander, however, was not at all concerned. How dare a small country in the district threaten my Stars and Stripes? He gave a direct order to proceed, ignoring the warning. At once, the carrier formation continued toward the island landmass of the Cloud Kingdom. But it was at this point, after the warnings were fruitless, that a behemoth of a ship emerged from the naval base of the Cloud Kingdom. At once, the satellites of Stars and Stripes captured something, in fact, not only the satellites of Stars and Stripes, but also the satellites of the world. Report! The Cloud Kingdom has deployed its navy. How is it possible? A fleet, actually a carrier fleet. With a total of 16 combat units, this is a mega carrier fleet. A global sensation, the world is in shock. Although it was said that occasionally one could see the warships of the Cloud Kingdom patrolling the waters, they were just a few destroyers. At first, everyone thought that he had spent money to buy these from some country. For a small country with a population of 200,000, this is considered a very strong military power, enough to deter one side. Only to one's surprise, this is not the real strength of the Cloud Kingdom. The Cloud Kingdom actually has a mega carrier formation. Even the configuration of the 3 carriers was more luxurious than this Daloga carrier formation, in front of them. Because Stars and Stripes, this large carrier formation, got a Roga carrier formation, they're just 2 carriers. Even looking at the size of the 3 carriers, and the level of finesse on them, this doesn't seem to be some kind of sham. Each carrier, the largest in the world, all of them are large carriers over 300 meters. The largest carrier in Stars and Stripes is the carrier Ford. In terms of length, it is 337 meters. And in front of the cloud country of these 3 carriers, all this body type of carrier, naked eyes fell under a glance, cannot distinguish who is big and who is small. But just roughly looking at it alone, there won't be a difference of a few meters. This huge aircraft carrier, the cloud country actually has 3 of them. Impossible. Even if you had the money, even if trillions of dollars were thrown down, it would be impossible to get such a carrier formation. Because these carriers, they are not the current main battle carriers of each country, which means that the carriers are completely self-developed. How can a private company, a small country of 200,000 people, develop an aircraft carrier of this caliber? The nations of the world were in disbelief. They didn't want to believe that the maritime overlord had been developed so easily. You know, as strong as the Hualong country, the road of research and development of aircraft carriers are all through the hardships. That's why Longwa, the world's largest country, they develop aircraft carriers are so troublesome, let alone, Wen's group a private enterprise, Yungwe a small country of 200,000 people.
General, what now? The Commodore looked hesitantly at the Major General and inquired. The Rear Admiral couldn't get a handle on it either. That's 3 large carriers, a super carrier formation. If this carrier formation is all real and the gun barrels on it aren't fake, they're bound to be no match when they do it. Request for military guidance. The Major General said directly, leaving the choice to the command center above, so that he wouldn't have to take the blame if the wrong decision was made. Among the command centers of the Stars and Stripes, heated arguments, bickering, continued as the carrier formation appeared. Eventually confronted with the Major General's request, they gave their answer. That's to move on and launch an attack. They just couldn't believe that in just a few months, a world tycoon was able to create a 3-carrier supercarrier fleet with money and a population of 200,000 people alone. The Major General executed a direct order from the command center for all to proceed. Meanwhile, inside the Cloud Kingdom's general mansion. Lord? The leader of the Cloud Kingdom looked at Hiyu, waiting for an order from him. Attack with all your might, it's time to show your fangs so that some greedy people put away their claws. As Hiyu's words fell, the chief gave a direct order right then and there. After receiving Hiyu's order, the Yungwa carrier fleet, at once, began to move. Max Bazooka, prepare to fire. The main body of this rocket launcher is pretty much the same as a normal battleship missile and so on. The only thing is that this propulsion, from normal gunpowder, has been changed to a max propulsion system. A single-use propulsion system alone, but one that can explode at speeds in excess of Mach 30. Keep in mind that the fastest missile on the planet, the one produced by Stars and Stripes, is close to Mach 20. And the East Wind missiles of the Hualong country are also capable of going between Mach 15 as well as Mach 20. But Hiyu had only changed the propulsion system, so he could directly surpass the current missiles of the world, and even still have a crushing speed of Mach 10. In fact, this is just Inger casually, if it is the complete body version of the max power system, the missile's shooting speed, minutes to break through the speed of light. Well, in a split second, you can hit the other side of the planet, from this side, with precision. Whoosh! A branch of missiles fired directly from the battleships of the Cloud Kingdom, and all of a sudden, the Star-Spangled Nation's carrier formation, alarms resounded through the sky. Missiles! There's a missile approaching. Uninterceptable. Uninterceptable. My God! The missile is traveling at over Mach 30. How is this possible? The entire audience was dumbfounded, and the countries of the world that were paying attention to the battlefield at that moment were even more stunned. Chapter 81, Reuniting the Carrier Fleet and Preparing to Discuss the Stars and Stripes. You know, the most advanced missiles in the world today are only approaching Mach 20. But at this moment, the missile launched by the Cloud Kingdom had already exceeded Mach 30 in speed. This is simply a qualitative change. Intercept. Intercept immediately. At this time, the Major General Commander didn't have time to think about how the Cloud Kingdom could have such advanced weapons. Instead, he roared with emotion. No, no. The interceptor missiles can't even keep up, we can't even catch a lock. Gap, this is an absolute gap, it's over, we're done. The operator simply let go of his hands and slumped into his chair. The entire Star-Spangled Nation generals within the command ship were all in despair, even falling directly to the ground. Swoosh! In the sky, a piercing whistling sound came from the sky, and the soldiers on the deck of the battleship looked up. All of them were able to watch as missiles with azure trailing lights fell towards them. It's over. The Major General Commander looked desperately into the air. Boom! Violent explosions rang out, and all of a sudden, the entire carrier formation was enveloped in fiery explosions. There were screams and explosions. Dumbfounded, all the countries of the world were dumbfounded. They had no idea that things would turn out like this. Originally, when they saw Yungwa's stance, they thought they were going to start a bloody battle. After all, Yungwa's carrier formation looked not so bad. As a result, what they didn't expect was that the battle was far easier than expected. The carrier formation of the Cloud Kingdom, just by firing a set of missiles, actually instantly destroyed the opposite carrier formation of the Stars and Stripes. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. Looking at the strength displayed by both sides, it was originally thought that it was going to be a bloody battle. What I didn't expect was for things to turn out so dramatically. The Cloud Country, the small country in the eyes of the world, actually displayed an extremely powerful strength right out of the gate. The fact that the Stars and Stripes carrier formation was wiped out in minutes was something no one expected. Drobig carrier formation, all destroyed. The entirety of the officers, as well as the commanders, at the command center of Stars and Stripes, were dumbfounded. A group of rockets, only about 30 rounds in total, I think. It actually destroyed a formation in an instant. The radar showed that at this time the carrier formation, with the exception of the nuclear submarine that was lurking in the sea, the rest of the units, whether they were carriers or battleships and so on, were all destroyed outright. All of them lost the ability to continue sailing as well as fighting. Whether it was the power of this missile or the speed of that launch, it was far beyond their imagination. This advanced missile, with technology far beyond that of their star-spangled nation, was too much for them to accept for a moment. The Wind Group. It must be the Wind Group. An admiral of the Stars and Stripes shouted angrily. Wind's Group has always led the world in technological products, no matter whether it's the shaping corset, air purification technology, or even this deep-sea mining technology in the back. What I just didn't expect was that the technology of Wind's Group, actually in the military, was also so powerful. After the shock, Stars and Stripes is just furious. They directly issued a strong condemnation of Yunguo and even the Wind Group, expressing their anger. Stars and Stripes was the whole world, the only superpower, and they were bound to let the Cloud Kingdom, as well as the Wind Group, know what kind of price to pay for offending a superpower. Just before they could make a move, He side made the first move instead. The Winchesters made a direct announcement. In light of the sudden war launched by Stars and Stripes against the Wind Group as well as the Cloud Kingdom, the interests of the Wind Group and the Cloud Kingdom are threatened in their eyes. I, the Wind Group, hereby make an announcement that will terminate all transactions that the Wind Group has made with the Stars and Stripes. The Winchesters' action made everyone stare. This is too just? But Wind's Group was true to its word and directly terminated all cooperation with Stars and Stripes on the spot. Whether it was the molded corsets or the air purification technology or whatever, all of it was terminated at the same time. Stars and Stripes was furious. All along, it was them who sanctioned the whole world. When was it the turn of a small private enterprise to sanction their Stars and Stripes? But when they were ready, once again, to start a war, what they actually got was massive opposition. A simple collision had cost Stars and Stripes a carrier group, a huge loss that Stars and Stripes had never experienced before. If they rashly continued to strike, how would they resist against that Mach 30 missile from the Cloud Kingdom? That's where, within Stars and Stripes, there's some high-level opposition to continuing the strike. Of course, there are some hawkish words, and they then propose the use of nuclear warheads. A nuclear warhead is the most terrifying weapon in the world today. The tiny cloud country could be reduced to flying dust in minutes if it was covered by a nuclear warhead. It is only natural that there are those who agree with this proposal and those who oppose it. After all, the world is too sensitive now, and if Stars and Stripes were to use nuclear warheads rashly, it would inevitably touch the sensitive nerves of some countries. You know, in today's world, it's not just the Stars and Stripes that have nuclear warheads. Nuclear weapons, in fact, are no longer an extremely secretive technology in the world. But it doesn't mean that no country is not researching it. There are still many countries with nuclear weapons besides the Big Five. These are veiled threats, and with many countries in the world possessing nuclear weapons, if Stars and Stripes were to use them rashly, it would certainly touch the sensitive nerves of those countries. After all, in this age of peace, all dare to attack with nuclear weapons. Will the Stars and Stripes one day put nuclear weapons on their own national soil? It is inevitable that those countries that hold such thoughts may behave violently towards the Stars and Stripes. In the end, Stars and Stripes was actually helpless to realize that there seemed to be nothing they could do with He. The cloud countryside can't do anything for the time being. The strength of the Navy, although they don't want to admit it, but they also have to admit it, the cloud country that a carrier fleet has been proud of the world. With a missile speed of Mach 30, it would be difficult for all current means of interception on Earth to achieve a successful interception. Facing this one threat alone, a head-on collision in a naval war, Stars and Stripes could not gain any advantage from it. So at this time, for a moment, the Stars and Stripes had no way to deal with the Cloud Kingdom. In the end, Stars and Stripes' choice was to put out a hard message and then secretly start investing heavily in the development of technology that could restrain the Cloud Kingdom's missiles. With a speed of fire of Mach 30, the eyes pushed the limits of the world's nations, and the Stars and Stripes would have to work hard to catch up. Of course, in plain sight the Stars and Stripes, or day by day, the Cloud Kingdom as well as the Wind Group issued condemnations. It even threatened the Hualong country to apprehend He and hand him over to the Nationality Tribunal for sanction. The reasons are, on the other hand, private ownership of arms, private development of nuclear weapons, and so on. They are just trying it out, in case the Hualong country agrees. Of course the result is obvious, the Hualong country doesn't give a damn about the Stars and Stripes. After all, at this time, Hualong Bone was still cooperating with the Cloud country as well as the One Group. Not just the One Group's products, but the countless resources that He had taken out from the Cloud country alone would keep them from presuming to touch He. And the Huarong countryside to look at the long term a little bit. In the past, who all people will be Wen's Group as a general group of companies. But this time, the matter of the Cloud country completely let the world know that the One Group was not that simple. The Winchesters themselves are in possession of a strong military research capability. All of the weaponry armed to the Cloud Kingdom, as far as they knew through their current intelligence, was not developed by any country in the world. In that case, all of these weapons and equipment were developed by Wen's Group itself. The ability to develop this kind of military equipment is appalling. Before the choice of using small means as well as soft means, eventually the Hualong country chose soft means. They chose to befriend He and then obtain some technology that would be helpful to the Hualong country from He's hands. No, they're looking at Mach 30 missile technology. The hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Huarong Kingdom once again came to the Cloud Kingdom, this time not to negotiate the issue of resource trading, but to negotiate technology trading. A wave of bombardment that directly wipes out a carrier group of stars and stripes, this missile technology, is nothing short of epical. It is like the war period, the Hualong country army, holding Hanyang Zhao face machine guns and airplanes in general, that is a qualitative difference. The world's most advanced missiles now only have a maximum speed of Mach 20. And the speed of fire of the missiles that the Cloud Kingdom used to deal with the stars and stripes had reached a terrifying Mach 30, and even exceeded it by a lot. This kind of crushing speed, the current global various means of interception, cannot do 100% interception. All it takes is for so many missiles to rush through, which may carry missiles loaded with nuclear warheads. That threat can be a big go, so the Dragon country cannot sit still, directly to the Cloud country, hoping to be able to buy from the hands of Hiyu, this technology. Haha, Mr. He, I think you can guess the purpose of my visit this time. The hand of the Ministry of Science and Technology looked at Hiyu and said with a smile. Hiyu nodded. This time it was in front of all the countries around the globe. Hiyu hung a wave of stars and stripes. I'm sure that at this point, the countries that want to cooperate with you are not the only ones. Previously, countries around the globe were desperate in the face of the stars and stripes because of their level of technology, which was crushing the world. If you want to catch up with the Hualong country, unless it's your own country that gives birth to many geniuses comparable to Einstein in a row. Otherwise, it's basically hard to catch up with that gap. And at this moment, Hiyu's appearance gave them hope that the technological standard of the Wing Group seemed to be crushing the Star-Spangled Nation in some aspects. Before that it was just the livelihood aspect, which they weren't very interested in. But this time it was different. What Hiyu took out was an over-the-top military technology. Missiles can fly right beyond Mach 10, what about the rest of this? The Hualong country is giving the Cloud country, directly arming out the Navy, Land and Air Force, although the number is only 50,000 people. But judging from this super luxurious naval configuration, the equipment of this other army as well as the Air Force is not expected to be simple. So they desperately wanted to cooperate with Hiyu, in which case they might be able to get rid of the sanctions as well as the suppression of the Stars and Stripes. After all, the Stars and Stripes, under the banner of maintaining world peace, has interfered with the internal affairs of many countries around the world. There are even overseas military bases built directly across the globe, in many small countries. Where else would Stars and Stripes get its huge military spending? In addition to the cash for weaponry, this military bases all over the globe are among the huge expenses. If they could obtain powerful weaponry from Hiyu's side, this might be a chance to take advantage of it and get rid of the Star-Spangled Nation's checks and balances. The transaction on the side of the Hualong country is completed normally. The Stars and Stripes at this time had offended Hiyu, then Hiyu would not let them have a good time in the future. Starting a world war, Hiyu can't do it yet, but to get a country killed, it's not just with war. With missile technology, it was naturally impossible for Hiyu to come up with a max power system. But it's just a matter of improving it, and with existing technology, it's perfectly possible to do that. It might have taken more than a decade to accomplish the technological advancement, but in Ing Air's hands, it could be accomplished in minutes. Therefore, the missile technology given by Ing Air could do the same with a flight speed of Mach 30. Yet it was not the max power system used, and the corresponding cost would certainly be high after all. For industry at this time, technology that was ahead of its time, counterfeiting would be high. Only this kind of cost is not unaffordable for a big country, especially the Hualong country, which is still a big economic country. If you switch to it from the Hualong countryside, it's a lot of infrastructure building. Let's say hospitals, schools, basic industrial systems, etc. These are directly laboring Hualongwei to help the Cloud country to build, although it is said that Hiyu mastered a powerful technology, but this development of a country is the need to seek gradual progress. A lot of basic livelihood facilities, which are to be developed slowly. Only it would have been much easier if the Hualong country had stepped in. As a world power, the basic industry of the Hualong country is very developed, and everyone knows that the infrastructure standard of the Hualong country is the best in the world. Infrastructures like high-speed railroads, highways, and so on can be built very quickly as long as there is a contribution from the Hualong country. Hualongwa's side was very kind enough, the technology was just given to them, and immediately after going back, they directly dispatched 100,000 infrastructure workers into the Cloud country, and began to help build the infrastructure of the Cloud country. The entire Cloud country is only 200,000 people. If these 100,000 workers arrive, then the speed of construction can be imagined. The movements of the Hualong country naturally could not be concealed from the countries around the globe. On the side of the Hualongwa, it seemed that there was no intention to hide, and directly and generously stated that the Hualongwa had already obtained a new generation of missile technology from the hands of the Wing Group. The news went out and there was a global outcry. The most shocked as well as angry, naturally, are the Stars and Stripes. It was true that the kind of missiles in the Cloud Kingdom were powerful, but after all, the Cloud Kingdom was only a small country with a population of 200,000 people. No matter how powerful the technology is, in the end it will just be confined to your own country. But Hualong is different.
The Hualong country is a world power, a country whose strength has recently succeeded the Stars and Stripes. This kind of crushing missile technology, which was obtained by the Hualong country, it would instantly catch up with the Hualong country by a large margin in terms of military. Even vaguely, in terms of naval combat, the Hualong kingdom could already crush the Stars and Stripes. After all, Hualongguo was not Yinguo, the population was sparse, even though the technology was powerful, the number of people who could manipulate it was extremely small and not enough to worry about. Except that they do nothing but issue panic denunciations. On the side of the Hualong country, there was no worry at all about their tactics. Because the means used by the Stars and Stripes against the Hualong country are still small? Ever since the economy of the Hualong country began to take off, the Stars and Stripes has always treated the Hualong country as a hypothetical enemy. This is the case, time and time again. Seeing that the Hualong country had managed to get the new technology from EU's side, the other countries were finally unable to sit still. The countries that had a competitive relationship with the Stars and Stripes were just coming to the Cloud Kingdom openly and honestly, seeking cooperation. And those countries that are in a master-slave relationship with the Stars and Stripes, don't they want to be out of the Stars and Stripes' control? Therefore, these countries, all quietly, sent personnel to the Cloud Country to pray for cooperation with EU. Lord, in the face of all this technological cooperation, can it be promised? The leader of the Cloud Kingdom looked at Hiyu and asked. Hiyu smiled faintly at that moment. Yes, why not? But you can't give them technology that's ahead of its time, at most, technology that's on the same level as Stars and Stripes. Hiyu's words caused the crowd to stare, but then understood. This ploy, it's really insidious. Stars and Stripes has always prided itself on being the absolute leader in terms of military power, crushing the globe. But if the military power of all the countries in the world will be on the same level as the Stars and Stripes, how can the Stars and Stripes maintain its superior position? Everyone's military strength is at one level. Sure, the country is not as strong as yours, but if all of them are tied together, you Stars and Stripes will have to tremble, won't you? After all, military standards, technological prowess, industrial prowess, etc., are all in the same era, and that gap would be much less. Chapter 82, Selling Money with Star-Spangled Nations Technology, Virtual Reality. Of course, the technology given to the Hualong country would be a level above. In that case, it could maintain Hualong country's position as the global leader, and as long as it got its own technology and developed with peace of mind for a few years, it could overtake Stars and Stripes and become the new world's #1 power in a matter of minutes. Only, the most powerful would always be Hiyu. The technological strength that Hiyu had mastered was no longer on the same level as Earth. These are the countries that Hiyu is coming to. Anyway, he was directly taking the Star-Spangled Nations technology out to sell, and Hiyu, who was too lazy to bother, directly pulled out the Star-Spangled Nations technology to these countries requesting a trade. What state-of-the-art warplane technology, aircraft carrier technology, missile technology, etc., as long as it is from the Stars and Stripes, Hiyu all directly pulled out. Then it's just a matter of selling it directly to these countries so they can take it back and develop it themselves. At this moment, the Stars and Stripes didn't know that their own valuable and unworkable technology had been publicized to the world by Hiyu. The representatives of all the countries of the world over here are returning to their countries with satisfaction. Of course, they pay a different price. There are countries that buy the technology directly with money, and these are the richer countries, let's say Sabai and so on. And there are countries that don't have the money and don't need it if they have countless resources. Hiyu, so what to do? Hiyu asked them for territory, following the method of the Star-Spangled Nation, which was to ask them directly for a piece of territory, and if it was within the territory, what they did was their own business. It's not the same as the military bases labeled by Stars and Stripes, but it's actually pretty much the same. Only these countries are agreeing to it, and they are naturally not stupid. The Cloud Kingdom only had 200,000 people, of which the army was a mere 50,000 people. It's certainly not possible for so few people to gain so much territory around the globe and split up their troops to go out and hold down the fort. In that case, in the end, the ones chosen by the Cloud Kingdom would be people from their country, forming local armies and then holding down these territories. These countries are simply laughing their asses off. Those are their own country's subjects, one or two even. Most people, they don't betray their country easily, do they? So it's a no-brainer for them. Even these local armies of their own country's subjects may end up being the guardian forces of their own country. After all, if the day comes when there is a war of annihilation, these armies, they will inevitably choose to participate in the war to protect their country because they are patriotic. Just what these countries would never expect is that they are overthinking it. Because Hiyu has a biochip. Although it is their country's people that are used to form the army, but this allegiance is not theirs in a minute. After all, there are ways to grow biochips on soldiers in the middle of the military. As long as they were planted with biochips, then they would be 100% loyal to Hiyu. Therefore, for Hiyu, this is the most profitable. Although it was said that Hiyu was not half interested in competing for supremacy, after experiencing what happened to Ying, Hiyu also understood one thing. That's the thing that people have to be most prepared for, otherwise, when the unexpected comes and you're not prepared at all you'll face is despair. So by acquiring the territory of these countries, he was also preparing himself just in case. The first hand was to be wary of the world powers, including the Stars and Stripes. No matter which country it was, he would be wary. Because in the future, he would take out more and more powerful technological techniques, it was inevitable that there might just be a day when these countries just couldn't help themselves and then directly strike at EU. With the second hand, it's actually longer term. That's for the middle of the universe, it's just too early to tell how it's going to look for now. Because through the max-powered ship, Hiyu had examined roughly everything within 50 million light-years of the solar system. A few living planets were found, but none of them had intelligent life. It's just some plants, and some microbes, etc., and at a point in time, it's probably at the equivalent of when the Earth was first born. Therefore, if this kind of planet, there would be no problem for the time being, and Hiyu wasn't worried. So in a short time, it will still be difficult for Earth to encounter an alien civilization. Just this person or to live in peace and think of danger, now cannot meet, does not mean that in the future will not meet What if you're a little unlucky and you run straight into it? So it's still necessary to start preparing at this point, asking for so much ground just to build a base. No matter how technology develops, this manpower is still very important, like a cosmic warship, still needs soldiers, and even a lot more. Something like Max I. That's at least tens of thousands of soldiers. After all, it was a super behemoth that was 13,000 meters long, and the largest aircraft carrier on Earth was just over 300 meters. You can imagine how shocking this 13,000-meter super behemoth was. This territory all over the globe is needed in order to train soldiers for future space battleships. After all, the population of the Cloud Kingdom is just this much. Even if we start the catalytic program now, to wait until the new generation grows up, it will take 20 years, right? So Hiyu was left to target the globe. Against his own people in the Hualong Kingdom, Hiyu categorically could not use the biochip, but against these foreigners, Hiyu used it without any psychological burden at all. Biochip, mandatory to make them loyal to themselves, this inhumane means Hiyu at this time has not been heartless to use on their own compatriots. The familiar early morning voice of the system rang out. Today's fracture merchandise is refreshed, please check with the owner. The system's voice rang out. Hiyu was not as indifferent at this point as he was before, and he looked forward to it every day. In the time before, Hiyu's goal was to be the richest man in the world and to make money. But after experiencing life and death, Hiyu realized that strength as well as eternity was king. So every day of fracture merchandise, look forward to it and get the tech side of things. It only lasted for so long and still didn't gain much in the way of technology, but instead gained shares in many group companies. It was just that nowadays, Hiyu, who had mastered the resources of the Norse universe, didn't even put these group shares in his eyes anymore. Of course there are some simple technologies that are required, except that they, too, are only relatively new and not really that powerful. For example, a skincare product to get rid of acne and scars is so powerful that it looks like one of those false advertising campaigns. Hiyu directly threw it to the one group, because they were originally a fashion group, and if this thing got out, it would be old hat to the one group. Virtual reality worlds, neural transmission technology. Virtual technology? When Hiyu saw this technology, he was instantly stunned, and then looked at it seriously, realizing that it was indeed very powerful. It's the same general thing as the virtual reality technology in online gaming novels. Simply put, it's a virtual world built through artificial intelligence. It's very simple for the AI to create a virtual worldview in which everything that's in it is fictionalized by the AI. The most critical, or neural connection technology, is through a carrier, let's say a virtual transmission helmet, or simply a nutritional warehouse, etc., to realize the neural thinking connected to the virtual world in order to do the virtual online game to reach. The technique is great, but it's not quite what I'm looking forward to. Hiyu said with a frown. Master, no, virtual technology is important. Practicing in reality ultimately doesn't help with real-life operations, and in the middle of a game then, it's possible to have full-on real-life battles. Even verisimilitude, which can be controlled by modulation of nerve sensitivity, can be done. Got it. In that case, everything is understood. This technology, then, can be used perfectly to train soldiers, commanders of universe warships, and users of those advanced weapons. Chapter 83: Entering the Online Game World. No man is too far away to worry about the near future. Hiyu did not have the ambition to dominate the Earth, much less the universe. But it doesn't mean that he can let others bully him, not any country on Earth, not the interstellar civilizations in the universe. He didn't want another Wenenging incident to happen, facing a sudden accident that caught him off guard. Since this virtual technology is so important, it should be put to good use. He had already thought of using this technology to train a good number of soldiers out. Still, it would be very necessary to utilize this technique to make money. Though conducting interstellar mining could bring a steady stream of lucrative wealth to the one group, which he controlled 100%. But who would mind having more money? Besides, the total value of the WEN group has not exceeded $3 trillion now. Inger, can you transform the virtual reality world, the nerve transmission technology? Keep it consistently 10 years ahead of the times. I want to utilize this technology to develop a set of online games that transcend reality. After a slight contemplation, Hiyu voiced his thoughts. Once the transformation of this technology into a real-world application is completed, then it will be able to quickly enter the world of online gaming. Didn't Penguin Horse, which ranked among the top 3 in terms of wealth in the Huarong Kingdom, build a $100 billion business empire by relying on online games? This is enough to prove that global online gamers can throw away money for a hot online game. The market for fat people was huge enough before, but the market for online games is even bigger. Moreover, once an online game product is established, it is like sitting at home and collecting money, only having to pay out a little bit of electricity and some overhead for the operation and maintenance staff. Truly a great thing to do. Master, what you said about this is completely doable. And, I was able to develop an online game that is a decade, if not centuries, more advanced. Give players an immersive experience. Hearing Inger's words, Hiyu didn't hesitate to give her the responsibility of developing the all-new live-action experience online game. He believed in Inger's strength to develop an extremely attractive online game product. Moreover, he was prepared, through this online game product, to privately recruit personnel who were physically strong and had an abundance of patience, to be trained and developed into soldiers capable of interstellar combat. And, of course, the commander. Because of this, he will be developing this new online game in greater depth. Of course, this online game is divided into 3 levels. The primary can rely on buy equipment, burst to gold or something to make money. Intermediates make money from sponsorships. Advanced is for more in-depth gameplay. After taking care of that, Hiyu directly set up Win's Game Company. Although Hiyu tried his best to operate in a low-key manner, but when the company name appeared on the group's official website, it immediately caused a global sensation. The big bosses of those gaming giants, be it Blizzard, or Iden, or Nintendo, Penguin Horse are all wailing as if the end has come. The group was also sensationalized. Entering the online gaming world? Mr. Ho, another big move? Mr. He, the new project must take us to play. We promise to promote this online game as the hottest game. This time, how should Mr. He allocate the global quota? Rockefeller and the others have made another hard buck, so please do think of us. Numerous wealthy people spoke. Whether it is a bodysuit or an ionic spark tower for air purification, it is the consortium families that have made a huge amount of money in blood. The value of their wealth scaled upwards, directly putting them firmly on top of the top throne of wealth. They people are very envious, but there is nothing they can do. No matter what, the strength of wealth is the disparity. Those rich and powerful people, naturally, are counting on Hiyu to give them a chance to develop the game. Oh god, they're just bad people. Mr. Ho, better consider us, the Rockefellers. We have experience in game operations. Mr. E, I don't know what new game you've developed by setting up a game company. I'm willing to be the first to experience it, and even more willing to shell out a high price for the agency rights. Spokesmen for the Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds, also made their remarks. They, whether they are rich or consortiums, are already looking up to Hiyu. Unity wants to be a part of a game that has yet to be developed. They believed that Hiyu's product would be a masterpiece. In a week's time, I'll be holding a bidding session for global agency rights, and everyone can come over and bid. I have one goal in mind, which is to make the game more enjoyable for more people, and to give players the thrill of the truest experience possible. Hiyu naturally replied to the enthusiastic response from those of them. With the participation of these consortiums, tycoons, he will be able to quickly promote this new experience of online gaming all over the world and get more players involved. In this way, he was able to select qualified personnel for training. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about such things. Even his own wife, Wen Ying, he had no intention of telling her for the time being. A man is supposed to cover his wife. In saying so, those tycoons around the globe were in an uproar. One by one, the veterans of Penguin Horse, Nintendo, Blizzard, and other gaming companies began to take action, inquiring about how to hook up with Hiyu. They all knew very well that once they missed such an opportunity, it would mean the end of their era of wealth. Running a company is often a matter of failing to make choices at one or two key points that can have disastrous consequences for the company. When Hiyu brought Wen Ying back to Magic City for a vacation, Wang Xiaochong brought a group of second-generation people and came to his door. You're going to head into the gaming world? Wang Xiaochong personally poured a cup of tea for Hiyu and finally looked at him with bated breath. At one time he had also invested in the game, only for various reasons, resulting in a failure. Men have their own dreams, and Wang Xiaochong is no exception, seeing a game company appearing on the official website of Wen's group. His heart immediately moved, wanting Hiyu to pull himself up so that he could get up wherever he fell. The game is still in development, but it'll be out this week. When the time comes, experience it for you. A game based on the world of virtual reality, neural transmission technology to create a realistic and thrilling experience for players. Hiyu took a sip of his tea and said with a smile. Chapter 84 Wen Ying's request. His voice was extremely flat, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. But Wang Xiaosong was trembling, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. It was something he had always dreamed of, to create a game that was beyond its time and could give players an immersive thrill and experience. Only, for him all of this only stayed inside his head, because no matter how rich his family was, they couldn't make such a game. Because in this era, there is no such technology. Whether it's virtualization, or whatever 3D technology is left, it's all not up to par. So much so, that all his visions are nothing more than just stuck in his head, a pipe dream. All his gaming ventures failed, and in the end, he was only able to turn to the competitive side of online gaming and go for broke on that, forming his own battle team. However, he used light words, which were like a light pounding on a heavy drum, erupted with an unusually loud sound. Thanks, you. By the way, am I able to pull that battle team of mine over for the experience? Also, I'd like to get in on the bidding, can you give me that chance? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Wang Xiaozong looked at Hiyu with a nervous face, his eyes flickering with tension. Several of the rich second-generation people who came over with him were all looking at Hiyu with admiration in their eyes. The famous emperor of Shanghai, young Master Qin, was also so tense that his fingers were embedded inside the flesh, and he didn't even feel a bit of pain. He was able to imagine with his toenails what level of madness would be caused once Hiyu's game, which was based on the world of virtual reality and created by the nerve transmission technology, hit the market. It would definitely be a feast for gamers around the world, and they would go crazy for it. Even, he was a bit impatient for the time to pass earlier and get a good taste of this immersive gaming experience. You're trying to get salty with this game, aren't you? It was as if Hiyu had read that little bit of Wang Xiaozong's mind, and his face was filled with a faint smile. In the past, when he was a delivery man, he used to pay attention to all kinds of lace news of this national husband, the secretary of the discipline committee of the entertainment circle when he was idle and bored. The one who gave birth to me is my parents, and the one who knows me is you. Brother, don't worry, as long as you will give me a chance to bid, I will personally endorse this game. And the promotions will be personally involved as well. Wang Xiaozong was unusually excited and hurriedly patted his chest as a guarantee, not even forgetting to pat Hiyu's ass. He knew very well that with just a word from Hiyu, he would be able to change his fate against the heavens from now on. It was even able to create a Chitra group that had more annual revenue than that of his old man. As a veteran gamer, he is very clear that the charm of the game is still in prospect. The development of the game's periphery, the game's engagement, the live streaming of the game, all of them are industries that can make money. Seeing as you're so sincere, I'll give you this chance to get involved. However, I have one condition, that you and the competitive gaming team under your command are all involved in the in-depth development of the game. When the time comes, I'll split a section for you to do it. I hope you won't let me down. Your tea-making skills, you still need to improve, the water is a bit hard. Hiyu picked up the teacup and gently took a sip, smacked his lips and said, a faint smile hanging on his face. Wang Xiaozong, and once he got married, came to the Magic City to receive the bride cannot be less effort, and even the second generation of those he knows all called out, driving a top customized version of the luxury car, give him to support the scene of the matter. He naturally still wouldn't forget, and this favor was certainly returned in the past. As for Wang Xiaozong wanting to be salty, he was willing to give this opportunity and support him. Of course, it's up to him to make it work. After all, there's no one who wants to help the unsupportable bucket. I'll be sure to learn how to make tea. I'm really thankful to you for giving me this opportunity. I'll definitely do a good job and won't let you down. Wang Xiaozong said in a hurry, his face was filled with an all-or-nothing look, and his gaze was unusually firm. This was an opportunity he absolutely could not miss. Young Qin, you can get involved too. This is a game that will definitely not disappoint. Hiyu's line of sight focused towards Shanghai Emperor Qin's young master Qin Xiaofen's, this guy's body is really quite good, is suggested. Of course, at this point, he was looking at it from exactly the same sort of perspective of picking out future soldiers. From amongst Qin Xiaofen's gaze, he was able to see the color of determination, as well as the desire for the future. Yes, you. Qin Xiaofen froze for a moment, then immediately agreed. In fact, he was looking forward to getting deeply involved in this brand new game at first. He was also a gamer, and those previous games had either been beaten by him or were just too easy. It's totally just very unpleasant to play. When the game comes out, I'll build a gaming center in Mordor. The equipment is all of the highest configuration, so I'll let you know when it's time to come over and have some fun. Well, you'll all just go back and wait for my news. Hiyu spoke out his thoughts and then gave his expulsion order. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Xiaofen, the second generation, immediately left from the middle of the villa very obediently. Building a major amusement center starts with the Magic City. And he had a plan to get the Rockefellers, those representatives of the Rothschilds, to all get involved and have some fun. He designed this game to prepare for the selection of future warriors. Of course, the scope of selecting soldiers would not be limited to the Hualong country, but the whole world. As soon as the second generation left, when Ying walked down from the upper floor, her confused appearance of having just woken up from a nap was still very pleasing to the eye. Just now, I heard you guys talking about a game or something? Honey, are you going to get into the gaming industry? Sitting beside Hiyu, when Ying's sweet face, still emitting a faint fragrance, tentatively asked. Well, this game is unprecedented and will surpass all games on the market. You're not trying to tell me to stop this game from coming to market, are you?
Poisoning the youth? Hiyu's hand gently stroked over Wan Yingying's face, a faint smile written on his face. How? I'd like to experience one too, so you'll play with me then? Wan Yingying's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Hiyu, her jade face filled with seriousness. Chapter 85 Penguin Horse Seeks Cooperation. She used to be a gamer as well, only because the business activities of the Winchesters took up all of her time. Personal time becomes minimal, and it can even be said that every day, in addition to work, is to recharge and learn. For the development of the group, she could be said to have poured out all her time and energy. As far as those entertainment programs go, they are completely out of the question. And, in her opinion, games are something that relaxes people and gives them another experience that is completely different from real life. When the wife gives the word, no one dares to disobey. But we're still married, I don't want the players inside the game to steal my wife away. Hiyu doted on Wan Yingying's shoulders and said in a very domineering manner. He didn't want his wife to put a green hat on him at any point, not even inside the game. Good. When Yingying smiled sweetly, she was able to hear Hiyu doting on herself. It proved that her position in Hiyu's heart was still very high. Of course, she didn't want to stay a full-time housewife and live a pig's life. Before, she just thought of having a loving husband, an easy job, and living her days without worrying about money. Now that two of those things are in place, an easy job is missing. He commutes to work every day from 9 to 5, and when he comes back, he stays with Hiyu. In this way, she spends every day tying all her time to her husband, turning herself into a caddy, constantly on edge to prevent Hiyu from having a woman on the outside. By the way, hubby, when the game center is completed, let me manage it. Wan Yingying said to Hiyu after a slight thought. What's with the sudden thought of going to work? This was the thing that Hiyu was most surprised and curious about. A woman's mind was indeed inscrutable. I want to realize my old dream of having an easy 9 a.m. 5 p.m. job. So that I don't have to become a catty little woman. Wan Yingying smiled sweetly and spoke her heart's thoughts, a pair of beautiful eyes that could speak flickered as she looked at Hiyu. Okay, I promise. After staring at Wan Yingying's eyes for a while, Hiyu finally understood her good intentions and immediately agreed. It had to be said that Hiyu's speed of action was just fast. This one gaming center has quickly landed in the bustling downtown of Magic City. In fact, it's entirely the magic of money that outfits people to move fast. On the morning of the third day, Hiyu came to the headquarters of the Win Group and checked the work of the various departments. Listened to the work of the group executives. Still quite happy with the progress they've been making for a while. Of course, this series of normal operation, thanks to Inger, developed a set of very practical and very forward-looking management performance appraisal system. It can be said that this set of management system, which is both humanized and full of the seriousness of rules and regulations possessed by the WEN Group, is the most advanced even in the world. At present, WEN's group has hidden signs of squeezing into the top 5 of the world's top 500 companies. The only drawback is that the product line that is operated is not too extensive, and this aspect needs to be strengthened. Otherwise, as things stand, the Winsome Group would have to be renamed the Winsome Holding Group. It looks like there's a need to increase the product line as soon as possible. Looking at the company's official website, Hiyu let out a soft exclamation. The only fashion products that are available where the Winchester's headquarters are located today are in addition to the shaping tights. Although the revenue is good, as of now, it has been completely surpassed by the revenue of Win Energy, which is set up in the cloud country. The secretary directly knocked on the door and walked in, full of respect, telling Hiyu that Boss Ma of Penguin Company had come over. Penguin Horse even ran to the company in person. It seems that their intelligence is still very accurate. Knowing he was in the company, he came running. His arrival was not unexpected by Hiyu. Hiyu said directly to his secretary to send in the Penguin Horse. He couldn't have been more familiar with the pony with the glasses. In the past, when you were doing takeout, didn't you always play their chicken? And he had once interviewed with Penguin as well, only to be kicked out by them with the word unqualified. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Seeing the Penguin Horse, Hiyu looked the guy up and down. Dressed in a well-tailored Armani bespoke suit, his leather shoes were brushed so well that they were able to reflect the silhouette of the man. Center-parted hair and still that clean baby face. Hiyu directly sat Penguin Horse down and asked him what he was doing here. Xiaoma said directly that it was a bit embarrassing to come and disturb the busy Mr. He without any prior appointment. Hiyu, however, waved his hand, directly cutting him off from these pleasantries. Pony boy, if you have something to say, just say it. For the moment, I really can't imagine what you're doing here with me. He didn't really like this kind of beating around the bush in conversation, so Hiyu simply opened his mouth and asked directly. Be straightforward and ask for what you want. If we can work together, we work together. If we can't, we don't. It's that simple. Ponyboy visibly froze for a moment, and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Mr. He, we've seen that you've set up a gaming company on top of the official website of the One Group, which you control. I wonder, we, Penguin, can we start cooperation with you in this area? We, Penguin, have an advantage in computer technology and in game operations. After glancing at Hiyu, Xiaoma then carefully chose his words and laid out Penguin's advantages completely.
He's here to ask for cooperation. Of course, as a business leader, business alertness and sensitivity is still there. He was able to see that once the Winchesters, a gaming company, went public, then it was sure to be as hot as their molded tights. Making games, the early stage itself is burning money, and the cash money in Hiyu's hand is almost able to buy Penguin. So, he only talks about technology. You penguins aren't good enough. Let's put it this way, and I won't blow you off, once this game hits the market, even if you were given 50 years, with your penguin's technology, you won't be able to crack it. Now, do you still think that I need to do business with you, Penguin? Hiyu glanced at Xiao Ma with an expressionless face and said very nonchalantly. Chapter 86 New Game, New Experience. He's there to tell the ponies that the time for belonging to each other is over. The future era belonged to him and to the one group. Although, nowadays, with Hiyu's identity and status, he wasn't so bad as to lay his hands on Penguin just for the sake of that little bit of enmity and grudge from the past. But demonstrating non-cooperation is still very necessary. It's safe to say that he has what Penguin has, and what Penguin doesn't have, he still has. That's the advantage. In the past, you treated me with love, but today I'm going to make you climb high. Mr. He, is there really no chance of cooperation at all? Ponyboy is looking a little frustrated, trying to make a last-ditch effort. He knew very well that once he couldn't catch up, then he would be at the mercy of others every step of the way. Ponyboy, it's not like you don't have a chance if you want to work together, just wait until next Monday. I'll be at the Magic City headquarters, holding a global game agent bidding conference, so you can just come over then. By the way, my name is Hiyu, and I used to be a wage earner looking around for a job. Secretary, give Ponyboy a ride for me. Hiyu directly called his secretary over, not wanting to continue to stay with the penguin horse. Some things are on point, and it's up to him whether he realizes it or not. A game company under the Wing Group was set up to make this one game alone that is disruptive to tradition. Dragon China has the world's largest game market. Hiyu does not want to let go of such a big piece of fat meat not to eat. After Xiaoma left, he took a car directly to the Game Experience Center, which was located in the busiest area near People's Square in the city center. After several days of renovation in the body, the 10-story high, tens of thousands of square meters of space is now also completed. Those equipment are also all in place and are operated by Ing Air. It could be said that this Gaming Experience Center with 10 floors was a completely super intelligent place. As soon as you enter, you will be able to feel the futuristic sense of technology that spreads out. The construction of this Game Experience Center is able to be completely open to the public, as for the core area that is completely confidential. The game data center here, Hiyu installed in the Cloud Country, in the middle of absolute security protection. On the weekend, Hiyu took Wan Ying and drove the Rolls-Royce and went straight to the Game Experience Center. Wife, our Game Experience Center hasn't officially opened to the public yet, so why don't you experience it first today? If it's not fun, please criticize. Hiyu's face was full of seriousness. In fact, this game came out, he himself had not played. It was just that Inger had told him that it had been fully developed, so he checked it out, and it was really a refreshing feeling. It's the kind of game that, once played, is addictive. It's not fun, but I'm going to punish you for kneeling on a durian, so be prepared. When Ing Ying smiled sweetly, a pair of beautiful eyes were bent into two crescent moons, pouting. With such a delicate appearance, looking at Hiyu was a sharp tremble in his heart. Good. Even though he knew that when Ing Ying was joking, Hiyu still nodded with a face full of seriousness. Although he hadn't played it himself, he believed in the strength of Ing Air, a super-intelligent robot. When she was developing this game, she had personally logged into those current hits and knew them like the back of her hand. As they entered the Game Experience Center, they also saw Wang Xiaozong's fleet of cars parked at the entrance. The car door opened, a group of people are walking down one after another, a full 36 people. This was the game competition battle team that Wang Xiaozong was talking about. He had arrived here early to wait for Hiyu's arrival after receiving the notification. You. Here, meet you. Wang Xiaozong directly pulled all of the battle team to Hiyu's heels and directly gave orders, saying, "Hello you." The 36 members of the team, in unison, shouted very respectfully. As members of a competitive gaming team, they have a deep understanding of the game in addition to having a very high level of experience as gamers. When they heard that Wang Xiaozong wanted to lead them to play a new game developed by Hiyu's Wens Group, they were all excited and agreed without any hesitation. Even a tycoon like Hiyu had entered the gaming world, so surely he was able to develop games with extremely high playability and experience. Next, you will experience the pleasure that the game will give you. However, before the game is officially released to the public, I don't need to tell you that you should know the rules, right? Hiyu was still really worried that the contents of the game would be revealed in advance, which was not something he wished to see. That's my team. Collectively, they came over to experience the game and they have a high level of professionalism. Until the game is announced, there is absolutely no way to reveal half a word to the outside world. Wang Xiaozong hurriedly made a guarantee he did not want to let because of the leakage of things, leading to the future he can never talk with Hiyu cooperation things. Moreover, before he came, he had made a point of explaining the absolute secrecy and had signed a confidentiality agreement on purpose. Each and every one of these members of the athletic battle team was a guy with high eyes. It was slightly disappointing to see the ordinary facade, which was just so-so. However, when they entered the very gaming area, each of their faces changed. That's a little too sci-fi, isn't it? Is this really a gaming zone? Why do I feel like I've traveled to the future? Brother it's too awesome, right? Nutrient Square Pods, Advanced Function Experience Area, this game is simply too much to look forward to. As soon as the 36 people entered the official gaming area, they all let out a gasp of amazement. The equipment here, much like the equipment in Avatar, boasts trophic square pods, with the use of neurotransmission technology to connect the game screen to the nerves. Nutrient Square Pods are also called connection chambers. Once a person lies down in the middle of the cube, it is like driving an avatar and moving through the game. When Wang Xiaosong looked at Hiyu, there was a look of adoration among his gaze. The robot, controlled by Yinger, goes over the functions of the nutrient cube pods, as well as the basic features of the game. These people get it almost in seconds. One by one, they jumped up, their eyes fiery as they stared at Hiyu. Can we enter the game now? Wang Xiaosong knew what these people were thinking and asked Hiyu directly. In fact, he himself couldn't wait to get into the middle of this kind of game to experience it. At this moment, Wen Yingying was also looking at Hiyu with bated breath, looking forward to the experience in the middle of this new game. Everything here is new to her, full of unknowns and explorations. Chapter 87. Don't even look at me, now that you're familiar with how to do it, let's get into the game. Remember, when you're done playing, record your gaming experience in the computer. Hiyu was satisfied with these people's reactions and said so. Wang Xiaosong, these members of the competitive team, immediately agreed. It was because Hiyu had promised them all that they would experience this newly developed game completely free of charge. And they were also promised that all the game maps would be completely open for them to use for those 3 days, starting on Friday and continuing through the weekend. The characters in the game can be self-selected, or you are able to act as your own character and play the game yourself with your bare shoulders. All of them were masters at playing games, and this brand new gaming experience was the first time they had seen it, as if all their skills had degraded overnight. They have much more to learn in the midst of this new game. Learning new ways to play the game is a constant source of stimulation to their cerebral cortex, keeping them extremely enthusiastic about the game at all times. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, they were all inside the game space except for coming out on time to eat, drink and go to the toilet. Hiyu had married Wen Yingying in the middle of the game's novice village and acted together, and now he had also risen to level 10. This result, for both of them, is already a pretty good one. Sitting in the lounge area, sipping coffee, and enjoying a variety of snacks specially provided by the game center. They didn't just experience immersive game scenarios, they played the game characters themselves. Hubby, this game is just fantastic, both the clinical experience and the actual controls are completely beyond my imagination. This game, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a big buy. Wen Yingying said with a face full of excitement. Through this game, it allowed her to truly experience the thrill of playing the game. Especially in the game, she was able to completely relax herself, and the fast pace of real life was a completely different experience. Suffice it to say, this is a game that is completely different from any previous period. The thrill of the real experience and the blood-soaked atmosphere impressed her. If it wasn't time, she really wanted to keep playing. The point is that this is a game that also has a special anti-addiction system that forces you to come out for dinner when the time comes. Extremely friendly to people. Then, by your leave, the bidding for the game will be convened tomorrow. I'll let them rich guys experience the game for themselves first. Hiyu smiled at Wen Yingying and said that he had already planned to do it, and had also photographed all of these settings in the game center yesterday and sent them to the group. It was specially paired with an invitation for the crowd to come to the Magic City Game Center to experience this new mode of play. After checking out some of the records of the members of those professional competitive games, he knew that the game had been developed with great success. At the next lunch point, the Nutrient Square Pods all opened up, and Wang Xiaosong, Qin Xiaofen, and all 36 members of the competitive team walked out and sat around Hiyu. After playing this one game of yours, I feel like all other games are scum. I'm hooked, the experience is superb. Wang Xiaosong directly sat on the lower hand side of Hiyu and said with a face full of excitement. In fact, he was also a veteran gamer of games, and he was able to name the advantages and disadvantages of whichever game he was playing. But today, in the face of this coveted virtual reality world, nerve transmission technology developed game, he was surprised that there are only 2 to describe. Is fantastic. Any word of praise would not be too much to use here at all. Totally over the top, even 1,000 times better than the game he had first envisioned. This is the ideal game. You're addicted to playing, that's like giving me money, I don't mind. Tomorrow the bidding conference opens, you'd better bring all of them here and instruct the tycoons to operate the equipment at that time. The Hualong district, I'll list it separately and redistribute it. He said so. He had recently been thinking about the issue of the game zoning agent for this piece of territory in the Hualong country. It can be said that when it comes to the management of games, Hualongui can be much stricter than abroad. Light approval takes a while. Luckily, he'd sent ahead to the regulators for a review. He believed that soon the regulators would send someone down to have a look around, and once it was approved to go live, then it would be very easy to roll it out next. Wang Xiaosong immediately agreed and promised that he would definitely bring the athletic team one by one. In order to ensure that the bidding meeting would go smoothly, under He-Yu's instructions, the Wing Group executives had reached an agreement with the regulatory department of Magic City, and there was a special car directly from the airport to this place. And it also ensured that People's Square was cleared for half a day to guarantee the landing of the business helicopters of the heads of the Rockefeller and Rothschild conglomerates. The airport in Mordor was busy just as the sun rose the following day. Those tycoons who had come from all over the world then began to land one after another, many coming in their own private jets. These tycoons, all of them, have a very high status in their own countries, and are able to make their country's economy tremble 3 times with a stomp of their feet. The highest local officials were so good to them that they even offered them as gods of wealth and served them carefully. Many of them were crammed into one bus, but none of them complained half-heartedly. They were also afraid that the car would drive slowly and make them miss the timing of this bidding for the game agency rights of Wen's Game Group. This time, the bidding conference was arranged in the game center. The 10-story gaming center also had a conference hall set aside, where wealthy people were already seated. Ponyboy pulled up in front of the game center early in the morning in a Maybach, and stepped down from the car with a face full of frustration. When he returned, he immediately launched an investigation. Do not know, a Czech shocked, once you went to their company to apply for a job, the results because the education is not enough that the personnel department supervisor, directly to his resume to throw away. He was so angry, but there was nothing he could do. I can only beg that I can have the opportunity to bid for a portion of the agency today. Now, he didn't even expect He-Yu to be able to raise his hand, he only expected when he could ease the relationship with He-Yu, and at the very least, he had to do it, so that He-Yu would be demoralized. As it neared 10 a.m., the rich and powerful from all over the world, the heads of the consortiums, arrived one after another. Chapter 88, Auctioning Off Game Broadcasting Rights. They were accompanied by a large contingent of journalists from all over the world. It hardly took long for the roads leading from the 2 major airports of Mordor to the People's Square to be crowded by the convoy, causing Mordor to have to send out a large number of traffic police to maintain traffic order and ensure that the roads were smooth. At the same time, the SHI chief was also calling He-Yu's hands, complaining to him about how he didn't report it after organizing such a big event. He-Yu was helpless and could only explain to them that the group would be releasing a game today and had invited some rich people over to play with them, that was all. It's a small thing, there's no need to report it. This explanation certainly did not satisfy the Sure chief, but he can only sigh. After all, he wasn't here to really hold He-Yu responsible, he was purely complaining about it, and in his opinion, inviting these people to play a game didn't need to labor to have to report it. You know, when many other so-called tech companies released their games, they never caused such a sensational effect, much less the attention of so many tycoons around the world. For their safety, the Magic City officials also gave great protection, directly sending a large number of special police over to patrol on duty. The media took all the most important spots at once, but there was no way to get inside the game center for interviews. Sitting in the spacious and bright office on the 10th floor, He-Yu was talking to Wen Yingying, teaching her about the operation of the game center. However, he had a brand new idea inside his head, the game made free, but access to the game's nutrient square pods, is it going to charge money? Master, Inger feels that the nutrient cube pods are capable of being manufactured in large quantities. It's also able to be marketed in large quantities, and the technology in it, with the current technology on Earth, can't be cracked even in another 50 years. Nutrient cube, a staple of the future of gaming. Just as he was thinking about this, Inger's voice rang out. With these words from Inger, He-Yu's confidence was instantly boosted, showing that he initially possessed a keen judgment of business. The genetic evolution potion, which had transformed his body to a whole new level. He-Yu immediately went on top of the computer and typed out his initial thoughts, then quickly asked Inger to create the PPT slides for this tender. Honey, it looks like we're going to have to borrow your turf for this game tender. Do I need to pay you for the venue? He-Yu so to Wen Yingying flirted up, here has been handed over to Wen Yingying to be responsible for, to meet her 9 to 5 with a generous salary, there is easy work. The game center was basically all intelligently operated, and aside from the dozens of people transferred from the group's personnel department, the rest were various robots serving individuals. You guys, you're begging for a fight, aren't you? Honey, thank you for fulfilling such a capricious and unreasonable request. Wen Yingying walked directly behind He-Yu, and her slender jade hands began to slowly massage on his shoulders. Before he could enjoy himself for long, the secretary knocked on the door, and after letting her in, he immediately told He-Yu that it was the head of the Magic City branch of the national television station who had come, saying that he wanted to talk about cooperation. He-Yu thought about it briefly and realized where they were coming from. The national television station has an extremely high viewing audience and great influence in the Dragon Kingdom, and it also has numerous channels, which includes a sports and competition channel. Directly the secretary asked the person in charge to come over. As soon as the chief came in, he identified himself and his intentions.
Mr. He, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of interrupting, please forgive me. I came here this time in the hope of reaching a strategic cooperation agreement with Mr. He, as authorized by the headquarters. This person in charge directly took out a letter from the national television station's imperial capital headquarters and handed it to Hiyu's hands to identify the authenticity. It seemed that the national television side had also heard the rumors, and only then did they specially send over the head of the Magic City distribution. That's perfectly fine, I'm going to set up a press secretary in the group, and I'll have to deal with you guys a lot more often down the road. You're here this time to try to get the media rights to broadcast the game, right? Let's put it this way, I'll state it plainly, this game is a brand new masterpiece from our Wins Game Company, utilizing quite a bit of pre-modern technology. With your current filming technology, it's a bit inadequate. Of course, we can provide you with processed live game footage. He also does not beat around the bush and said directly, this game can be said to be completely beyond the times, the use of video cameras to shoot the computer screen that type, only to be able to go through the technical processing. Moreover, in order to facilitate the interview, he specially set up a game screen in the middle of the hall on the 3rd floor. Then thank you, Mr. He. After the embarrassment, this person in charge still agreed. By the way, I'm only able to give you the game broadcasting rights within the Huarong Kingdom for free. After a little bit of thinking, He made this decision, as a kind of repayment for the last time the national TV station helped to publicize the shaping corset. The person in charge left with a smile on his face immediately after getting the contract. Owning the domestic broadcast rights has done the job for him. I've come up with another avenue to make money, selling game broadcasting rights. How's that? Your husband's great, isn't he? Shouldn't you have something to show for it? He looked at Wen Yingying full of tenderness. This was still something he thought of when the national TV station came over. After getting a kiss from Wen Yingying, he immediately set this matter up, transferring someone from the group who had a good image and could speak well. The press conference system was set up just like that, and the auction for the game broadcasting rights was announced. As soon as this news was announced, those media reporters immediately contacted the person in charge of their respective branches in the Magic City and the Dragon Kingdom. In turn, they quickly contacted their respective big bosses. All of them journalists have a kind of professional sensitivity, so naturally they know that this game released by Wins Game Company is going to explode all over the world. If you get the broadcasting rights of the game, you are joining the Feast of Wealth. It is important to realize that the number of competitive gamers in the world today is 2 billion. That's still the ones directly involved, and counting those in the periphery, the numbers are even higher. It didn't take long for the traffic in Mordor to run out of steam again, and it was fortunate that there were traffic police on duty, or else the traffic in Mordor would have been caught in a serious traffic jam. They are all the owners of major media groups around the world who received the news and rushed over. Chapter 89, Global Live Broadcast. Time Warner, the Walt Disney Company, News Corp's Murdoch, and many others at the helm, all arrived on the scene. Many of them, after receiving the news, directly came to Magic City by special airplane. The battle they're going to be involved in today is for the broadcasting rights to the live broadcast of the game that gathers the world's top tycoons, the consortium players. These media company owners are also blessed with excellent eyesight, as well as keen insight. Since this game released by Wins Game Company had attracted so many rich people and consortiums over, it was surely going to set off another feast. Once the broadcasting rights were acquired, they were able to acquire more wealth in numerous countries. On the 10th floor of the specially opened up 600 square feet of large conference hall, those media group bosses with beautiful secretaries, as well as financial personnel are listed as one of them. The professional auctioneer that Hiyu had arranged stood on the stage with a small gavel in his hand. A head of national television had passed on the experience beforehand, and those within the group quickly agreed on a base price for the broadcast rights. Hiyu was sitting in the main position on the stage and smiled when he saw these media helmsmen at the bottom. At this moment, the conference hall is filled with people. At a glance, he didn't notice many acquaintances, none of them had been here since the wedding day. At one time, the Winnipeg group went industrial, that is, manufacturing. There's basically nothing that involves a news category, or broadcast rights or anything like that. Just this once. The reason why these bosses of theirs had come over was a clear indication of how much they valued this matter, and it also gave Hiyu face. After all, no one is a cutie pie. Can develop such a soon-to-be world-leading game, which is tantamount to entering the world of sports, so involved in the communication industry. A true content producer. And this is a game that, as far as released graphics are concerned, has thrown off the most popular games now by hundreds of blocks. A game like this is impossible to crack and develop by looking at the top game companies in the world. The future of Wins Game Company is absolutely unlimited. They came over to have a good relationship with Wins Game Company, and even more so with Hiyu. The future of that future is unlimited. Of course, there's no media from the Hualong country in this, not even the self-published media. Welcome, everyone, to Winchester Games. After sipping a mouthful of tea, Hiyu looked condescendingly at these media bigwigs from around the world at the bottom. It's no exaggeration to say that the people here have almost mastered the vast majority of the world's media, except for the Hualong country.
As long as they are angry, they are able to effortlessly smear the leaders of the rest of the countries and directly incite the people to rise up against their leaders. Journalists are the uncrowned king, then they are the ones in control of the uncrowned king.
Hello, Mr. He. Nice to meet you.
The crowd greeted with big smiles on their faces. This sentence was not meant to be translated at all, but rather they had learned to speak the official language of the specialized Hualong country. Those of them who are in the media certainly know the importance of learning a language. Sweeping a glance at the crowd, He slightly smiled and immediately opened the door.
I'm so glad you were able to come today. It's nice to have money that we can all earn together.
To get back to the point, let me start with the rules for the auction of the dissemination rights.
The broadcast rights for the game, we will be on a sub-national level.
Hi's voice was very loud and spread through the loudspeaker all over the conference hall so that everyone was able to hear it.
Mr. Ho, why not divide the broadcasting rights into continents? There are quite a few of us that have TV stations in other countries.
The person who asked the question was Murdoch, the man at the helm of News Corp, which controls a number of European TV stations and networks. He wants to use the broadcasting rights to attract gamers from all over Europe and the Americas to his media conglomerate. Murdoch, you're trying to monopolize the broadcast rights on 2 continents. It's too shady. Murdoch can't be that greedy. The broadcasting rights can't be taken away from your family. News Corporation is too overbearing, Mr. Ho, they can't be condoned. After the words fell, these big-name media bosses started talking and protesting. They all know very well that once the intercontinental broadcasting rights are taken by a large media company like News Corp, then it means they can monopolize the spread of the game. The reason why there is no intercontinental representation is changed to national level. In this way, He was able to ensure that his income was maximized.
Because I want as many people around the world to know about this game of mine as possible. It's also about getting more people into my game and getting them on board as well.
He directly stated his request, and those media bosses then breathed a sigh of relief, and one by one, they all saw hope. The auction for the broadcast rights went quite well, and in the end, the owners of Time Warner were wealthy enough to acquire the rights to the Stars and Stripes. Murdoch's News Corporation acquired the broadcast rights for the French state and the British state as well. The broadcast rights for the rest of the countries were auctioned off. So much so that it directly made tens of billions of dollars in pure income for the Winchesters. It's not as much of a horror as selling or an oil all at once, but a mosquito leg is still meat even if it's small.
He'll be able to do quite a bit with that amount of money.
After the auction of the broadcasting rights was completed, He directly had the media reporters under their banner arranged in front of the big screen on the 3rd floor where the game screen was played. And it was explained to them how difficult it would be to paint the game full of transmissions. He is all about a global game broadcast, and it's broadcasting a brand new gaming experience for the bigwigs of the consortium, the professional players. Of course, this is also done to attract more competitive players and regular people to this game. A prelude to the launch of this game. Only when the number of people who pay attention to this game increases will he be able to have a better chance of selecting better quality future soldier talents. After finalizing things on this side, He went directly to the Regal Reception Center. Gentlemen, what about inviting you here today is for you to personally experience this brand new game developed by my Wins Game Company. I just want you all to know that the products of the Winchesters Group are still fine. This is a game that will give you an immersive experience. He said so, and directly led these tycoons from all over the world, the heads of the major consortia, inside the game hall.
Chapter 90, The Taotai Feast.
These people had just walked into the game hall when they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. How can they not imagine? Here can not see any screen, only a super sci-fi as if from a science fiction movie in the Nutrient Square cabin.
However, they didn't doubt for a second that this was the gaming center He was talking about.
Only in the central position of the hall, a hologram displaying the game scene floated in mid-air, allowing people to very intuitively feel that the game turned out to be so cool.
Getting to a place like this is like being in the future. Even by the karmas. Mr. He, is this really a game center? Why do I feel like I'm in the future? Too sci-fi, is this really a game? How do I feel like I'm experiencing a sci-fi journey? In the words of Hualong Nation, awesome. I'm in love with this place. Just for this sci-fi set, Mr. He, this game, we, the Rothschild family, have decided to participate. Each of these tycoons had a look of incredulity on their faces, and they even directly expressed their strong desire to participate here. As soon as the head of the large consortium opened his mouth, the rest of the tycoons were not willing to show any weakness. As the head of the major wealth, they are all possessed of an extremely keen insight into the wealth. Naturally, they can see that this game has a very broad money. If you miss this opportunity, you'll be behind and passive in the future. He always had a calm smile on his face and was not moved. Folks, let's not talk about bidding right now, but play the game.
Nutritional square pods, just lay yourselves down in them. Now it's all about making the competition a little more intense, while also letting them really experience a whole new thrill with this game. Under EU's arrangement, these tycoons, as well as the people in charge of the consortium, took off their shoes and lay down in the nutritional square cabin. As soon as you enter the connection room, it's game on.
Meanwhile, in the media center on the third floor, technically processed gameplay images immediately appeared on top of the big screen. Cool scenes and the game characters chosen by the rich and famous are all on display.
Those media reporters exclaimed.
They were blown away by what they saw on the screen, a game that completely surpassed all modern games in terms of playability. Various words of praise were spoken from their mouths, quickly broadcasting through the live screen above the global television stations. It started out as nothing more than a live broadcast of the game on various TV sports channels. But soon, these TV station heads realized that the ratings of the formerly cold sports and competition channels showed a straight-line spike, and the data monitoring was instantly explosive.
A number of viewers have even called the station to complain.
They had to immediately put their other channels on pause and switch all the way to the live stream of this brand new game. Those media group bosses who had bid for the broadcasting rights of this game were all laughing when they saw the data coming from the major TV stations under their command.
That's quite a sum of money well spent.
Just that one moment immediately sent their media attention levels and ratings soaring.
This brings them traffic in geometric increments.
Instantly, it puts them firmly in the #1 spot in the ratings of their country. Whether it's Time Warner or News Corporation and a host of other media moguls, they've picked up the phone and dialed directly to the Winnipeg phone or Winnipeg Games to book their next bid for game broadcasting rights. At the same time, they also decided that when this live broadcast was over, they must personally fly over to Magic City to meet Hiyu. Fight for it, sign a permanent strategic cooperation agreement with him, even if it means giving him some shares. As the bigwigs in the media industry, they have long been clear through their respective channels that Hiyu has a habit of only making money and never interfering with the operations of the companies he invests in. At this time, on top of the tubing video site, some of the video of the live TV broadcast was uploaded online by netizens. In an instant, it sent that up owners following soaring from a few to millions, and the number is still skyrocketing.
Holy crap, this game is blowing up.
Both the graphics and the texture of the game are too sci-fi. I can't believe I'm watching the world's rich bigwigs play games online. Richtown knows how to play.
Fark, what kind of crappy internet is this? It's so laggy, I'd better go watch live TV.
The pop-ups sent out were directly stuck on top of the video screen, and a group of netizens were so angry that they directly smashed their keyboards and finally turned off their computers directly and returned to the traditional TV. It's the first time that a tubing video has ever had this kind of internet channel blockage. Watching the traffic plummet, Zuckerberg, who was sitting in the president's office, was so angry that he directly smashed the expensive computer on his desk.
Win Games released such a cool as hell game and he didn't even know about it. He didn't realize what was going on until something went wrong.
You should know that Google has set up a specialized information collection agency, but up to now, not even a single word of such important information has been sent.
Fark. That bunch of ING mealies, they should all be fired.
Hurry up and come in, secretary, notify the special plane for me, I want to fly straight to Mordor to meet Mr. E. Zuckerberg's fist slammed heavily on top of his desk. He was going to make up for this one, no matter what the cost he was willing to pay.
The return of these viewers also instantly took TVs right off the air at the mall.
Many of these TVs are exported from the Hualong country, and the result is that Hualong TV suppliers are getting calls from all over the world begging for shipments as soon as possible. The major TV producers immediately took all their inventory and used charter flights to send it around the world as fast as they could to the shelves.
The original backlog of inventory was all cleared out without using it for 5 hours.
These TV supplier bigwigs they are not cuties. Of course there is an investigation when this happens.
As a result, they investigated, and finally investigated to the head of the one group Hiyu.
It was as if they had discussed it, and when Hiyu was done with his busy schedule, they must personally come to the door to thank him. At this time, the hand of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, which is in charge of these companies, also received the shortcuts from the companies, and smiles were written all over his face. He marveled at the fact that with Hiyu, with a live game he made the Hualong country's TV producers earn a fortune. And he, a handful of people, actually didn't know until after the results appeared, so he couldn't help but add a bitter smile to his face.
Chapter 91, A Fire Before It's Listed.
At this time, the Ministry of Science and Technology, a handful of Ministry of Chen, also received the report. Win Gaming has developed a brand new gaming product, as well as Nutri-Square pods, with extremely advanced technology. It has attracted the world's rich and powerful, as well as the heads of consortiums, to the Magic City. It can be said that nowadays the Magic City has concentrated the richest group of people in the world. They are able to control the economic lifeblood of other countries around the world in addition to the Huarong country. And, they're coming right at the Winchesters, in order to bid on this new groundbreaking gaming product. This EU, he didn't even make a report after making such a big move.
What a gas break I am.
Although he grumbled so on his lips, no one could tell that Chen Bei had a big smile written all over his face. Now, he was finally able to raise his eyebrows, and the Dragon Kingdom had finally produced a group whose every move made the world's tycoons watch and get excited. It is the Winnipeg Group. And he was also the one who received the report that all the stocks of TV sets from the national TV set manufacturers were emptied and sent abroad in special planes. Penguin Horse back to Peng Cheng's headquarters, after the he used words or the more thought the more wrong, rent directly after the launch of the investigation. It's a shock not to find out. Sure enough, he found out that those few HR employees who had interviewed Hiyu in the beginning had disliked Hiyu's academic qualifications, and in the end, they had severely humiliated him. Seeing this result, Penguin Horse's body was as if his sinews had been removed, his whole body was limp. If not for his buttocks supporting him and the boss chair being imported, I'm afraid he would have been lying on the floor long ago. At this time, the manager of Penguin Group's Information Investigation Department also detected that a brand new game was being broadcasted live on the national TV sports and competition channel. This game, no matter in terms of player experience or the coolness and realism of the scene, eclipsed their hottest game right now. And they're pretty sure that once this game hits the market, it's going to be a hot mess. They even dare to assert that this game represents a future trend. If we don't get in touch with Win Games as soon as possible to take this game, Penguin Group has missed an extremely important opportunity. Entering the office, the general manager of the Information Investigation Department handed a report directly on top of Penguin Horse's desk. Immediately report the asked information to Penguin Horse. To put it bluntly, this brand new game from Win Games represents the future of gaming. Once listed, it would be a devastating blow to the games under Penguin Group. Hearing this report, Penguin Horse's face became more and more ugly, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It's still true that 30 years is a long time to go. Sure enough, it was. After the information department manager left, Penguin Horse's face kept changing and struggling. Cut the meat and leave. After some agonizing thought, Penguin Horse rubbed his hands over his face for a moment and then made an important decision through gritted teeth. He knew that, fighting with Wen's group, exactly Hiyu, Penguin Group could not afford to lose, or maybe it would all collapse, and finally fall into the strong enemy of all the evil. After making such a decision, he immediately took a special airplane and flew directly to Magic City. He wanted to meet Hiyu in person at the first opportunity to probe him and find out what he really meant. At this time, the Magic City is still immersed in the middle of a prosperous. The only thing that was quiet was the game center, where the rich and powerful were still inside the camping cabin, controlling the characters in the game to their heart's content. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hiyu was the first to come out of the square cabin and started to prepare for the bidding for the agency. But it didn't occur to me that the party pods of the rich and powerful, the people at the helm of the consortiums, weren't turned on, while the game screen was transmitting outward uninterruptedly. In order to end this busy bidding work earlier, Hiyu directly let Inger give a notice to those of them within the square cabin game, collectively come out to bid, and the experience session officially ended. Mr. He, you have a play that is simply too cool and exciting. I have some he can't tell where is reality and where is the game until now. I was able to soar through the game's virtual world on my own. It was incredible. This game, the agency rights of Stars and Stripes, we, the Rockefeller family, will take it, no matter how much money we are willing to pay. It's true that when you're rich and powerful, the words you say are different. As soon as these people of theirs came out, they directly surrounded Hiyu's side. In fact, no matter whether it is the Rockefeller Consortium, the DuPont Consortium, or the Rothschild Family Consortium at the helm of the people, but in the past, but they never play games, but today they are addicted to playing. This one is based on the world of virtual reality, neural transmission technology to create a game that is called a real game. What's all the rage in the world right now about creating live-action experience games based on 3D technology is completely the enlightenment phase of gaming technology. Lying in the nutrient module, it is quickly connected to the game through the nerve transmission technology, so the whole person is really in the game, they are the protagonist. This game, even if it is not listed, with their keen insight, they do not doubt the game's potential for fire in the slightest. Even, this game will lead to a complete upgrade of the competitive gaming industry. The market here is going to be unimaginably huge. Bidding, of course, is going to be in the conference hall, where I've got good tea and water for you. Let's just get the bidding done while we get high on melon seeds and sip tea, shall we not? He said so. He actually had already asked the service staff to prepare the conference hall properly, just waiting for these tycoons, the people at the helm of the consortium, to go over. Those tycoons, as well as the people at the helm of the consortiums, after hearing this, one after another praised Hiyu for being too polite in Walongguo. Conference hall. Hiyu sat on top of the main seat on the high platform, looking around at those tycoons and people at the helm of the consortium underneath. Directly will have long been prepared PPT slides open on this game to do a comprehensive and profound introduction, especially the selling points are shown very clearly. Tell them explicitly that the game and the nutritional square pods are sold separately. Game agency rights, sub-national level. The game is able to run on regular computers and phones, and even in VR glasses, with results that are just as fun as today's popular games. But to experience that sense of immersion and still be able to enjoy life, you have to buy the Nutri-Square Pod. Nutrient pods are ordered by the games agent from the Winchester's Group, which ensures that the interests of the tycoons or consortiums that bid for the agent's rights are maximized. Chapter 92: Fierce Bidding. As soon as these words were spoken, no matter whether it was the tycoons or the people at the helm of the consortiums, they were all excited. Directly treating Hiyu as an angel sent by God to save them, he was really thinking of them in every way. They were also more certain that by cooperating with Hiyu, their own interests could be absolutely guaranteed while at the same time earning big money. As a result, it has also made the competition for game representation more intense. Hiyu finally also told these bigwigs that after the game was rolled out all over the world, he would organize a competitive game tournament so that the players who participated in it would be able to get even more bang for their buck, and the prizes would be extremely lucrative. Those who have been exercised by the game will not easily get Alzheimer's in the old, and the young will not fall down and become even less Buddhist. Finally, Hiyu also told them that the game is able to change their lives, and there will be a mysterious gift waiting for them at the end of the game. This gift is not something that can be measured in money, and it can be life-affirming. As for what this mystery gift was, Hiyu told the crowd that it was a mystery. These bigwigs, after hearing this, were even more eager to rush over and hug Hiyu on their knees, so that he would speak out that suspense. However, after mentioning the suspense, Hiyu quickly brought the topic back on track to the most important thing of the day, the bidding for the game's agency rights. Of course, in order to ensure that the agent's interests are maximized, this time, as in the case of the last Shaping Tights, the small countries were packaged and put together. Okay, let's get straight to the point. The first country is Stars and Stripes. Since you say that I am an angel, that angel will take you to make money, a lot of money. Hiyu gazed around the crowd underneath and directly transferred the PPT slide to the map of the country of Stars and Stripes. The bigwigs took a look and were shocked. Right off the bat, the Stars and Stripes has a large number of gamers and spends a lot more per capita on gaming than the most populous country, Hualong. Of course, this area of the Huarong country was left by Hiyu to Win's game company to operate separately. After all, no matter what, the number of people in the Hualong country is the largest, and the potential to be able to do so here is also huge. In particular, the people of the Hualong country were very diligent, and when they carried out interplanetary development of the universe in the future, they were especially suitable for dry logistics and the construction of large-scale planetary bases, which was more than appropriate. People are always selfish. Well, to the final recruitment to these people, Hiyu is ready to collectively use on the biochip. At any given time, the human heart is the hardest thing to measure. Hiyu didn't want to end up in a situation where he was stabbed in the back. This is a game that all the bigwigs in the room have personally experienced, so everyone knows what the game is really worth. The pre-agency bidding process was unusually heated to begin with. Stars and Stripes' immediate starting price is $200 million. The price increase, however, was in increments of $200 million at the strong request of the bigwigs. In other words, if you don't bid, you bid and automatically add $200 million in on top of the previous price. This is crazier than Shaping Tights. All the way to the fight, the final is by the Morgan Consortium $480 million to buy the Stars and Stripes country general agent position. It looks very expensive, but it's not. The Stars and Stripes is a large country, with many more state capitals and numerous large cities. All of these places are able to sell their agents out. Seeing that the Rockefeller Consortium made a lot of money last time, the Morgan Consortium this time said anything to put a big one, to seize this opportunity to death. Damn Chris, you're mean. Are you trying to make sure we're not destined to come out on top? This time, count yourselves as ruthless. Next time, I will definitely not give in. Seeing the small hammer fall, Steve Rockefeller III couldn't control his anger at once, but he had to accept the result in the face. This time, he's coming in slowly with confidence and has his family's high hopes that he's going to take this game down no matter what. Unable to do so, this head of the Morgan Consortium, even more ruthless, directly last raised the price by $1 billion. And also put out a tough word: as long as the Rockefeller Consortium to raise the price again, he'll every time to raise the price of $1 billion upwards. Steve Rockefeller III, as the current helmsman of the Rockefeller Consortium, had just accidentally choked on his water. As it turned out, the proxy was snatched up by the Morgan Consortium. To this day, Steve Rockefeller III regrets like hell that he shouldn't have drank the water earlier. In fact, he was seeing that he got the agency last time, and this time he was confident, but he ended up in the gutter. Steve, this game is so good, so outstanding. It can't be that you Rockefeller Consortium can take first place every time, can it? Borrowing a proverb from Hualong country, the wind and water rotate to my house this year. Just don't be so angry. After returning home, I was able to sell you the New York State Agency. Isn't that good? Mr. He, thank you so much. We at Morgan Consortium will definitely run the agency and make sure you get your revenue. As the current head of the Morgan Consortium, Chris Morgan was now in high spirits with a big smile on his face, and he would utilize this opportunity to expand even further in the Stars and Stripes. He had every reason to believe that the Morgan Consortium's wealth would certainly skyrocket this time. For Morgan Consortium's assurance, Hiyu was very pleased. He only needed to ensure that his wealth was incrementally increased. As for how they privately engaged in killing and gaming, that was another matter. Europe's Han's country's agent to fight is also exceptionally fierce. On the player's spending power, Han's country is only in addition to the Dragon country, ranked second in the existence of the country. It was ultimately the Rothschilds who bid to take it at a cost of $3 billion. Toward the end of the bidding, the global game agency rights national level ended. A total of 62 districts were divided. That means Win Gaming, which has made a killing, up to $50 billion, on the agency rights alone. That's $20 billion more than a molded corset. You know, it's just game representation. Aside from the agency, they buy nutrient square pods that also cost money. Of course, he also assured them that the game's servers will be exceptionally powerful, ensuring that when the game is in operation, there will be absolutely no lagging phenomenon, and supporting 10,000 megabytes of traffic broadband access. In order to ensure the smooth operation of the game, Win's game company also launched 100 large flux broadband satellites in the cloud country, without the need for agents to lay separate fiber optic cables. That's a big part of why this bid sold for far more than the shaping tights. Chapter 93. Two departments arrive at the same time. In fact, for Hiyu, these are all small amounts of money spent. Ever since the last time he had taken a space trip, Hiyu had purposely strengthened the Cloud Kingdom's space program. 100 large flux satellites, made in 2 or 3 days tops, could be taken up into space by an interstellar mining ship on the way and be done with it. Incidental things that don't cost anything at all. Therefore, this time based on the virtual reality world, nerve transmission technology developed games. In addition to the initial investment, the back is $1 million thing. According to EU's own statistics, from the development of this game to its launch, a total of only $5 billion had been invested. So just one agent right, already let him will cost back, not to mention, but also pure profit $450 billion US, converted into the currency of the Huarong country then, a full more than 300 billion. Of course, that's not counting the money shelled out by subsequent players and the purchase of the nutrient square pods. According to the law of game development, in fact, the most profitable is the game itself, as well as the surrounding cultural and creative products. All of these, Wen's group has applied for patent protection. This part of the application for patent protection is all capable of being disclosed and is not a core secret. With this money, Hiyu was able to invest in other projects and invest in technologies and products that Global Ing Air had evaluated as having investment value. For investment convenience, Hiyu acquired a portion of Cathay Securities back and continued to be the third largest shareholder. And that beautiful manager of Cathay Securities, Xiao Yanyan, has now completely become his personal assistant. Moreover, Xiao Yanyan also revealed to him that she was still a single girl, and as long as Hiyu didn't mind, she would sell her life for him. In terms of loyalty, Hiyu was still very trusting. Of course, this exaggerated input was released through the media, quickly causing players around the world to go crazy. They are much more excited about the game, and have been going through various channels too. After the delivery of the agency rights of the countries around the world, Wen's group first time on the official website, the list of all published. Above the list, the names of the agents around the world are clearly listed, as well as the regions they are responsible for. In fact, even if Wen's group didn't put it up, those bigwigs who bid to get the agent were quick to publicize it through their companies. The eyes of players around the world were immediately drawn to focus on this matter. When they saw that there were names of their own country's enterprises on the top of the list, they were all as excited as if they were pumped up with chicken blood. They are all eagerly awaiting the rollout of this very new game online. As soon as the bidding meeting was over, Hiyu directly notified those agents in charge of the enterprises to pick up the plane at their respective national airports, and he would directly transport all the equipment within 3 days. As for the installation, they were left to their own devices and only had to set up the receiving antenna. Of course, the cost of transportation is out of those agents' pockets, and he doesn't cover shipping. This time, surprisingly, it's the Morgan Consortium that has been granted the Star-Spangled Nations Agency, even by the Karma. I can't wait to be the first to join this game to experience a whole new thrill and vent my passion. For once, the Winchesters have acted really quickly and expect to be able to play the game this week. In an instant, the passion of players around the world was completely and utterly ignited, and each one of them looked at the information on the official website of Wen's Game Company and the official website of Wen's Group, which was updated every day. Every time it is installed and place, information appears above the official website of the Winnebago Group. On this day, Hiyu received 2 people at the same time in the headquarters office of Win Group, Chun from the Ministry of Science and Technology, and Zhao, a hand from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Hiyu, we should be considered old friends, right? You're really embarrassing me as a handful of people by putting up another satellite without saying a word, huh? But I'm glad, no matter what, you're from the country of Huarong, and Wen's Group is an enterprise of Huarong. Shin Department so smilingly said. He came to the One Group has been many times, although it is said to be able to obtain some information, but he has never come into contact with the information within the laboratory of the One Group that he most wanted to come into contact with. It left him a little helpless, but he couldn't come up with a justifiable reason. What's more, now that Wen's Group had basically wrapped up the Cloud Country and had a whole set of technological practices there, even the Stars and Stripes had sent out a strong military force and failed to bring down the Cloud Country. Instead, an aircraft carrier was lost, along with several battleships. When this result appeared, it directly shocked the elder council of the Huarong Kingdom, unanimously agreeing that the one group was very deeply hidden and should not be underestimated. Such a business can only be treated with kind words, not nonsense. Count on it. To be able to become friends with Ministry Chen, he has the honor of 3 lifetimes. He naturally said with a smile. Of course he was well aware of these bigwigs, that had nothing to do with it. Mr. He, I came here uninvited, so please don't be offended. This time I came over here, I came specifically to thank you. You organized this live broadcast, which directly cleared the inventory of the domestic TV industry. A major contribution to the development of the domestic economy. I'm going to work with Ministry Chen to recommend you to be on the national TV station's selection for the National Economic Person of the Year. Zhao took the initiative to extend his hand to Yu, full of smiling looks, but his words were very plain and serious. On the way here, he had already figured out that no matter what, he would let Yu pull the strings of those businesses in the country. He believed that with the strength of Wen's group today, it was fully capable of supporting more large-scale enterprise groups, further enhancing the economic strength of the Huarong Kingdom. As long as Yu made a move, he believed that it would be a matter of minutes for domestic enterprises to upgrade their technology. The National Economic Person of the Year award selected by the national television station, that is the Oscar of the economic world of the Hualong country me. It is also one of the most professional quality and influential selection in Hualong country. It is one of the most recognized and respected brands in the Hualong country. The level of attention was unprecedented. I appreciate Ministry Zhao's kindness. I, for one, only like to keep a low profile, so you might as well recommend someone else on. Yu quickly waved his hand and politely refused. He only wanted to be a low-key moneymaker right now instead of trying to show his face. If she could, she would prefer to push Wen Yingying out. But now, Wen Yingying seemed to have followed his example and kept a low profile. Upon hearing these words from Yu, both the Chen department and the Zhao department almost fell head over heels. Chapter 94. Low profile? Whoever got 520 airplanes to pick up a bride? Who used to make luxury cars appear all over the Magic City? After making such a big commotion, fearing that others wouldn't know about it, he now actually told him to keep a low profile. There's no one else for a guy like that. He all politely refused. He could not push any further, and could only comply with his request. Mr. He, you're still a very special person. By raising your hand, you're able to influence the development of an industry. I came here because I want you to be able to help domestic enterprises. We are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. We should help each other, no? You see, many domestic enterprises do not have the core technology is often necked by foreign countries. This is the pain point. Zhao department after sitting down is so said, he came before the ministry opened a meeting, want to do through the work of Yu, but also must he this hand personally. Although there is no realm of benefit to mankind, but he also has the consciousness of wanting to leave the voice of the goose, wanting to be in his hands. Some of the key areas of the Huarong country is stuck in the neck of the situation to be solved. As of now, the one thing he can hope for is still this Wen's group, that is, Yu. As with the last shaping corset, official licenses were issued and a lot of profit was gained. This time the game, although the license had been issued long ago, he had found that the Winchesters themselves possessed a great deal of hidden technology that was completely ahead of its time. Like, for example, those rockets that were used to hunt down the Star-Spangled Nation's carriers last time flew at 30 times the speed of sound. A rocket isn't a missile. 30 times the speed of sound. Isn't the technology involved worth looking into? Now a brand new game has been released, and according to reliable sources, that's played lying down in a square pod. And also based on the world of virtual reality, neurotransmission technology development of this set of games is completely subverted all the existing rules of the game. Moreover, he also found that the Winchesters always had endless layers of new technology. Chen Bei said that the lab used to be in Magic City, but now it's moved directly to the Cloud Kingdom. Ministry Zhao, as a citizen of the Hualong Kingdom, I will definitely help wherever I am needed. Wen's group's product procurement will still be mainly in the country. After all, the industry chain here is complete, and the relevant supporting facilities are better than abroad. Of course, the country needs it, and I will cooperate fully. He said so. No matter what, his parents and siblings were all in the country. It was impossible for all of them to move to the Cloud Country. As a descendant of the dragon, of course, I hope that the Hualong Kingdom will become better and better. After all, if the Hualong country was bad, his face would not shine. Mr. He, it's good to have this realization. Here, I would also like to assure you that all the legitimate operations of the Winchesters Group in the future will be strongly guaranteed and supported. After I go back, I'll also instruct Mordor here to give Wen's group an industrial package and enter into a virtuous cycle. All, in a word, I'll give you a matching industrial chain for whatever Wen group needs. Zhao Bei was quite moved and immediately took a stand. Once the formation of the Winslow Group as a leader, then down the road there will be a large number of other enterprises supporting in. In this way, with Yu's ability, he would definitely be able to form a mega industry chain related enterprise in this part of Magic City. Once the industrial chain is formed, Wen's group can not just move away, so it is the formation of a complete positive cycle.
Whether a country's economy is strong or not depends on the major groups, and the groups look at the industry chain. Thank you, Ministry Cho. Going forward, the One Group will take the lead in placing numerous new technologies in Magic City for development. Hearing these words, Hyu was quite moved, and immediately made a statement. The country has stepped in to help solve the problem of industrial support, but also to the face, he naturally want to catch. Even though he was a lord in the Cloud Kingdom, in the end, he was still a native of the Hwarong Kingdom in his bones, with a strong sense of native land. This also solved a multitude of his problems. Possessing a fracture spike system, with new technology breaking out every once in a while, Wen's group can't possibly wrap everything from raw materials to finished products all by itself. Besides, he didn't have that many available resources. If there was an industry chain toward supporting it, then this would save a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about it, with the new technology falling into place quickly for production. Especially after experiencing the painful period of the construction of the Cloud Country, he understood the importance of the industrial chain support even more. At the beginning, when building the foundation of the Cloud Kingdom, he relied on most of the industrial support from the Hwarong Kingdom, as well as the Hwarong Kingdom's transportation group. Hyu, I love what you're saying. Some of your One Group's technology, as long as it doesn't involve core secrets, it's perfectly fine to share some of it out. Letting the country engage in some research to promote technological upgrading is not also promoting the industry chain to walk to the high end. Shin department at this time is to hit the snake with a stick. Directly to Hyu made a request. He believes that as long as the industry to do supporting, then down the road Wen's group will be very difficult not to come up with technology to share. Why do I get the feeling that the two bigwigs, instead of coming to congratulate me today, are here to pull out my family's pockets? I'm afraid you two, on the way there, had a discussion, didn't you? You guys messed with my little heart and still, to this day, it's pounding like crazy. Hyu's hand covered his chest with a deeply stricken look and said very helplessly. In fact, he had thought about taking some of the less critical technologies and sharing them, but there were simply no trustworthy companies. Most importantly, he didn't want the technology to spread, which would then trickle down to the stars and stripes. It doesn't fit with his original intent. Ha, we're promoting your progress. The two of them, Chen Bei and Zhao Bei, looked at each other and smiled and said, when they were on the road, the two of them had discussed it. No matter what, they had to dig something out from Hyu. In the face of these two big brother, Hyu is also very helpless, and finally can only ambiguously say that after the industrial support is done, it will become a mega laboratory and cooperate with domestic universities and research institutes. That's what sent the two big men packing. Today, he also has a lot of money in his hands, although he has invested quite a bit out of it. But now the money is being made faster than turning on the money printing machine. Millions of dollars a second. They hadn't been gone for long when the secretary ran into the office and said directly to Hyu that Google's boss, Zuckerberg, was here. Hearing this name, Hyu froze for a moment. His heart in doing the industry has not yet involved in the internet technology and did not touch his interests. Moving his cake, he ran over to do what? Chapter 95, A Model of Double Standards. While thinking about it, Hyu also made a point of recalling it. Master, you hold 21% of the shares of Google's parent company, Alphabet. Inger's voice immediately rang in Hyu's ears, and nowadays, Inger had partially become Hyu's personal assistant, incarnating into an intelligent robot watch. The watch looks no different than a regular smartwatch on the outside, and even looks more ordinary, like it hasn't gone through an updated iteration yet. Hyu's right hand stroked his chin as he began to ponder what this Google boss was doing running to his place. Paying your respects? Combined with the words of the two ministry-level bigwigs of the Hwarong Kingdom, he was able to guess something. Nowadays, the rest of the people who wanted to see Hyu that also required an appointment. Of course, he doesn't meet everyone. Where else would he have time for his private life? It didn't take long for the tired-looking Google boss Edward Page, formerly known as Zuckerberg, to push open the office door and walk in, bearing gifts. Mr. He, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of coming to disturb you. Edward Page gathered himself together and tried to present a friendly demeanor. Anyway, he came with sincerity this time. Once you miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to get back up later. Mr. Page, just say what you have to say. No need to come to these false bends. He waved his hand and said he didn't want to waste his time on Edward Page. This Google company, and item are very arrogant, today ran over to beg for peace that should have a beg for peace attitude. It's like this time I came over, I want to cooperate with your company. I want to buy the internet distribution rights of the game from you. Our company's tubes have a huge user base all over the world, which will surely make your game more noticed. We're also able to promote your game for free, and as long as we work together, that's going to be very beneficial for you. Edward Page said so. He tried his best to make his tone seem calm. On the way here he had thought about it, he had to take the cooperation with Wen's group. Only, it took 6 hours from the time he boarded the special airplane to the time he arrived in Mordor. When applying for the route, the Mordor side surprisingly gave that the airspace was busy, allowing him to consume 6 hours in the sky queuing up for no reason at all. Luckily, his plane carried enough fuel and pulled just him and the finances and legal over. It annoyed him greatly, but he had no way to vent it. In the air, he had seen a number of consortium family jets flying by. What if I don't work with you? His right hand gently snapped above the desktop, really unable to find a reason to engage with the tubing. Not to mention, Tubes has questioned and slandered shaping tights before. Even now, the shaping tights are a big seller, and users all over the world are saying how good this stuff is. It's just a shame that these videos haven't been taken down yet on Tubes. Also continues to be at the top of the list. Mr. Ho, can you give me a reason? I am very sincere and offer very generous terms. Edward Page froze for a moment, a look of incomprehension on his face. He really couldn't figure out why he refused to cooperate with his pipeline. If he doesn't reach a partnership now, then all the videos about gaming that are shown on the tube constitute copyright infringement. As long as he was more serious, he would be able to make him burnt out in minutes. Since you want reasons, I'll talk to you. Wen's Game Company, what is its relationship with Wen's Group? Didn't you do any research on this before you came here? The shaping corset is the product I invented. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? How effective it is has been verified by the majority of consumers. Why is it that, to this day, numerous videos slandering plasticized tights exist on top of the tubes? He raised his eyebrows and directly questioned. He also recently noticed that the oil pipe always likes to engage in double standards. As long as it is not something from the Stars and Stripes, it is slanderous in all kinds of black. This guy actually dared to come to Magic City to talk about cooperation. If he hadn't forgotten that he still held shares in Affabeel, he would have overhauled the pipeline. Mr. Ho, please calm down. Our oil pipe is a place for freedom of speech. Those videos don't represent the official opinion of our tubes, and we can't just interfere with other people's freedom. Edward Page was slightly stunned and then explained he had not expected you to be so sharp. The existence of videos on tubes about various distortions of molded tights was well known to him and still uploaded with his benefit. Then why are you here to talk to me about some bull partnership? I'm limiting you to 1 hour to remove any gameplay video content about Win Gaming, or I'll make your tubes pay dearly. I don't mind, let's shut down a little video site and go out of business. His face was cold and said nonchalantly, there was really nothing good to say to this shameless Edward Page. Shutting down a pipeline, or even really Google going out of business, he wouldn't feel sorry for it at all, much less part with it for that small loss. Mr. He, your request is too much, we simply can't delete those videos within an hour. And Mr. Ho, your kind of behavior is against freedom of speech, and I can't do that. Then I would prefer to opt out of doing business with you. Shutting down our oil pipelines, that's not going to happen either. We're protected by the laws of the Stars and Stripes. Edward Page's face instantly pulled down, not budging in the slightest. He hadn't expected you to make such a request. There are currently no less than 1,000 videos on the tubes about this game from Winnipeg Games, all of which he had recorded on TV, just to get a head start. These videos bring an abundance of traffic to the tubes, and if they were shut down, wouldn't that deprive the tubes of numerous traffic down the road? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I have 21% of Alfred Bell on my hands. See them off. He laughed coldly and directly issued an eviction order, and finally warned this arrogant person. His meaning is very clear. I have so much equity that I can remove you as a supervisor. You have 21% of the shares of Alfred Bell? Edward Page asked rhetorically with some difficulty. The news was too much for him. Edward Page Zuckerberg misused in 3 places in previous chapters. Chapter 96 When Ying's Hidden Worries. It was like a hammer blow to his body. And the news was hard for him to digest for a while. Although Affabeel was listed, the shareholding structure was quite clear. The bottom line is that with the current profitability of the many companies under Affabeel's umbrella, that's pretty good, and there's no way the rest of them would sell their shares unless the person is brain dead. But now, this young man in front of him even said that he had their shares. According to his understanding of the other party had no reason to deceive him at all. What, you don't even know about something this big? Tomorrow I'll be ready to announce it to the outside world and hang it up on the official website of the One Group. As if, there are still so many people paying attention to the official website of Wen's Group every day. I wonder what they will think when they show it to those investors in the Stars and Stripes? By the way, I still seem to be the majority shareholder now, right? You didn't reply to his words. Instead, he said with a relaxed expression. Arrogant people like Edward Page are meant to be dealt with severely. Talk to him nicely and he ignores it. Talk about free speech. How many videos on the tubes about singing about the Hualong state have been deleted, and even some of the comments have been deleted. Now, actually have the nerve to talk about this in front of your own face. Mr. Ho, you can't do this, you'll destroy Affabeel and Google if you do. Haven't you always stayed out of the company's operations before? Why did you do so this time? Destroy Google and you lose the value of the shares in your hands. Do you really want to do this? Edward Page said so. He is not an oil lamp, naturally knows that he is the major shareholder. This guy must have spent a large price to buy to the hand. Once the news will be announced, I'm afraid that it will immediately cause the stock price to shake. At that time, I'm afraid that the value of the shares in EU's hands will depreciate and fall in value. In that case, EU would also bear a huge loss. Do you think I'm afraid of that now? It doesn't matter if I lose or not, I don't like that you're in this position or that tubing exists anyway. Don't you know the old saying in the Hualong country that it's better to break than to build? Break it so I can build another fuel line. You can go now. He glanced at Edward Page and once again issued an eviction order. He couldn't believe that this guy wouldn't fall in line. Which of those in the West are not living for capital? A 21% stake is like a bomb that can be detonated at any time to knock down the price of Alphabet's stock. And Alphabet owns 100% of Google. On top of that, Edward Page knows better than anyone. Mr. He, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. I'm willing to delete everything on the tubes and the search engines that's unfavorable to the Winchesters and the plastic tights. And please, Mr. Ho, don't ruin Alphabet. Edward Page's whole body then collapsed, and his face gradually changed color, and he said, full of pleading, that as a boss, he knew exactly what it meant for He to do that. How could he possibly have the balls to let Google go down in flames? Besides, if he really offended He, I'm afraid that after he went back, he wouldn't be killed by the rest of the shareholders. What, you're not going to mention free speech to me now? Go back and come talk to me when you're done deleting. He raised his eyebrows and said with a face full of calmness, and finally waved his hand at Edward Page. He pressed on without worrying about Edward Page not giving in. In recent times, no matter whether they have dealt with those tycoons or the heads of consortia, they have all dealt with them, and they regard money as more important than their lives. For money, for profit, they were able to take each other out without a care in the world. Murder, they'll do it if they want to. Edward Page ended up leaving He's office with a face full of disheveled looks and panic. This time he received enough information to digest for a long time. Pushing open the door of the office room, he saw Wan Yingying, who was still busy, and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. She's still the workaholic she used to be, although she talks about taking a job that pays well and is easy. But now it seems that she's not really the idle type. There is a saying that can be used to summarize Wan Yingying's current state. People who are richer than you in this world are not scary. What is scary is that people who are richer than you are also very hardworking. Looking at her like this, He gently shook his head, wondering if handing over the matter of the game center to Wan Yingying was a right choice. The reason why they chose to build a game center in the busiest place in this kind of magic city in the first place was to make it convenient for Wan Yingying to go shopping and go to the mall after work. You know that the People's Square near a magic city and even the country's most famous pedestrian street, which is concentrated in the integration of food, drink, and entertainment. It is simply a woman's paradise. Isn't there a saying that if you love her, send her a street? That's what He did. Only, now he was a little distressed that Wan Yingying was too busy. Honey, your husband will be heartbroken if you are so busy. He collected his mind for a moment and walked directly over, from behind Wan Yingying's back to embrace her full of tenderness and said, busy? Actually, it's okay. I just wanted to do something so I wasn't so idle, or else this brain of mine wouldn't be able to stop thinking about you. Doesn't Yan Yan Xiao work hard too? Wan Yingying twisted her head towards He. Her beautiful eyes were filled with strong affection as she said in a delicate voice. Nowadays, she heatedly realized that her husband, He, was getting better and better and growing up too fast. In the past, they would have been so nervous to see her, a rich woman, that they would not have known where to put their hands. But now, he meets with the non-rich and even ministerial level officials. He is not a little bit rushed, on the contrary, he is generous, and the response is quite appropriate, and has become a real man of the top of the world. Supported the sky for her. Such excellent men are the most attractive and are extremely attractive to women. No matter how excellent she is, in the end is still a woman. Her heart gradually still have a sense of crisis is also a hidden worry. If the wife doesn't like her, I can replace her. Put another man on. Resting his chin on top of Wan Yingying's shoulder, He said softly, but his tone was very serious. He didn't want Wan Yingying to have any worries and couldn't let her think otherwise. No matter which way you look at it, Xia Yan is indeed a rare talent, and having her to deal with a lot of things is very convenient. Chapter 97 Fusion Energy Systems. If Wan Yingying didn't like it, he could replace it without hesitation. He knew that the reason why he was where he was today had a lot to do with Wan Yingying. In the past, he was nothing more than a small delivery man, but today he was the chairman of the Wen's Group, controlling hundreds of billions of assets in his hands. Being a man cannot forget his roots, this is what he always reminds himself. But he has also seen that it is really very good to have money, a man's bottom and backbone. It's more manly. Nowadays, he has also lifted a lot of women, and even a lot of women have taken the initiative to climb into a relationship with him. This was something that had never happened before when he was a delivery boy. However, he still maintained a high degree of restraint and was determined not to do anything to apologize to Wan Yingying. No, mention her, I'm not asking you to replace her. Actually, do you know, husband? Xiao Yanran's education is even higher than mine, she graduated from Harvard Business School. A woman of considerable talent, you must not bully her, much less dismiss her. I can see that she's genuinely working for you. Wan Yingying turned around and said with full seriousness, she had once investigated this Xiao Yanran through her own connections. Whether it was out of selfishness or out of public interest, it was something that made her cautious. After all, the assets that He had handed over to Xiao Yanran to take care of were at least $10 billion or more. It is said that money moves people. As Yu's wife, she had to guard against some risks. After investigating, she realized that Xiao Yanran, this woman, turned out to be so uncomplicated. From a young age, he was a schoolboy, highly educated and still very capable. Such a woman, no matter where you go, that is able to take charge of the existence, give her a suitable platform, she will be able to do a great cause. It could be said that Xiao Yanyan's ability was in no way inferior to her own, and even stronger than her in some aspects. In the middle of the investigation, she also found that Xiao Yanran treats He really cannot be said, is sincere to treat him, and not figure his money. But I don't want you to be upset, and I don't want you to be on edge all day. He said with full seriousness. He didn't want Wen Ying to be worried and scared. Moreover, he didn't want to give Wen Ying the impression that men become bad when they have money. You're just a big dummy, you think you're Superman? Although I'm not involved in the management of the company right now, I'm able to guess that the money in your hands is definitely a horrifyingly astronomical amount. So much money, are you going to put it all in the bank and eat the interest? How much can that be? Actually, I wanted to tell you that Xiao Yanran is very nice, you have to treat her well. Understand now? When Ying directly gave Yu a super hygienic eye, her jade face was all serious. Instead of being a worried city woman, you should be a small woman with a business of your own. Lately, she's been picking up on that from her grandmother, too. Women should sometimes be a little more lenient with men, there's no need to take everything into account. What's more, working here, she could appreciate how much Yu favored her. Understood. Come on, let's go back, it's been a while since I gave you a relaxing massage. Yu gently nodded his head and said he was able to be tough and play tricks on other people, only he could not play tricks on Wen Ying. After taking Wen Ying to the hotel on the Bund for a luxurious dinner, he returned to his villa. Here he was able to truly relax and make himself incredibly comfortable. Wen Ying gradually fell asleep under his massage. Looking at her serene and delicate appearance, Yu let out a long sigh. I don't know what kind of luck he had cultivated in his previous life that allowed him to marry a wife like a flower. To be a man, one must know how to cherish one's blessings, and that's what Yu thought. Today's fracture merchandise has been shelved, please receive it, master. In the early hours of the morning, after Yu had tidied up Wen Ying's quilt, he heard the voice within his head, and at that moment, he smiled faintly. He was in the habit of checking out the refreshed fracture merchandise at this point. Fusion Energy Systems, Super Smart Grid Technology. Seeing this trade name, Yu completely froze. This was something that modern scientists had been developing but had not completed. I didn't expect it to show up right in front of him. Looking at the introduction on this, but he understood that the fusion energy system surpassed the modern artificial sun science island for at least 1,000 years. In other words, even if he took the thing out and gave it to someone else to do research on, no one else could figure it out. This is because many of the technologies on it are collectively at a level that cannot be reached by the cutting edge of modern science. This device is a room temperature superconducting system, and the confined plasma inside is made to operate at an extraordinarily low temperature, which has reduced the danger to a state infinitely close to zero. Power generation, extremely substantial. Something like the cup-sized device on Iron Man's chest is capable of supplying a small city with a month's worth of electricity. With it, it can be truly clean energy. And don't worry about atmospheric pollution in the slightest, except that the energy source used on this is, surprisingly, helium-3. A mineral not found on Earth. The super smart grid technology, for example, allowed him to integrate the entire power grid and automatically deploy electricity wherever it was needed. If this kind of technology is popularized, the coal power generation and the solar power generation with not high conversion rate in Hualong country can all go out of business. Seeing this technique, the corner of Yu's mouth couldn't help but slightly upturn in a bizarre arc. A great plan was created inside his head. Fusion energy system, super smart grid technology, price, $18,000. Regarding this kind of technology, not to mention spending $18,000, even if it cost $180,000, he would not hesitate to buy it. Using it as a power source, he was able to develop numerous peripheral products out of it. For example, electrically powered cars, ships, airplanes, and even weapons of all kinds. In this way, going forward, human demand for fossil energy sources, such as oil, will plummet. The reason the stars and stripes are powerful today is that they control the sea lanes that ship energy to various countries, leaving other countries to be outraged. Now with this technology, he was able to break this hegemonic behavior of the stars and stripes. The most crucial thing is that the technology in it, he has completely independent intellectual property rights, not the slightest worry about other people's necks. Of course, in order to put it into practice, it was still necessary for Ring to eat up its technology and then build it out of the available materials. Chapter 98, No End to Learning. He was not at all worried about Ing's strength. Besides, there were currently no minerals on top of the planet, and he was perfectly capable of using the mining ship to travel to other planets to mine them. The same can be done to realize this technology.
Master, this fusion energy device, I can make some modifications. Keep the business alive and able to make money every year. Just after handing over the fusion energy system to the past, Ingir's voice rang out. Oh? How about making money every year? This is what he was most concerned about, to be able to do business in the long term. This complete set of technology he had obtained from the system was exactly a fusion energy system that could be used for 100 years with just one addition of fuel. 100 years, in his eyes, was no different than no limit. The one who was really going to do this, he wouldn't know where to cry even if he wanted to. Change the energy supply module to make it so that the fuel must be changed once a year. That way, even if someone else buys back the system, they have to buy fuel from us once a year. Ingir directly used the routine she used on the anti-nuclear ion tower last time on this, which was quite satisfying to Hiyu. At the end of the day, he's a no-nonsense businessman. Since they are businessmen, they must aim at seizing more profits. Getting someone to come in and buy a helium-3 energy module once a year so that he is able to make money each time. Moreover, he was still making deep considerations to build this fusion energy system, and it had to be built by a partner of the Winchesters, otherwise it would not be sold. However, this would have to be approved by a higher authority. Okay, let's do this. Ingir, you do it, analyze and integrate it out as soon as possible, and strive for an early listing to make money. He stroked his chin and said he wants to get the fusion energy system out as soon as possible and promote it to the market. And, it is operated under the name of Winchester Group Energy. Fusion energy systems, which are systems that can be put into commercial operation, are a completely different existence from the max power system. It's as if, while the max power system can only be kept private and applied in critical locations, the fusion energy system, a system that can be fully commercially operated, can be made public. Of course, the technology involved is classified. After a comfortable sleep, as soon as he woke up the following day, he went out for a run to exercise. No matter what, the body is the most important revolutionary capital. He didn't want what happened to Wen Yingying to happen to him all over again. Even though his body was currently undergoing the transformation of the genetic evolution potion, allowing his body to be more and more perfect, however, this didn't mean that he would be able to throw away exercising his body. All he did all day was work, so boring it made him want to throw up. Let's put it this way, with the trillions of Hualong's currency currently in his hands, he was completely able to live a piggish life, enjoying the wine and meat forests and paper drunkenness every day. But that wasn't what he was looking for. He had to keep himself strong if he was going to protect the love of his life. Though at the moment, there was no one above the earth who could do anything to him. Doesn't mean civilizations on the stars can't do it. In fact, the current level of science and technology mastered by Hiyu has already left behind the most advanced level of science and technology on Earth for thousands of streets, but with the interstellar civilization, it is just a drop in the ocean. He still had a long way to go, so he didn't dare to stop his footsteps in the slightest. The body that had been transformed by the genetic evolution potion was getting stronger and stronger, and the level of intelligence was also increasing by leaps and bounds, and the reading speed had also turned into the point where it was a glance, and it was still unforgettable. Because of this, he was still constantly reading and learning, to make up for the past heavy because of reading cannot regret. Wife, you can't work too hard in the future. Letting you work for a game company isn't letting you sell your labor. Your husband can make money now, that game company, you just run it for fun. Sitting on top of the dining table, he looked at Wen Yingying with tenderness and said very seriously. These were his sincere words. Although the game company carried some very important purposes for him, he didn't want Wen Yingying to be overworked. What nonsense, the game company is now in the world's attention, I can't afford to play it down. Don't worry, I'll do my best to combine my labor. Let's go to Disneyland this weekend and relax, that's always okay, right? Plus, I'll tell you what I've been through the walkway a couple times already. So, will you be moving the game center to another location? Wen Yingying directly gave Hiyu a super hygienic eye, and finally said flirtatiously that the game company was located next to the pedestrian street, and every now and then, she would still drag her girlfriends to go shopping together. Where do you fancy? Hiyu directly asked so, as long as Wen Yingying is happy, 10 floors of the whole building he is willing to relocate away as a whole. He very much believed in the nature of the infrastructure maniacs in the Hualong country, as long as the money was given in place, then anything could be accomplished. Moving 10 floors as a whole, that's not a piece of cake? What are you thinking? Still really moving away, huh? You are a loser. Seeing Hiyu's serious look, Wen Yingying directly bounced on this guy's head and said without any good humor. Naturally, she could see that Hiyu was moving for real. At her word, this guy would do it without hesitation. Eventually, under Hiyu's strong request, Wen Yingying agreed not to be a workaholic. Moreover, Hiyu also equipped Wen Yingying with 2 capable female secretaries. As for why he doesn't have a male secretary, it's because he doesn't want to share his woman with another man. Driving the car first sent Wen Yingying to the entrance of Wen's game company and watched her go upstairs before he drove to work at Wen's group headquarters. After taking care of some things in his office, his secretary came in to explain to him about the national TV interview he had booked last time. He directly arranged for it to be in the conference room, which was spacious enough anyway and wouldn't slow down the other party. This exclusive interview was led by the head of the Magic City branch, Kong Chang. Mr. He, we meet again, thank you for giving us the game broadcasting rights for free last time. As soon as they met, Kong Chang was all smiles as he reached out his hand to Yu of his own accord, saying with great gratitude. Last time, after the free broadcasting rights were obtained, it was a direct result of a 500% spike in the ratings of the national TV sports and competition channel. Chapter 99, I'm not interested in making money. In fact, this has a lot to do with the fact that Hualong country ranks first in the world in terms of the total population of gamers. It also directly drove the overall ratings of the national television station soared, whether it is boring news programs or other programs, all are creating a good record. Directly obtained many netizens, as well as enthusiastic citizens of a host of praise, Conscience TV. However, this has directly sidestepped the heavy promotion of this game developed by Win Games. Because of this, Win's game company is so busy today, causing Hiyu's heart to ache. I'd also like to thank you for helping us with the free publicity, so it's mutually beneficial for us. Don't thank me, Mr. Kong. Have a seat. Hiyu directly sat a you please sit down gesture, full of calm smile airy. Mr. He, what a cool guy. We may have to delay Mr. He for a while when we come over today, so I hope Mr. He won't be offended. Kong Chang said with a smile, he is very clear that today's Hiyu that is definitely a super busy man, the amount of money that can be made in a second is definitely a shocking number. And he would need to delay Hiyu for at least half an hour with the makeup interview. No harm, no foul. He waved his hand, and after finishing his makeup, he sat directly on top of the leather sofa to receive the interview. This time, he was interviewed by Chin Da-hong, a famous financial talk show host on national television. He hosts this program, which often features conversations with some of the biggest names in the economic world, and is still very influential. In fact, it is enough to see that the national TV station has attached great importance to this special interview. He also knew that this was the country valuing him and giving him enough face. Of course, he wasn't a person who didn't know any better, so naturally, he would be able to pocket this face. The sedan chair is carried by all. After some pleasantries, Chen Da-hong sat down opposite Hiyu in a decent designer suit, precisely into the middle of the interview. The interview went very smoothly, and he always answered all kinds of pointed questions raised by Chen Da-hong very fluently and eloquently, without any constraints. Chen Da-hong looked at the cardboard of questions that had been prepared long ago, and asked Hiyu the fifth question. May I ask Mr. Ho, why did you say just now that you are not worried that the amusement projects built in your province will lose money? In fact, this is also something that the outside world is now generally questioning. Hundreds of billions of dollars have been invested in that remote and impoverished area of your province, although it is a significant help to poverty alleviation, but people cannot see any profit there in the slightest. First of all, it's not easy to get around, it's too remote, and the traveling is a big problem for travelers. Besides, amusement parks are a big investment with an extremely slow reporting process. In this world, there are numerous head-slapping rides that all end up sucking. Nowadays, there are numerous people traveling abroad, even going to the deserts of Africa for fun. Are they not remote areas? In addition, I believe that the future of the world's economy lies in the Hualong country, and after the playground is completed, it will be the largest original tourism mecca in the world. Even if some people don't go there to play, I'm sure more people choose to go than don't. Besides, if people don't believe in the strength of the One Group, would they think that the big foreign companies that work together with us to engage in development have faulty vision? This reply of Hiyu's was justified, directly slapping the faces of those who expressed doubts to the project. Of course, this answer also made the host Chen Da-hong quite satisfied, with a warm smile on his face. Kong Chang, who was on the side, also listened to the light. His heart is more sure. Hiyu is really an extraordinary person, no wonder he will control the Wen's group. Moreover, he had done some work before coming here, and had a rough idea of the amount of wealth Hiyu controlled in his hands. It's about time he got hold of that kind of money. So Mr. Ho, it is said that you have a title called Stock God 7? So the question is, what do you think about making money? Chen Da-hong smiled wryly, staring directly into Hiyu's eyes and asking a very sharp question. Of course he knew that Hiyu that was a big shot with millions of dollars coming in a minute. As long as Wen's group holds a product launch, it will cause a traffic jam in Magic City. Although ordinary people in the outside world are not aware of this, as a national media person, Chen Da-hong is still very clear. Last time, when WEN released a game, it was directly responsible for causing a traffic jam on the main road from the airport to People's Square, and finally the traffic police had to take to the road to divert the traffic. The SWAT guys all ran out just to reinforce the guard duty along the road, and it wins gaming to ensure the safety of those bigwigs in the economic world. At that time, he was in Mordor and witnessed this scene as well. In his understanding, it seems that among all the enterprises in the current Huarong country, only the Wen's group under Hiyu's command has done it, making the world's tycoons and consortium bigwigs go crazy. Want me to tell the truth? Hiyu directly asked a rhetorical question. That's for sure, we just want to hear the truth from Mr. He. Chen Da-hong took over the conversation, then made a you please tell the truth gesture and said.
At the same time, his ears were propped up a good bit, wanting to hear exactly what Hiyu said. Actually, I'm not interested in making money. Hiyu unmouthed to the heart of what really think things out. Now he makes money for the purpose of only one, let Wan Ying live a good life. It also allows your loved ones to, at the same time, stop worrying about money. Upon hearing this, Chen Dahong's face immediately surged with an unnatural color. He did not expect Hiyu's answer to be like this. A person who is the richest man in the country, and is even on his way to becoming the richest man in the world, now suddenly tells you that he is not interested in making money. What do? Mr. Ho, is this what you really think? The knot in his throat quirked. Chen Dahong quickly stabilized himself and asked. Sure. However, I don't want anyone else to learn from me. Regardless, money is still very important to be able to make a better life for those you love. Hiyu nodded and brought the topic back on track. He didn't want to spread any bad words through the national TV station and create a bad influence. Of course, that's what he really thought, especially the last sentence. Mr. He, that's a good way of saying that making money can make a better life for those you love. Chen Dahong was almost ready to clap for Hiyu, especially the last sentence, which was simply a model of spreading positive energy. Chapter 100. The penguin horse is at it again. Kong Chang, who was sitting on the side, had a look of excitement welling up on his face. This interview is simply wonderful, and it's very hard to think that the ratings won't skyrocket. After the interview, Kong Chang directly told Hiyu that they should work together more in the future. The doors of national television are always open for the winners and will provide positive and extensive publicity for them. Hiyu naturally thanked Kong Chang, and he also set up the Wan Group News and Media Division, specializing in dealing with the media. And he asked Kong Sung to help and assist more from the sidelines. Kong Chang, on the other hand, agreed in one breath, and then signed an agreement with Hiyu for long-term cooperation between the Wan Group and the national television station. That is, a strategic agreement was reached. Mr. Kong, let me just reveal something to you in advance. In a few days, I invite you to conduct an interview in Annan County in your province, which is all but out of poverty. And, Win Energy will be putting a brand new facility into operation in Annan County. And, of course, it's also set up to provide an independent power supply to ensure the safe and stable operation of the entire playground. Hiyu, after a slight thought, said he is planning to build a fusion energy system in Annan County First Eye, specifically used to power the amusement park. He knows that Annan County, even to this day, regularly encounters electrical instability. Recently, he had received many calls from old Wang of the Cheetah Group, complaining to him that many times, the large-scale machinery could not start work properly. This will inevitably delay the construction schedule. This was something Hiyu did not want to see. It's just as well to take advantage of this one opportunity to completely put the site's electricity problems to bed. Of course, Hiyu intended to use the original fusion energy system that could last for 100 years there. Use this as a model project and show it to the public. Building this, there is another very favorable condition, that is, there is a natural cave in the back of the village, both ventilation and safety can be guaranteed. Oh? Mr. He, just let us know an hour in advance when you're leaving. Kong Chang was slightly stunned, so he quickly agreed and handed over his personal phone number to Hiyu. The sensitivity of his profession allowed him to perceive that this thing Hiyu was talking about was definitely not simple. With the piss-taking nature of the Winchesters, they're sure to release another product out that will shock the world. It's even likely to lead a, revolution in energy. Although the national television station is a top existence in the Hualong country, but when looking at the whole world, it's not the same thing at all. A major factor in this is the lack of a strong enough announcement. And today, this thing that Hiyu uttered would most likely be extremely shocking news, tantamount to gifting the national TV station a chance to release a powerful news. Of course, an hour early, that's for them to be prepared. Even, he had already thought of making an application to the Imperial Capital headquarters in advance, and ship some key live broadcasting equipment to Annan County in your province. This will enable a live global broadcast and promote the amusement park program in the process. After Kong Chang left the headquarters of the Wan Group, he immediately took action and directly made a report to the headquarters. Originally he thought it was to wait a day or two to be approved, did not think it was surprisingly approved in seconds, directly sent 5 signal relay car and live car to your province, the arrival of a special plane. And he was informed that he would take a plane tomorrow and fly to Annan County in your province. Since the last time Hiyu had built the airport ahead of time for the sake of his marriage, there were also direct flights from the country to Annan County in your province. A lot of people go over to see the progress of the construction of the amusement park. With the action of the national TV station, Mobile Telecom Unicom is also moving to build the most popular 5G directly on the construction site. Kong Chang was also planning to have a whole real-time live broadcast there. Have a go, Cloud Overseer. In fact, today's national television is no longer as overly serious as it used to be, but rather more grounded. Of course, these things were not clear to Hiyu, who received Penguin Horse in his office. Penguin Horse was the first to go to Wen's game company in People's Square, and was finally sent straight here by Wan Ying with the fact that she couldn't make the call on this matter. Since the release of this game by Wen, the stock prices of every major gaming company in the world have plummeted. Many players, who have started to automatically give up playing those original games, are looking forward to the launch of this immersive game from Win Games. In their own words, they're going to fast for a week from all those crappy previous games in order to play this brand new one. And 1 week, exactly the day that the partners of Winchester Gaming finished building the game system around the world and officially launched it. Now, with the quick operation of Win Gaming, the People's Square here is up and running. The country's major cities, but also quickly spread out, Wang Xiaozong this period of time is very hard, rebuilt the game company hung in the name of Wen's Game Company, but also with his buddies desperately engaged. He used request to him was that he would rather have no one than no one, and he certainly followed through with it strictly. He was very clear that with his own strength, he couldn't manage these things, and he also felt that Yu's strategy was simply invincible, preferring lack over quantity was a step-by-step approach, steady and solid, tamping down the foundation. Today, the company under his name is also running a thriving business. The ranks of competitive gaming are also expanding rapidly and are joined by some of the world's top gamers. The current Wang Xiaozong completely looked up to Yu. As for Qin Xiaofan, he had also formed his own company, which, like Wang Xiaozong, was attached to the name of Wen's Game Company and operated game peripheral products. Watching the stock price fall, and seeing the company that cooperated with Wen's Game Company, now as a prosperous, Penguin Horse is no longer able to sit down. He knew very well that if things went on like this, he was afraid that the game company under his command would have to announce its closure. I don't know, brother Xiaoma, how come you're free to come to my little temple as a guest today? Yu gently sipped his tea and asked knowingly. He was able to see the tension and exhaustion on Xiaoma's face. I guess he hadn't gotten any rest in recent times, but that had nothing to do with him. Mr. He, I came over here specifically to apologize to you. Ponyboy was slightly embarrassed, but had to compensate for his smile and said. No matter what, he had to reach a cooperation agreement between him and Yu today to save Penguin Games. Chapter 101, Absolute Holding Penguin. Before he came, he had seriously analyzed, according to the development speed of Wen's Game Company, it won't be long before the first game company in Dragon China is not it. And this game he himself has seen the videos that have been circulated, and even specializes in game development technicians to come over and secretly play through. The result is that if you don't play it, you're instantly addicted. And it's safe to say that after playing this game, it will be refreshing, all over refreshing, and a real break. Just never want to play another game again and think all other games are crap. After this opinion was fed back to the company, that person immediately resigned, and finally applied to join Wen's Game Company starting from a bottom employee, with a salary that was a few tenths of the original one. Seeing this result, Ponyboy was completely devastated. Fortunately, the people who sent out to play this game in the beginning only saw 3 people, otherwise, now the Penguin Game Company that is not a person away from the building. You know, these employees are his hard work to train up. He also knows very well that this phenomenon will happen sooner or later if the brakes are not applied in time. Now as still Wen's Game Company did not have a large area to spread, once the layout is completed, then this trend is irreversible. Therefore, even though he was flirting with himself, Xiaoma was only able to compensate with a smile. Negative? Where did that come from? I'm just a small person, your little brother Ma is a person of status and position, I can't afford it huh? Tell me, what exactly is the reason for your visit? Besides, I have to get busy, so if you're okay, I'll have my secretary drop you off. Yu gently sipped a mouthful of tea and said with a bland expression, really not wanting to continue chatting with this pony. It doesn't mean he's cheap, but he feels there's really no need for that. If it wasn't for the last time Ministry Zhao came to the company and told him to unite the domestic companies in the future, he wouldn't have had that time to meet the high and mighty Penguin Horse. In fact, now that the company is getting richer and richer, more and more people are looking for him. He can't meet everyone, even multiple times. Ponyboy, he's seen him twice. That's enough times. Mr. He, I want to give you 30% of Penguin Games equity. I only hope that Mr. He can promise me that he will be able to cooperate with our Penguin Games company in the future. Of course, 30% is the minimum. As long as we can reach cooperation, I'll agree to whatever conditions Mr. He wants. Xiaoma's gaze was tightly fixed on Yu, full of seriousness. As long as Penguin Games did not die, he was able to make greater concessions. In his eyes, Penguin Games was the cash cow he had raised, so naturally, he didn't want it to collapse just like that. Based on the recent period of investigation and research, he found that even if he handed over the shares of Penguin Games Company to Yu, in the future, Penguin Games Company would not only not die, but would also grow stronger and stronger. And it will grow to be even bigger and tougher than it is now. Hearing these words, Yu raised his eyebrows, not thinking that Xiaoma was so bold that he wanted to get involved without giving away the shares of Penguin Game Company for free. At this time, he also understood why Penguin was able to grow from a small size to the size it is today. Pony is really bold, but do you think I'll take your shares? I'm no bandit, and besides, I'm not interested in your shares. Alright, you go back, the market in Hualongwei is huge, there are still quite a few people who will play your game. He said so. He also hadn't thought about claiming the shares of Penguin Games, and he hadn't thought about taking over the whole of the Huarong country. After all, the Huarong country was too big for a single Wen's Game Company to occupy the entire market.
What's more, this game carries the burden of recruiting special talents. The market is big, and it can't be too homogeneous for the gaming community in the Hualong country.
Mr. Ho, I understand. Thank you.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoma was slightly stunned, and in an instant, as if he understood something, he said with a face full of gratitude. In the past, he had been too excited and his thinking had gone into a dead end all of a sudden. But now, after being so enlightened by Hiyu, he had a sense of enlightenment. Leaving from Hiyu's office, Xiaoma's face was wearing a delighted smile. He finally did understand the other party's good intentions. Seeing Xiaoma being nudged open, Hiyu was still very pleased.
Seeing as you're so persistent, I'll give you a hand.
Hiyu directly picked up the phone and dialed Xiao Yanran, telling her to come to his office immediately. Nowadays, Xiao Yanyan, with his support, had set up an asset management company, mainly to help Hiyu make investments around the world. Staffing, all of which is operated by Yanyan Xiao herself. Of course, he is also given great support, so that the headhunters go directly to Wall Street investment banks to network talent. One of his favorite sayings is to do what it takes to be the best. Since Xiao Yanran has been allowed to come out, she should be given maximum support so that she can have a better platform to show her talent.
Mr. Ho, you wanted to see me? But you have not summoned me for some time, and I have some doubts that you have forgotten me.
After the office door closed, Xiao Yanran walked with lotus steps to the opposite side of Hiyu and sat down, saying with a grudging face. She hadn't even seen Hiyu for more than a month since the establishment of the asset management company. Before, she was so excited that she thought she would be able to see Hiyu often in the future. For some reason, ever since she met Hiyu for the first time, she was deeply attracted by the other party's temperament as well as demeanor. It always felt like Hiyu was a huge mystery for her to discover first at all times. Coming out of Cathay Securities, he also came at Hiyu as a person.
Ahem.
I've been busy lately, it takes time to get a new game released and up and running.
I called you here because I wanted to ask you if it's possible to take back Penguin shares in foreign countries? Even if it's absolutely controlling.
Hiyu smiled somewhat apologetically and quickly turned to the topic. This was a habit he had developed over recent times, absolutely no unnecessary nonsense. Work the hours and aim to cut straight to the chase as soon as you open your mouth.
You're going to take full control of Penguin? Why? Xiao Yanran's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement and said.
In recent times, she had also helped Hiyu to sweep up the shares of many other large companies with growth power, among which were the shares of Penguin, only it didn't reach the level of absolute control.
Chapter 102 Things You Can't Control.
She was really a bit puzzled as to why Hiyu would suddenly want to take absolute control of Penguin. You know, acquiring foreign shares of Penguin can cost a fortune. Though it was true that she was now in charge of hundreds of billions of Hiyu's assets, and they were still in dollars, and acquiring Penguin's foreign shares was perfectly adequate. But it's somewhat not worth it after all. Penguin's stock price has gone to a high level these days.
Getting in now doesn't guarantee much of a return. Because, Manager Shaw, it seems like I'm the boss, right? Hiyu was slightly stunned and quickly responded, asking back with a full smile on his face. Bosses can't be capricious, or I'll call my sister and complain about you.
Xiao Yanran raised her eyebrows, full of seriousness, and also took her cell phone out to prepare to call Wen Yingying. Ever since she came out of Cathay Securities, she had recognized Wen Yingying as her sister, causing Hiyu to be unable to do anything about it. The key was that Wen Yingying still very much believed in Xiao Yanran's words. If she complained about it, although Wen Yingying would not scold herself, it did not match his original intention.
Ponyboy just walked out of my office, do you know what he's here for? Negative.
Wanted to give me 30% of Penguin Games, but I didn't take it. I nudged him a few times and sent him on his way.
Hiyu replied, informing Xiao Yanran of what had just happened in very brief words.
In fact, it also wanted to let her know that Xiao Ma was actually living a very stifling life, having to pay so many dividends to foreign countries every year. In other words, the better Penguin does, the more dividends it pays and the more it gets abroad.
He had an epiphany? You think he's childish?
It didn't occur to me that our Mr. He actually has the heart of a good teacher, haha. Xiao Yanran teased, not treating Hiyu as a boss in the slightest, but instead a friend who was an equal conversationalist and could joke around. In fact, this was a change that occurred as the relationship between her and Hiyu grew closer. Especially after she and Wen Yingying were called sisters, she didn't have the same respect for Hiyu as she did towards her boss.
Actually, I'm still very bullish on Penguin.
I don't want to wind up the market, though, and it just so happens that I'm going to have to talk to the Minister of Defense of the Rainbow Nation about something in a couple of days.
Just get ready and be the receiver to show up when the time comes. I can expect a lot from you, I'll allocate you another 100 billion tomorrow.
After collecting his mind, Hiyu said to Xiao Yanran. Suddenly he remembered that some time ago, the Minister of Defense of the Rainbow Nation said that he wanted to buy some arms production technology from him. If we were to use this technology, in exchange for Penguin shares, plus go to the market to acquire some back, we would basically be able to achieve the goal of absolute control. Although relative to the Penguin this kind of internet company, Hiyu did not feel the slightest bit of them advanced, but sometimes it is not because the other side is not advanced not to participate in it.
There were some words from Ministry Zhao that suddenly gave him a different goal, to become a bottom feeder for the many businesses in the Hualong country.
With all the money you make, it has to go somewhere.
Of course, he hadn't forgotten to develop new types of weapons. Saving for a rainy day was still something that had to be done.
Okay. Mr. He, aren't you afraid that I'll roll up all that money of yours and run away?
Xiao Yanran was slightly stunned, then smiled like a flower and said, she did not think that it was only a month's work. He allocated another $100 billion for her to manage. With that, she has a whopping $500 billion in assets under management in her hands. It's a rather large number, reaching a point where one's breath becomes short. All this money, if thrown into the stock market, is able to wind up.
When you said that, it proved that you wouldn't roll me a dime. Well, go about your business, and if you find it too tiring, I'll furnish you with 2 more assistants, people at your disposal.
He smiled and said, his eyes had been staring at Xiao Yanran's delicate and flawless jade face. There was still a trace of fatigue at the corner of her eyes, that is, he was able to guess how busy she had been in recent times. This was also something that Wen Yingying had explained to him, to treat Xiao Yanran well. Hearing these words, Xiao Yanran obviously froze for a moment, and a touch of redness surged above her jade face. It hadn't occurred to her that he used words of caring would make her so happy that a touch of warmth welled up in her heart. It was like having a fireplace personally brought to her in the middle of winter to make her feel warm. Turns out, he still had some standing in this guy's mind. She was naturally able to see that Hiyu's concern was not hypocritical, but rather from the depths of her heart.
Is this your concern for me? Okay, I'll take it. Xiao Yanran collected her mind and said very playfully.
She talked to Hiyu for some more time before she got up to leave, and even gave Hiyu the deep look on her way out the door. In the face of Xiao Yanran's eyes in the middle of the intense love, Hiyu slightly sighed. A lot of things do not seem to be in the direction of the development of the direction he can control. After 2 days, Inger told him that the analysis of the fusion energy system had been completed, and the first fusion energy device had been produced, and even the smart grid system had been equipped. Under the concern of Ministry Zhao and Ministry Chen, when supporting industry chain is also advancing rapidly nowadays. Moreover, the WEN Group has purchasing departments spread all over the world, and Ing Air issues purchasing orders directly through the computer system. Those things, in the end, were all airlifted by airplane to the cloud country for final production and assembly. The core components of this device were not accomplished through procurement, but rather directly in the middle of the cloud country's manufacturing base. Raw materials like helium-3 are also consigned back quite a bit with the spacecraft.
Everything is ready to go, so to speak. Honey, go to my old house today and see how the construction on the playground is coming along. You haven't seen Grandma in a while either, have you? Just in time to go over there together?
Hiyu directly drove to Wen's game company, sitting in Wen Yingying's office, sipping high-grade cloud tea. Very comfortable look. Once you get out and get busy, time passes very quickly and in the blink of an eye you haven't been back in months.
Why the sudden thought of going back? You're not going back to do something, are you?
When Yingying said so, she didn't quite believe that Hiyu was the kind of person who had the leisure to casually return to his hometown right now.
Going back, 9 times out of 10 that's with a mission. Chapter 103 Mysterious Device. You should know that Wen Yingying is a very intelligent woman, not a vase.
Although she was no longer involved in the management and operation of the Wen Group, and rarely even cared about what Hiyu was doing.
But that didn't mean that she didn't know Hiyu well. Today's busy Hiyu is desperate to break a minute into 2 minutes.
Sometimes, when she came home, even she felt overwhelmed. Hiyu both busy with work things back home, but also from time to time will cook some good food to eat for themselves, and also give themselves a massage, so pampered. He himself, on the other hand, seems to be very energetic every day, and he is getting smarter and smarter. Whether it's picking up people, it's handled extremely well. My parents gave birth to me, and my wife knows me. So are you going back? Just to accompany me on this trip? Hiyu said with a smile. This time going back was nothing more than stopping by to see his parents. The plan is to do it this way, I just don't know if I'll have that free time at the end.
Nasty. I'll go back and pack and come with you.
Wen Yingying directly handed over the work at hand to her assistant before traveling with Hiyu towards the villa in the suburbs. After arriving at home, changing a set of clothes, and going to buy some tonic, it was only then that he took a special airplane together with Hiyu to fly directly to Annan County. Before he went, Hiyu informed the head of Cheetah Group. Having a special plane can be much faster than a special car home once the plane lands. The fusion energy device that had been flown in from the Cloud Kingdom, as well as the energy device, didn't take long to follow suit. There's a special car escort and a police car. Just as soon as he got off the plane, he saw Kong Chang running over to meet him. There are also several OB vans parked at the airport. Seeing this array, Hiyu couldn't help but have a bitter smile well up on his face, not thinking that the national television station would value this broadcasting operation so much. Before he left, he called Kong Cheng an hour in advance. The result was that Kong Sung took an early flight, arrived and personally put the live broadcast in place.
Mr. Ho, this should be the mysterious device you were talking about, right?
Kang established immediately greeted him, and after exchanging pleasantries, he was pointing at the super-sized wooden crate that was slowly being transported out of the cargo plane and asked. Although he guessed that it must be a treasure inside, he needed to confirm it. Nice. Well, am I good enough? He said with a smile that the wooden box is loaded with the system that is going to be installed down this time to specifically power the amusement park. I'll start live then, promise to give you more footage of this amusement park. After obtaining Hiyu's consent, Kang Cheng directly commanded the reporters and cameras to start live broadcasting. At this time the national television news channel, as well as the international channels have all switched to the live signal, even some of the current affairs news have been suspended. Moreover, the national television station is broadcasting live over the internet. But after giving the big wooden box a shot at first, the reporter on the scene sold it as a mystery device, and then used a drone to broadcast live video of the super-sized ride being built in the middle of the canyon and the mountains. A steady stream of images of the construction spread out through the video signal, naturally causing many people to marvel. The grandeur of the site is amazing. Is this an amusement park? It's simply too big, it's really something to look forward to. I will be the first one to run to experience it when it is built, it's just fantastic, just looking at it is a feast for the eyes. Who said that Hualong Country doesn't have its own theme amusement park? I see that this is it, and it seems that those who sang negatively before are going to be hit in the face by the scene. Kneel and love. The pop-ups on top of the video erupted one after another, quickly dominating the entire playing page. They are all young people, and many middle-aged people, growing up in the internet generation, and everyone is so excited that they can't wait to fly straight to the site to watch some of it. Those abroad did the same, praising the fact that it was indeed a product of the One Group. While young people see the amusement park, some professionals are intrigued by the mysterious device. They even had a suspicion that the appearance of that mysterious device would surely cause a sensation in the global scientific community. The rich and powerful people with a sensitive sense of smell, as well as the heads of the consortiums, were all staring at the live broadcast screen, itching to directly pay the cameraman to shoot more pictures of the mysterious device full. Every now and then they would see on video the mysterious device, escorted by a local police car, traveling quickly toward a scenic, yet jagged mountain peak. Only the image is just a quick glimpse, a quick flash. This makes them so hateful that they can't wait to smash the TV set. But they are afraid to take half a step away from the TV. Hiyu, on the other hand, took the time to send Wen Ying back to his home, and then he rode in the center bus provided by the group, along with some management personnel, and quickly traveled towards the pre-built cave. He also brought the construction crews from the Cloud Country as well, in one big bus. Once at the site, the crane safely transferred the unit to a flatbed truck and quickly headed for the cave. This one cave had the construction company rested in advance and everything was ready to go. When the device fell to the ground, the cameraman was immediately pointed the camera lens on it. The scene reporter still sells it as a mystery device. As the workers carefully opened the wooden box, the fusion energy device gradually revealed its true appearance. That's when the on-site reporter said that this was the latest scientific research product of the Wind Energy Group, a fusion energy device. A dedicated power supply will be provided for the casino, as well as electrical support for new hotels in Annandale County. When he heard the name of the device coming out of the television, Chen Bei, who was sitting in his office, clenched his fists. This obnoxious Hiyu doesn't consider me a friend at all. This asshole made such a thing come out without saying a word. I must go to Annan County and teach him a lesson. Secretary, contact Professor Yuan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Professor Chen and the others to come with me on the special plane to Annan County. Ministry Chen collected his mind and so explained to his secretary, who himself acted immediately. Recently, he has been paying attention to Wen's group, knowing that Wen's group has been buying recently, but he did not think that he was holding back such a big move. With the Ministry of Chen has the same feeling. There is also the Ministry of Zhao. He also recently received a lot of associated enterprises handed over the report. It said that Hiyu's group is customizing a batch of special material workpieces to them, the production of raw materials or the other side of their own supply. Chapter 104 Spotlight on the Light of the World. They, the companies, are merely responsible for processing and producing them out and delivering them on time. At least they are some large domestic enterprise groups, but in the eyes of Hiyu, completely reduced to the incoming material processing enterprises. For this, they also felt helpless, but of course they also felt very happy. Because among the material production formula that Hiyu provided to them, it used to be the material that they had studied for a long time, but there was just no breakthrough in the key position. It's all about pain and pleasure. Ministry of Zhao is more direct. The national power grid, nuclear and some other large national enterprises in charge of all to call on, formed a lineup very large team, stuffed with a whole airplane. The destination, a direct flight to Annan County. They were all trying to see what the hell that fusion energy device was. Zhao Bei even had a feeling that using this device to specifically power the super amusement park was a clear sign that he felt distrustful of the local power grid system. Even, it was felt that it wouldn't be a waste to use this device exclusively to power an amusement park. With all the doubts and confusion, their special airplane took off.
Those who are sitting in front of the TV set of the rich and powerful, as well as consortium bigwigs, are wide-eyed, but also deliberately got their competent researchers to study the device on the spot. They have to be the first to acquire whether the project is an investment or not. Once it was finalized, they had to hurry up and make contact with the one group or fly directly to Annan County. At this time, Annandale County. With the on-site construction crew working together, the workers quickly put the fusion energy device in place. The grid system, also built ahead of time, is now hooked up to the unit, just waiting for the on button to be pressed to get the unit running. The chief on-site commander personally invited Hiyu and went to press the on button. The setup is as simple as it gets, but it doesn't diminish the appeal of this installation in any way. The camera's lenses were all aimed above the fusion energy device's on button, and there was also a shot for Hiyu. Then I will personally light up our newest product, the fusion energy device from Win Energy. Keep your eyes open everyone, I'm going to push the button, Hiyu placed his finger on top of the button and immediately pressed it, and with a buzzing sound, the ionizer was emitting a brilliant white light, and the dark cave was illuminated into daylight. However, the light soon dimmed and the cave returned to its normal state. As the system was turned on over here, the video of the construction site was quickly returned, and all the various factory instruments over there were all activated and rapidly running. A cheer went up at the construction site along with the video feed. The reporter did not miss the opportunity to say, "How convenient to have electricity, the future of the super playground will never have to worry about the lack of electricity cannot operate normally." There's another line here that pulls into the village, and there are cameras over there that are sending the video over as well. This live broadcast by the national television station involved directly let some people in the country are boiling, but also focused the eyes of the world to the Annan County, this even on the map above the small place of sanduping to come. The tycoons, and the consortium bigwigs, are also collectively getting a message. Vote, vote. By all means, get involved. This is the conclusion given by all their scientists, research organizations. They were immediately abuzz, the last game had left many of them without agency. This time, get in on it no matter what. The game has only been on the market for less than a month and gamers all over the world have gone crazy. Those consortiums that got the rights to represent them, the rich and powerful, all of them are making a fortune. And this investment, which is a profit, will be enough to pay only a small electricity bill in the future. At the airport of Annan County, the great lords of the county government office were all out standing on the tarmac, quietly waiting for the two bigwigs from the Imperial Capital's Authority Department. But they were called ahead of time and had the police officers on full duty to maintain order on the road leading to that sanduping. It was so sudden that they had to immediately put down the work at hand. In fact, even they themselves weren't sure that this device of Hiyu's would actually cause a handful of the two ministries to personally come running. As the two airplanes landed back and forth, the people who came down from the airplanes directly stunned these people in the county office completely. They never thought that there would be so many big shots coming at once. In days gone by, which of these people could not be seen until they were on TV? Also, they realized a major problem, not having that many cars ready. There was a hoot and a holler for a while, a whole 200 people. There were old men with gray hair and corporate bigwigs in suits. In the end, he had to call the head of Cheetah Group in Annan County for help. The person in charge of Cheetah Group in Annan County sent a car over, but also reported the situation to Hiyu. It seems that the two big brothers can't sit still, It's just as well that they're not coming over, so they can see this and be able to promote it better down the road. The corner of Hiyu's mouth lifted up a faint smile. Their arrival, on the other hand, was an even better advertisement, just in time to endorse the fusion energy device. With their participation, Wen's Energy Group will be able to quickly occupy the market of the Huarong country in the future. According to Ing, the fusion energy device is able to be used in any situation where electrical energy is needed, which can be very promising. Mr. Kong, two bigwigs from the ministry are here. After figuring this out, Hiyu directly recruited Kong Chang to himself and explained to him. This news directly let Kong Chang shocked out of a cold sweat, part of the leadership out, that is required to reporters involved. But it didn't occur to me that they made a surprise attack. If Hiyu hadn't told him, I'm afraid that he, the person in charge of Magic City, would have been kept in the dark. From this, he felt even more that Hiyu was a mysterious and unpredictable person. Kong Chang immediately expressed his gratitude to Hiyu, and then called his superiors for instructions, and the answer he received was to improvise. That means letting him master himself according to the rules and regulations. With this autonomy, Kong Chang immediately dispatched a group of reporters and cameramen all the way to the airport to get their eyes on things. At this moment, Hiyu's group that was full of bigwigs was even more boisterous. Regardless of where in the world the tycoons come from, they are all inquiring when the fusion energy device will be available. Hiyu pulled the chief commander of the scene in front of him, explained to him, and sent people to maintain order at the scene. While there's no need to worry about safety, accidents are always a precaution. Chapter 105. This is the rhythm of building a city. The arrival of their two hands brought the atmosphere to a new climax. The live feed also showed them, and even more so, the netizens who were paying attention to this matter, were all abuzz. Worship, two of the big boys of the ministry have run over to stand. It seems that this device is pretty awesome. Suddenly, I realized that my doctoral degree is lagging behind, and I can't keep up with the Winchesters at all. I think Wen's group has gone into a demonic development track since it was controlled by Mr. He. Is he an alien? Come and worship the big man. Once again, the pop-ups on the video erupted, with everyone letting out their emotions. They all boiled up, creating a cross-pollination with the scene, creating a line that boiled up together. At the same time, the tycoons, as well as the bigwigs of the consortiums, all became incomparable in their expressions of splendor. Only, in the middle of the scene you see these people excited look cannot help but gently shook his head. These people's characterization is really too bad. Isn't it just a fusion energy device? He still had a multitude of bullish technologies here that he hadn't announced yet. If he let these people see them, wouldn't they all go crazy? He found a stool and sat down, checking his watch. Air then immediately told him that the first fusion energy device was operating in a very good state. Master, this one device is capable of supplying a medium-sized city of 5 million people. The device is only using 10% of its power now. This device, however, is capable of automatically regulating power output. Next, Air went over the first fusion energy device. This fusion energy device was the same as all the devices that would be in the Internet of Things, controlled by Air. In terms of the current level of development on Air, he had tightly used less than 3%. Unified deployment and control by Air, then it will be able to ensure that these devices are functioning properly without fear of being hacked. Because Air itself is a super intelligent robotic system after the millennium, with Epoch making defense systems and firewalls. Controlled by a super quantum computer, and currently, the fastest computers on the planet are made of transistors. It was already a very good thing that He didn't let Air attack the others. At the same time, He also marveled, this is the rhythm of turning Annan County into a medium-sized tourist city. Well, keep monitoring. You say, do we need to transfer some military equipment from the Cloud Kingdom? After all, it's not enough to rely on the security guards here and the security personnel. He was satisfied with Air's answer, but he thought of a security problem. Although, the fusion energy device is already a very top-notch security architecture, even if it is directly bombarded with nuclear bombs, it will not be able to break it. Earthquakes are also not allowed to damage it, but you also need to make sure that it is not in the hands of anyone with bad intentions. Master, I'm absolutely sure your idea is feasible. Just get the taser, and the electromagnetic cannon, and the laser defense system over here. Next, have the construction crews dig the foundations around here and just use the power supply from the fusion energy unit. Quickly gave a complete program, and the construction plans were quickly deposited into Hiyu's watch. Hiyu directly brought the manager of the construction company over, and then went over together to print out the construction drawings. What's in the drawings, which are unclassified, is just doing some basic infrastructure and digging a hole to make a deep pit of mixed clay. Whether it's a stun gun, or an electromagnetic cannon, it's a complete system that can be used by digging a hole, or simply not digging a hole, and connecting it to electricity. Electric shock gun, completely without shells, from the barrel of the release of the electric aura has a terrifying lethality. A single attack is as high as tens of thousands of volts. Even with an insulated protective suit, it would be difficult to carry it in the face of such an attack. Of course, even if it resisted the taser attack, it would be difficult to resist the electromagnetic cannon attack. Electromagnetic cannon has a terrifying power, belongs to an all-purpose gun, air defense and ground-level shooting can all. No tank in service can defend itself against it. Another one is the laser defense system, which is another super scary presence. The lasers, which had been altered by Inger into weapons where the thickness of the laser beam could be adjusted, whether it was to attack sky targets or ground targets, it was all possible. The key is that it's fast and still very powerful, able to launch an attack as long as there's electricity. Whether it was lasers, electromagnetic cannons, or stun guns, they were all made in the Cloud Country, and there were ready-made products shipped directly over. Of course, all of these are collectively additional things given by the fracture signing system of days gone by. Yes. When it's over, I'll send someone to start construction immediately. The duration won't be more than 3 days. After taking a look at the drawings, the manager was immediately informing Hiyu of the specific construction situation. Engage in digging pits infrastructure. These things, for them that is a piece of cake, not a little bit of difficulty, 3 days of time or grace. The cement used are all of the quick-drying kind, strong and durable, belonging to the national defense cement of the Hualong country. The manager, who had been an engineer, could see that the locations of the dugouts on the drawings, collectively, belonged to the vital, best places to install defense weapons. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about such things. Okay, you finished early, I'll reward you with $100,000. Hiyu glanced towards the manager and said so, knowing very well that an early completion would enable him to put the defense system in place as soon as possible. Although the Hualong country was one of the extremely rare safe countries in the world, it could not help but guard against the fact that some terrorists would choose to attack this fusion energy device of theirs. Hiyu is building this place as a demonstration project. Going forward, it's about attracting all those tycoons and consortium heads and getting them to come here and visit, and then go back and convince their regulators to bring this kind of device over. Of course, Hiyu this time intended to set up a branch in each country to operate the fusion energy device independently. What he wants to do is to make this branch the centerpiece of the country in which it is located. In this way, he was able to make a steady stream of money. Not much time had passed before the handlers of the two ministries were the first to arrive at Sanduping in their special Chinese buses. Hiyu, you really don't consider me a friend, do you? As soon as Chen Bei got down from the car, he hurriedly ran to Hiyu and said with a complaining tone. Chapter 106 The Excited Professor. Although they sounded like words of reproach, to the ears of the crowd they meant something completely different. They all took shocked gazes at Hiyu, not even thinking that this young man had such a good relationship with a handful of state ministries and commissions. Hiyu, I can criticize you, haha. You made such a big deal out of it that we were only able to find out about it through live television. You're so inadequate, haha. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Zhao Bei also marched to Yiyu's front with a bitter smile on his face. This time, if the secretary hadn't told him that the national TV station had broken a big story and it was broadcast live. The fusion energy device, surprisingly, was made by Wen's energy company and built in a remote to no one knows Sandoping in your province. Knowing this news instantly left him at a loss for words. Originally, he thought that after a trip to the Wen group and meeting with Hiyu, the young man would give himself a face and report those inventions in advance, so that he could have a mental preparation in advance. But this guy, he's just doing what he's doing and coming in first. Hiyu, there are so many of us at night, your treat, huh? Chen Bei simply relied on Hiyu, and he originally planned to stay in Annan County without leaving today. This time, even if it was no longer difficult, he had to reach a cooperation agreement with Hiyu, so that those experts he brought with him could participate in the research of the fusion energy device. As for abrasive kung fu, having been a ministerial-level cadre, he still had quite a lot of experience. By the way, you'll have to take care of the gang I brought with me. Zhao Bei also had a look of relying on you, directly displaying those dozens of people behind him completely. The reason why he brought these people here was to talk about cooperation with Hiyu, and no matter what, he had to take care of these companies in the industry, right? You guys are planning to eat me poor. Come on, didn't you guys come here to see a fusion energy device? Come on, I'll show you around. But let's get one thing out of the way beforehand, you can only look at it, you can't touch it with your hands. Hiyu's face was filled with helplessness, but he shifted the topic to the fusion energy device and reminded. The reason why it was shown to these people was that Hiyu believed that even if the entire device was taken apart for these people to study, it would still be impossible to manufacture it. As for touching, if you are electrocuted, these are all big experts in the industry, and he doesn't want to be held responsible if something happens. These big men, many are rarely seen on weekdays, even if you see that is on TV. The arrival of the bigwigs directly caused the scene to completely boil over. How could they not expect so many to come at once? Don't worry, everyone understands, and won't touch it. Shen and Zhao both patted their chests to Hiyu at the same time as a guarantee, this kind of advanced thing, even if other people wanted to touch it with their hands, they would definitely not allow it. They were sure that this kind of thing, whether it was placed in the country or abroad, was an extremely advanced existence. It surpasses even the most advanced foreign levels by more than 100 years. It is important to know that, at the current level of science and technology, the longest time for a fusion energy scientific device to ignite in the laboratory is not even 10 minutes. But now, Hiyu has actually put it into commercial operation. And, it still looks like it's running at room temperature. Under Hiyu's personal leadership, clattering more than 100 people traveled like a tour group towards this independent mountain peak cave in Sanduping. Before entering the cave, the security personnel performed on-site security checks on each of them and released them only after they passed. In order to avoid some secrets leaked out in advance, Hiyu directly let the security personnel will be these people's cell phone to the temporary custody, what camera, and so on is not able to bring in. Both of them, Ministry Chen and Ministry Zhao, expressed their understanding. Entering the heavy iron door that had just been put up, the cave was brightly lit to turn it into daylight when you were actually inside. The large, transparent circular plasma of the fusion energy unit is running at high speed. These people received a staff-issued presentation about this fusion energy device upon entering the cave. Helium-3? Normal temperature superconducting magnetic confinement fusion? This is a future energy device system. Professor Yuan took the material with considerable interest and flipped through it. As a leading scientist in the research of fusion energy devices, he is a national treasure and the most vocal in this field. He thought that his research in this area had surpassed many people, but today he realized how powerful Hiyu was. After a minute, the professor's face changed and became incredibly serious. Directly taking off the direct glasses, he traveled to the front of the device and carefully surveyed it, releasing an elite light among his eyes. After another minute, Professor Yuan's hands were trembling, his lips were quivering, and his expression became extraordinarily agitated. Seeing Professor Yuan so focused, no one on the scene disturbed him. Instead, he quietly looked at the information in his hand, and again kept surveying this fusion energy device in front of him.
10 minutes later. Professor Yuan finally stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and suddenly turned around, his face full of sincerity, looking blearily at Hiyu. "Ho, I'm just a little older than you, so I should be right to call you that. This fusion energy device of yours is so important, allow me to set up a shed next to yours here and do some good research on it. Don't worry, I'll never break your stuff." Professor Yuan said in an almost pleading tone. He naturally could see that the advanced degree of this device had already thrown out the most advanced fusion energy device on Earth by hundreds of streets. This is the real commercialized unit. A truly inexhaustible source of energy. He had been studying this industry for decades and thought he had made a difference, but today he knew how insular he was. At the heel of this device, he was like a schoolboy's existence. His words directly shocked the two handlers of the two ministries, Chen and Zhao, both of whom were shocked to the point of how they could not have imagined that Professor Yuan would say such a thing. Those bigwigs from the corporate world who followed along, one by one, their eyes also became fiery. This device all made such a titan as Professor Yuan praised, even to build a shack, all to do research here. That means that this fusion energy device is real and reliable and has extensive potential. Chapter 107. I seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Its existence will bring about a real energy revolution. And this energy revolution is taking place in this unassuming countryside of the Dragon Kingdom. Who would believe it if it were to spread out? They, the big boys of the corporate world, just watched it happen. The bigwigs twisted their heads in unison and glanced at each other, and they made up their minds. No matter what, it is important to seize this opportunity to enter into a partnership with Hiyu and participate in this energy revolution. The first industrial revolution didn't catch up with the boiling water steam engine, the second industrial revolution didn't catch up with the oil-burning internal combustion engine, etc., and the third industrial revolution didn't catch up with atomic energy, which burns uranium ore. Either way, this time they're going to catch up with the fusion energy of this fourth industrial revolution. Moreover, they can see that the level of this set of devices in front of them is much higher than that set of protium deuterium as raw material for fusion energy devices that are still in the laboratory today. In recent times, there have been a whole bunch of papers sent out from the labs, and every time they get up they are able to go into commercial operation with 35 years to go, but then finally 35 years go by and then another 35 years come along. Expecting that set of devices from the lab to be put into commercial operation is a long way off. I'm afraid that's not going to work. Professor Yuan, you're a national treasure and a great scientist. If I did that, wouldn't I be scolded to death? In fact, I would think that you could continue your research in your own area of specialization after all, protium deuterium, both of which are very abundant in the ocean. And this is nothing more than helium-3 that I'm using, and it's a speculative approach that's meant to be commercialized as quickly as possible. Most critically, your safety is a matter of social stability, and I can't afford to put you at any risk. Hearing these words, Hiyu was startled and hastily refused. Professor Yuan was clear about the other party's identity and status even if the two of them, Ministry Chen and Ministry Zhao, were not introduced. The set of scientific installations in the Hualong country could have been built under his auspices. It could be said that looking at the entire Hualong country, in terms of fusion reactor technology, if he dared to say second, no one would dare to say first. Internationally, he is a great scientist of titanic proportions. Letting him nestle in a place like Sanduping, even if Wen's group was powerful, he would be drowned in the world's saliva. By the way, Professor Yuan, this device hasn't been given a name yet. If you don't mind, you can help. I'm going to, name it after the three Dorping. Seemingly feeling that a direct rejection would be too cruel, Hiyu hastily added another sentence and said, "Consider it a consolation prize to send him anyway." The two of them, Chen Bei and Zhao Bei, looked at each other and smiled, but they were both bitter smiles. They naturally knew that Hiyu was sending out good guy cards. Sanduping? The fusion energy device that will spark an energy revolution, and you call it by such a name? It really pisses me off. But it seems like Sanduping is a good name for it. Earthy, yet without losing the flavor of the Hualong country, so let's call it Sanduping. Professor Yuan first started with anger on his face, but after some careful thought, he agreed. Only the grudging color in the middle of his eyes made Hiyu feel as if he had bullied his old man. At this time, Chen Bei walked over and looked at Hiyu with bated breath. Hiyu, you're not letting Professor Yuan get involved with this device, but you should always help out, right? That domestic device, I'm afraid it's a backward product in your eyes? Now that more than a dozen countries over there in Europe are jointly involved in the construction, I don't think things over there, ever, are reliable. You're just going to stand by and watch your country get screwed? If you get involved, I'd like to give you a professorial title to hang on to, and I'm sure Professor Yuan and the others would raise their hands in approval. Chen Bei took a deep breath and said so. He just wanted to pull Hiyu in. In that case, even if he hit it well in the first place and didn't do joint research with them or open up his lab. As long as Hiyu himself was involved, he was sure that sooner or later Hiyu's lab would open up of its own accord. Whether it's the molding tights back then, the ion tower, or this current fusion energy device are all able to make Hiyu fully qualified to obtain the title of professor. With this title, it was also able to allow Hiyu to take a few students.
With this large number of high hats being snapped down, He Yu's eyes became a bit strange.
Professor? I can't believe it. It's killing me. I can't have it.
Ministry Zhao, Ministry Chen, let's end today's tour here, it's about to get dark outside.
If there's anything, can we talk about it tomorrow?
I'll have old Wang, Xiaoma personally entertain you later. You guys eat and sleep all wrapped up in my goodness. He Yu is directly under the expulsion order, he does not want to continue to dwell on such a complex topic, he just want to quietly do a businessman. Earn a little money, take his wife Wen Ying around to wander around some tour enough.
Why make your life so miserable?
After saying these words, he left the cave as if fleeing. And having air activate the fusion energy device's self-protection system.
In an instant, the entire cave changed color, very ghostly, and even emitted a faint ultrasonic wave.
In this way, the two of them, Zhao Bei and Shen Bei, had to lead that group of people out from inside. Only, it was clear that they had no intention of just letting He Yu off the hook. As if it was an agreement, they took the bus directly and drove towards He Yu's old home. At this time, He Yu had already returned to his home. After a period of alteration and expansion some time ago, today He Yu's home has also become quite luxurious, a typical rural quadrangle 4-story villa. Decorated and able to be seen from a long distance. Today's village, also because of He Yu's reason, that is the old look into the new face, every family live in the newly renovated houses among the standard is the same. Seeing that He Yu was back so early, Wen Ying was quite a bit curious and looked at him back and forth. Why are you back early? The reception over there, did you get it right?
You've got to look presentable, the telecast is still going on.
Wen Ying said without a good mood, she was able to guess that He Yu had sneaked back. I'll tell you what I seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest. He Yu said with a bitter smile on his face, he could see that those people brought by the two handlers were not good people. I'm afraid it's all coming this way at this hour. In fact, he knew that a fusion energy device was nothing advanced at all, and among those technological reserves of the Cloud Kingdom, it was at best something that could be used.
Chapter 108, Chasing After the Door.
But it was this not so advanced technological device that drove them, the bigwigs of the corporate world, crazy. However, He Yu could also understand their persistence. After all, the Chinese dragon countrymen had suffered too much humiliation, the Chinese dragon countrymen were carrying the heavy burden of revival on their backs, and they all wanted to push the country back to the position of rich and strong global domination. In this way, it will be possible to realize the point where one is no longer bullied. But to get to that point, the Hualong country still has a long way to go, and these people are probably in a hurry.
Thinking this way, He Yu was instantly relieved. What seems to have stirred up a hornet's nest?
Wen Ying's pair of beautiful eyes blinked suddenly, she was really a little unclear as to why He Yu would compare these people, the handlers of the two ministries, to hornets. At home, she saw the live broadcast from the TV, naturally, she knew that the small place of Sanduping came a lot of people, wave after wave. And still, such heavyweights as the handlers of the two ministries had come, and were still talking and laughing with He Yu. At this moment, she finally truly realized that He Yu had really grown up and turned into an existence that she had to look up to.
This growth rate is phenomenal.
In the past, even if Wen's group was no longer powerful and developed well, it was only a fashion group, and when looking at the Huarong country, it was a lot more than that. Naturally, it is also impossible to attract the joint attention of the heads of the two national ministries. It was even more unlikely that both of their bigwigs had personally rushed to this tiny Annan county on a special airplane, coming to this kind of small village that couldn't even be found on the map.
It's all because of He Yu.
Now, Wen's group had gained rapid development in his hands, reaching a height she had never dared to think of. According to today's trend, Wen Ying felt that the transfer of Wen's group to He Yu's hands was the most correct choice made. Had Wen's group remained in her hands and under her control, there was absolutely no way it could have reached the heights it has today. You mustn't talk nonsense, they're all coming toward the village. Just don't hide in this house, come on, go out and greet them, but don't lose your manners. But Grandma has always praised you, saying that you know how to be polite, and that even when you're rich, you're not arrogant and bullying.
And, by the looks of it, they're going to have dinner here.
Wen Ying directly gave He Yu a super big blank stare, listening to a burst of car sounds outside as well as the sound of agitation, directly pulling He Yu out of the house, to the door to meet and call up He Yu's parents to relatives, and Wen Ying's grandmother. Regardless of whether it was Wen Ying's grandmother or He Yu's parents to relatives, all of them knew that both the Chen department or the Zhao department were coming after He Yu.
He Yu, Grandma can see that the handlers of the two ministries with so many people are all rushing over to you.
You really didn't let Grandma down, and Grandma is happy to see what you have accomplished today. Grandma looked at He Yu with full of gratification. Originally she just thought that Wen's group was developing in He Yu's hands, but she didn't think that it had actually achieved such a great success in his hands. The fact that a handful of people from both ministries of the country came here shows the country's recognition of Wen's group.
Recognition of He Yu as a person. If Wen Ying's father and mother were alive, they would certainly be very satisfied with the current arrangement.
Grandmother, my grandson owes his existence today to your support.
I'll never forget Grandma's credit.
Grandmother, in the future, you can help grandchildren take the helm more often, and if grandchildren have done something wrong, they will be corrected more often. He said very modestly, grandmother's merit he will never forget. At the beginning it was also grandmother who gave him great support, did not dislike him, looked down on him, but even treated him as his own grandson. Whether it's for wedding expenses or anything else, grandma pays for it all. It directly elevated him from a poor boy to a man of some standing. Above this society, it is very rare to be in the same position as grandma but not treating him as an outsider and looking down on him. Because of this, he was grateful to his grandmother from the bottom of his heart. You can't forget your roots as a human being, that's what he's been taught since he was a kid. When did your mouth get so sweet, you kid? Grandma can't reach what you have accomplished today. But grandma sends you a few words that she hopes you will always remember. Don't forget to fight. Grandma said with a face full of joy and relief. Now, she is getting more and more fond of Hiyu, with such a high level of achievement is not arrogant and still maintains the heart of the struggle. Especially back then, when she saw Hiyu going crazy looking for drugs to save Wen Yingying's life. Even invested heavily in buying out the entire Cloud Country and finally found the drug. At that moment, she understood that Wen Yingying did not choose her husband. She hadn't been wrong about anyone herself. Therefore, she was very relieved. Hiyu's parents, as well as his next of kin, were expressing their gratitude to his grandmother. At the same time, it also urges Hiyu to listen to his grandmother's sage advice, and if he dares to disobey, he'll be waiting to be criticized at home. While these people were lecturing Hiyu, the convoy of the two ministries stopped steadily in front of the house. The car door opened, and the two of them, Chen Bei and Zhao Bei, walked down one after the other, and after meeting with grandma and Hiyu's parents, they came directly to Hiyu's front. They were personally guided by the governor of Annan County, arriving directly at Hiyu's home. Since the last time Hiyu attracted so many large group enterprises and invested in Annan County, he instantly let the county office's merits be known from above. The governor then knew that all of this was due to Hiyu. So, he is the county leading to Hiyu's home road into a 4-lane asphalt road, as well as a special road to the Annan airport. As out of the blue, several nearby villages are riding on the wind, enjoying the coolness of the road spacious car running fast. Hiyu, you kid think that if you run home and hide, we won't know where your house is? Today, it could be dinner at your house. You don't want to think we're eating doha. As soon as Chen Bei came up, he shook Hiyu's hand and said with a smile on his face, he ironically chased over to pull on Hiyu to talk about cooperation. Your place is really mountainous and beautiful, building such a big amusement park, it will definitely be crowded with tourists in the future, huh? When your amusement park opens, I'll personally come and officiate the opening ceremony and give you a stand. After Chen Bei just let go of his hand, Zhao Bei came up and directly expressed his meaning. He was retreating to make Hiyu realize his real intention. He brought the most people with him, and once a partnership was reached, then down the road the companies in the Huarong Kingdom would be able to fight monsters in groups. Chapter 109, Talking Cooperation with State-Head Enterprises. What person at the helm of a business wouldn't want to get this opportunity to work together? If he hadn't pressured them, I'm afraid the gang would have gone to the ministry and made a scene, even causing unnecessary bad blood. He naturally didn't want this situation to occur, and brought them all together to have an orderly talk about cooperation. Just after staying there in Sanduping for a short period of time, a few experts from Guadian said that he used power grid technology was quite intelligent, and that even if graphite bombs were dropped directly here, they wouldn't be able to destroy the power grid. Once this technology is applied to national defense or civilian use, it will be able to ensure the safety of electricity use in the Huarong country. The so-called smart technology of today's use of the power grid, in front of the super smart grid technology, is simply like the first generation of transistorized computers in today's laptop compared to the gap. This technology has been the grid company in-depth study but has been only remained in the theoretical demonstration stage, in which the realization of the technical difficulty is simply they cannot reach. This involves a lot of technology cannot be overcome, even a simple real-time monitoring and timely inspection where the problem cannot be done. Even if it could be done, I'm afraid it would take a lot of stuff that couldn't be integrated into a set. Never in a million years did I think that wind energy would actually utilize it. Which of those experts, after seeing this super smart grid technology, was not thrilled to tears? If he didn't reach a cooperation agreement with Hiyu today and share those technologies with those experts, I'm afraid that the chairman of the power grid would be torn apart by their hands. So did the chairman of the State Electricity Corporation, and the experts in electricity he brought with him were even more awestruck after seeing the fusion energy device, and were close to kneeling down and kowtowing. They never expected that the fusion energy device, which was still in the laboratory, would move into practice. According to the introduction, as far as only 3% of the energy is turned on, the entire county's several hotels and the amusement park construction site of those who use electricity all fixed, and part of the power directly to the village. Wouldn't this supply a medium-sized city of several million people if it ran at full power? As for the bosses of other enterprises coming over, it was even more purposeful to see if this thing could be applied to other fields. Thank you, Ministry Cho. Actually, I've had something to talk to Job about for a long time. For the time being, I would like to build more fusion energy installations in some remote parts of the country to solve the local electricity problem. Also, I'm going to contribute the super smart grid technology. But I do have a condition that the core equipment be installed by technicians sent by us at Win Energy. He held Xiao Bei's hand and told him what he had been thinking for the past 2 days. Anyway, as long as these things were controlled in the hands of his own people, he didn't have to worry about leaks happening at all. And it also ensures construction safety. He also said this to ease the pressure of those who were eyeing him. If they don't come up with a little sweetener for them, they're just going to swallow him up. As for how to distribute these technologies, I guess that depends on who Ministry Zhao is willing to give them to. That's what you said? Both of those things, you'll utilize out. Going forward, you'll have to ask the state's permission to export fusion energy devices, as well as supergrid technology. Xiao Bei hit the snake with a stick, fearing that He would change his mind as if he had, and also brought up his request. He could naturally see that the Wen Group under Yu's name was not an ordinary group of companies. Take the Wen's Energy Company, which developed this fusion energy device and the supergrid technology, and was set up in the cloud country. Even if the Hualong country does not give a license, these two sets of devices can be exported just the same. He was saying all this because he wanted Yu to remember that he was a member of the Hualong country, so that the Hualong country could take these two technologies and exchange them for some benefits. It's the same as when plastic tights were issued, requiring the state to have a license. The Ministry of Zhao was also clear that these two technologies could not be officially included in the prohibited export control list of the Huarong state. Don't worry, I understand this, follow the molded corset method. All sit down peacefully. Ministry Chen, I'm going to form a specialized lab and come up with some technology to study together. He turned his head to look at Chen Bei, not being able to favor one over the other, so he took advantage of the fact that he now had money and some of his technology was able to be made public. Besides, he was also able to use Inger to take out some of the technologies from the Star-Spangled Kingdom and the Windmill Kingdom and put them into the lab, which was enough to deal with these old experts. Of course, the core technology that is determined not to outsource. Well, I really wasn't wrong about you. Chen Bei said with full of deep emotion. He had finally pried Yu's mouth open. In this way, he will be able to send experts to engage in joint research and development with the One Group, and those neck-breaking technologies will become history. Next, Yu signed a strategic cooperation agreement with those state-owned enterprises. This signing was a full 100 copies, making his hands sore. The point is that there's so much stuff involved. Every contract that had been vetted by Ying Er, so he wasn't worried about the terms of the contract being unfavorable to him. After the contract was signed, he simply arranged for all the corporate bigwigs, as well as the two handlers from the Chen and Zhao departments, to have dinner in this village. They are then transported to the airport in a special car to leave on a special flight. After entertaining these bigwigs, Yu was still in high spirits, but Wen Yingying and Grandma couldn't handle it, so they all went to rest in the end. Just as the clock turned midnight, that familiar voice rang out as promised. Today's fracture merchandise has been shelved, please receive it, master. Yu very calmly opened the fracture mall. There are many more shares of high-tech companies, including the shares of Lockheed, and still 18%, the value is $7,000 or $8,000, directly bought. They were really too sparse for him right now, and didn't feel like there was anything that caught his eye at all. This is good stuff. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Yu's face. Because this is something that is the technology that can drive change in e-commerce and really personalize goods. Once promoted, that is the gospel of the majority of young people, and then go out, no longer have to worry about the things that will happen with other people's clothes. Truly business to consumer. Chapter 110 Hologram Technology. Once the channel between the producer and the consumer is opened, then many middlemen are removed. This is an excellent thing for both businesses and the average consumer. In this world, too many companies are controlled by the middleman, that is, the channel business of life and death, while consumers have to bear their exploitation. In this way, it will be able to give this community more money to spend. As a businessman, Yu naturally hoped that the more wealth there was in society, the better, rather than concentrating it into the hands of those who did not use it for consumption. Hologram technology, applicable to multiple fields, price, 10,000. This technology, simply put, is the use of holographic projection technology, which allows people to not only visualize the reality of the scene, but also to immerse themselves in it. This is a part of the game to apply the technology to the reality. It is important that this set of technology can be generally used in conjunction with the current computer technology. And it is very simple to realize this technology. It is only necessary to produce a camera that can produce holograms to replace the original camera, which is enough. Of course, with Inger around, Yu wasn't worried about realizing this technology out. Inger, can you integrate this technology with current camera technology? Realize a camera with at least 2 more functions? Yu immediately asked Inger about it. Today's camera technology has a very large number of functions still, infrared, night vision, and all sorts of other functions. Once these features are integrated with each other in hologram technology, then in this way, the consumer only spends the same price for different functional applications.
The key to this technology also lies in its large-scale application. These days a small camera with a little bit of high definition is able to sell for hundreds of dollars. With Ng Air's integration ability, he believed that Wen's group could make it into a cabbage price, a true one-book profit. Master, it's very simple technology, and integrating it would be a piece of cake. However, Master, Inger feels that a new factory should be built, specifically for the production of cameras with integrated hologram technology. Master, this set of technologies has another use, and can be extended to numerous fields such as industrial engineering design. Ng Air said so, and she was telling Hiyu that to maximize the application of the new technology was to make the most of it. And, with her presence, there was no need to worry about cracking it. Good, then let's follow your advice. As for the factories, build 2 of them, one in the Magic City and the other right in the Cloud Kingdom. The Cloud Kingdom is the only base that belongs to us. Hiyu slightly contemplated for a moment as to say, defense against people cannot do nothing, even if he was born as a Chinese dragon countryman, he also has the need to do some things. After all, he wasn't a commoner now, and it would be quite unwise to put his eggs in one basket. At all times, it's important to guard against people stabbing you in the back. Uneven distribution of benefits is sure to provoke envy, and even if they live in a peaceful environment, they will take risks for the sake of benefits. There are far too many people who don't play by the rules of business. Although he merely wanted to become a commonplace giant merchant, he would not put his life in someone else's hands. Master's thoughts coincide with Inger's. Ng Air will issue the order to go down. Inger immediately agreed, and quickly instructed Wen's group's Magic City headquarters to start moving, as well as the distribution of the Cloud Kingdom, which also moved immediately. With Ng Air's presence, there was no need to worry about factory construction. Hiyu had already drawn the Super 3D house printing technology from the Fracture Seconds system last time, as well as the Super Quick Dry Cement. These 2 things together are just perfect. Directly from the long-time infrastructure, the 100,000 square meter dust-free factory was able to be completed in 3 days. And the solidity of such factories has far surpassed that of the most secure hole-in-the-wall factories of the day. In fact, it's more intuitive to say that even if a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 1 million tons smashed directly over the factory, it wouldn't be able to bring it down. The set of houses that Hiyu now lives in was constructed using this technique. The whole village is like that, and he won't favor one over the other. As for the production and procurement of equipment, these tedious and time-consuming matters were also dissolved by Ng Air. The Winchester Group's purchasing layout in various countries and regions around the world is set up directly at the doorstep of some large industrial areas. In addition, Hiyu had arranged an extremely complete industrial production system in the Cloud Kingdom, with extremely complete categories. These factories have all realized intelligent control and production, and are truly unattended factories. Even if the production inside was extremely broken, Ng Air's doppelganger robot would go ahead and fix it. From the docks to the factories, a whole range of things are automated. It could be said that once the Cloud Country started producing at full power, its productivity would be directly comparable to that of the entire Huarong country. Hiyu is following the Hualong country backup to build the Cloud Country. Of course, many things are naturally more advanced than the Hualong country. As for production licenses and such things, Hiyu had already reached an agreement with the Zhao and Shen departments, and in the future, he would only need to report to the relevant departments. It's really just a matter of giving them a face, applying directly online and then making a phone call over there to verify that the process is complete. Those produced in the Cloud Kingdom, on the other hand, do not need to be approved by the Hualong Kingdom at all. The days always go by very quickly, and 3 days go by in the blink of an eye. Getting up early in the morning, Hiyu moved his muscles and bones, and after having breakfast, he took Wan Ying with him to San Do Ping. The electromagnetic cannons, stun guns, and laser defense systems that had been shipped from the Cloud Kingdom had all been delivered. He went to the site and did little more than watch the installation go into place. These workers were implanted with biochips, so he didn't have to worry about the existence of fudging or leaking secrets. All equipment is transported directly from the Annan County Airport by truck. Driving just arrived at Sanduping, Hiyu was startled by the battle in front of him, only to see a team of Hualongwa soldiers with automatic rifles in their hands patrolling the area on guard. Honey, why are there soldiers patrolling here? It looks like they're protecting the place. Wan Ying's face was full of astonishment. How could she not have imagined that Wen's group would one day be able to produce a product that would allow the violent organs of the state to send people over to enforce vigilance? So it seems to prove that the country attaches great importance to fusion energy devices.